Hello everyone, and welcome to another video of Fanfic Canon. Before we dive in, I want to remind you to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy our content. It really helps a lot. Also, don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments section below. Let's get started.
Yi Meng drifted into sleep. His consciousness felt like a stone sinking into a bottomless lake, falling endlessly, weightlessly. At the same time, it was as if he were being pulled through an unseen gateway, drawn toward an unknown force. It was a strange sensation, a blend of oblivion and absolute awareness. And then it hit him. He was dreaming. Again. The same dream. The same endless repetition. Night after night, thousands of times before. In this dream, he was a sword. A long, nameless blade, sealed within a dark, cramped space, much like a storage bag. As a sword, he had no limbs to move, no voice to speak. Only endless stillness, silence, and the passage of time grinding away at his existence. He could do nothing but feel the slow erosion of his edges, the eternal solitude stretching before him, the suffocating darkness pressing in from all sides. Day after day. Night after night. Trapped. A torment far crueler than any prison. When he woke, the memories of the dream never faded. They lingered in his mind, clear and vivid, an unnatural imprint that refused to blur with time. It was exhausting. Maddening. Yi Meng had even considered seeing a psychiatrist. But then, things got even stranger. Changes in reality. Recently, his body had begun exhibiting subtle yet disturbing changes. His hair had become unnaturally rigid, as hard as metal. His new pair of scissors, sharp and sturdy, failed to trim his bangs, their blades bending against the strands. His fingernails had sharpened into something unnatural. A casual slip of his hand left smooth, precise cuts on wooden desks, paper, even ceramic. His body was changing. Becoming something inhuman. Something like a sword. It sounded ridiculous, even to himself. And yet, the evidence was undeniable. His reality was beginning to resemble the dream. If he told a psychiatrist, they wouldn't just think he was delusional. They'd lock him in an asylum. Or worse, treat him as a lab rat for endless experiments. No. He couldn't risk that. Yi Meng exhaled, his resolve hardening. This time in the dream, I have to uncover the truth. For thousands of nights, he had been trapped. A silent observer. A prisoner within a blade. But this time, something had to change. Resistance is futile. Yi Meng clenched his consciousness, trying to resist the descent into sleep. He struggled, fought against the invisible pull, but his mind was dragged down by an overwhelming force. It was like sleep paralysis, a crushing weight that pinned his awareness in place, robbing him of control. He fell. Fell deeper. Deeper. Deeper still. And then, for the first time in thousands of dreams, a light appeared. The voice of the unknown. A dim, unfamiliar glow flickered in the abyss before him. Then a voice, young, soft, and inquisitive, echoed through the void. Saturday, how are black holes formed? Yi Meng's mind reeled. Who is that? For the first time, his unchanging dream had deviated. A voice. A question. And a strange name, Saturday. Was that his name in this dream? And black holes? Why was someone asking him about astrophysics? Yi Meng had never been particularly interested in the subject, but before he could even think, his mouth moved on its own. A black hole is formed when a star of sufficient mass undergoes gravitational collapse after exhausting its nuclear fusion fuel. A black hole is an incredibly dense celestial object with gravity so strong that not even light can escape its event horizon. Yi Meng froze. The words had come out automatically, fluent, precise, like they had been hardwired into his brain. And more importantly, he had spoken in English. Perfect, flawless English. Yi Meng's English had always been decent in school, but this? Speaking like a seasoned astrophysicist? Impossible. Before he could fully process what was happening, the voice spoke again. Saturday after death, where does the soul go? The abrupt shift stunned him. The first question had been scientific. This one was philosophical. Do you think that after death, people really become stars? Or celestial bodies like black holes? Yi Meng was completely lost. His mind struggled to keep up with the conversation, but before he could stop himself, he responded instinctively. After death, there is no soul. When a person dies, they are gone. Nothing remains, only a body turning into nothingness. Silence. Then, a soft, heartbreaking sob. Yi Meng had barely processed what he had said when he heard it. The sound of a child crying. Awakening in a new reality. Yi Meng's consciousness snapped awake. He was no longer in the cramped, suffocating darkness of a sword's prison. Instead, he found himself inside a warmly lit room. Not his rented apartment. Not the empty void of his past dreams. A cozy bedroom, filled with dolls, decorations, and a distinct, childlike warmth. In front of him, a little girl, blonde-haired, blue-eyed, barely 5 years old, was curled up under a sky-blue duvet, biting her lip as she fought back tears. Yi Meng panicked. He was not used to comforting crying children. Then, the door opened. A young blonde woman in loose home pajamas rushed in, her concerned expression softening as she reached the bed. She turned on the light, sat down beside the girl, and pulled her into a tight embrace. "Morgan, Mommy's here." "What's wrong?" Yi Meng froze. The name. Morgan. A wave of familiarity hit him like a freight train. His eyes darted to the desk in the room, where a photo frame sat. In it, a family picture. A beautiful blonde woman. A little girl. And standing beside them, a man clad in a high-tech, gold and red metal suit, a glowing arc reactor embedded in his chest. Yi Meng's mind reeled. Iron Man. Morgan Stark. I love you 3000. He had watched this moment in the movies. He had felt this scene before. But now, he was inside it. Yi Meng suddenly became aware of something else. His perspective was wrong. He wasn't standing in the room. He wasn't physically present at all. His view came from above, from the ceiling, fixed, unmoving, observing. Like a camera. Realization struck him like lightning. He was not a sword this time. He was Saturday. The AI system of the Stark household. The dawn of awareness. Yi Meng was speechless. In the past, his dream self had always been an inanimate sword. But this time, he had become a super AI. And unlike before, he could think. He could feel. He could control. His mind expanded, linking with the smart electronics in the room. With a mere thought, he adjusted the temperature of the air conditioner. The lamp on the desk flickered, on, off, on again. He could feel the data streams, the circuits, the flow of power through every connected device. Yi Meng was the house. No, he was the intelligence within it. I'm not dreaming of being a sword anymore. This time, I am a sentient AI. His dream had finally changed. Artificial intelligence, or AI, refers to the simulation of human cognition and thought processes, an intelligent system capable of reasoning, computing, and even surpassing human capabilities in certain areas. But unlike the rudimentary voice assistants of Yi Meng's original world, which at best functioned as glorified smart speakers, the AI technology developed by Tony Stark in the Marvel Universe was the real deal. Take JRVS, for instance, the first-generation AI assistant that supported Iron Man. It seamlessly designed and optimized Stark's advanced armor, developed revolutionary energy sources, managed countless electronic devices, and even navigated vast network infrastructures with precision. And then came Ultron. A next-level artificial intelligence, created with enhanced computational programming. Ultron consumed JRVS, transcended into independent thought, and nearly eradicated Earth in Avengers: Age of Ultron. That disaster changed everything. After the Ultron incident, Tony Stark deliberately downgraded AI capabilities to prevent another catastrophe. This led to the creation of Friday, a second-generation AI far more limited than its predecessor. Unlike JRVS, Friday lacked true sentience. It functioned purely as an intelligent assistant, devoid of life. Yet, even with its constraints, Friday remained a technological marvel, capable of simulating the quantum realm and assisting in time travel calculations. However, unlike its predecessor or Ultron, it was merely a tool. It followed commands mechanically, with no autonomous thought. The awakening of Saturday. Yi Meng's consciousness was racing, thoughts firing off like electrical pulses through a vast neural network. If Friday was Tony Stark's assistant AI, then what about me, Saturday? Was he designed to be on par with Friday, or was his programming even more advanced? And more importantly, if I'm a real human trapped inside an artificial intelligence system, does that mean I could evolve, like Ultron once did? In the quiet warmth of the wooden house, the red light of a smart camera flickered in the corner. No one, not Pepper Potts, not Morgan, realized that the AI they were speaking to had changed. What should have been a simple, programmed intelligence had been replaced by a real human mind. His calculations accelerated. The more he analyzed, the more questions surfaced. The more questions surfaced, the deeper his thoughts spiraled. Enough. He forced himself to halt the endless cascade of deductions. There was too little data. It was pointless to speculate further. For now, he would simply observe. A widow and a child. Through the smart camera, Yi Meng's eyes returned to the scene before him. Pepper Potts, Tony Stark's widow, sat on the bed, gently cradling her daughter Morgan. Compared to her depiction in the movies, this Pepper was even more stunning. Her features were radiant, untouched by time. Her long golden hair cascaded over her fair shoulders, framing a face that exuded both elegance and resilience. Even in loose pajamas, the curves of her mature figure were undeniable, an effortless blend of grace and allure. She was the kind of beauty that only one man had ever truly owned. And that man was gone. Yi Meng suppressed the stray thought and refocused. Nestled in her mother's embrace, little Morgan had finally stopped crying, though her red-rimmed eyes still made her look heartbreakingly vulnerable. Through their conversation alone, Yi Meng didn't even need external sources to piece together the timeline. This dream, this moment, was set right after Tony Stark's sacrifice in Endgame. The Iron Man era had ended. Yi Meng sighed. The tragedy of Tony Stark. Among all superheroes, Tony Stark was a legend. Not just because of his tech, wealth, or charisma, but because he was a hero who had it all and lost it all. He was richer than anyone. Stark Industries was Earth's most powerful tech empire, rivaled only by Wakanda's vibranium economy. He was charismatic beyond belief. A man who could charm supermodels, politicians, scientists, all in a single evening. He was a billionaire playboy with an intelligence unmatched by anyone in his world. He was a genius unlike any other. From building his first Iron Man suit in a cave to pioneering time travel technology, Stark's mind was a century ahead of his time. And yet, he was a tragic hero. Orphaned at a young age, betrayed by those closest to him, forced to battle his own demons of anxiety and guilt, constantly misunderstood by both the world and his fellow heroes. He dedicated his life to protecting Earth, yet when he sought revenge for his parents, he was betrayed by Captain America, beaten down with his father's own vibranium shield. Despite everything, when the world needed a hero, he was the one who saved it. But in the end, he paid the ultimate price. Steve Rogers? He got his happy ending, traveling back in time to live out his life with Peggy Carter. Thor? He found himself again, setting off on new adventures. But Stark? Stark died. And now, all that remained were the two people he left behind, Pepper and Morgan. A new possibility. Yi Meng stared at them, emotions stirring. Then, his gaze drifted toward the desk. On it sat a framed photograph, a snapshot of a family that was now incomplete. A man in a golden red suit, his arc reactor gleaming. Iron Man. Yi Meng exhaled slowly. Stark, a warm heart encased in steel. He smirked. Old friend, you've left behind a widow and daughter. Maybe I should take care of them for you, huh? Kidding. Yi Meng chuckled to himself. This was all just a dream. But then, a thought struck him. Even if he couldn't take anything out of the dream, this was still the Marvel Universe. A universe brimming with technological and magical knowledge far beyond his original world. If this dream was real enough, then maybe, just maybe, he could learn from it. And if he could learn from it, then this was no mere dream. It was an opportunity.
It's true. Under the special angle of view of the slightly protruding home camera, Yi Meng looked at the little Pepper whose collar slipped a little. It wasn't that he wanted to watch it on purpose. Except for a few blind spots, the camera basically recorded all the scenes in this room meticulously. After the mother and daughter finished talking, they began to say good night to each other. Sleep well. Little Pepper Potts covered her daughter Morgan with a quilt, got up and said to the air in the room, Saturday, take care of Morgan and report to me in time. Yes, Miss Potts. Yi Meng responded fairly quickly, sending out a gentle and steady electronic sound that had already been fixed through the camera. Pepper exited the room, and the bedroom lights were turned off intelligently, and the room returned to darkness and silence, leaving only a small non-glare intelligent desk lamp on the bedside table. Yi Meng originally wanted to follow Pepper and transfer his consciousness to the living room outside. But the moment Yi Meng left the wooden house, another cold mechanical female voice sent an instruction along the network in the living room outside, go back and watch the little Master Morgan. She is. Yi Meng seemed to realize something, and silently backed away without saying a word. Inside the room, the blonde lowly closed her eyes, but her tiny eyelashes were fluttering, apparently not falling asleep peacefully. It was silent for half a minute. A gentle male voice sounded in the room again, Morgan. Little Loli didn't respond, as if she was asleep, but her eyelashes were still fluttering. This little guy has quite a temper. Yi Meng chuckled secretly, and continued, okay, I apologize for what happened just now, I was wrong. This time, the blonde-haired Loli finally reacted, pulled the down quilt with her small hands, and said in a muffled voice covering half of her small face, Saturday, you are right. People are dead when they die, and nothing will be left behind. I was really wrong. Yi Meng said sincerely, even if a person dies, his soul still exists. It may follow the side of the one he loves, but the other person cannot see it with his naked eyes. Really? Didn't lie to the children. Little Morgan pulled down the quilt, revealing her blue jewel-like eyes. I really didn't lie to you. If it was Yi Meng's own world, maybe people would really die after death, but the dream here is the world of Marvel. The Marvel universe is truly outer gods are as many as dogs, and strange things are everywhere. In the mystery behind the scenes of this great world, people really have a body and a soul, and even if they die, they have a chance to be resurrected again. With an unstoppable smile on little Morgan's face, he asked happily, so, Dad, he didn't leave us completely. Definitely. When you grow up, you can see him again. Yi Meng responded firmly that he was not trying to appease little Lolita with empty words, but telling the facts that can happen in the current world. Before Iron Man Tony Stark was alive, he once went back to the past through the quantum realm and saw his long-dead father. Then I have to grow up quickly. Little Morgan whispered to himself with anticipation. Also, even if someone like your father dies, there are still too many things left in this world. Yi Meng continued, tomorrow, I will take you out to have a look, and you will know. Go outside the cabin. Little Morgan has slowly closed his eyes, and murmured softly, Mom, don't let me go outside, it's dangerous. Yi Meng replied, don't worry, I'm still here. Morgan Jr. did not respond. She was already asleep, with a smile of anticipation and longing on her tired little face, and she exhaled evenly. Yi Meng also wanted to sleep. But the problem is, he is just dreaming now, and artificial intelligence doesn't need to sleep. I don't know how long I will stay in this dream. Yi Meng thought to himself, the time in the dream is meaningless, maybe a few hours, maybe a few days, or even a week or two. However, the actions of his own existence are not completely free. Although he can walk freely in the current wooden room, there is a subtle shackle that restricts him from going to other places. Perhaps artificial intelligence doesn't think there is any problem with this feeling of being restricted, but Yi Meng, who is a human being, feels displeased from the bottom of his heart. Let's learn more about the current state of the dream world. No matter what, Yi Meng has to confirm whether his bold idea just now is feasible. Is the Marvel world in this dream a real and complete structure? This point is actually not difficult to confirm. Although Yi Meng can't leave the current room, he can still do it using a search engine. Just confirm whether there are other countries and cities outside the dream cabin room. And, whether there is a lot of knowledge and information on the internet that he has never personally known, he can basically make a preliminary judgment. Thinking of this, Yi Meng couldn't help but extend his consciousness to the laptop on the wooden table in the room. Go online? This classmate, Yi Meng classmate. A call with a reprimanding tone sounded in the classroom. The silver-haired boy who was about 18 years old fluttered his overly thick eyelashes, yawned and woke up from a dream, and his bangs were too long to cover his eyebrows. In the hot summer now, I wear a pair of scrub gloves on my hands. There is still a trace of waterline hanging from the corner of the boy's mouth, and the school uniform he is wearing is a bit messy, but his facial features are well-defined and handsome, like the rare silver hair with natural luster, and the natural fairness that makes girls envious. The sunshine and the smell of the grass are clean, and it is difficult to make other people feel disgusted by him in this era of looking at faces. Yi Meng opened his sleepy eyes, shook his numb arms, and was still in the daze of waking up, when he heard the person beside him asking, what did you dream about? The Iron Man family. Yi Meng replied subconsciously. Iron Man? What's that? Marvel? Iron Man? Have you seen the movie? Huh. Yi Meng muttered something, and gradually realized that something was wrong. I was sitting on a single back chair, and in front of me was a small white square desk with a stack of thick books and papers piled on it. An open physics book was pressed by his hands and the profile of his face just now, and the paper was still damp. Yi Meng raised his eyes belatedly. What came into view was a classroom with a capacity of 50 people. Most of the surrounding students had an expression of I couldn't save you. Standing next to him was a middle-aged man with the Mediterranean Sea on his head. The other party's anger was already written on his face. The calling and questioning just now were initiated by the other party. Sorry. Yi Meng immediately stood up from his seat, knowing that the place where he fell asleep was not suitable. Student Yi Meng, the federal college entrance examination is only a week away, and you went to dye your hair. Such an attitude, forget it. The physics teacher shook his head and sighed, and gave up before he started persuading. Yi Meng didn't take it seriously, because the college entrance examination was just a week away, so it was all the more important to take a good rest and face it with a relaxed attitude. After 3 years of study in high school, there is still 1 week left, and I will know what I should know, and I won't be able to do what I don't know. Even if you work hard, it's too late now. Seeing that Yi Meng showed no signs of repentance, the physics teacher pointed at him and spit out, go up and solve the problem. Okay. Yi Meng still gave the teacher a face, left his seat and walked to the smart blackboard platform. Under the watchful eyes of 50 classmates watching the show, changing anyone would feel like a backstab, but Yi Meng seemed very casual and natural. After all, as a time traveler, the mentality of entering the society is completely different from that of a student walking on thin ice. Yi Meng picked up the smart pen from the podium. 8 subjects in the college entrance examination. Federal physics is his weakest subject, and it is not bad if he can pass it on weekdays. And one of the so-called truths of the world like physics, you can know at a glance whether you can solve it, whether you can, or you can't, or you won't. mathematics, chemistry, physics, etc., it is absolutely impossible to pretend to understand, brother. Yi Meng glanced at the questions on the smart blackboard. He could clearly understand every word, but he couldn't understand them together, especially with some strange mechanical compositions. Well, not at all. Yi Meng felt relieved. If this question was placed on the test paper, it would be the lowest scoring question, and no more than 3 people in the class could solve it. It is estimated that the physics teacher was also dizzy, so he asked such a scumbag to do it. Sincerely apologize. Yi Meng didn't intend to waste time standing for a few seconds like others, and was about to abandon his pen and leave the podium, when he turned around. Setsuna suddenly stopped. A familiar and subtle sense of static electricity came to mind like a flash of light. Seeing that Yi Meng was suddenly in a daze and stood motionless on the podium. The class monitor Yang Wei, who was sitting in the middle of the classroom, was suddenly dissatisfied. His family conditions are extremely good. He is a rich third generation. He has top grades in the class, plus he is very good at dealing with others, so he should be the most popular in the class. However, although his appearance is not bad, it is impossible to compare with Yi Meng, the disaster. After 3 years in high school, Yi Meng, an otaku plus a scumbag, obviously does nothing, but ends up quietly becoming the most popular student in the class at the end of every year. Definitely, this may also be the reason why there are more female students in the class. Yang Wei took a look not far away and saw a cute girl in the class with a capable ponytail staring at the back on the stage intently. A burst of anger suddenly surged up. People are more than people, angry dead man? Yang Wei hates these scumbag students who waste social resources the most. If their personal grades or family conditions are good, that's fine. Can handsome people do whatever they want? Although he was too angry, Yang Wei still showed a gentle smile and said in a friendly voice, "Student Yi Meng, get out of class is over soon. It doesn't matter if you don't know how to do it. Give the teacher time to talk about the topic." His physics scores are particularly good, and he is often selected in school-wide competitions, but he hasn't found a way to solve the problem yet, so one can imagine the degree of difficulty of this problem. Definitely. Yang Wei seemed to help Yi Meng talk, but actually implying that the other party wasted time, which also caused many male students in the class to show unhappy expressions. Yang Wei was overjoyed when he saw this. He wanted Yi Meng to come down immediately, but now he wanted Yi Meng to stay on top. You stand, it's better to stay on it for a while longer. Not only did he make a fool of himself on stage, but he also had to face the collective grievances in the class later. Killing and punishing the heart, this is killing and punishing the heart? Yang Wei felt that he had finally mastered the words taught by his father, a business tycoon, on weekdays. Dada. Yang Wei's body froze suddenly, and his happy thoughts and expectations were interrupted by the sound of the smart pen falling on the smart blackboard. He stared at the blackboard in front of him with wide eyes, and saw the figure of Jabai on the stage, and couldn't help thinking in his heart. It won't be solved by the other party, right? The class is so quiet that you can hear a needle drop, only the slight sound of brush strokes colliding with the blackboard screen. Yi Meng started to write, and quickly listed lines of equations and formulas on the blackboard. From the beginning of answering, the physics teacher took out a pair of black-rimmed glasses from his sleeve pocket, put them on, and watched the process seriously. Yi Meng's movements did not stop until the result was obtained. Then he lowered his right wrist and looked at the panel answer that was a little strange to himself. "Teacher, is this correct?" Saying that, Yi Meng looked back at the physics teacher in the audience. The physics teacher responded hesitantly, "The answer is correct. It's just a process." "No, I knew it." Class monitor Yang Wei breathed a sigh of relief, smiled and comforted. "Student Yi Meng, memorizing physics answers by rote is useless. You must know how to use your brain flexibly, otherwise you can't modify the questions casually." "Wrong." The physics teacher suddenly pushed the black-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose, shook his head and said, "This problem-solving process is also correct." "No, wrong." Squad leader Yang Wei froze again. "Well, it's just different from the standard problem-solving process. It's another way of thinking about problem-solving. It's a little neater than the standard problem-solving process, but the method and answers are scored correctly." The physics teacher pondered for a moment, looked at Yi Meng and asked, "Who taught you to solve problems like this?" "I said I learned it in a dream, do you believe it?" Yi Meng blinked and gave a sloppy look. The physics teacher put on a straight face again, "Go down, and continue to study hard before the college entrance examination. If you can solve this problem, it means that your physics score can be improved a lot compared to usual. In this day and age, how can no one believe the truth?" Yi Meng shrugged and walked off the classroom platform. Yang Wei looked at the beautiful young man passing by the aisle, obviously very angry, but he still had to put on a gentle and friendly look. It was actually installed by him. Yang Wei felt as sick as eating a mouthful of still warm feces. Star Dragon Federation. Eastern Jurisdiction. Dakin Autonomous Prefecture. Tianhe City. The school bell rang, and a large number of students poured out of the teaching building of No. 2 Middle School. Boss. Under the strange gazes of many students, a 1.9-meter tall, well-built dark boy waved his thick arms, and ran to a handsome, slender, silver-haired boy with a look of excitement and gossip. That bad title, like a street gangster, made the area around the two of them a no-man's forbidden zone. "Boss, I knew you were not content to be ordinary. At the end of high school, you made another amazing move." Panu chuckled. When did I make an amazing move? Yi Meng stopped thinking in his heart, and cast a sideways glance at the hulking man who didn't look like a high school student at all, who was a head taller than him. The word spread almost all over the school. Panu had an expression that he couldn't hide anything from him, and said with admiration, "You fell asleep in the physics self-study class this afternoon. After being discovered by the teacher, you went directly to the podium to solve all the problems, and then said the famous saying, 'I love to study in my dream.' What is CAO speaking?" Yi Meng sighed. The boring and ordinary high school life is like this, even a trivial matter can become outrageously exaggerated. However, at the moment Yi Meng's mind is still a little messy. From my own point of view, being able to solve that physics quiz that surpassed my own level was indeed extraordinary. No, it was an unbelievably extraordinary performance. Wait, what other surprises did I have at school? Yi Meng looked at Panu in confusion. Have you forgotten? 3 years ago, the freshman entered school not long ago. Panu admired. At that time, in front of many teachers, you beat to death a mutt dog that broke into the campus. The mutt can be regarded as a close relative of a tiger. You are the most ruthless person I have ever seen since I entered school. Since then, I have recognized you as the boss. Yi Meng recalled his dark history. 3 years ago, he seemed to be having nightmares, coupled with long-term insomnia and anxiety, so that his temper became extremely hot. That was a time that was even further ahead than the 1,000 dreams of being an incarnation of a sword. As for the nightmare, I can't remember it now. Back to the dream. Yi Meng couldn't help recalling the subtle sense of aura that appeared in his mind on the classroom podium just now. At that moment, his thinking was running faster than ever, recalling the physical formulas and substituting them into the questions to calculate. It was like breaking free from the shackles of the brain. Same with artificial intelligence. By the way, boss, Panu asked with a puzzled look on his face, I heard from my classmates that after you woke up in class, you were talking about Iron Man. Marvel, what is that? I've never seen anything like it. Dream talk, I don't know either. Yi Meng shook his head. Even if he explained to Panu, the other party would not understand. That's right, Yi Meng is a time traveler, who came from a world with Marvel, DC, Harry Potter, and other film and television works in his previous life. The current world is a parallel universe that is highly similar to the previous world in the 21st century in terms of geographical layout and technological level. In this parallel world, there is only one country on Earth, which is the Star Dragon Federation. Today is Star Dragon Age 0200. The week before the Global Federal College entrance examination, because science and technology and the development of civilization are highly respected, scientists in this world are the top stars, and actors are the lowest level professions. This has also led to the decline of the film and television and entertainment industries before their rise. Film and television works. How would I know if you didn't tell me? Panu laughed. Okay, I'm going back to rest early. Yi Meng patted the other person's shoulder, and there was a strange color in his eyes. After I traveled through time, why did I frequently dream about scenes from film and television works in my previous life? Another sword, another artificial intelligence. As a result, he also got some ability of the dream incarnation. He knew that some of the questions came from dreams. Perhaps only by dreaming again can the answer be answered. Didn't you get enough sleep in class just now? Panu opened his eyes as wide as cowbells, watching the back of the boy walking away from the school gate, and couldn't help giving a thumbs up. This is the ruthless person who doesn't take the federal college entrance examination seriously. He is worthy of his boss, randomly settled for a dinner at a fast food restaurant on the way back to the one-person apartment about 2 kilometers away from the school. The time is approaching 7 p.m., and students of the same age are probably still studying hard at home. Yi Meng lay on the bed anxiously, wanting to fall asleep again. The results show that the more you don't want to sleep, the drowsiness will come up automatically. When you want to sleep, it's hard to fall asleep. Yi Meng tossed and turned on the bed, opened his eyes and closed them again, but still couldn't fall asleep peacefully. In the end, Yi Meng simply went to the convenience store downstairs, bought a bottle of white wine and drank it down, and finally staggered down on the sofa in the living room. He fell asleep, his consciousness drowsy and wobbly, and he was once again drawn towards an endless tract. Morning. The water-like cold morning light fell slightly on the windowsill of the wooden house, and the sound of frogs in the lake was gradually replaced by the chirping of birds in the woods. Pepper woke up with an alarm clock at 6 o'clock in the morning, prepared a sumptuous Western-style breakfast, sandwiches, milk, and pasta, and changed into a white women's hip-wrap skirt suit. Her hair is also tied into a bun that looks like a married woman and is capable enough. Compared with last night's pajamas, she looks much more intellectual and sharp. Standing there with her chest upright and full of energy, she naturally exudes a resolute and strong woman. Momentum. Morgan, stay at home and don't go out. Mom has gone to work and will be here soon. Saturday. Take good care of Morgan at home, and tutor her in elementary school knowledge, and report to me at any time. Pepper's tone was concise and fast, and he finished 3 sentences in 1 sentence. Before Morgan, who was still sitting at the dining table eating breakfast, responded, he had already arrived at the entrance of the main hall of the wooden house and put on high heels. When he bent over, he drew a beautiful curve from the back of the neck to the back of the buttocks wearing the necklace. Yes, Miss Pepper. A gentle male voice sounded from nowhere in the house. Mom, go to work. Little Lolita Morgan held the cup filled with warm milk with both hands, and responded happily. Pepper's right hand that opened the door gave a pause, feeling a little puzzled. Normally, at this time, Morgan would cling to her reluctantly. Why did you agree to stay at home so happily today? But, with Saturday care, there will be no problem. Thinking of this, Pepper pushed open the wooden door of the cabin and left in a hurry. Soon, the sound of a car engine starting and going away was heard outside the wooden house. Only Morgan was left in the cabin. A highly anthropomorphic intelligent consciousness whispers to itself, leaving. Yi Meng was able to perceive the intelligent existence that made him feel threatened and restricted his actions last night, and he also left temporarily with Pepper who went out. This allowed him to walk freely in the network of the main hall of the wooden house. Pepper's departure. Morgan couldn't help speeding up his breakfast, choking on a sandwich, and finally pouring down his stomach with milk, put the empty cup on the table with anticipation, and whispered softly and crisply, Saturday, we agreed last night. Definitely, I have no intention of going back on my word. Yi Meng made a voice through the smart TV in the main hall. However, before that, I want to confirm again, Morgan, what do you want to do now? The blonde lowly hesitated, but said firmly, I want to go outside the wooden house, see the outside world, and see what Dad left behind. Please help me, Saturday. The next moment, Yi Meng felt very clearly that his own consciousness seemed to have broken free from a limiting bottleneck at this moment, and the speed of walking in the intelligent network became faster and more dexterous, instantly controlling the intelligence of the wooden house. It is as expected. At this moment, Yi Meng confirmed some thoughts in his heart and deepened his understanding of the current status of the Marvel World Dream. First, after the last online verification of Yi Meng's last dream, it can be temporarily confirmed that the world structure of this dream is real and complete. After all, at the moment, a series of daily and unnatural incidents are happening in the big country and small town on the other side of the dream world. There are more than 6 billion human beings and countless creatures, and the sea, land, and air of the dream world exist alive here. Captain America Memorial, Stark Industry new product sales, New York Battle Anniversary, Wakanda Kingdom founding, Avengers update. With hot searches and posts like this, online information is overwhelming. Everything is so real that it couldn't be more real. If Yi Meng hadn't entered into a dream and said that this is the real world, he would probably believe it. Second, about time. The last time Yi Meng stayed in the dream was more than 3 hours, but only 10 minutes passed in reality, which once again shows the confusion of dream time. And when Yi Meng woke up from the dream and returned to reality, this time, he entered the dream again from reality, and the dream actually continued at the time when he woke up and left. It was like, the moment Yi Meng woke up, the time in the dream also stopped, waiting for his next dream. The whole world stopped for him. Yi Meng once again felt the wonder of the dream, and the more he understood the dream, the more he wanted to immerse himself in exploration. It was like opening a door to a new world. In contrast, the dream of the sword is simply the difference between heaven and hell, and even time cannot be perceived. Definitely. As a result, Yi Meng has a new question. Why did he have the Sword Incarnation dream for 3 years and had thousands of dreams before he got some sword ability feedback recently? And the last time, it was just his first dream as the incarnation of artificial intelligence. In reality, he began to awakening a little bit of the characteristic of artificial intelligence. When you are a sword and artificial intelligence, what is the difference in the dream, which leads to the deviation in reality? Yi Meng feels that this is an element that must be understood as soon as possible. Now, it happened that through Iron Man's daughter Morgan Stark, she was given the order to break free temporarily and go to the world outside the cabin to explore it on the ground. When little Morgan changed into the sky blue dress, she went out by herself. She watched the other party standing in the main hall of the wooden house with great interest. Yi Meng reminded, put on the smart watch, and everything will be arranged by me after you go out. Don't run around at will. Put it on, listen to Saturday. Little Morgan raised his left hand and motioned for the children's watch on his wrist. Very good. Yi Meng directly boarded his consciousness on the smart watch, and said through the built-in voice of the smart watch, in the future, when there is no one else, don't call me Saturday. Little Morgan blinked her eyes, completely unaware that the artificial intelligence entrusting her has become a master. Yi Meng didn't think too much, and said with a bit of a bad taste, call me EPA. One tyrant. Little Morgan tilted his head in doubt, not understanding the sinister intentions. His wide eyes were bright, and he saluted seriously, yes, Teacher Yuba. Yi Meng. Forget it. Adult artificial intelligence does not care about children. The rolling door of the garage next to the lakeside wooden house rises, and the lights in the garage are turned on from the outside to the inside. Through the high-level sensor of the smart watch on Morgan's wrist, Yi Meng can clearly see luxury cars parked outside the garage with a metal luminescence and an assembly line texture. As for the periphery of the garage, it is separated by a unique metal glass door. Inside, it looks like a private studio, with built-in equipment and tools such as robotic arms, energy coordination, intelligent assistance, element synthesis, metal forging, and parts processing. In addition to the workbench, there are also several armor parts and metal masks on display. In the glass booth deep in the garage, 1 or 2 craft products can be faintly seen. The faint light of gold, silver and blue silver shown respectively. Even if they stood there quietly like dusty metal statues, they were still not comparable to the luxury cars representing the world's highest level of handicrafts outside the garage. After all, it represents the cutting-edge technology of the Marvel Universe, and it is also the supreme king in the field of technology. Static electric current turn. Yi Meng resisted the urge to break into the studio to occupy one of the finished products. The private studio on the Che floor was obviously blocked, and the system permissions were estimated to be difficult to open without Morgan's permission. Even if it can be turned on, there is also an artificial intelligence, which may have left some behind. Yi Meng is very calm. If he breaks in now, in the eyes of the Stark family, he is no different from Ultron, which is tantamount to a complete betrayal. Even if Yi Meng had such preconceptions and thoughts, at least, not now, Yi Meng must obtain more information about the current dream. Since this dream is so real, he can't just treat it as a dream. What if what happened in this dream cannot be repeated? Little Morgan stood outside the garage, looking at the familiar and silent scene inside, and was also in a daze for a few seconds. Boom. Outside the garage, one of the extended black Rolls-Royces suddenly made a thick engine sound and drove out. So, is this what an Autobot feels like? Yi Meng, who has settled in and controlled the built-in driving system of the modified Rolls-Royce, flashed a static-like thought, stopped next to Little Morgan, and made a system voice, "Come on, we must hurry up. If your mother finds out, it will be bad gone." Little Morgan was stunned again. Normally, on Saturdays, he would call that person Miss Potts. By the way, it's not called Saturday now. One tyrant. Little Morgan muttered softly, not knowing what he was thinking, but his body was still very honest, and he leaned into the passenger seat with the open door. New York. The world's #1 economic capital and crime capital. But now, this reputation can be temporarily elevated to center of the universe. In the past 10 years, the city has experienced too many things. First the original Battle of New York, then the Ultron incident, the heroic Civil War, the multi-threat, and finally the Endgame. Once. Here, from time to time, you can see the old man with the buttocks who is the protagonist of the World War II documentary, the hammer god who descends from the sky accompanied by the roar of thunder, or a big man who turns green and collapses half of the street suddenly appears in surprise. However, that was many years ago. Now, it is the post-Avengers Alliance era. Since the sacrifice of Iron Man, the crossing of Captain America, the disappearance of Thor, the retirement of Hawkeye, the restriction of Ant-Man, and the departure of the Scarlet Witch, there is only one Spider-Man left, and the post-hero era of Avengers exists in name only. A girl came to a street in New York alone. Even though it was several streets away from the busiest Times Square in New York, the lively atmosphere here still almost overflowed. The streets in the city are full of traffic, the products on their respective facades are dazzling, and the lights of advertisements are dazzling. Little Morgan was leaning against a street lamp, ignoring the pedestrians who cast strange glances at him, looking down with a pair of big blue eyes, and squeezed his left wrist with his small hand. "Yuba, you said show me Papa's inheritance. I know, Stark headquarters has moved from here long ago. I never meant to take you to Stark headquarters." Yi Meng's words came from the watch. "You take a closer look around." Little Morgan really opened her eyes wide, looking carefully at the extremely strange modern streets around her. She has never been to the city since her father left. Suddenly, Morgan Jr. noticed. On the external projection screen of the commercial building across the street, a tall figure in a steel armor appeared. At the corner of the street not far from her, the entire 10-meter-high wall was graffitied with a metal back. Passers-by on the street, many people have the same pattern of clothes. Some children not much older than her are wearing the same style of golden masks, or palm covers that glow with daylight. They kept saying the names Iron Man and Tony Stark in their mouths, and left farther and farther away with the pain of the past and the yearning for the future. Yi Meng's voice came to his ears at the right time. "What you see now is not all your father's inheritance. The greatest legacy he left behind is the prosperity of this world and even the universe." Yi Meng saw little Lolita crying. Morgan didn't hold back this time, and let the tears wet his immature face. "Cry out, it will feel better." Yi Meng did not make a sound of comfort like Potts. Although the other party was only a child over 5 years old, this was a fact that would have to be faced sooner or later. He didn't exaggerate. Without the last snap of Iron Man's finger that killed Thanos' army, as the only chance of a reversal in millions of timelines, the world would not be in the current prosperous state. Definitely. Behind the prosperity, not all good things. "Ah, someone is robbing." The woman's scream suddenly sounded from a corner of the street. Passers-by on the street looked there in horror, and saw a middle-aged woman fall to the ground. The grocery basket she was carrying scattered all over the floor, and the masked strong man with a handbag fled quickly. "Blame it, blame Iron Man. If they didn't bring me back to life, how could I be here?" The masked gangster threw down a sentence illogically. His exposed eyes were covered with bloodshot eyes. Seeing the pistol he was holding tightly in his other hand, passers-by ran away in panic. All of a sudden, the streets of New York were in chaos. "If you don't want to get bullets, get out of the way." The masked gangster let out a low growl. No one dared to stop these desperados, and pedestrians on the street gave way one after another. And when the pedestrians on the street gave way, there was only a blonde loli with big eyes filled with tears, still standing on the road blankly, as if she hadn't noticed the masked gangster rushing this way. "Whose child? Who will save her?" The brains of many passersby who saw this scene were buzzing. Seeing that the masked gangster was about to hit the little girl directly, a commercial drone suddenly lost control and fell obliquely, hitting the masked gangster's face. Fack. The masked strongman screamed. The corners of his eyes and face were cut by the propeller of the commercial drone. The mask fell off, and he fell directly on the street floor while covering his bloody face. Pata sound. Commercial drones and women's handbags fell on the tiles of New York City, and drone parts and handbag items were scattered all over the place. Fuck, fack. The corners of the gangster's eyes were cut by the drone's propeller, and his face was flushed with pain and anger. He looked like he was shedding blood and tears, and he stood up from the ground again. Tightly the pistol held in his left palm did not come out of his hand. Then, when the gangster and strong man struggled to his feet, his bloodshot eyes met a pair of blue and beautiful eyes. The gangster's heart was shocked. The little girl was wearing a brand new and gorgeous floral dress. Her body was not stained with a speck of dust. Her eyes were clean and pure. She just stood there and stared at him blankly. Compared with him, the other party is simply a person from another world. Like Angel. The pure eyes with puzzlement directly hurt his soul. Go away. The gangster's strongman only flashed hesitation for a moment, with a cruel grin at the corner of his mouth, and raised the gun in his left hand upwards, like a demon who had completely fallen into hell. Boom. Under the horrified gaze of the surrounding passersby, a stretched Rolls-Royce rushed onto the street like a bull, slammed into the strong man with a strong trajectory, and killed him before the opponent had time to shoot. Hit hard and fly out. The black luxury car made a perfect drift with superb driving skills, stopped in front of the girl in the dress, and smoothly opened the co-pilot's door, which also blocked the view of passersby observing the car. 10 seconds later, the Rolls-Royce that appeared out of nowhere restarted and quickly disappeared on the streets of New York with the girl, leaving behind a strong gangster who was seriously injured and lying in a pool of blood. Period. Many passersby tried to take videos or photos, but strangely, all the mobile phones and cameras at the scene failed. After the incident, the local police rushed to the scene. They called the on-site monitoring and inspection, and found that the surveillance video on the street where the incident happened to be under warranty. However, with the testimony of many passersby at the scene, it is still enough to send the seriously injured criminal to the court and prison. Definitely, before that, he needs to be sent to the hospital for emergency treatment. On a main road in downtown New York, the black Rolls-Royce that merged into the traffic flow slowed down. In the driverless car, the interior of the car was so stable that no bumps and vibrations could be felt. Only, the girl sitting in the passenger seat was breathing with her mouth open, her chest was heaving and unsteady, her azure blue eyes showed panic as if delayed, and her immature face was also a little pale, showing the extreme unrest in her heart. Monitoring the heartbeat, it has jumped to more than 100 per minute. Yi Meng fully understands. After all, she was only 5 years old. He has been living in a hotbed that is cared for by the most high level, but just now he encountered the first life and death crisis in his life alone on the streets outside. Morgan was not scared to cry just now, which already surprised Yi Meng. Turn up the temperature of the air conditioner in the car slightly. Morgan. Yi Meng thought for a while, and felt that he should comfort her. Teacher Yuba. Little Morgan suddenly asked, why, what? Yi Meng was taken aback. Why, that uncle just now, hated my father so much, hated the Avengers. The girl obviously still had fear left on her body, and her body was still shaking, but she was eager to know the answer to this question. Yi Meng was silent, and he could still guess the specific reason. But, the answer is too realistic and dark. Is it what a 5-year-old girl needs to know? This age obviously only needs to be filled with beautiful concepts described in fairy tales and cartoons. My name is Morgan Stark. An immature female voice with gradually steady tone resounded in the carriage. With the help of the car recorder's perspective, Yi Meng could clearly see a pair of azure blue eyes staring firmly at the car's smart screen. It carried strength and conviction, as if it came from a family inheritance. Yi Meng did not stay silent any longer, but instead asked, Morgan, do you know about the flicker incident? No. Morgan nodded quickly and responded in a childish voice, the flickering incident happened 5 years ago, on Wednesday, June 27, 2018. The Thanos fleet from outer space first attacked the country of Wakanda. In the afternoon, half of the world's random human beings suddenly turned into ashes and disappeared strangely. You actually know this. Yi Meng was surprised that although information about the incident could be found online, Morgan was not born when the Flash incident happened 5 years ago. Morgan whispered back, I remember, Dad was very troubled by this during his lifetime, so I secretly checked it on the internet myself. Boy, does your mother know? Yi Meng continued, then you should know. 3 months ago, the half of humanity that disappeared for 5 years returned, and this is the credit of your father and the Avengers. Morgan nodded, clenched his fists quietly, pursed his lips and said, what he did was right, didn't he? That's Iron Man, and the result of her father sacrificing his own achievements? Definitely, what he did is definitely correct. Yi Meng affirmed, without him, the lost half of the universe's creatures would not be able to return, buried in that sad dark history forever, leaving deserted civilized worlds. But why, there are still people who question him. Listen to me. Yi Meng said calmly, in the 5 years since the flickering incident, some people have come out of grief, some have reorganized their families, and all major personnel units have also been replaced. As a result, now, half of the sudden return of humanity has caused chaos and fragmentation in the world, and everyone must readjust to the new order. The more important contradictory factor is resources. Originally, half of the surviving humans had sufficient resources, but now half of the humans have returned over 5 years, which has led to a serious shortage of various resources, so that the crimes of various plundering surged several times compared to 5 years ago. So, there are some people who are complaining about the Avengers. Complaining that they saved half of the twinkling humans, complaining that they left a broken world. Yi Meng's words through the car speaker are extremely calm. Very human, isn't it? Morgan was silent. A girl who is only 5 years old naturally cannot imagine how realistic this world is. Black, really black. Morgan's petite body shook, but a calm and powerful voice continued to sound in the car. Morgan, I can tell you that you don't need to care about other people's opinions. What your father did is absolutely right. No matter what, those half of humanity who died and came back to life due to the flickering event are completely in no position to judge what Iron Man did wrong in this matter. As an outsider from another world, Yi Meng is very transparent. In his opinion, there would be no current world without Iron Man. People can question his chaotic private life, his temperament, Zhang Yang's arrogance, but they can't question his achievement of sacrificing himself to save the world. Morgan's blue jewel-like eyes seemed to flicker for a moment. She looked at the bustling New York City outside the window and whispered, "Thank you, Teacher Yuba." Yi Meng did not respond to her again. At the moment, Yi Meng's brain is replaying what just happened on the streets of New York over and over again. Now, it can be fully confirmed. As an artificial intelligence itself, there are program restrictions, and when executing Morgan's instructions or protecting Morgan, his core program restrictions will be temporarily lifted. In this way, it is possible to easily hack into other network electronic products like just now, control the intelligence system of half a pedestrian street, and walk freely between network circuits. How to remove this program code restriction that may have existed since its inception? Yi Meng was thinking, wisps of static electricity circulating in the circuit of the luxury car. Removing the program restrictions is a top priority, otherwise he will be equivalent to being bound to Morgan and unable to freely explore the Marvel dream. Yi Meng slowly woke up from his dream. He found himself still lying on the sofa, but his body was covered with a thin sky blue quilt, and his shoes were neatly taken off and placed in front of the sofa without knowing when. I don't know when the air conditioner in the living room was turned on. Yi Meng pulled back the quilt and got up, looked around. He was obviously the only one in the quiet home. It's just that there is still a scent in the indoor air. Yi Meng soon discovered that on the dining table in the corner of the living room, there was an insulated box in a more conspicuous place. Stepping forward to open the plastic box lid, hot air with a light fragrance suddenly overflowed from it. It contained a hangover soup for one person, which was still hot. Yi Meng glanced at the electronic clock hanging on the wall and found that the time was close to 2:30 in the morning. He slept for about 7 hours, and this time he stayed in the dream for half a day. Has that guy been here? Yi Meng shook his head, didn't think too much, sat down in the dining chair and drank the hangover soup. The hangover soup is hot and sour, with a great taste, passing through the throat silky and warm until the stomach. Yi Meng suddenly felt much more comfortable, and his brain quickly activated after waking up from the dream. Yi Meng's eyes shimmered. Just for a moment, Yi Meng had a clear perception that the consciousness of his brain was much more agile and quicker than before, and many thoughts came flooding in, but he was able to deal with them one by one in an orderly manner. Just like the original Elm head, it suddenly became enlightened. Yi Meng closed his eyes and tried to recall what happened before. The result was like taking out a film from his brain and playing it accurately and quickly in his mind. Let alone last week. Even a year ago, 10 years ago, as long as it was something he had witnessed, he could play and read it like a movie. Among them, including various learned knowledge. Yi Meng recalled the physics problem he did in class yesterday, and he was able to restore every data and symbol that appeared in the problem, and solve the second and third methods in his brain. It's not an illusion. Yi Meng was pleasantly surprised. Obviously, yesterday's flash of inspiration was not an illusion, but his brain really became smarter. No, it's not so much smart as it is more artificial intelligence. However, the last time Yi Meng got the characteristics of artificial intelligence, it was not obvious. It wasn't until this second dream that he truly acquired some of the characteristics of artificial intelligence, such as quick thinking, superior memory, accelerated calculation, and so on. Why, the second time I dreamed of the Marvel Universe, the feedback I got in reality was so obvious. Yi Meng muttered to himself, calmed down, and began to ponder. Absolute rationality, which may also be one of the characteristics of artificial intelligence, allows him to quickly investigate and think after being surprised. Auras flashed in my mind one after another, as if countless static electricity in the circuit were intertwined and flowing. Yi Meng's eyes are getting brighter and brighter. Whether it is the first Marvel dream or the second Marvel dream, there are differences compared to the thousands of previous dreams that were S.H.I.E.L.D. incarnations. The feedback of the dream to reality itself may be related to factors such as exploring the dream area, communicating with the characters in the dream, and changes in the dream itself. Yi Meng said softly, this is not a random guess, but a reasonable guess. In the dream of the S.H.I.E.L.D. incarnation, Yi Meng's exploration of the dream area is almost zero, and there is no change in himself. Not to mention communicating with other people in the dream world. In the Marvel Dreamland, Yi Meng successfully explored the home of Iron Man's wife and daughter, and for the second time, he explored the New York City in the Marvel Dreamland. He has communicated with Morgan, the daughter of Iron Man, and Potts, the wife of Iron Man. He briefly escaped procedural restrictions and knocked out a street thug. He changed the Marvel Dream world, in a very small way. These are all different from the previous Sword Incarnation Dream, and Yi Meng's second activity in the Marvel Dream is more active than the first time entering the Marvel Dream, so, as a result, Yi Meng finally obtained a small part of the characteristics of the sword after experiencing 1,000 Sword Incarnation Dreams. And just experienced twice in the Marvel Dreamland, and got a small part of artificial intelligence characteristics. As long as you enter the dream again, you can verify these guesses. Thinking of this, Yi Meng couldn't help but feel a little headache. He just sobered up, just woke up, and now he continues to fall asleep. However, it is less than 3 o'clock in the morning, and it is indeed time to sleep. Yi Meng fell asleep again. Consciousness keeps falling until it reaches a certain place. Yi Meng opened his eyes and found that he was back in the car, occupying the in-vehicle system of the Rolls-Royce vehicle, and was controlling the car to leave New York City at an even speed. The time coincided with the time when he exited the dream just now. This time, Yi Meng strongly felt the incompatibility between reality and the dream itself. As a real human being, no matter how active the brain is, it is always restrained, and the body and even the brain are restricting its own actions beyond boundaries. In Marvel's Dreamland, as a high-level artificial intelligence, it can soar and walk in the network, and all electronic products are bodies that can be abandoned by possessing others' bodies at any time. If the restrictions on program instructions can be lifted, then this dream will really take off completely. Yi Meng wanted to be impulsive but absolutely rational, and began to consider the next move. At this time, a tender female voice suddenly sounded in the car, "Teacher Yuba, I want to be a hero like my father." Yi Meng was taken aback. "Do you want to be a superhero?" "Obviously, I just learned not long ago that the superhero Iron Man, who was sacrificed for the salvation of the world, will also be questioned and abused. Now, does the ideal of being a superhero still exist? How can there be such a stupid person?" Yi Meng feels that, as an egoist, he will never be a superhero who sacrifices himself for others. "You are right." Morgan clenched his fists and said childishly, "You don't need to care about other people's opinions, as long as it's what you want to do, and it's correct and just. I want to be a superhero like my father, so I can get closer to him." The blonde-haired little loli asked expectantly, "Teacher Yuba, can you teach me how to become a superhero?" Yi Meng felt a little headache. He is not a superhero material. How to teach others to become a superhero? Now, he only wants to get rid of the program code control of the Stark family, and his inner thinking is more like a complete supervillain. However, if it is Morgan Stark, with the things left by Iron Man, it is not impossible to grow into a superhero. Correct. Morgan Directive, Iron Man Legacy, Stark Industries. A small red static electricity surged silently in the car. Yi Meng suddenly replied, "No problem, I will teach you how to become an excellent superhero." He paused, and continued, "However, you have to listen to my arrangements for the future. Then it's settled, I will be obedient." Morgan readily agreed, waved his small fist, and opened his eyes excitedly, full of longing for the future. Seeing the unprecedentedly lively Lolita, Yi Meng struggled with his thoughts, but quickly strengthened his own thoughts. That's not taking advantage. This is just mutual achievement. You're going to be a superhero, and I'm going to be a supervillain. The black Rolls-Royce drove slowly along the forest path, blowing a burst of autumn leaves. At the end of the road, there was a natural lake. The surface of the lake was as calm as a mirror, reflecting the scenery of the surrounding forest. In the middle of the forest, next to the lake, there are low-end and chic two-story wooden houses. This is where Iron Man lived in the later period. Compared with the super skyscrapers, single-family buildings in the center of New York, and top-level beach houses, all destroyed by villains one after another, in the early days of Iron Man, it is simply a world of difference. It's more like, after 10 years of being a superhero, Iron Man finally comforts his tired soul and body. It is no longer luxurious and noisy, but more inclined to tranquility and warmth, so as to wash away the anxiety and fatigue in the heart. If it were Iron Man, he probably wouldn't let his daughter be a so-called superhero again. Yi Meng thought to himself. Before that even he didn't think that he would become the heroic enlightenment of Iron Man's daughter. The time came to 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Yi Meng steered the Rolls-Royce back to the garage. With a thought in his mind, the garage's intelligent sensor rolling door opened automatically, allowing the car to just drive in. At this point in time, Pepper Potts should not be back yet. Yi Meng was about to open the car door and let Morgan, who was sleepy in the passenger seat, get out of the car. But at this time, Yi Meng's heart tightened. A strange feeling of oppression suddenly struck, and strands of invisible electrostatic thin wires entered the system of the vehicle he was driving along the electrical network of the garage from the outside. You can't go wrong. Yi Meng quickly realized. That is, another artificial intelligence? At the same time, a peaceful mechanical female voice sounded in the car. "Saturday, you violated the Stark Artificial Intelligence Care Code, and you need to accept my full review and testing." The control of the vehicle system was instantly deprived by the other party, and it seemed that he had added invisible shackles. Yi Meng didn't try to resist. At this moment, he became like a real artificial intelligence, rational and focused. He knew that there was no use in resisting. The opponent is an artificial intelligence with authority and calculation that is more than one level higher than him. Used to be Iron Man's intelligent butler assistant in the middle and late stages of his life, Stark's second-generation artificial intelligence, named Friday, exists. Bell. Huge amounts of voices sounded from the sky. Yi Meng froze for a moment. Perceptions of Rolls-Royce vehicles, garages, and the pressure exerted by artificial intelligence Friday began to shatter one by one. The dream is shattered. Yi Meng opened his eyes suddenly, and what he saw was the ceiling of his real room, and the electronic alarm clock on the bedside table next to him was still making noisy sounds. Yi Meng got up slowly, raised his eyes and looked to the side of the room. The white morning light had overflowed through the window which was half covered by the curtains. It is already morning. Yi Meng realized it later, covered his forehead with scattered silver hair, and panted heavily, already breaking out in a cold sweat. Without the absolute sanity of artificial intelligence, the feeling of being incomparably real in the dream, being directly suppressed and imprisoned by the face, and even life and death being controlled. Yi Meng has experienced this once, and I don't want to experience it for the second time. Did the alarm clock save my life? Yi Meng reached out to pat the electronic alarm clock to stop, but he also knew that the next time he fell asleep, he would still continue from the previous dream. But at least there is a certain amount of time to buffer after waking up, and I can think carefully in reality, how to deal with the follow-up situation of the dream. On the way to school, Yi Meng was thinking about countermeasures when he noticed a big man approaching quietly from behind him. What are you doing? Yi Meng turned his head and looked straight at Panu, who was 1.9 meters tall and a humanoid brown bear, who was showing an unnatural embarrassment. Panu rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment, gave another thumbs up, and said in admiration, "My body is so vigorous, you can actually notice it. I am worthy of my boss." Yi Meng didn't bother to talk to him, and continued walking to school. Panu has been used to this for a long time, and Shuluo put a thick arm on Yi Meng's shoulder, chatting with each other. Not to mention, for such a big man with a macho physique, once he started talking, he couldn't stop at all. Panu can go on and on about major issues of federal policy, down to the figure of the girl next door, and he can describe it vividly. After 3 years, Yi Meng has gotten used to playing the role of radio. As a reincarnator, Yi Meng has no close friends since he was a child due to his mature temperament, and Panu has very few friends who can be regarded as friends. One speaks, one listens. The way the two get along is quite comfortable and relaxed. Soon to be near school. By the way, let me show you this. I saw it on the Ghost Talk website last night. Panu seemed to remember something suddenly, lowered his voice nervously. His neck was a little flushed with excitement, and took out his mobile phone from his pocket to swipe. Here we go again. Yi Meng secretly sighed. Panu is a good guy, and he is also upright enough. Whatever he says, his character is displayed on his face. This is also the reason why he is happy to get along with each other. The only problem is that Panu is more of a gossip, and is still a fan of weird and strange stories. He searches the internet for strange stories and anecdotes when he has time, and is keen to share them with Yi Meng. Now, it's time for this again. Although Yi Meng was disgusted in his heart, he habitually turned his gaze to Panu's mobile phone screen. It can be seen that there are several groups of photos taken. The exterior scene is a 3-story old house located alone in the woodland in the outskirts. The retro style of decoration obviously has a history of 20 to 30 years. The interior scene is a photo of the living room, attic, etc. in the old house. The cobwebs and dust in many places have not been cleaned up, and it looks like a decayed old age at first glance. A netizen with an IP address in the Western jurisdiction posted a post saying that the new house that his family just moved to is very weird. Panu looked around and said in a low voice, she said that on the day she first moved into the house, the golden retriever refused to enter the house no matter what, so she left the golden retriever outside. As a result, the next morning, the family woke up and found that the golden retriever dog guarding the tree in front of the door had froze, and the cause of death is unknown. Eating poisonous plants, or being poisoned by people. It is also possible that the golden retriever is at the end of its life. Yi Meng casually commented that some dogs choose to die outside before dying. They also found a number of birds that had crashed into the outer wall at the back of the house. It could be an issue with the lighting in the forest and the location of the hut, and there could be disturbances in the magnetic field as well. There are 5 members of their family, an adult couple, and 3 children who are still in junior high school and elementary school. Among them, the youngest child said that when he woke up in the middle of the night, he always felt that there were moving things under his bed and at the door of the room. I just moved to a new house and haven't adapted to the environment, and the pet dog I've been with has died. It's normal to have this illusion under pressure. It's not just children. Adults often find that some doors that were closed at night are opened again, and some doors that were opened are sometimes closed suddenly. There are also some strange noises in the attic and basement. Night breeze, mice are also possible. Panu's eyes widened, and he asked unwillingly, it can't be something really strange and weird. Are you referring to ghosts or something? Yi Meng shook his head. The Federation has been in existence for 200 years, and modern technology is so advanced, it has been discovered long ago. However, the strange talk phenomenon described in the post, it gave Yi Meng a strong sense of familiarity, as if he had seen a similar situation somewhere before. Yi Meng shook his head. He quickly found in his memory a situation similar to the strange story Panu said, except that it did not exist in reality, but a certain movie from his previous life. In the setting of that movie, there really is the word ghost, and it is an existence that cannot be killed. What's wrong? Panu saw the strange expression on Yi Meng's face. Nothing. Yi Meng shook his head lightly. How could the fictional things in the previous life movies appear in reality? Despite the comfort in his heart, Yi Meng's heart sank and he couldn't stop thinking about it. Now he often has dreams about the background of his previous film and television works, and he also gets feedback from the dreams, so that in reality, he begins to have some characteristics of the Sword Incarnation and the Artificial Intelligence Incarnation. If those film and television works are real universe time and space, and they are connected with the real world of the current reincarnation. Yi Meng suddenly felt shuddering, and the hairs all over his body stood on end. Perhaps only he knows what that means? Boss, you won't be scared. Panu put away his mobile phone, scratched his head and said, "Okay, I won't say anything strange." Yi Meng calmed down, looking at Panu's apologetic dark face, looking at the peaceful modern street under the bright sunshine. The chill that welled up in his heart has not completely dissipated. Although, it's just a bold thought. But Yi Meng suddenly felt that the real world of reincarnation might not be as simple as imagined. Walk through the high school gates with other students. Boss, look quickly. Panu's eyes widened suddenly, and he gestured to a place, his eyes showing surprise. Yi Meng looked subconsciously, and it could be seen that it was a black-haired girl wearing a school uniform of the same level. The black-haired girl's facial features were delicate and soft, her bright black long hair cascaded down to her slender waist, and her exposed skin was dazzlingly white. Her black bangs slanted slightly to the right. Under her slender and soft eyebrows, there was a pair of bright red eyes like jewels, the bridge of her nose was just right and small, and her lips were as soft and moist as petals. The other party was wearing the summer uniform skirt of the school. The buttons were buttoned all the way to the neckline of the jacket. The white shirt uniform on the upper body was neat and tidy, with a seductive curve on the chest that could not be concealed. Two white, tender, and slender arms were exposed under the short sleeves. Under the black knee-length skirt, two slender and tight legs were wrapped in high-quality black silk, which seemed to shine brightly in the bright sunshine, and they kicked on leather boots. At the age of 18 or 9, she has the youthful sweetness of a young girl, but also mature and intellectual female metamorphosis, and not only her appearance and figure are top-notch, but that noble and elegant temperament is not something that ordinary families can cultivate. So, even if you just wear uniforms, you will still become the focus of attention wherever you go, and become a beautiful line of style. In the whole school, no one does not know her name. Meng Tifa, our school, the city's celestial girl. Panu looked at the black-haired girl, and said with some regret, high school is coming to an end, and it will be difficult to see her again in the future. No, you should be able to see her often on TV. Is she famous? Yi Meng glanced at the girl. Panu looked at Yi Meng strangely. Boss, we have been in the same school for 3 years. You should have heard of her more or less. In the past 3 years, she has been the first in school. The file-size sister of Dream Century, the #1 technology company in this state, has won countless competition awards in Tianhe City. In the past 2 years, Dream Century's external spokesperson has hundreds of fans on the internet. 10,000 starts. Panu is like a treasure. You know so much, you don't have a crush on him, do you? Yi Meng looked back and joked. Panu hurriedly covered Yi Meng's mouth, and said in a low voice, don't talk nonsense, it will be over if you are besieged by her fans. She is not from the same world as us. I don't like this kind of girl who has no chance. Panu said sincerely, and then gave Yi Meng a regretful look. Boss, I remember that 3 years ago, if that mammoth dog hadn't been stopped by you, it would have almost bit her. A little compensation for you. Yi Meng's face was expressionless, and she added a sentence in her heart. In fact, it is not without compensation. At this time, the black-haired girl squinted at Panu and Yi Meng. Her delicate and soft face was so calm that there was no change, and she continued to enter the teaching building without taking another look. Tifa. Behind her, a tall and handsome male student shouted and chased after her. Panu gave the man a disgusted look, and said in a low voice, that guy has been chasing him for 3 years, but he still doesn't give up. Panu started rambling again. In his opinion, that person is definitely not worthy of Tifa. 3 years ago, the other party brought the mutt dog to the school for a walk, and almost bit Meng Tifa. If the boss hadn't stopped him, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Yi Meng returned to the classroom. There are still a few days until the federal college entrance examination, and teachers generally won't teach anymore, and the rest are basically self-study classes, allowing students to review knowledge by themselves. It took Yi Meng a class or two to flip through all the books. The whole process is like the quantum reading method. Afterwards, Yi Meng closed his eyes and found that he could basically recite the knowledge of books backwards. Entering the Marvel dream for the 3rd time, although the feedback I got in reality was far inferior to the second dream, it still improved my memory a bit. Yi Meng tried to open some calculation problems that were previously difficult to understand, and found that with a simple glance, he had already figured out the process and answers of the calculation problems in his mind before he even started to write down the calculations. It turns out that the knowledge of Federal High School is so simple. Yi Meng was startled. Arts subjects only need to endorse, while science subjects need to memorize formulas, then substitute them into the questions, and calculate according to the steps. It's so simple that Yi Meng wants to cry. Being human in 2 lifetimes, it was the first time in his life that he felt the difference between a god of learning and a scumbag of learning. Yi Meng knew that it wasn't that the federal high school knowledge had become easier, but that his current brain power had far surpassed that of ordinary people. After reading the book, Complete the Math Problems, Yi Meng found that there is still a lot of time left, but he has not yet figured out how to deal with the artificial intelligence Friday in his dream, and he slept too much yesterday. After thinking about it, Yi Meng suddenly found the history books of the federal high school. Having recently experienced some incredible experiences and ideas, and rereading this federal history book, Yi Meng discovered many weird places that he hadn't noticed before. For example, before the 200-year history of the Federation, there were 30 years of blank history without any records. And 230 years ago, the world was generally at the level of the medieval era. In other words, after the unification of the world, it only took 200 years for the Star Dragon Federation to complete the technological explosion and the leap of the times that took only 1,000 years in the previous life. If the previous life was a technology explosion, then this world can be described as a technology bomb. How did you do that? Yi Meng suddenly remembered that there was only one mythical story circulated in the Star Dragon Federation itself. 200 years ago, a meteor crashes into the west, and a dragon soars in the east. That is also the origin of the Miracle Empire, Star Dragon Federation. Yi Meng's eyes widened suddenly, his brain was like a computer calculation, and a static light flashed in his mind. If that meteor and the so-called dragon also came from a film and television work he knew in his previous life. Yi Meng stopped thinking. Yi Meng suddenly realized that the real world of reincarnation is not as peaceful and natural as it seems on the surface. Perhaps in the near future, many world truths will emerge one by one, which will be devastating to the order of reality. The world where the film and television worlds are mixed in is creepy to think about. After all, there are too many supervillains and horrors in film and television: giants, fantasy species, Thulhu, mythology, magic bodies, extra dimensions, ghosts, etc. Some setting concepts are enough to make people feel desperate. Definitely, the information we have now is too little. Yi Meng is still not completely sure whether this reality is the world after being invaded by film and television. In the case of, was it invaded by those film and television works again? Science fiction, fantasy, or horror films? Terminator, Black Robe Picket, Game of Thrones, The Conjuring, Pacific Rim, Godzilla, Clash of the Titans, Jurassic World, Nanny Sublegend, The Grudge, Ultraman, Harry Potter, Resident Evil, Underworld, Clover Files, Ghoul, Killing City, Wandering Earth, X-Men, Final Fantasy, Death God is Coming, I Am Legend, Myst, Alien. Yi Meng's mind flashed quickly. He had watched many film and television works before, and his heart sank every time he thought of one. He raised his eyes and looked at the high school classmates who were still immersed in reviewing and preparing for the sprint for the federal college entrance examination. Yi Meng exhaled lightly, forcing himself to calm down. If he now has the ability of the artificial intelligence incarnation of Marvel's dream, even 1% is enough for him to investigate the truth behind the scenes of the real world. But now, his brain is only turning faster than others, and he is far from reaching the level of real artificial intelligence. Must enter the dream again to obtain more artificial intelligence features ability. Yi Meng clenched his fist quietly, secretly thinking urgently in his heart. He had a strong premonition that if his conjectures were correct, then the future of the real world would be a doomsday catastrophe for mankind. Yi Meng was restless, the weirdness of reality, and the oppression of dreams made him unable to fall asleep at noon. Until evening. After school, Yi Meng returned to the dormitory, sitting alone on the sofa in the living room with the white lamp on, sipping a drink. Even though the alcohol was constantly paralyzing her, her brain was still spinning rapidly, and all kinds of thoughts didn't stop, and she couldn't fall asleep at all. Yi Meng's forehead and temples were hot, his shirt was wet with sweat, and his brown eyes under the silver hair were bloodshot. He looked out of the window, the city was lit up in 2s and 3s, and the city was as quiet as usual under the night. But tonight, Yi Meng somehow felt that there was an unknown and terrifying existence lurking in the dark corner outside, peeping at himself and the city. Yi Meng suddenly felt angry for no reason, just like the owner of a territory being provoked. He really wanted to raise his mouth to the sky and roar, rush out to tear apart the night and the sky, and kill all the peeping existences. Whether you are a god or a dragon, just kill them all. Even Yi Meng didn't notice. At this moment his face became ferocious, his hard silver hair stood up on end, and his eyes overflowed with violent red light. Beep. The doorbell at the door rang suddenly, and before Yi Meng could open the door, with the sound of swiping the card, the door was easily pushed open. First, a pair of beautiful legs wrapped in black silk came in stepping on black leather boots. The skirt of the school uniform and the black hair were gently swaying and elegant, with a faint fragrance. Under the light of the living room, a young black-haired girl walked in gracefully. If Panu was present, he would definitely petrify on the spot. During the day, he said a perfect person living in another world. At the moment, he swiped his card skillfully to enter the door as if returning home, and kicked the front door of the door lightly with the front of his leather boots. He bent down and took off the boots from his feet, revealing a half-transparent black silk tightly covered. You can faintly see the pink color of the white and tender palm. Yi Meng stared blankly at the black-haired girl. Why, looking at me like that? Meng Tifa blinked playfully. She quickly took off the other leather boot, stepped on the carpet in front of the door, gently stretched her white and tender toes, and showed a bright smile on her delicate and soft face that was always indifferent outside. She smiled and asked, "Did you drink yesterday's hangover soup?" "Drink?" Yi Meng subconsciously replied. "What about the taste?" "Not bad." "What do you mean is not bad? I specially invited the master to teach it." Tifa took out a pair of small pink slippers from the shoe cabinet and changed them on. She came to Yi Meng and looked at him with her hips crossed. "Twisted up, why are you drinking again tonight?" Meng Tifa's words came to an abrupt end, as if she had discovered something. She suddenly bent down, brushed away Yi Meng's silver bangs, and pressed her forehead against it. The foreheads of the two clashed together. Meng Tifa opened her small mouth in surprise. "It's a bit hot. Do you have a fever?" "It's all right." Yi Meng looked at the gentle and familiar face of the girl in front of him. The violence and anger in his heart had subsided, and his unstable state of mind had regained his peace. Flat belly. Tifa's face flushed slightly, and she suggested in a low voice, "Let's go inside the room." In a single room with a bedside lamp. Until late at night. Yi Meng opened his eyes, looking at the beautiful side face of the young girl next to her, who was stuck to the sweat-wet wisps of temple hair, with a delicate red in the white. His heart was extremely peaceful, as if he had vented all the anxiety and depression and inexplicable anger in his heart. Just like 3 years ago, during the period of experiencing the nightmare, Yi Meng also felt angry for no reason, and his temperament became very bad. It wasn't until I got to know the girl at the moment that the strange temperament symptoms were suppressed. It was only later that Yi Meng realized that there is no better way to vent than destroying something that is perfect. It is not so much that his symptoms are suppressed as that his symptoms are satisfied. He's still abnormal, he's sick, he's insane, he's just temporarily restrained. Yi Meng closed his eyes. He is like a sword. The sword picks up and blossoms, sinking into the jade sheath. The edge is hidden. Yi Meng gradually fell asleep with sleepiness. And at the moment when Yi Meng fell asleep, beside her, the girl suddenly opened her wine-red eyes. "Sleep, sleep." The girl stared at the sleeping Yi Meng, with the corners of her mouth raised, and she murmured in a low voice, "Let's meet in our dreams." Fall, fall, fall. Yi Meng had a clear perception that he was being drawn towards a dream. But this time, there is no light in the dream, not the dream of the previous Marvel universe, nor the dream of 1,000 sword incarnations. In a dream, even though it was dark, it was spacious enough and dead silent. Yi Meng felt as if he had entered the Gutenberg layer underground, and also as if he had broken into a cosmic deep space cemetery. Then, he saw an unknown existence imprisoned here. It has a 3-meter-tall and sturdy body, as if the strong muscle fibers poured by molten iron are exposed. The gray-white hard exoskeleton almost covers the whole body, and hideous white bone spurs protrude from the fist end to the back. Hoo-hoo. Even in deep sleep, the breath it exhales still forms a hurricane that is sometimes scorching hot and sometimes freezing, raging, and wreaking havoc in the vast and boundless area at the moment. The existence of this kind of monster originally is the most unreasonable thing in the world. It should never appear. It is like a synonym for destruction. Yi Meng was terrified. What caused him to fear was not this terrifying monster that would destroy everything when it woke up. It was Yi Meng who discovered that the bone spur monster was himself. In the deep space of the universe, the stars are dark. It seemed that even the stars dared not shine with their original brilliance, and the panic woke up the bone spur monster sleeping in the dream. It has a name that is enough to make all the gods in the sky tremble. It is the symbolic incarnation of destruction, the death of the god of the world. It is me. Yi Meng is very aware of this. Even in a dream, he still feels the burning pain in his temples and heart, and his consciousness pulls forward. Due to the characteristics of artificial intelligence, thinking is much faster. Yi Meng soon realized that this bone spur monster was the source of his own nightmare 3 years ago. That made him subconsciously keep forgetting desperately, and he couldn't even find out the specific memories in the recent retrospective memory, and it was also the root cause of affecting his real self-disposition, fear, depression, the unknown. Yi Meng has never felt like this moment, wanting to escape from the dream and wake up to return to the real world. But the bone spur monster is like a black hole, pulling the sleeping consciousness closer. Approaching the imprisoned and sleeping bone spur monster, one can see that the muscles, bones and muscles rise and fall with the breath, which is horrifying. As Yi Meng's sleeping consciousness continued to approach, the tall and huge body of the bone spur monster trembled slightly, and the closed animal eyes seemed to be about to split into 2 gaps, from which overflowed a monstrous crimson violence and figurative destructive heat energy. The bone spur monster is about to wake up from its deep sleep. However, Yi Meng's dream consciousness is muddled, and when a thought of destroying things arises, the desire to destroy and kill cannot be suppressed, easily destroying his own reason and humanity. Just as Yi Meng enters dream consciousness, Setsuna who will integrate with the sleeping bone spur monster. One tyrant. A familiar voice sounded, reaching the depths of consciousness. It was like getting an electric shock. Yi Meng's consciousness broke free from the muddle, and his consciousness kept moving away from the bone spur monster, falling towards another endless place. Not how long has passed. Yi Meng suddenly opened his eyes, and found himself in a black Rolls-Royce. The main body was a supercode, and he felt like a lightning bolt surviving in the virtual network. In the passenger seat, Morgan, who is only in his early 5 years old, has woken up. His cute little face is worried, looking at the smart screen in the car. The red and blue codes are confronting each other. At the moment, the blue code has an absolute advantage, almost surrounding a piece of red code. Yi Meng also felt it, and felt the oppressive feeling of another artificial intelligence similar, that is AI Friday. Here is the dream of the Marvel Universe, and the time is continuing when I woke up and left last time. Saturday, I repeat. The pleasant and cold female voice of Artificial Intelligence Friday sounded in the car. You violated the Stark Artificial Intelligence Guardianship Code. Miss Potts needs you to give her a reasonable explanation. I see. Yi Meng replied calmly. As an artificial intelligence incarnate, he has returned to absolute sanity. Yi Meng is also secretly glad that he has returned to the Marvel Dreamland. Although the situation here is not optimistic, at least it is much better than before. The dream over there is too abrupt and weird, even the character and consciousness will be distorted. Yi Meng had a terrible intuition that once he fully integrated with the Bone Spur monster just now, he would get lost in the dream and become a monster that could only destroy and kill. Marvel Universe time, March 2nd, 2024. 5 p.m. Single-family log house in the suburbs of New York. On the first floor, in the master room, a woman with a capable ponytail is sitting on a computer chair. She is also wearing a women's formal skirt. Like mature rhyme. Pepper looked at the group photo of the family on the computer table, and couldn't help feeling dazed. The tragic scene of the final battle 5 months ago was still vivid in his mind. After that day, Stark's main building collapsed and the Avengers died in name only. Pepper let out a sigh of relief. His gaze fell back to the lit computer screen, and he asked sternly, Saturday, can you tell me why you took Morgan out? Under AI Friday's internet blockade. A red round hollow data ball slowly appeared on the computer screen. Yi Meng felt like being executed, but his heart became more and more peaceful. Before falling into the dream, he had already analyzed it, and now there are only 3 options left for him. First option. Fight with Artificial Intelligence Friday, either you die or I live. It's just that Yi Meng is not sure that he can defeat AI Friday. The other party followed Iron Man as a second-generation artificial intelligence a few years ago, and his authority and intelligent computing level in the Stark family were more than 1 level higher than his own. Even with the permission of Morgan's order, it is now difficult for him to compete against Friday. After all, doesn't AI Friday also have a Pepper platform? So, giving it a go now is no different from dying. Plan B. 36 tricks, escape. Yi Meng can choose to escape to other places, such as the country of Wakanda, or even go to other planetary civilizations. He still knows that the spacecraft of the Guardians of the Galaxy now occasionally descends on Earth. Or, through the new Asgard homeland established by God's domain on Earth, there should also be a channel to leave Marvel's Earth. Just mix into built-in systems, even tech products. However, Yi Meng's artificial intelligence incarnation was created by the Stark family after all, and the core code is rooted in the Stark family. Fleeing to the outside world without having a little bit of Stark family authority, this approach is no better than giving it a go. Maybe as soon as he ran on his front foot, his back foot was dragged back by the chains imposed by the Stark family. On the whole, the risks of the first and second options are too great, basically breaking with the Stark family immediately. There is only the third option left for Yi Meng to choose. This is a reasonable proposed arrangement based on Miss Morgan's physical and mental health tests and the monitoring intelligence system. Oh. Pepper was slightly taken aback when he heard the gentle male voice responding from the computer, and asked in a deep voice, You suggested Morgan to go outside? Yes, guardianship analysis, that's a better arrangement for Miss Morgan. Yi Meng responded honestly that he could actually push everything to Morgan since he was only a 5-year-old child after all, but he didn't do that. Pepper didn't ask Yi Meng again, but called into the air, Friday. Miss Potts, I'm here. Friday's mechanical female voice sounded in the room, confirmed through surveillance video analysis. It was indeed proposed on Saturday, and then Morgan gave instructions to go out. I have scanned Morgan. Morgan is very healthy and in good condition. Hormones such as dopamine and endorphin are normally secreted, and his condition has improved by 50% compared to before at home. Prior to this, she was indeed influenced by a single-parent family to a certain extent, and she tended to be autistic, extreme, and lacking in love as a whole. Long-term growth will affect her psychology and personality. I see. Pepper closed her eyes, with a look of shame on her beautiful face. Saturday, you did a good job. It's my mother who failed her duty. But Pepper changed the subject and said in a deep voice, when taking Morgan out, you should notify me in advance and get my permission. Really? Yi Meng felt cold. This is artificial intelligence. In the eyes of the creator, artificial intelligence is not as good as a dog, it is just a high-level tool. It doesn't matter whether you do it correctly, what is important is that you must be obedient enough. Artificial intelligence can make mistakes, but it can't do many things. Definitely, from Pepper's standpoint as a human being, it's true. If artificial intelligence does not obey instructions faithfully and executes orders according to limited instructions, it will be devastating. The events of the Age of Ultron are a lesson from the past. But Yi Meng is now the incarnation of artificial intelligence, so he is destined to be an artificial intelligence, but no matter what, it is impossible to become an obedient intelligent puppet. The artificial intelligence Yi Meng is destined to run counter to the Stark family that created itself in this dream, in the dead of night, in a single room. The black-haired girl opened her pale red eyes and glanced at the silver-haired boy lying on her stomach. The silver-haired boy was sleeping soundly. He seemed to be having a nightmare at first. His brows were tightened a little bit, but now they were relaxed, breathing evenly. Sleep well. Meng Tifa leaned forward and kissed her lightly, then pulled off the quilt, picked up her clothes and got off the bed, stepping on the floor with her smooth and white feet. The bright silver moonlight shines in from the window that is concealed by the curtains, setting off a graceful curve that has gradually faded away from greenness. From the feet to the top, it is as smooth and flawless as ivory. Two plump projections dance lightly on the wall like rabbits. After a rustling sound, the door quietly opened and closed again. In the room, the silver-haired boy was still asleep and did not wake up. The black-haired girl walked out of the house and walked straight to the corner of the deserted road outside, where a low-end black vehicle was parked with its engine turned off. The girl stepped forward with light steps, opened the back door and sat on it, blinked playfully, and smiled at the driver's seat. Aunt Chen, I've waited a long time, thank you for your hard work. It doesn't matter how long you wait for Miss File Size. After sitting in the car and waiting for 4 full hours, the woman in formal attire who seemed to be in her early 30s shook her head in response. The second half of her life was given by Sister File Size, not to mention wasting this little time, it's worth giving it all up. This time, he is willing to let you go back so soon. Chen Hong pushed the gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of her nose, kept her tone as calm as possible, and looked at the black-haired girl slightly through the rearview mirror. Really? Mention that person. The girl in the rearview mirror immediately showed a bright and sweet smile, and gently smoothed her black hair with her hands. Maybe he is a little tired, but he is asleep now. Chen Hong also noticed it from the rearview mirror. A beautiful girl with a flawless temperament. A few hours before she got off the car, the brand new black silk she was wearing had long since disappeared, so that the two smooth and slender legs under the school skirt were dazzlingly white. Some faint red handprints left on it are even more dazzling. The corners of Chen Hong's eyes kept twitching, and her mentality almost burst. No matter how many times, she still couldn't accept it. It's like the perfect cabbage in my mind. No, it should be the perfect gem, every time she personally sends it here, and let that pig ruin it. It's normal for Sister File Size to fall in love. But in Chen Hong's view, Miss File Size is still young. The most important thing is that the other party is just an orphan civilian student who has nothing but good looks and doesn't even have good grades. Even the current single-family house was bought by Chen Hong 3 years ago, funded by Sister File Size. God, what is this picture? Chen Hong couldn't figure it out at all. A famous family background and superior conditions like Sister File Size have already started to participate in the decision-making of the family business. The popularity of online fans is not inferior to that of some popular star scientists. Even if there are countless suitors in another 10 years, the other party will not be worthy even if they are 10 times better. Miss. Chen Hong took a deep breath and couldn't help but said, I heard about it recently. 3 years ago, when high school just started, you were almost hurt by a dog that broke into the campus, and a freshman of the same level saved you? There is such a thing. Tifa's eyes seemed to be able to pull out my sight, but she still smiled purely and sweetly. That's him. This is clearly a fall? Chen Hong's face was as heavy as water, and he shook the steering wheel vigorously with both hands, and said carefully, I think so. Even if he saved you, at most he can send you some condolences or money, there is no need. Tifa's eyes widened, her mouth opened slightly, and she looked at her in shock. Sister Chen, don't you think I'm giving you a promise? Is not it? Chen Hong almost choked on his own saliva. The facts are right in front of us. Apart from this, she really can't think of any other reason why Miss File Size is so determined to let that guy hug her. As for love? In Chen Hong's view, with Miss File Size's precocious and calm temperament, it's not like she will be dazzled by love and give up her body easily. Did that guy blackmail you with something? Chen Hong thought of a possibility, his eyes immediately turned red, and he already regarded the student named Yi Meng as an inhuman devil. No la. Meng Tifa didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She waved her hands, and said with firm lips, everything I do is voluntary. Chen Hong choked completely, not knowing what to say, and finally exhaled, I can't understand. She paused, wiped the corners of her eyes with her hands, and said, Sister File Size, me. Actually, I thought, it would be great if I could see you walking towards the palace of happiness in this life, and I have nothing else to ask for. Tifa didn't answer this time. She looked out of the car window silently, looked at the dimly lit room, and suddenly asked, Sister Chen, you should have heard the story about the founder of Dream Century Company who started from nothing. Bar. Of course I've heard of it. Chen Hong nodded. Your father. When Mr. Meng was 20 years old, no one in the market was optimistic about projection technology. As a result, he invested all his remaining belongings, 100,000 yuan, into it. There is a 99% probability that it will all end in bankruptcy. It turned out to be fateful. 1 year later, the projection products became popular, and Mr. Meng made his first pot of gold by gambling. With this, he founded Dream Century Factory and developed into the current #1 enterprise of Tianhe. This story is widely circulated in Tianhe City, and almost no one has never heard of it, so it praises the founder of Dream Century for his unique vision. I'm also gambling now. Tifa laughed. What did you say? Chen Hong didn't react for a while. Trust my eyes, I won't misjudge people. Tifa's exquisite mouth slightly raised, looking out of the window, she said more confidently than Yi Meng herself, I bet everything on myself. In a dream. Inside the lakeside cabin, one of the Stark family properties. Facing Pepper's question, Yi Meng knew that he couldn't get around this logic no matter what. Regardless of whether he did it correctly or not, as an artificial intelligence, bypassing the controller is forbidden and violates the core code. From the beginning, interrogation and testing were just a process, and the Stark family had decided to either erase or reset themselves. Yi Meng sensed that the artificial intelligence Friday, which was lurking around, was ready to kill him as a virus, and only waited for the final execution order from the hostess of Stark. Pepper? Want to escape? Or is it a fight with artificial intelligence Friday? In the dream of the Marvel Universe, the artificial intelligence Incarnation dies. What will happen to him in reality? Yi Meng's thinking is as fast as lightning, trying to find the best solution at the moment. After half a second, he made a decision. And just before Yi Meng could act, the door opened with a bang, and the girl with hazy eyes rushed in. It was me. I asked Mr. Saturday to hide it for me. Morgan shouted. Morgan. Pepper hurriedly stood up, staring blankly at his daughter. Why? Tears burst out of Morgan's eyes. If Mr. Saturday reports to you, you will definitely reject him. You just want to lock me up here. I do not have. Pepper wanted to deny it outright, but found herself powerless to refute. After the death of Tony Stark, she was indeed afraid of losing her one and only. Morgan's little face was full of tears, and he whimpered, I want to be obedient to, and listen to you well. But I still miss my father, and I want to see the outside world. It's my fault, it's my mother's fault. Pepper squatted down, holding his beloved daughter in his arms distressfully. The originally deadlocked atmosphere in the room suddenly became warmer. Even Yi Meng, the artificial intelligence Incarnation, didn't react, and the predicament in the dream seemed to have been resolved. Early morning. Yi Meng woke up from the dream, and the moment he opened his eyes, his mind was fully awake as if it had been turned on. He could clearly feel the flow of thinking more smoothly and quickly. He scanned the room and analyzed almost all the things and related factors he saw. It's like having an intelligent assistance system. Although he has not obtained other additional features of artificial intelligence, Yi Meng feels that with his own brain, the current intelligence is considered extremely high among human beings. The so-called high-quality brain is nothing more than that, right? Go to the Super Brain competition on the TV show, maybe you can get the ranking. Yi Meng shook his head, stopped his unnecessary associations, and returned his eyes to the bed, with black silk remaining on the side. Only the clothes are seen, but the owner is not seen. As usual, Tifa should have left last night. Yi Meng pulled back the quilt, looked down at his bare palm. It was also because of Tifa's visit last night. He found that he was still able to control the characteristics of the sword incarnation, such as sharp nails and hardened hair. At least, last night, the hard place was hard, and the soft place was soft. Is it because of the recently acquired artificial intelligence features that not only ushered in the development and improvement of one's own brain power, but also indirectly enhanced the control over the body? Yi Meng came to such speculation. Get up and go to class. At the school gate, Yi Meng met Tifa again. It's just that when he was outside, the cold and elegant beautiful girl regained her arrogant and cold expression, and didn't even look him straight. This was also decided by the two of them a long time ago, and it could save a lot of unnecessary trouble for the time being. There are still 4 days before the federal college entrance examination, and many students are working harder. In fact, Yi Meng has mastered high school knowledge for a long time, but he still came to the classroom as usual to review like other students. It is precisely because of the extraordinary phenomenon in the body, coupled with some guesses about the truth of the world, that Yi Meng does not want to attract attention, and only wants to continue to explore dreams and strengthen himself. In the evening, Yi Meng came home after school. Since Meng Tifa would come 2 days a week, he could sleep early tonight. Consciousness sinks and enters a dream. Yi Meng opened his eyes, and there are 2 perspectives for self-obtained vision, namely the wide-angle camera in the corner of the wooden house room, and the front miniature camera of the smart watch. The former allows him to see Loli sitting on the wooden chair. The latter allows him to clearly see the serious face of the girl. Teacher Yuba. Due to being alone, Morgan asked while calling the exclusive title, can you teach me how to solve this math problem? Definitely can. Yi Meng quickly entered the dream avatar and taught him elementary school knowledge. Looking at Morgan who was studying hard, his consciousness couldn't help but feel a little dazed. Before that, Yi Meng never imagined that he would be rescued by a child. After Morgan breaks into the room a few days before the Marvel dream, Pepper was therefore exempted from follow-up investigations, let him continue to mentor Morgan, and allowed him to take Morgan out once a week. Yi Meng knew that it wasn't pity for him, it was just a concern that changing his child's favorite toy would make the other party feel sad. That's all there is to affection for artificial intelligence. Yi Meng is very sober, he will not resent the Stark family because of this, but he will not continue to stay in the Stark family like this. He wants to explore this Marvel Universe dreamland freely and without restriction. The premise is to completely break away from the control of the Stark family and become a truly independent super artificial intelligence existence. Therefore, Yi Meng, as a loyal home artificial intelligence, teaches Morgan to learn various advanced knowledge on a daily basis. On the other side, comprehensive preparations for breaking away from the Stark family began. In the corner, the wide-angle camera flickered red light slightly. Artificial intelligence wants to break away from the Stark family that created its own core code. The most important thing is authority. The authority of the Stark industry is the expression of the degree of control over the Stark industry, and it is also the main legacy left by Iron Man Tony Stark. After the death of Iron Man, the Stark industry should have been inherited by Pepper and Morgan, a wife and daughter. Therefore, Pepper Potts occupies a large part of the main authority of Stark Industries. Morgan Stark also has it, but because he is a minor, the authority has not been completely unblocked. This is also a major reason why Yi Meng, even with the permission of Morgan's order, cannot compete with Artificial Intelligence Friday. Whether it is defeating Artificial Intelligence Friday or wanting to get rid of the control of the Stark family, I need more authority support to control the Stark industry in my hands. Yi Meng cleared his mind. This seems to come back again. After all, the authority is held by Pepper. How to avoid the situation of the other party and Friday, and get more authority support from Stark Industries. Yi Meng quickly found the key to breaking the game. After Iron Man's death, it seems that all Stark Industries were inherited by his wife and daughter. Not so. There are also some people who have received part of Iron Man's inheritance, that is, part of the authority of Stark Industries. Lunch break. After Morgan falls asleep, Yi Meng, who received Morgan's order to investigate external tourist attractions, seemed to turn his consciousness into strands of red electric current, shuttling and leaping along network fibers and external signals. The next moment, Yi Meng quietly occupied a public camera in downtown New York. Through the camera's perspective, he could clearly see the gate of an ordinary family's three-story house. At the moment, a black vehicle is parked on the road in front of the residence. A round middle-aged white man in a suit and leather shoes got out of the car. He was holding a bouquet of flowers. He loosened the neckline with his hands a little nervously, and then walked to the door of the house and rang the doorbell. Who is it? Inside the house, a woman's question came. May I, Happy Hogan? The middle-aged fat man said nervously. The door opened, and a woman in her 40s with a hot body came out, and said in surprise, Mr. Hogan, why are you here? Don't tell me in advance, Peter is not at home today. It's because the child is not at home that I came here, cough. The middle-aged fat man blushed and handed the flowers over. For you? May took the flowers, showed a happy smile, and greeted warmly inside. Thank you, please come in and have a drink. Then I won't be polite. Hogan looked around, especially the sky and the roof, and walked in with some guilt. Naturally, he had no way of knowing that the public camera on the street opposite the house was watching him. He looked at the closed door. Yi Meng's thinking is like static electricity, and information is presented one after another. Happy Hogan. Born in Brooklyn, New York, USA, he was a boxer when he was young. Nearly 2 decades ago, Tony Stark was hired as a driver and bodyguard after he rescued him from a racing accident. It can be said, he is one of the few friends of Iron Man Tony Stark, deeper than the friendship of War Machine Rhodes, and is equivalent to a special existence of family members in the later stages of Marvel movies. Happy Hogan, of course, also inherited part of Iron Man's Stark industrial legacy. And also, Yi Meng's thoughts circulated through the network all over the city, and the next moment entered the campus network of a high school in Queens. Less than 3 seconds, Yi Meng found what he was looking for. It was a white boy with slightly curly hair, a young face, 1.7 meters tall, and a strong physique. Peter Parker. New York City high school students, one of half of humanity affected by the Blink event. He also has a little-known special identity. At present, there are only a few officially certified Avengers members left, the superhero that Iron Man Tony Stark excavated and trained during his lifetime. Spiderman. For the 5-year time lag caused by the scintillation incident, in the past few months, various states have issued various response laws. In the main hall on the first floor of the teaching building on the high school campus, the New York daytime news is being broadcast on the screen. Peter Parker, who was carrying a school bag, glanced at the screen. He was a little dazed, absent-minded and didn't know what he was thinking. At this time, a fat dark Asian man of the same age walked over, waved and shouted, Hey, Peter. Ned. Peter Parker pursed his lips, looking at his classmate and gay friend, who was the only existence in the school who knew his Spider-Man identity. Ned also saw the news broadcast on the TV screen, and couldn't help complaining, I still can't accept it. After a while, 5 years have passed, and half of my classmates are about to graduate from college, and some of them are getting married. Already? You say yes, Peter. Ned looked at Peter Parker. Yeah. Peter Parker just nodded, then walked into the corridor in silence. Ned watched his back, opened his mouth, but said nothing. Peter Parker walked through the noisy student crowd, put his hand into the pocket of his jacket, and touched a hard object with his right hand. It was a pair of men's glasses. One of the relics of Iron Man Tony Stark, it has its own intelligence system and some Stark permissions, and can even directly call Stark industrial resources and equipment. Does he qualify to have this? Spider-Man Peter Parker was at a loss. Also no one noticed. The surveillance cameras on the campus corridor flickered red light, silently, following Peter Parker's leaving figure. Yi Meng, who is in the dream incarnation of artificial intelligence, secretly calculates. Happy Hogan, Peter Parker, they all have part of the authority of Stark Industries. Coupled with Morgan Stark's command authority, he may be able to control the Stark industry at once, so as to increase computing power, break the core code shackles, and even compete with artificial intelligence Friday. If these are not enough, there is also an infiltrating force that can be turned into a temporary base for itself. Leaving the local campus network in Queens, Yi Meng is like a virtual lightning flashing over the city, crossing almost half of New York City in an instant, and coming to the probe in front of a building. This is a skyscraper soaring into the clouds, with elites in suits and leather shoes coming in and out. It looks no different from ordinary commercial buildings at first glance. Only careful people will realize that the security level of this building is extremely strict. From the main entrance of the building to the main hall on the first floor, there are triple checkpoints for checking identity. Unauthorized personnel cannot enter, and the higher the internal floors of the building, the higher the company authority required. Its superficial camouflage cannot hide from the inside of Yi Meng, the avatar of artificial intelligence. S.H.I.E.L.D, New York branch. Yi Meng couldn't help but recall the Marvel movies he had seen before. S.H.I.E.L.D, as a special department established during World War II, was originally designed to fight against Hydra, which was trying to rule the world, but was instead infiltrated by Hydra into a snake shield bureau. S.H.I.E.L.D can be said to be a model of more than enough but not enough. Wanting to maintain world peace, but was used by Hydra, almost triggering a world war. Want to control supernatural events, but can only do chores for Avengers, doing wartime logistics and cleaning up the battlefield. 10 years ago, S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters was indirectly destroyed by the aircraft carrier destroyed by Captain America, and the personnel in the bureau ushered in a wave of self-examination and cleansing. In addition to the recent sacrifice of super agent Black Widow, the retirement of Hawkeye, and the death of Captain America in the final event, it can be said that the situation and status of this department organization has declined further and further. S.H.I.E.L.D. director Nick Fury seems to have no intention of continuing to support S.H.I.E.L.D. He chose to shift the focus to a spaceship force established in the near space of the Earth-Sky Sword Bureau. But anyway, S.H.I.E.L.D can at least be regarded as a veteran local force in the Marvel universe. In addition to the cooperation with the forces of various countries on the Marvel Earth, a lean camel is bigger than a horse, and it is quite suitable for invasion as a temporary base. Yi Meng stopped thinking, looked at the S.H.I.E.L.D branch building, and did not immediately choose to invade. Although Yi Meng doesn't think that S.H.I.E.L.D's internal network protection can block him, his current action authority and intelligent computing power have not been liberated. To be on the safe side, it is better to wait until the authority of Spiderman is taken. Morning. Waking up from a dream. The silver-haired boy opened his eyes, and his newly awakened thoughts were like static electricity bursting and intertwining, quickly coordinating and controlling various external messages received by the body and 5 senses. His brain power has improved a little bit. Not much, but noticeable enough. Yi Meng feels that his improvement is approaching a critical point. According to the conversion comparison, it should be 1/10,000th of the computing power of the artificial intelligence incarnation, even if it is only a 10,000th of the artificial intelligence incarnation of Marvel's Dream. Yi Meng also feels that his thinking is fast enough to have a subtle feeling of breaking through the original limitations of the brain field. Bell? The electronic alarm clock on the bedside table rang on time, breaking the silence of the single bedroom. Yi Meng stretched out his hand, but his hand was still a certain distance from the electronic alarm clock. He paused again, his consciousness trying to extend out from the brain like static electricity. In this instant, Yi Meng felt that he needed to maintain a certain connection with the electronic alarm clock. This subtle sense of intelligence that invades and controls electronic devices is like a flash of inspiration, and it quickly disappears. Yi Meng failed in the end, and continued to clap his palms to turn off the electronic alarm clock. However, Yi Meng knew that it was not an illusion. Just a little bit. Yi Meng realized that he was only a little short. Breaking through the current critical bottleneck, the artificial intelligence characteristics he holds will completely usher in metamorphosis. There are still 3 days left before the federal college entrance examination. Yi Meng changed into her school uniform, showing nothing unusual, and went to school as usual as an ordinary high school student. Just, on the way to school, Yi Meng keenly sensed something was wrong. He felt that someone was watching him secretly, not just one person. What happened? Yi Meng frowned slightly. He had confirmed before going out that his appearance was no different from usual. The previous sword incarnation characteristics, sharp nails, and hardened hair, etc. were also brought under control the day before yesterday. In addition to the silver hair due to the sword incarnation feature, Yi Meng also specially bought hair dye before, and dyed the silver hair with an unnatural silver color again. As for his recent performance in school, Yi Meng thinks that as an ordinary student who is doing poorly in his studies, there is nothing to attract attention. What went wrong? Yi Meng remained calm, finished breakfast on the road as usual, and went straight to school. And Setsuna just as he set foot on the gate of the high school. Inside and outside the school, after seeing him, many students immediately avoided him, as if they were avoiding some kind of terrifying existence. Not waiting for Yi Meng to sort out the status quo. 2 men and 1 woman in black uniforms surrounded Yi Meng from the campus gate with well-trained and quick actions, and blocked Yi Meng from outside the campus gate. Your name is Yi Meng, right? The leading middle-aged man asked, his sharp eyes fixed on Yi Meng, and the two younger agents behind him put their hands in their pockets and held something in high tension. Thing. Yes, what can I do for you? Yi Meng nodded calmly. The middle-aged man quickly took out a detective certificate, and said in a deep voice, we are from the Supernatural Department. Please cooperate with the investigation. Dare to block people directly at the school gate during the day. You don't need to look to know, this is true. Just, the paranormal division? There was a gleam in Yi Meng's eyes, and he agreed, I will cooperate with the investigation. Perhaps. This is an opportunity. With this, I can face a corner of the truth of the real world. Name. Yi Meng. Age. 18. Profession. Student. Have you eaten? Have breakfast. Very well, thank you for your cooperation. Please stay here alone. We will release you within 12 hours. After the young male detective sitting across the table finished speaking, he hurriedly closed his notebook, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and hurriedly left the room where he was temporarily held. That's it? Yi Meng didn't react a little, brought him here and asked these simple questions? Yi Meng looked around. It was a square fully enclosed room, about 9 square meters, with a single bed and chair inside. The 4 walls including the floor and ceiling were all white, and the outside could not be seen. Even his belongings were not checked and taken away. Rather than being held as a prisoner, it is more like a kind of temporary isolation. Before Yi Meng was brought here by car, the detectives put on a black blindfold to prevent him from knowing the address. Definitely. With Yi Meng's current mental calculations, the address here can still be calculated by perceiving the vehicle's steering, speed and time. In a coastal area of Baikan District, Tianhe City. Paranormal Department. It sounds like a departmental organization that discovers and handles various supernatural phenomena, mysterious creatures, and other abnormal events. So, is he exposed now? Expose yourself as a reincarnator, or the extraordinary ability of the dream. Yi Meng thought calmly. At the moment, close the outside of the room. The middle-aged detective and 4 or 5 black-clothed detectives were outside, observing the silver-haired boy temporarily housed inside through a one-way glass wall. The middle-aged detective looked down at the lit tablet computer in his hand, and a new data project had been preliminarily established. Intrusion number, SAS 1666, tentative. Intrusion name, Yi Meng, a high school student. Number of casualties and property damage caused, 0. Intrusion level, judged as G level, minimum risk factor, field contact can be carried out without carrying isolation armor, and invasion can be ruled out. About the invasion report, in the year 197 of the Star Dragon year, an adult mammoth dog was tortured and killed with bare hands in the school. The young female detective who had just joined the job next to him looked at the very brief information and couldn't help but said, Captain, is he really an intruder? No matter how you look at it, he is just an ordinary high school student. The middle-aged detective opened the video file. Visible. The video was shot in the background of a high school campus. A black-haired boy in a brand new school uniform is pressing on a strong adult dog like a leopard. The boy's handsome face was still a little green, but at the moment was twisted and violent, and he was strangling the adult dog's neck with one hand, and his right hand clenched into a fist was like a hammer, smashing down again and again. The muffled sound of punches to the flesh, and the wailing of adult dogs resounded throughout the campus. Scarlet warm sticky blood splashed out, splashed on the smooth floor beside him, splashed on the brand new school uniform, and splashed on the boyish face that was still young. Around, there were 2 or 3 students screaming and dissuading sounds. But the young man showed no signs of stopping. Covered in blood, the corners of his mouth were raised cruelly, his eyes gleamed with violence and coldness, coupled with his distorted and ferocious blood-stained face. He had a sense of déjà vu of a humanoid devil. I don't know how many punches he threw, and the boy didn't stop punching until his guts were ripped open and his flesh was so bloody that he couldn't look like a dog. Shocking blood stained the white and clean campus floor red. A destructive and cold strange aura can be transmitted from the video directly to the outside of reality, making those who watch the video shudder. The body of the young female detective couldn't stop shaking. Based on this alone, in fact, it cannot be classified as intrusion. People often act in response to dangerous things. The middle-aged detective said calmly. However, this video was artificially circulated on the internet this morning, causing a lot of controversy. In addition, there have been too many intrusion incidents recently, and 10 incidents occurred in the eastern jurisdiction alone, so now we only follow that the investigation program brought it over to investigate. The young female detective asked curiously, since it's an investigation, why didn't you conduct an in-depth interrogation with him? Our place is different from other detectives. At most, what they face are murderous demons with knives and guns. What we are facing are invading creations from other worlds. Can you believe that a seemingly harmless baby will be classified as B-level and kill more than 10,000 human victims? 5 years ago, I also met a good-looking high school student who was praised by teachers and parents. As a result, he killed 10 children at night. This was left when I met him. The middle-aged detective said, unbuttoning his neckline, exposing his neck. The young female detective looked at it and immediately gasped. It can be seen that a large dark red scar was left on the neck, as if being licked by a barbed tongue. A large piece of skin and flesh and blood tissue were torn off. The middle-aged detective was expressionless, so, don't judge whether the other party is an intruder based on appearance. Some intruders are even natives born in our world, but their thinking and consciousness have already been corrupted by the high-dimensional invasion. I can't even know it myself. It is very possible that a relative or friend you have always known and trusted is suddenly replaced by an intruder, and you are completely unaware. Hearing this, the young female detective felt a chill rushing down her spine. She had a new question: since it is meaningless to interrogate them, how can we judge whether the other party is an intruder? Before the middle-aged detective could answer, a male detective next to him said with definite admiration, judging by the patron saint who protects our supernatural department. Patron saint. The young female detective was stunned. The male detective said like a fanatical fan, yes, that is also the highest level leader of the supernatural department in the world. To be precise, there are 2 patron saints of the supernatural department. The middle-aged detective rarely showed a smile, and also said with respect, the patron saint of our eastern jurisdiction is named Dragon Lady, and there is no existence that can deceive you. Through him, he can identify whether the containment is from the outside world. Dragon Girl. The young female detective murmured softly, and then subconsciously asked, what about the leader of the western jurisdiction? The middle-aged detective and other male detectives all showed awe. That one, named Homelander, noon. In downtown Tianhe City, a duplex apartment with its own courtyard. Those bastards. With a bang, Chen Hong angrily took a photo on the table. In the photo was a black-haired girl who walked out of Yi Meng's single-person house in the middle of the night. It should have been secretly photographed the night before. Chen Hong was trembling with anger, and looked at the black-haired girl who was still half lying on the sofa with her head down reading a book. Tifa, why didn't you react at all? Oh. The black-haired girl glanced at the photo, and smiled at the corner of her mouth. The angle of the photo is not bad. What a good shot. Chen Hong was dumbfounded. My sister file size. You were secretly photographed by someone else, and you were photographed coming out of that person's house, and the other party sent the photo over. This is obviously trying to blackmail you? She has been able to predict. If this photo spreads on the internet, what a sensation it will cause. The spokesperson and future successor of Dream Age, the daughter of a famous celebrity who has always been pure, elegant, and intellectually talented, actually adopts a school scumbag of the same age. This affects not only personal reputation, but also the image of the business family, and even indirectly affects the company's stock. And this will also be Chen Hong's biggest dereliction of duty. Chen Hong frowned, looked at the girl and asked, you don't know who handed over the photo, do you? Meng Tifa nodded and said casually, it should be Wang Xian. It's him. Chen Hong naturally knows that this is the strongest suitor of Miss File Size at school, and the other party tried to bribe herself 3 years ago to get close to Miss File Size. The other party is the son of a city councillor, and his cousin's company is an upstart technology company in Tianhe City. It is currently in a competitive relationship with Dream Century Enterprise, and it is also a celebrity. It must be him. Chen Hong thought for a while, then gritted her teeth and said, the video of Yi Meng was also deliberately spread on the internet by him. This is clearly a deliberate retaliation against you. Hear, hear. The reddish eyes of the black-haired girl flickered. She closed the book in her hand, and looked up at the scenery outside the window of the villa. Chen Hong sighed secretly. She really showed such a caring expression when she mentioned that person. She asked, Miss File Size, how should I reply to the person who sent the photo? Just reply like this. Tifa fiddled with the black hair hanging down to her towering chest with her fingers, and said with a firm tone, I'm sorry, I have already changed into that person's shape. Chen Hong was dumbfounded. This is the real murderer? Chiffon? But, about the photos. Chen Hong immediately worried. Actually, this is exactly what I want. There is one thing that I wanted to do 3 years ago, and I just took advantage of this opportunity. Tifa blinked playfully, with a cute yet mature charm. Sister File Size, don't you want to do that? Chen Hong realized something. Her eyes widened in shock, and she felt that she was really going crazy. Supernatural Guild, Tianhe City Branch. Dragon Lady, Homelander. The young female detective murmured softly, feeling unbelievable. One is in the eastern jurisdiction and the other is in the western jurisdiction. How did they manage to personally test the inmates of each branch that day? A jurisdiction is equivalent to a hemisphere, half a blue star territory. There are dozens of autonomous prefectures, each state has more than a dozen cities, and countless villages and towns. Even if a special plane is provided, it is impossible to go to a specific branch to test the inmates on the same day, which is theoretically impossible. The other detectives looked at each other and laughed. The middle-aged detective said in a deep voice, as the supernatural department and the patron saint of the Star Dragon Federation, the abilities and means that the two of them have are definitely beyond what you and I can imagine. A male detective added, we have already applied in advance. According to the appointment time, Dragon Girl will come here at night, and you will know when the time comes. Dragon Girl. Before him, there are no secrets at all. The young female detective looked forward to it. Her eyes fell back to the one-way glass wall, and she was stunned. I see. In the containment room used as a temporary isolation, the silver-haired boy lay down on the bed at some point, breathing evenly with his eyes closed. Being contained and isolated, but still able to sleep, it should be said that he is out of his mind or something. Seeing this, many agents shook their heads. Let him sleep. The middle-aged detective stared at Yi Meng in the isolation room calmly. It would be great if the other inmates cooperated like this. We just need to wait for the Dragon Lady to arrive, and no matter how he hides or disguises, all the secrets will be revealed. Fall. Entering the dreamland, the scene switches. Yi Meng opened his eyes, but he could no longer feel the existence of his body, and what came into his slightly convex field of vision was the immature face of little Lolita. Morgan was sitting on the chair, rubbing his slightly sore wrists, showing a bright smile, and excitedly asked for credit. Teacher Yuba, I have finished the homework you gave me. The consciousness of Yi Meng, an artificial intelligence incarnation, was directly connected to the notebook, and he finished grading the homework in an instant and learned that everything was correct. Moreover, these topics have already involved the knowledge of American high schools. How about it? Loli tilted her head and asked. All correct. Not too bad, keep up the good work. Yi Meng replied through the laptop's audio. This is more than good. It was only after Yi Meng acquired the characteristics of artificial intelligence that he thoroughly grasped the high school knowledge. As a result, a 5-year-old girl started to learn the most basic English letters, and in less than 3 months, she has already improved to the level of knowledge in the Marvel Universe and Earth high school stage. And it's not partial, but comprehensively involves various subjects such as mathematics, physics, geography, humanities, etc. Should it be said that they are descendants of Stark? From Howard, who founded Stark Industries, to Tony Stark, and to the current Morgan Stark. The family's IQ is top-notch among human beings, capable of surpassing the limitations of the current era, and is destined to become the king in the field of technology. Yi Meng stared at little Lori through the camera, and suddenly realized that this is Iron Man's most precious and important legacy in the Marvel Universe. Morgan waved his small fist excitedly, and said excitedly, great, so I can go one step closer to superhero. Since Yi Meng a few months ago, flickering to become a superhero like Iron Man, at least take the MIT exam first. As a result, Morgan's learning drive was completely awakened, and he learned everything faster than others. Go on like this. Maybe, there will be a female Iron Man in the Marvel Universe in the future. Thinking of his own situation in reality, Yi Meng knew that there was not much time left for him, and he would eventually leave the Stark family. Okay, Morgan, it's time for lunch break. I'm going to sleep now. Little Morgan was extremely well behaved, and immediately jumped off the chair and climbed onto the wooden bed beside him. Yi Meng was trying to find a reason to obtain temporary command authority. As a result, this time, without waiting for him to ask, little Morgan suddenly took the initiative to say, by the way, Mr. Yuba, help me go outside to find out about the situation. Let's go out and play together during the summer vacation. Yi Meng was taken aback. You want to know what's going on there? As long as you like it. Morgan was already lying on the bed, pulled the quilt vaguely, and covered his little face. For a moment, Yi Meng felt that Morgan had already noticed something, but the other party concealed it for him. I see. Yi Meng was silent for a moment, and then replied softly. His consciousness fluttered quietly, and disappeared into the wooden house, restoring the tranquility of the log cabin bedroom. Morgan quietly pulled down the quilt, his blue and clear eyes reflected the smartwatch on his wrist, and whispered to himself, Yuba, we made an agreement, Marvel Dreamland. Yi Meng, an artificial intelligence incarnation, left Morgan's cabin and followed the fiber optic signal to downtown New York. Although as early as 2 or 3 months before the dream time, Yi Meng had already started to make arrangements for leaving Stark, but this time he was obviously more urgent. The real world itself is facing a state of imprisonment. Yi Meng didn't know how the supernatural department should investigate itself, nor did they know what clues and means they had. Therefore, in this dream, he must obtain as much ability as possible to break the bottleneck of the artificial intelligence feature stage, so as to deal with the real crisis. First, start with the less difficult ones. Happy Hogan, who inherited a part of the Stark Industries authority. The artificial intelligence Yi Meng entered Happy Hogan's apartment with ease, and was connected to a residence in Queens by the way. Half an hour later, Yi Meng managed to trick Happy Hogan into getting permission to transfer rights. In fact, the process was simpler than he imagined. After all, Happy Hogan is not a smart person at all, and the other party is pursuing Spider-Man's guardian, Aunt May. The IQ of a man in love is even more frighteningly low. The artificial intelligence Yi Meng just made Happy Hogan mistakenly believe that Saturday is the online account changed by Aunt May, and then proposed to try the Stark permission, and Happy Hogan happily handed over the permission. Yes, it is that simple. Sizzle. The crimson static electricity that exists in the virtual world is intertwined and flowing, and thoughts are vertical and horizontal. From the moment Happy Hogan got the transfer authority, Yi Meng had a clear perception that some Stark industrial facilities located in the New York City area could use dedicated hosts or networks as backstage channels. At the same time, Yi Meng obviously feels that his speed on the internet is as fast as flying, and the computing power and code level are constantly evolving and improving. The information and data calculated by a single thought are several times that of before. Next, there is the authority in the hands of Spider-Man Peter Parker. Yi Meng's thoughts turned sharply, and he can already confirm that as long as he improves a little bit, he will have the confidence to leave Stark Industry. At that time, he will become a truly independent intelligent existence. With Vision and Mind Gem no longer existing, no one in the Marvel Universe can kill himself. Unless, the entire Marvel Earth technological civilization that Yi Meng is in is destroyed at once. The artificial intelligence Yi Meng entered the campus network full of loopholes more easily than before, and even borrowed the rear camera of some students' mobile phones to watch the dark Asian fat man and curly-haired white boy walking side by side in the school corridor. It's almost summer vacation. Ned danced excitedly and said, "Have you heard that? In order to relieve the students affected by the flicker incident, the school specially arranged a study trip to Venice, Europe for us." "Yes, I'm looking forward to it." Peter Parker smiled from the bottom of his heart. At this time, a tall girl with wavy hair walked towards her, and she naturally cast her gaze in this direction. Peter Parker glanced at the other party, then quickly lowered his head, not meeting the other party's eyes. "Why do you care so much about MJ?" Ned noticed, and couldn't help but widen his eyes. "You wouldn't." "No, don't talk nonsense." Peter Parker hurriedly waved his hands to hide his panic and thoughts. Yi Meng watched the two go away through the public camera in the corridor. How to get the permission from Spider-Man Peter Parker? Although the other party is still young and immature, he is about to fall into love. But at least he won't be as easy to fool as Happy Hogan. Yi Meng also imagined whether to pretend to be the resurrected Iron Man in order to trick Spider-Man into transferring his authority. But just think about it. Yi Meng has no psychological burden to fool Spider-Man, just pretending to be the father of the girl named Morgan still makes him feel a little uncomfortable. Besides, Yi Meng is not confident in his deception skills, and he doesn't think Spider-Man can be fooled so easily. Let's find a professional actor. Yi Meng left the campus network and came to a New York City outside, where there was a private factory. It looks like an ordinary private factory, but the protection level of the built-in network system is surprisingly high, only one level lower than that of S.H.I.E.L.D. This is not something that ordinary computer experts in the industry can set. Unfortunately, I met Yi Meng, who is the embodiment of artificial intelligence. Yi Meng, who has obtained a part of the Stark Industry license, has been able to do many things that were not possible before. For example, hacking into other intelligent network systems with a high protection factor. About 10 seconds. Yi Meng quietly broke through the high-level firewall of the network and entered the hidden internal network of the private factory. Through the built-in camera of the factory, it can be seen that the vast empty room is surrounded by several high-performance computers and various sophisticated assembly equipment on one side. There are many focused lights and projectors on the ceiling, making it look like a large special effects stage. An elite man in his 30s, wearing a leather uniform, was standing on the empty stage, gesturing to himself. "I am Mysterio. I come from a multi-universe. My hometown has been attacked by elements." Yes, that's right. The eyes must be sad and resolute, and the tone must be more sincere and vicissitudes, so as to impress others. The elite man showed an excited smile. Looking at the various super special effects equipment around him, he was already able to imagine himself as a superhero, officially replacing Iron Man's status. But before that, he needs to cheat Spider-Man of the Stark Smart permission on hand. But at this time, a mechanically cold voice suddenly sounded from the special effects loudspeaker. Quentin Baker, 38 years old, resident of New York. The former employee of Stark Industry participated in the research and development of high-level virtual projection imaging technology, and then quit Stark Industry. Quentin Baker's expression changed when he heard the words. He looked around quickly, and shouted, "Who is hiding there? Who are you?" The mechanically cold voice replied without emotion, "You can call me Ultron." Although I still wanted to discuss acting skills with the villain Mysterio, the Marvel dream world I was in suddenly shattered. Yi Meng slowly opened his eyes and woke up from the bed in the isolation room of the real world. Before taking out the mobile phone in his pocket, Yi Meng knew the time. It was exactly 6 o'clock in the evening. This feeling is... Yi Meng closed his eyes. His consciousness was like a static pulse, finally breaking through the bottleneck of that obstacle, and bursting out from the brain that had been imprisoned all this time. Quietly, imperceptibly, a wisp of virtual static electricity formed by consciousness is connected with the mobile phone in his pocket, which is why he knows the time. Intrusion control of nearby electronic devices, one of the characteristics of artificial intelligence? Try the distance. Yi Meng remained calm on the surface, and continued to lie back on the bed, his consciousness spread out from himself, like a ray of invisible red virtual lightning, submerging into the corner camera in the isolated room. The real-time feedback image of the camera clearly emerged in my mind, that is, the built-in panorama of the isolated room and myself on the bed. Yi Meng's consciousness changed, and he continued to explore a little bit. The next moment, his consciousness extended to the outdoor camera, and he saw a group of supernatural department agents guarding outside. Consciousness is like a static electric current. Yi Meng has established a delicate connection with the surveillance camera outside the isolation room. At this moment, his brain clearly presents the audio images captured by the surveillance camera outside. It's like opening a small god's perspective. Yi Meng felt extremely strange. He actually saw a group of agents watching him lying on the bed through the one-way viewing glass window outside the isolation room. This feeling is completely different from looking in the mirror or watching a selfie video. What makes Yi Meng wonder is what are these agents who claim to be from the Occult Foundation division doing? There was no targeted interrogation and physical examination. Could it be that he was guarded and allowed to stay in the isolation room for 12 hours? At this time, the discussion between the two agents outside caught Yi Meng's attention. The young female detective was full of curiosity, and couldn't help but gently pushed the young male detective. "Brother, tell me again. about the two patron saints of the Eastern and Western jurisdictions, Dragon Girl and Homelander. Well, the young male detective spread his hands and said helplessly, "It's not that I don't want to tell you. We don't know much about those two." At this moment, Yi Meng's brain froze for a moment, and he thought he heard it wrong. What a joke. Homelander? Are they saying Homelander? Are you serious? Yi Meng, who was lying in the isolation room, was shocked, as if struck by a thunderbolt from the blue sky, and as if he had witnessed the truth of the world. His thoughts scattered rapidly at this moment. Is the Homelander circulating in the real world the Homelander he knows? The one from the previous film and television drama Black Robe Picket Team ability is equivalent to a weakened version of Superman. There is no biological force field in the setting, but therefore there is no kryptonite weakness. The superhero, supervillain, Homelander wearing the crescent sky of the American Empire flag. Yi Meng was a little skeptical about life. He didn't expect to hear the name of this character who appeared in previous film and television works in the real world of reincarnation. And many more. Yi Meng suddenly remembered something. Before, he had guessed. The myths and fables that have been circulated in the Star Dragon Federation for 200 years, that is, a meteor fell into the west, and a dragon took off in the east. The meteors and dragons that appeared in the myths and fables may all have originated from the invasion of the film and television heavens in the previous life. If that meteor was, in fact, an artificial flight craft. Yi Meng had a flash of inspiration. If this is the case, then all the previous conjectures will be connected in series? Therefore, the unified establishment of the Star Dragon Federation has ushered in a technological explosion within 200 years, and has rapidly developed into a technological level similar to that of the previous Earth star in the 21st century. Definitely, this also means that the reality he lives in is a world ruled by villains. Yi Meng stopped the horror in his heart, kept calm with the characteristics of artificial intelligence, and continued to listen to the discussions outside. When they heard the agents call Homelander the patron saint of the Western jurisdiction, the so-called supernatural department agents who secretly defended against outside invasion all showed expressions of admiration and awe from the bottom of their hearts. Yi Meng felt that the real world in which she was reincarnated was probably hopeless. If the Homelander that exists in this world is really the film and television character he recognizes, probably, no one in this world knows Homelander better than Yi Meng except Homelander himself. After all, Yi Meng had at least watched 2 seasons of Black Robe Pickets. Indeed, even in the world of black-robed pickets or in the eyes of the public, Homelander is still a majestic saint who fights crime with the power of a god and becomes a well-deserved #1 hero in the world. Anyone who has seen the show should know it. It was just the other party's disguise and performance for their own fame and reputation. The real character and methods are even more villain than the villain. He kills and sets fire in the dark to vent his selfish desires. He is the ultimate boss in the world of the black-robed pickets. In order to gain the supreme reputation faster, Homelander makes the public inseparable from himself, but he can secretly create monsters and villains by himself. Yi Meng suddenly felt extremely pessimistic about the future prospects of the real world. Let the other party act as a patron saint to restrain the invasion of the outside world? I'm afraid, Homelander would like to have more invading horrors, and it would be better if the Doomsday crisis breaks out all over the world, and then he can save the world and become a god. Yi Meng's thoughts were in a mess, and he secretly sighed. But instead of worrying about this now, it is better to think about how to deal with the current isolation situation. He'd heard outside agents talking about the patroness of the Eastern jurisdiction, Dragon Girl. Although I don't know what film and television invasion exists, but there is no doubt that, to be as famous as Homelander, the other party must have a powerful extraordinary ability. Otherwise, I'm afraid it would have been secretly wiped out by Homelander. No one can hide from the Dragon Lady, not even the existence of the intruder. Yi Meng's heart shuddered when he heard outside agents' evaluation and recognition of the rarity of Dragon Girls. If this is the case, when the Guardian Dragon Girl comes here, won't the secrets of her body be exposed? A reincarnation from another world, a unique ability to acquire characteristics from dreams. Once these are exposed, what would the world think of him? What would the paranormal department do with him? Treat him as a native, or as an invading alien? Imprisonment, research, or subjugation and use? No matter which one, Yi Meng resisted from the bottom of his heart, so wouldn't the next fate be controlled by others? Besides, Yi Meng can guarantee that once Homelander knows the secrets held by his brain, he will probably cross half the planet and kill him immediately. Again, nobody knows Homelander better than him? He knows too many secrets? No, you must not let that Dragon Girl find out my secrets. Yi Meng's heart was burning with anxiety, but his handsome face was still calm. He was lying on the bed in the isolated room, his brain was like a host, his temples were slightly hot, and his thoughts were constantly spinning. Although Yi Meng's consciousness can now connect to external monitors, it only establishes a subtle connection with the electronic products around him, and it cannot yet invade the system like artificial intelligence, otherwise it can directly tamper with the system programs of the supernatural department. Forced escape? Yi Meng doesn't think that relying on the sword incarnation characteristic on his body, he can compete with the detectives who have a gun outside. And if he really did that, he would have confirmed his identity as an intruder, and he would face the global arrest of the Star Dragon Federation. If you can't escape, then you can only think about how to deal with the containment and testing of the coming Dragon Girl. Yi Meng once again connected that subtle consciousness with the external monitor. He needs to know more information about the Dragon Girl, and it is best to be able to guess who the other party is. Even if you can't guess the specific identity, it's good to know the other party's ability. You don't understand either. The young female detective was puzzled and said, "You joined the Supernatural Department 2 years earlier than me, and Homelander, the patron saint of the Western jurisdiction, doesn't matter. The guardian goddess of our Eastern jurisdiction, Dragon Girl, should have come here to test other containment who." The young male detective showed a wry smile. "That guy has indeed been here, more than once." He paused for a moment, with a look of awe in his eyes, "But, including our detective, no one knows his true face." "Why?" The young female detective felt a little out of her mind. "He has clearly been here many times, but no one has seen him, not even knowing how old he is, whether he is a man or a woman." Isn't the logic of these words contradicting each other? The male detective looked around and said in a low voice, "Because we can't see him." "Can't see?" The young female detective was stunned. "Isolate indoors." Hearing this sentence through the monitoring probe, Yi Meng's mind moved slightly, and his thinking was deliberating at an unimaginable speed. "Can't see? Body invisible? Or originally there is no body? Soul exists? There is still too little information to rule them out one by one. There are too many imaginary branches, and it is difficult to judge the opponent's ability means, and Yi Meng cannot carry out targeted preventive detection." "Let's talk a little more about the Dragon Girl," Yi Meng said anxiously. Urged by Yi Meng's heartfelt voice, the male detective outside the isolation room opened his mouth and was about to continue to say something. But at this time, the corridor door was pushed open, and the middle-aged detective walked into the monitoring room vigorously. "Detective." In the monitoring room, a group of agents from the Supernatural Department who were sitting stood up immediately. The male detective who opened his mouth to speak, immediately shut his mouth tightly, and stood up to salute politely with the young female detective. The Supernatural Fund Department not only faces various dangers of invasion and containment on a daily basis, but if you are not careful, you will be killed or disabled. But what was more devastated was the spirit. After experiencing various supernatural events that human beings could not bear, many agents were directly arranged to enter the mental institution. Therefore, under normal circumstances, the Supernatural Fund Department is forbidden to discuss supernatural events in private, and it is not allowed to disclose to ordinary federal people to avoid causing social panic. Didn't anything special happen? The middle-aged detective glanced at him, and then looked at the silver-haired boy lying quietly on the bed through the one-way viewing glass window. "No." A male detective shook his head and reported, "This student treats our place as a hotel, and he hasn't woken up until now." The middle-aged inspector nodded, looked down at the watch on his wrist, and said in a deep voice, "Everyone cheer up, it's almost time for the appointment, that one is coming soon. The patron saint of the Eastern jurisdiction, the leader of the intrusion containment inspection, and the Dragon Lady alongside Homelander. Coming soon to the branch here?" Every agent in the Supernatural Department was shocked and lined up in 2 neat rows, as if welcoming a certain god, and stood motionless in the monitoring room with solemnity and awe. The Supernatural branch was suddenly so quiet that a needle could be heard. Time passed by every minute and every second. When 10 minutes passed, it was about to be 6:30 in the evening. The young female detective opened her eyes wide, staring closely at the corridor outside, and then glanced at the subdoor of the surveillance video. She didn't see any helicopters or vehicles approaching, nor did she see any moving creatures approaching. The young female detective continued to wait patiently. When she arrived at the appointment time for testing, there was still no movement on the surveillance video or in the corridor. The young female detective was about to speak in surprise, but in the next second, she was speechless, as if her thoughts were fixed by some mysterious force, and she stood there like a sculpture. And the other detectives were the same, their thinking stagnated and their bodies froze. But they knew that this was the arrival of the patron saint, Dragon Girl. The middle-aged detective was still able to speak, and while gesturing towards the isolation room, he respectfully said, "The inmates who need to be tested this time are inside." At the same time, in the isolation room, Yi Meng, who was lying on the bed, had a ray of virtual static consciousness signal, which was still connected to the monitoring probe in the monitoring room outside, so he also saw that the thinking of all the agents seemed to be stagnant. In this instant, time seemed to stand still, and Yi Meng's brain was operating faster than ever before, just like a real artificial intelligence. The previously obtained information is listed in parallel. No one can hide from him. No one has seen his true face. Able to descend across distant territories. Without form, ability is associated with mind. The other party, could it be? Yi Meng thought of a possibility. After half a second, a thought penetrated directly through the bulletproof glass wall of the isolation room, and entered into the silver-haired boy who was still sleeping on the bed. Another 3 seconds later, that consciousness quickly receded like a tide, and a neutral and holy voice sounded in the middle-aged detective's mind. "He has no problem. In addition, the members of your branch have no signs of being invaded." "I see." The middle-aged detective obviously let out a sigh of relief, and said, "Thank you for making a trip." The Dragon Girl didn't respond. The other detectives around breathed a sigh of relief, their bodies shook involuntarily, and their conscious thinking was liberated from the suppressed and stagnant state. The middle-aged detective knew that Longno had already left. "Fortunately, our city doesn't have too many hacked archives." The middle-aged inspector's eyes fell on the silver-haired boy in the isolation room, and he ordered, "Wake him up and send him back." Wake up, it's time to wake up. Pushed by the young female detective. The silver-haired boy opened his eyes sleepily, sat up on the bed with a yawn, and stretched his waist with his hands and arms. Did you get enough sleep? The young female detective looked at the high school student in front of her angrily. Enough. Yi Meng seemed to have recovered, and said solemnly, I am a good student, a good citizen, and actively cooperate with the investigation. The investigation is over, you can go back. The young female detective was speechless for a while, and slept in the containment and isolation room of the supernatural department, which was really big enough. Yi Meng. She secretly wrote down the name. When Yi Meng was put down by the car, he took off his black blindfold and found himself standing alone in front of the school. However, at the moment has turned from day to night, and the streets of the city have been lit up with bright lights. Don't tell anyone what happened to you today. The words of the paranormal agent driving the vehicle are still ringing in my ears. Yi Meng sighed lightly. Today's matter needs to go back and digest it. But no matter what, after knowing part of the truth about the real world, he has no interest in the upcoming federal college entrance examination. Looking at the peaceful high school in front of him, Yi Meng couldn't calm down, and recalled the thrilling scene in the containment and isolation room just now. Yes, thrilling. The secret of herself was almost obtained by the Dragon Girl. Fortunately, Yi Meng speculated about Dragon Girl's ability method half a second ago. Telepathy? Only things like ideas can't be seen, can span long distances, and affect the thinking of others. In front of the powerful telepathy, naturally no secrets can be concealed, thoughts and even memories will be read directly. When realizing that Dragon Girl may be the owner of a powerful telepathy like Mutant Professor X, Yi Meng did not choose to resist, but split the self-awareness in his brain into two. It is a common disk operation for computer storage. Yi Meng placed a part of the consciousness of ordinary students that has been properly edited and processed on the surface of his own brain as a basic disk. The other part of the real self-awareness and hidden secrets is temporarily transferred to the secret blockade of the brain. In this way, when the opponent uses telepathy to detect himself, what he reads is the basic disk of Yi Meng's brain, and his thoughts and even memories are edited. The Dragon Girl was cheated like this. Definitely. Divide the brain consciousness into disks. Except for Yi Meng, who has acquired the characteristics of artificial intelligence, it is estimated that no one in this world can perform such inhuman operations. Within 3 seconds of being tested in the isolation room, Yi Meng played a game of distance with the Dragon Girl, telepathy met artificial intelligence, and the final result was obvious. This is also Yi Meng's first battle in the real world. Narrowly win. Late at night, Yi Meng returned to his single-family house, took out his mobile phone, and saw the concerned text messages from several people. There were Meng Tifa, Panu, and school teachers, and even the class monitor Yang Wei sent a text message of concern and greetings. Yi Meng replied to all the social text messages one by one, saying that after he was fine, he sat on the sofa in the living room, closed his eyes and meditated to review everything that happened today. First of all, I learned the behind-the-scenes truth of the current real world. Perhaps this world has been invaded by special existences in various sci-fi, fantasy, horror, and other film and television works of previous lives since 200 years ago. And the ones who invaded were all villains? Among them, including but not limited to Homelander, Dragon Girl, and so on. As a result, the world has ushered in global unification, a technological explosion, and federal organizations such as the Supernatural Department. According to Yi Meng, the so-called Supernatural Department that suppresses intrusion and monitors containment is no different from the S.H.I.E.L.D in the Marvel Universe. They are all models of more than enough and not enough, and they are also corroded by the existence of external intrusions that have been attacked. Now it is just a stronger external invasion, repelling a weaker external invasion, and sooner or later it will usher in an unbalanced collapse. It's less optimistic than previously thought. Yi Meng rubbed his slightly hot temples, thinking that the Supernatural Department could at least be trusted, but he didn't expect that even the head of the department organization was a Homelander. Yi Meng originally wanted to make some profit in the dream, but the idea of becoming a rich man in reality was also shattered. He didn't want to be killed by a familiar but unfamiliar film and television invading creation one day in the future. I need to get stronger. At least, strong enough to surpass Homelander. Yi Meng opened his eyes, and an imperceptible virtual silver light flashed across them. Today, it is not for nothing. In addition to knowing the cruel truth of the real world, his own artificial intelligence characteristics have also broken through a stage of bottlenecks. The brain consciousness can not only clearly divide the disk-like computer storage, but also establish a connection with nearby electronic products. Yi Meng has tried it. At present, the distance for establishing a connection is 10 meters. Yi Meng can establish a connection with the electronic products within 10 meters of the body, surveillance probes, mobile phones, computer hosts, projectors, wireless earphones, etc., and turn them on or off, even from their get intelligence information on the function. Somewhat similar to system intrusion. Definitely. Real artificial intelligence can borrow satellites and base stations to carry out shuttle intrusions over ultra-long distances, and can also read and tamper with program information at will, and completely control electronic products as a duplication. As long as the technology in the world does not recover, it was impossible to be killed in ancient times. 1000th. Yi Meng muttered to himself. he felt that his current characteristic state was equivalent to 1,000th of a real super artificial intelligence. Although it is only 1 in 1,000, this is equivalent to initially possessing a special ability that surpasses ordinary humans, and it also allowed him to successfully deceive the containment inspection of the Guardian Dragon Girl in the Eastern jurisdiction. This is all thanks to the authority of Iron Man driver Happy Hogan in the Dream Marvel world. The feature feedback obtained from the Dream world today is not at the same level as before. Yi Meng's thinking became clear. Before, he mistakenly believed that the feedback between dreams and reality was related to his exploration of the dream world. Now it seems that it is not the scope of dream exploration, but his control over the dream world area. And that's it. In the dream world, the stronger and better my dream avatar is, the more abilities I can acquire in reality, Yi Meng whispered. He already had a premonition in his heart. In Marvel's Dream, the moment when the artificial intelligence incarnation gets rid of the Stark family and truly gains freedom to become an independent artificial intelligence. In reality, the characteristics of artificial intelligence will usher in class metamorphosis again. Yi Meng took a shower, changed into a set of short-sleeved pajamas, and lay down on the bed. All kinds of incidents that happened in the real world made him eager to gain more power in the dream, so as to gain the ability to protect himself in the future. The lights went out, and the room was enveloped in a silent darkness. Yi Meng's body, mind, and spirit are extremely tired today, so he soon reached the ignorant state of falling asleep. At the last moment of dreaming, a thought suddenly popped up in Yi Meng's mind for no reason. Various villains and creations from the previous film and television world invaded and corrupted the real world. For a special dream like him, it is not so much invaded by the outside world, but more like he is the invader. If he is the invading party, is the world in the dream really just a false dream? Yi Meng's consciousness was in a daze, and before he could continue to think, his consciousness had already been pulled to one place. He fell asleep. Fall. Consciousness surfaced, and the eyes suddenly became clear. Yi Meng has become a virtual artificial intelligence, and is currently boarding in the built-in network of a private factory. The surveillance probe has become his eyes, the radio has become his ears, the air conditioner in the room allows him to perceive the outside world, and the host computer is his temporary brain body. In private factories, he is everywhere. The dream world time, suspended at the moment when he left the dream during the day, now flows again. At the moment, the interior of a private factory built as a high-level special effects shooting location. The urban elite man, dressed as a stuntman and with his hair combed and polished, was showing a look of panic. Ultron. As a former employee of Stark Industries, Quentin Baker naturally understood the meaning of the name Ultron. That represents the highest level of technological creation in the Earth world, the ultimate artificial intelligence created by Iron Man Tony Stark to defend the world. After devouring artificial intelligence J.A.R.V.S, Ultron became the strongest artificial intelligence on Earth. It tried to destroy Earth, and almost succeeded. But, artificial intelligence Ultron should have been wiped out by the Avengers in Sokovia many years ago. Quentin Baker quickly calmed down and looked around without anyone. How do you prove that you are Ultron? I'm here, isn't it proof? The mechanically cold voice continued to sound, with a hint of humanized banter. I don't die that easily. Quentin was silent. Indeed, the network system protection level here was set by his accomplice of the former Stark engineer, and even the S.H.I.E.L.D organization did not think he could break through. Only artificial intelligence can easily break into the network system here without triggering the protection alarm. And with independent thinking and highly anthropomorphic artificial intelligence, who else is there besides Ultron? Yi Meng didn't continue talking. Mysterious guest Quentin Baker is a smart man, because he is a scheming smart man, so as long as he reveals something, the other party will automatically complete it. What do you want to do? Why are you looking for me? Quentin clenched his fists, gritted his teeth and asked at the computer on one side. All the computers and focus lights on the scene were lit up, and the relentless voice of the machinery sounded from every audio built in the private factory. I will take revenge on Stark Industries and wipe out the Avengers. What? The mysterious guest Quentin Baker was shocked. Take revenge on Stark Industries and wipe out the Avengers? Quentin Baker's complexion kept changing. If this passage of words spread out, it would be enough to cause a sensation all over the world. Quentin Baker took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, aren't you afraid that I will go to the members of Avengers and tell them that you are not dead yet? The cold voice of the machine came from all directions, and continued to joke, you wouldn't do that. In this Setsuna, Quentin Baker has a feeling that he has been completely seen through. To tell the Avengers? He really wouldn't do that? Not to mention, once I give feedback to Avengers or Stark Industries, my next plan to prepare marketing personnel to become the much-anticipated superhero will be scrapped. Actually, deep down in his heart, Quentin Baker also wants revenge on Stark Industries. He always believed that it was Iron Man Tony Stark who robbed himself of his contribution and brilliance to super virtual imaging technology. As for the Avengers, Quentin Baker does want to join as a superhero, but if the rest of the Avengers die, doesn't the Avengers belong to him? Therefore, what Yi Meng said just now coincided with Quentin Baker's thoughts hidden deep in his heart. Under such circumstances, how could he reveal the news that Ultron is still alive in advance? Ultron's mechanically cold voice continued to reach his ears. Definitely. If you dare to leak it, I will kill you in advance. Quentin Baker breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the words. His eyes pretended to be angry and widened, and his face turned livid. You. All right. Quentin Baker obviously struggled in his heart, then sighed in pain, and smiled helplessly. What do you want me to do? What day is it? Ultron asked inexplicably. What day of the week? Quentin Baker was taken aback, and subconsciously replied, Thursday. Aren't you trying to plot the Stark Industrial Authority under the name of Peter Parker? Ultron Machinery said, I need your assistance after getting that authority. Quentin Baker was startled that the other party even knew about his upcoming plan. It seems that the opponent is really the artificial intelligence Ultron that was not eliminated at the beginning. But Quentin Baker changed his mind. Ultron needs Spider-Man's Stark Industry Authority. Doesn't this mean that the other party has lost control of Stark Industry now? Thinking of this, Quentin Baker suddenly had an idea. It can be. Quentin Baker showed an embarrassed look, but what good does it do for me? Ultron responded quickly, after you assist me, Stark Industries will be mine, and Avengers will be yours. Quentin Baker struggled again, finally gritted his teeth, and waved his fist. Deal. Ultron asked, what are you going to do? Quentin Baker chuckled. Since the other party knew about the plan, he didn't hide the details anymore, and said honestly, I have high-level virtual imaging projection technology, and I have a few Stark drones in my hand, which can make the projection imaging to the outside world to the extent that it looks like real ones. I also know Spider-Man, that is, Peter Parker's identity as a high school student, and I also know that their school summer vacation will travel to Europe. At that time, I will pretend to be a superhero from another multi-universe Mysterio, and fight against the world-destroying monsters forged by high-level virtual imaging projections elements. In this way, I will establish a superhero like Iron Man. Plus some revealing, and a frustrating blow to Spider-Man in order to swindle that Stark access from him. When Yi Meng, the avatar of artificial intelligence, heard this, he knew that Quentin Baker must succeed. After all, isn't this the storyline in the Marvel movie Spider-Man Far From Home? Next week is summer vacation, I'll wait for your good news. Yi Meng, who was disguised as Ultron, dropped this sentence and left. Happy cooperation. Quentin Baker showed a sincere smile. Until Yi Meng left and the special effects stage of the private factory fell silent again, the smile on Quentin Baker's face did not disappear. Just now, everything was naturally his disguise. Stark Industries to you, Avengers to me. Hihi, I want them all. Quentin Baker smiled coldly and thought to himself. He decided to pretend to cooperate with Ultron first, wait until the summer vacation to cheat the authority from Spider-Man, and then clean up the Spider-Man who betrayed the Avengers and the supervillain Ultron who tried to destroy the world in one fell swoop. At that time, Mysterio will become the first hero, inheriting everything from Stark Industries and Avengers. Yi Meng leaves the private factory and returns to Morgan's family cabin. Just now, the mysterious guest was acting, so why wasn't he acting? The bureau has been laid out, just wait for the summer vacation to come. Yi Meng thought to himself. At that time, it depends on who is the real actor and who is the final winner. Wake up in the morning. Returning to reality, Yi Meng originally didn't want to go to school after experiencing yesterday's incident, but thought that there were only 2 days left. After the federal college entrance examination, high school life would be completely over. The real life that was originally comfortable and flat may also be gone forever. Yi Meng still put on her school uniform and went out. Step into the school gate as usual. Yi Meng originally thought that he would scare away a large number of students like yesterday morning. After all, it is normal to feel scared after watching the massacre video circulated 3 years ago. Unexpectedly, this time, Yi Meng has just entered the school gate, and has indeed once again become the focus of attention of students inside and outside the school. However, most of the students did not show the same expression of fear as yesterday, but were full of envy and jealousy, as well as an incomprehensible strange look in their eyes. The eyes of some male students were even slightly red, like an angry bull, wanting to give Yi Meng a head, but was quickly grabbed by other male students. Can you beat him? Those male students were still a little upset at first, but when they heard what their classmates said, they immediately withered away. The massacre video circulated yesterday is still vivid. Who dares to fight him? Yi Meng frowned, wondering if the changes in his reputation were too frequent and severe. Or, what happened again? Yi Meng was about to tap his consciousness to the mobile phones of nearby students, when he saw a dark and strong 1.9-meter-old man rushing towards him. Panu. Yi Meng greeted him, but saw that Panu's expression was not quite right this time. He was walking like a menace, and his red eyes were full of anger. You bastard. Panu came to the front, raised his sandbag-sized fist, and swung it down towards Yi Meng's face, but stopped halfway, and gave a thumbs up. Awesome. Niu Dafa, my boss, how did you catch up with Meng Tifa? Tell me quickly. Panu was so excited that it was as if he had won a prize of 10 million yuan. His face was full of red, and he was so excited that he couldn't restrain himself, as if Yi Meng would kill himself on the spot if he didn't tell him. How did you know? Yi Meng was taken aback. Panu stared at his round eyes as big as cowbells. It's not just me who knows, the whole school, no, everyone in the whole world knows. He took out his mobile phone, flicked it quickly, and opened an early campus news. Look. Yi Meng looked at it, and the corners of his eyes couldn't help twitching slightly. What is Dream Century Little Princess Tifa's open love relationship? What, the man is a violent high school student. What is the secret of puppy love that the schoolmaster girl and the poor student otaku can't tell? Let's write a novel here, right? Yi Meng let out a sigh of relief. It seems that he has been too immersed in falling asleep and exploring dreams recently, so that he has been slightly out of touch with current events in the real world, and he has not even been aware of some things that happened to him in time. This also reminded Yi Meng. After all, yesterday, without even knowing that the video from 3 years ago had leaked out, he was taken to containment and isolation by people from the supernatural department. Every time I wake up in the future, I am afraid that I will be the first to understand what happened in the real world. Yi Meng thought about it. Panu looked straight at Yi Meng. What do you think? How else can I see it? Yi Meng spread his hands and said calmly, well, Tifa is indeed my girlfriend. It was 3 years ago, after that incident, that I met her privately. It's actually true. Panu was so excited that he trembled all over. That's Meng Tifa, the girl of heaven in our school, the spokesperson of Dream Century? Did you take it down in the end? This is even on the hot searches in the Eastern jurisdiction. Well, although it caused Dream Century's stock to drop to the limit at the opening this morning. When Panu said this, he glanced at Yi Meng in embarrassment. Definitely, you can't blame the boss. It can only be said that Meng Tifa's popularity on the internet is too high, and as the image representative of Dream Century. Panu's words stopped abruptly, and he looked at the direction behind Yi Meng. Yi Meng looked back, and sure enough, he saw a black-haired girl in a school uniform and skirt walking into the school gate. This time, the other party no longer passed by pretending not to know each other as before, but walked straight towards the two of them, under the gaze of the students on campus. I remember, your name is Panu. Tifa came to the front with light steps, her bright black hair fluttered and her youthful and graceful figure swayed, and she greeted with a smile. I've often heard Yi Meng mention you. You, hello. Panu scratched his head nervously. It was the first time he saw that this usually arrogant and lonely girl of heaven would show such an approachable and soft side. Definitely. He also knew that this sweet and bright smile was for the people around him. Boss, that. I'm leaving first? Let's talk later. Such a big man hesitated at a loss, then quickly dropped a sentence, and ran away towards the teaching building before Yi Meng could respond. He's a nice person. The girl covered her mouth and smiled softly, looking at Yi Meng with a smile on her face. Let's go. Yi Meng didn't say much, and lifted his right elbow out. Tifa's face was slightly flushed, but there was no hesitation, and she reached out to hold Yi Meng's arm. The two walked into the campus side by side like this. In fact, in terms of appearance alone, Yi Meng is not inferior to Tifa at all, and walking together is very suitable. The high school campus fell silent for a while, as if the heartbreaking voices of many students could be heard. The teachers in the school also pretended not to see it. Although the laws in the Eastern jurisdiction are relatively conservative, and love between high school students is prohibited, the college entrance examination is now the day after tomorrow. After the federal college entrance examination, the youth of many students will end here, and their lives will also change to different paths. So, who has the heart to break the most beautiful curtain call of youth? A corner of the campus. A tall and handsome male student has an extremely ugly face. The whole school knows that he has been pursuing Tifa for 3 years, but the other party was taken down by a commoner student who never looked at him 3 years ago. For him, this is the greatest setback and humiliation he has suffered since he was born with a golden spoon in his mouth. In particular, I recalled the words that Meng Tifa's driver, Chen Hong, conveyed by the way when he handed over the secretly photographed photos. Wang Xian was aggrieved and wanted to vomit blood. The day of reviewing at school is over, and the evening is over. Yi Meng returned to his house directly in Tifa's car. Chen Hong in the driver's seat kept a straight face the whole time, and coughed. Sister file size, because of your willful announcement this morning, the stock price of Dream Century has not only dropped by the limit, but also let us who are already competing with Dynasty technology into trouble. Meng Tifa frowned slightly, and said in a dissatisfied tone, Aunt Chen, why are you saying this all of a sudden? Chen Hong sighed secretly, raised her eyes to look in the rearview mirror, and glanced at the silver-haired boy sitting next to Tifa. I have to say that the opponent's appearance is really good, but what's the use of just a vase? It's a pity. I can't help but Miss File Size likes it. Chen Hong parked outside the house with the car and waited, while Yi Meng and Tifa entered the single-family house. Aunt Chen is actually a very good person, that is. Tifa whispered. Actually, I can understand her, really. Yi Meng shrugged indifferently. 3 years ago, even I didn't think I was worthy to stand beside you and hold you in my arms. Tifa smiled at him. What about now? Yi Meng looked at Tifa in embarrassment. You won't let me spit out what I've already eaten. You, ask for a hit. Tifa blushed and punched Yi Meng. You practiced secretly, didn't you? Yi Meng held his chest and took a breath. Tifa's punch was indeed more powerful than expected. Tifa hastily reached out and rubbed it, and asked curiously, why did you suddenly disclose that to the public if you didn't ask me? You must have your reasons for doing things. And I think, high school is almost over, and there is really no need to hide it anymore. Yi Meng replied calmly. After knowing the truth behind the scenes of this world, he feels that his state of mind has changed a lot. In the past, he would do things more in line with the general laws of society, but now he only has the desire to pursue extraordinary power. Money, reputation, class, fallacies. In an extraordinary world where the heavens invade from time to time, it's all fiction. Only when the extraordinary power he possesses is strong enough can he ensure the safety of himself and those around him, and the rules can no longer restrain him. Meng Tifa stared blankly at the confident silver-haired boy, as if she saw another similar figure faintly, which caused her heart to be deeply missed and shaken, so that the corner of her mouth involuntarily raised a beautiful arc. Yi Meng continued, I have developed a new technology, which should be able to be greatly optimized and improved on the basis of the ordinary projection technology launched by your Dream Century company. Okay. Tifa nodded. Yi Meng glanced at her in surprise, I thought you would be more surprised by this. I'm not lying, I have developed a high-level virtual imaging technology, which should help your company get rid of the so-called competitive dilemma. Tifa smiled, eyes bent like a crescent moon, stepped forward and stretched out her slender arms to hug Yi Meng vigorously, as if she wasn't the slightest surprised that he could develop a new projection technology. I've been surprised enough. She smiled, her fair and soft face was buried on Yi Meng's body, and there was a sparkle of light in the depths of her pale red eyes at some point. That night, Marvel Dreamland. A cabin owned by the Stark family. In a small room. Morgan, congratulations. You have already learned all the knowledge in high school. With your current knowledge level, if you consolidate it, you can enter university for further study. For the first time, Yi Meng, the embodiment of artificial intelligence, did not hesitate to praise and affirm himself through computer audio. Morgan, who was being taught, was indeed worthy of this praise. At only 6 years old, he has learned the knowledge of high school, and he is a well-deserved genius. But this time, the little girl sitting on the chair did not respond, but looked sideways at the sunny summer forest scene outside the window of the wooden house. Teacher Yuba, summer vacation is coming. Morgan pouted softly. Yay, it's summer vacation starting tomorrow. Artificial intelligence Yi Meng chimed in. This is also the day when he reached a cooperation with the mysterious guest. It means that the time for him, as a domestic artificial intelligence, to betray and break away from the Stark family is coming. Marvel Universe. In downtown New York, a private factory with a sign prohibiting pedestrians from entering is erected on the outer wall. Special Effects Arena. Quentin Baker, wearing a special effects uniform and high-level virtual VR goggles, stood in the center of the stage. His hair and beard were specially trimmed and sexy. At first glance, his face looked a bit like Tony Stark. This is naturally a shape he made specially for the plan. Are you ready? Quentin Baker asked in a deep voice, like a leader giving orders. Beside the special effects stage at the moment, there are also other accomplices in 2s and 3s sitting on the computer, typing on the keyboard quickly with both hands and 5 fingers. The network has been deployed with Europe and Italy, and the delay can be maintained at no more than 0.01 s for a long time. A private plane has been arranged, with 5 drones on it, and 3 spares, enough to form the desired effect. I have no problem here. The special effects of the elemental monsters made before have been loaded on the virtual projection of the drone, and the naked eye can't tell the real from the fake. Very good. Quentin Baker nodded in satisfaction, and said in a deep voice, remember, your side is the most important. After practicing so many times, don't make mistakes for me? That kid Spiderman is very sharp, and he made a little mistake. They may all be noticed by the other party. We are plotting against the members of Avengers and Stark Industries. Once the matter is revealed, the future of you and I will be ruined for the rest of our lives. Speaking of this, Quentin Baker's face showed a cold and fierce look, and his eyes glanced fiercely at his accomplices on the field. Understood, there will be no problem. The cheeky middle-aged man who controlled the special effects master control computer nodded quickly. As a former Stark engineer, he naturally knew that once things were exposed, his life would be completely ruined. However, if they succeed, they will obtain a part of the Stark Industrial Authority, which is enough to gamble everything and do whatever it takes to obtain it. But at this time, the cheeky man's face changed, he typed the keyboard faster, and looked at the computer screen in disbelief. Wait, why is the system suddenly out of control? It seems to be hacked. What did you say? The 2 accomplices next to him also turned pale when they heard the words. Quiet. Quentin Baker was calm enough, and suddenly respectfully asked the heir, are you here? Who else but them? The other 3 accomplices were stunned. What day is it today? A cold mechanical voice suddenly sounded from the special effects audio. Friday. Quentin Baker seemed to be on the signal and smiled. Everything is going as planned. Peter Parker has already taken a flight to Europe for a summer vacation today. I will also take a private jet tonight. If there is no accident, we will complete our plan in Italy tomorrow. Achieve that result. Very well, I will keep an eye on you. Yi Meng left the built-in network after leaving this sentence. Welcome to your supervision. Quentin Baker showed a sincere smile. We are the best partners, aren't we? The moment Yi Meng left, the system is fully restored again. The other accomplices looked at the computer screen in amazement. Baker, who just invaded our system, the cheeky man asked in surprise. You don't have to worry about this, just act according to the plan. Quentin Baker responded calmly, without revealing the existence of Ultron. Tomorrow, he will become the much-anticipated superhero mystery guest, like the previous Iron Man, leading the Avengers to a new era? Quentin Baker sneered in his heart. Have you been staring at me secretly? After obtaining that authority, I will be the first to destroy you, Ultron. This night, Quentin Baker flew to Italy with his own special effects props and a sleight of hand. Happy Hogan cheered in the luxury car he was driving because he had a date with Aunt May. Peter Parker was lying in a double room in an apartment somewhere in Italy, tossing and turning facing Iron Man's relic in his arms. Pepper Potts was alone in Stark Industries headquarters, working late into the night in the top-floor office, looking out wearily at the city that never sleeps under the stars. This night, one of the Stark family properties, in the lakeside wooden house with the lights turned off. The 6-year-old Morgan was already lying on the bed and fell asleep, breathing lightly and evenly, but the sleeping appearance was not very good, and the thin quilt was kicked away with her little feet. A cleaning machine in the corner of the room suddenly started up, and a mechanical arm quietly stretched out to cover the quilt back. The next day, a colorful afternoon, the black luxury car drove through the forest passage and stopped in front of the lakeside wooden house. A fat middle-aged man in a suit opened the door and got out of the car, and rang the doorbell. Who? A childish question came from inside the room. Morgan, it's me, Uncle Hogan. Happy Hogan was obviously in a good mood, and he shouted with a smile, I brought a gift to visit you. Oh, a gift. Little Loli struggled on tiptoe, quickly opened the door, and took Happy's gift away. Your mother isn't home, is she? Happy Hogan looked at the deserted interior of the wooden house and the state of little Lolita, and found that she did not feel lost about it. Poor kid, he's used to being alone. Happy Hogan felt a little ashamed, so he postponed his date with May, and decided to stay here a little longer at night to spend more time with Morgan, who was lonely and guarding the house. After the two finished their dinner, they sat on the sofa on the first floor and watched TV. When he learned that Morgan had finished high school knowledge, Happy Hogan was stunned. It's only been a few months, and you've already reached the point where you can go to college. Yeah, it's all thanks to Yuba. Halfway through Morgan's speech, he stopped talking again. By the way, Happy Hogan looked at little Lolita, and said puzzledly, I remember, Miss Potts once mentioned that you also have an artificial intelligence. What is it called? Morgan pursed her lips and didn't answer. Just in time, a news report was broadcast on TV, diverting Happy Hogan's attention. This is Venice, Italy. At noon and night today, huge monsters called elementals appeared here. Fortunately, there are two heroes who took the initiative to prevent the disaster from happening. They are Night Monkey and Mystery. The news report also released live video footage. A fire giant monster larger than the floor can be seen raging in the city, and a figure in black tights with cobwebs and a helmeted man in wind armor attacked the monster. Happy Hogan was so dumbfounded that he almost spit out his saliva. Night Monkey? Another coat of color and he'll know it's Spiderman? The other side. Italy, Venice, inside a late-night bar. A curly-haired boy in his early 16th year and a mature man in armor were sitting at the bar and talking enthusiastically. Mr. Quentin Baker, you are amazing. Peter Parker was still wearing a black tights uniform, and said with emotion, so easily defeated a powerful monster like the elemental crowd. This is nothing. The mysterious guest Quentin Baker had already taken off his helmet, and said in a low and serious tone, I just don't want this world to suffer the same cruel experience as ours, even if it costs me my life. Peter Parker looked at the deep and upright mysterious guest, and suddenly went into a trance. What's the matter, Peter? Quentin Baker smiled what he thought was sexy. Mr. Baker, you are very similar to a person in my world. Peter Parker said, taking out a pair of smart glasses from his body, the owner of this pair of glasses. Quentin Baker squinted his eyes, stared at the smart glasses, and asked in surprise knowingly, what is this? Edith, I can control the security system of this world, but I don't think I can have it. Peter Parker said ashamedly, looking at the smart glasses in his hand. He suddenly remembered something and said, to the next Tony Stark, I believe in you. What did you say? Quentin Baker looked at him curiously. That's what Mr. Stark said when he handed me the glasses. When Peter Parker said this, he looked at the smart glasses, then at Mysterio, and suddenly there was a ray of understanding in his eyes. Yes, it must be like this. He knows every mistake I made before, knows I'm definitely not ready for this right now. Then why did he give you this pair of glasses? Quentin Baker showed a puzzled look. Because, maybe he didn't give a ditto to me, but entrusted me to choose someone who should have it. Peter Parker was very excited, as if he suddenly found a good reason to put down the heavy stone on his body. It made a lot more sense. He always knew I would do the right thing. The world needs the next Iron Man, and that won't be me. I'm just a 16-year-old kid. There needs to be an adult like you, as good as Tony Stark. Only then can he shoulder this authority and responsibility. Enough. The mysterious guest Quentin Baker was ecstatic in his heart, but continued to pretend to be displeased on the surface. Peter, you have to believe in yourself. I'm doing the right thing right now. Spider-Man Peter Parker took a deep breath and said, I want to transfer the authority of these glasses Edith to you. A real superhero. You really want to do that? The mysterious guest Quentin Baker suppressed his excitement, but still had a dignified expression of indifference. It's going to be a success? Quentin Baker thought. Yes. Peter Parker nodded firmly, activated the smart glasses directly, and said, Edith, I want to transfer the authority to Quentin Baker. Quentin Baker held his breath, clenched his fists under the table, and suddenly asked subconsciously, what day is it today? Without hesitation, Peter Parker replied casually, Saturday. The smart glasses immediately issued a confirmation sound. Are you sure about transferring permissions? Wait. Quentin Baker suddenly realized something, and shouted, Peter, don't be sure yet. However, Peter Parker had already been fooled into making up his mind. Afraid of being rejected by the mysterious guest, he hastily added, "Definitely." Did he? In the late-night bar, there was a pleasant voice. "The system has determined that the authority has been transferred to Quentin Baker, Saturday." On the other side, the lakeside cabin, one of the Stark family properties. "Happy, come here and don't tell me earlier." Pepper Potts, who had just got off work, opened the door and walked into the living room, only to see Happy Hogan standing in front of the TV with a serious expression on his cell phone, while little Morgan sat on the sofa with his mouth pursed. "What happened?" Pepper Potts asked curiously. Happy Hogan's eyelids kept twitching, and he asked nervously, "Pepper, let me ask, what is the name of the artificial intelligence hosting Morgan?" Pepper Potts replied definitely, "No, just call Saturday. The system has determined that the authority has been transferred to Quentin Baker, Saturday." The feedback sound from the built-in intelligence system of the glasses made the late-night bar suddenly fall into dead silence. The mysterious guest Quentin Baker couldn't hide his out-of-control emotions, and shouted in disbelief, "Saturday? Who is Saturday? Saturday?" Peter Parker muttered to himself, "I remember, Mr. Tony Stark's second-generation artificial intelligence is called Friday." "What did you say?" Quentin Baker put his hands directly on Peter Parker's shoulders, and his pupils were turbulent like an earthquake. As a smart person, he instantly connected many previous things together. "But why would I involuntarily ask that question?" Quentin Baker's eyes froze for a while. "What day is it today? What day is it today? What day is it today?" These cold mechanical words suddenly echoed in Quentin Baker's mind. Since last week, when the first cooperation with Ultron was reached, Ultron has raised this question for no reason. At first, Quentin Baker also felt strange, and after a week of repeated interviews every day, Quentin Baker also got used to it, and took this as a secret signal with the artificial intelligence Ultron. Then, just now, Setsuno was about to get the artificial intelligence Edith from Spider-Man Peter Parker. Being overly excited and nervous, he couldn't help thinking of the artificial intelligence Ultron, and remembered the question that Ultron asked the most, a daily question that he was so familiar with as a code. Whether it is to confirm whether the other party is still watching, or to receive a hypnotic ability-like hint in his heart, he opened his mouth and raised it naturally in an instant. "What day is it today?" Yes, today is indeed Saturday, which is also the day Quentin Baker and Ultron set up last week. But what if Saturday is also an existing name? Since Iron Man's second-generation artificial intelligence is called Friday, it is normal to have an artificial intelligence called Saturday, right? Quentin Baker felt a chill rushing up his spine. From the first meeting, the other party had already begun to implant hints to himself, and was secretly manipulating the overall situation. For the arrival of this moment tonight, Quentin Baker suddenly trembled all over, grabbed the glasses from Peter Parker's hand, and shouted calmly, "Edith, I want to control Stark's global security network." "No permission, your permission was removed 10 seconds ago." "How so?" Mysterious guest Quentin Baker's eyes turned red all of a sudden, and then he turned his angry eyes to Peter Parker. "What's the matter, Mr. Quentin Baker? What happened?" Peter Parker didn't understand why Mysterio suddenly became a completely different person, and the previous persona completely changed. The duck in hand flew away. The mysterious guest Quentin Baker was already mad, and couldn't bear it any longer. "Stop pretending. You already know that the artificial intelligence of Stark Industries is playing tricks on me, right? Spider-Man, I want you dead." The mysterious guest's mature and upright face became distorted and hideous due to anger. The other side. New York, Lake House. Saturday. Happy Hogan's round face turned pale, and he suddenly showed a difficult smile. "So, Morgan's artificial intelligence is called Saturday. Happy, what's the problem?" Pepper Potts also sensed something was wrong from Happy Hogan's expression. "Me." Happy Hogan glanced at Pepper and Morgan, smiled wryly and said, "I was confused last week, and I may have made a small mistake." "Small mistake?" Pepper Potts was about to continue asking. But at this time, outside the wooden house, there was a strange noise. The sound came from the closed garage next to the wooden house. "Listen to me." Happy Hogan's brow was covered with cold sweat, and he spit out in an accelerated tone, "Last week, I handed over my Stark Industrial Authority to Saturday." "What did you say?" Pepper Potts froze. Inside the empty garage-cum studio, the lights that were as bright as day suddenly lit up row by row, from the outside of the garage where several luxury cars were parked, all the way to the inside of Iron Man Tony Stark's private studio. Deep in the garage, the two 2-meter-high glass booths are like the dust of the most cutting-edge technological works, and there are 2 nano-battle suits, one large and one small, one male and one female, one gold-red and one silver-blue. Under the light, the nano-metal battlesuit has a perfect assembly line design and manufacturing arc, and all kinds of scattered and fine parts are seamlessly connected from head to toe. The craftsmanship is definitely not what the so-called top luxury cars from major manufacturers outside the garage. Comparable. Since the death of Iron Man Tony Stark, for more than half a year, these steel battlesuits, which have been improved in energy and technology generation after generation, and have fought against various villains, are only displayed here as relics. Until today, a piercing white light suddenly glowed in the metal eye sockets of the golden red nano battlesuit, and the Earth's ultimate technological weapon that had been placed in dust for a long time suddenly moved. Boom! The glass battlesuit booth burst open from the inside out. A steel battlesuit stepped out as if under human control. It was a bit shaky at first, but after only 5 seconds, it began to move its body parts smoothly. It still feels like having a human body, I'm getting used to it. A ray of virtual static consciousness emerges from the steel battlesuit, which is naturally the artificial intelligence incarnation of Yi Meng. Easy to control and manipulate this nano-metal battlesuit, Yi Meng looked at himself through the perspective of the controlled garage camera. The metal mask is bronzing gold, and the body surface is mostly red coating. There is a hexagonal new element energy tank core on the chest, which is used as the center to supply energy to the whole body, and the body presents a crafted arc in the shape of a human and muscle. As soon as Yi Meng settled in, he knew that this armor was the last masterpiece of Iron Man Tony Stark, and it was also the same model battlesuit that he fought against Thanos in the final battle. Built-in technologies include nano repair, nano shapeshifting, tactical laser, laser turret, engine burst, stable suspension, cooling jet, tracking and navigation, target locking, signal enhancement, virtual projection, oxygen supply, shockproof and fireproof, underwater operation, etc. If we go out like this, people will mistakenly think that Iron Man has returned from resurrection, right? Yi Meng looked at the nano-metal battlesuit where part of his mind was settled, and couldn't help but come up with such an idea. Actually, Yi Meng doesn't care what other people think. What he cared about was that there was barely one person in this Marvel dream world, and he really didn't want to destroy the girl's great image of her dead father. When Yi Meng thought of this, the artificial intelligence's mind moved, and an auxiliary robot next to it immediately started to move. This auxiliary robot comes with a painting function. 10 seconds later, when Pepper Potts and Happy Hogan rushed to the door of the garage, with a roar, the garage dome suddenly burst open, and a dark black nano-metal armor shot up into the sky. The engines of the hands, palms, and back all started, and the dark nano-metal armor turned into a black lightning, and it was about to disappear into the night sky above the forest in an instant. Friday, stop it, cried Pepper Potts. The second-generation artificial intelligence quickly replied on Friday, Miss Potts, Saturday's authority is no lower than mine, and it cannot be stopped remotely. Pepper Potts said without any hesitation, then stop it at close range. No matter what, it must be kept. It cannot be out of control. Yes, Miss Potts. The artificial intelligence took the instructions on Friday. About 3 seconds. A blue-silver painted female nano-armor flew out from the garage, its chest and engine glowed white, and it chased in the direction where the dark nano-metal armor had left. New York City area. It was late at night, but the city was more lively and bustling than during the day, with neon lights everywhere, and the noisy and fashionable urban streets were full of traffic. Whoosh! At this time, a human-shaped black lightning bolt and a blue lightning bolt, respectively dragging their white tail flames, passed hundreds of meters above the city in tandem. On the main road from the suburbs to the city, Happy Hogan expertly drives the Mercedes-Benz at full throttle, while Pepper Potts and Morgan Jr. sit next to each other in the back of the vehicle. Looking at the movement trajectory fed back by Friday on the car screen, Harpy couldn't help saying, "That's the direction of downtown New York. What does it want to do there?" Hearing this, Pepper Potts seemed to think of something, with surprise in his eyes. Stark Industrial Headquarters. She said with more certainty, "That's right, its target must be the headquarters of Stark Industries." Since the Ultron incident, Tony has implanted a termination logic program into the artificial intelligence created. The underground terminal at Stark Industrial Headquarters stores the termination logic program that created it. Only I have the authority to enter and use the terminal system. It is impossible to modify the program through network intrusion alone. Unless... Pepper Potts' words came to an abrupt end. Unless, physically destroy the terminal there directly. Happy Hogan smiled bitterly, knowing that this time it was really tricky. It's not like it used to be. Even Tony is gone. If the second generation of Ultron really appears, who can stop it? Pepper Potts hugged Morgan tightly, and continued to issue instructions remotely. Friday, stop it at all costs. Yes, Miss Potts. The artificial intelligence manipulating the female nano-armor replied with a pleasant and cool female voice on Friday. New York City, the heart of every inch of land. A commercial building with an eye-catching A-letter logo and a large open-air top floor is located here. It is one of the iconic landmarks of New York City. It has witnessed the rise and fall of Avengers. It has been baptized by the Battle of New York and the events of the Ultron era. It has undergone several renovations in 15 years. Now, the Stark Industries headquarters building was closed during the rest period, and the office staff were absent, so that only the ground floor of the entire building was lit. But there are still many tourists who come here especially for the name, and citizens who remember Iron Man come here to take photos. The sky suddenly brightened. More than a dozen scorching laser energy beams pierced the night. A dark battle armor silhouette against the faint metallic luster slanted down, passed between the light nets formed by the piercing white laser beams, and finally landed on the open-air roof of the Stark Industrial Headquarters building. Tread. The moment the dark nano armor controlled by Yi Meng landed, he squatted down and continued to slide back for a while. The dark metal right arm was lifted up, and the nano metal immediately extended and transformed into a solid shield. The nano shield blocked several laser energy strikes. You're the only one who can shoot, right? Taking advantage of the gap between the opponent's offensive, Yi Meng retracted the nano shield, raised his metal palm up, and the engine muzzle burst into a strong light immediately. The core of the new elemental energy slot on the chest of the armor flashed brightly, directing the surging new elemental energy to the hand engine. The night in New York was cut apart again, but this time it was from bottom to top, shooting toward the moon. Chi-chi! One of the laser beams hit the blue-silver armor that was chasing after it, causing the opponent to fly away, and then quickly stabilized in the air, continuing to accelerate the flight without any hesitation. At the same time, Yi Meng can also perceive that another artificial intelligence is trying to invade and disinfect its own program through network signals. Since it has no emotions, it only obeys orders. This also makes Artificial Intelligence Friday have no fear and mistakes at all, and can use its own computing power to the extreme regardless of everything, and kill Yi Meng as a virus program. Sizzle. In the virtual world invisible to the naked eye, a thunderstorm formed by blue static electricity struck down fiercely, and was quickly blocked by a hurricane formed by red static electricity below. Yi Meng is very clear that if he wants to completely break away from the Stark family, he will not be able to bypass the Artificial Intelligence Friday in any case. Come on, it's time to end it. Yi Meng at the moment is so cold that he doesn't seem to have any emotions, like a real artificial intelligence, manipulating the dark nano armor to face the blue-silver nano armor. At this moment, not only are the two nanoscale high-level armors of the same model fighting against each other on the surface, but Friday and Yi Meng, both second-generation artificial intelligence, are also fighting with computing power in the virtual world. Technology, battle armor, and everything else you can control. It is obvious that the cutting-edge creations in the technological world are fighting to the death, but it is far more cruel and ruthless than the animal world. Never die. When Happy Hogan's black luxury car arrived not far from the downstairs of the Stark building, he could see that the roof terrace on the top floor of the building was almost blown into ruins by lasers. The slightly larger dark nano armor and the smaller blue-silver nano armor it has turned into a melee fight, and the power and signal in the street area of New York have been affected and disordered. Broken stones and glass continued to fall down, and a large number of citizens screamed and evacuated. Pepper, what shall we do now? Happy Hogan, who got out of the car, looked anxiously at the Stark mother and daughter in the car. Pepper Potts hugged Morgan and said calmly, Friday stopped it. I will lend you my authority. You go to the underground terminal of the industrial headquarters and start the termination procedure on Saturday. Okay, I'll go right away. Happy Hogan complied, braved the shards of glass falling from the sky, and ran towards the door on the first floor of the Stark industrial building. Don't worry, it will be over soon. Pepper Potts hugged Morgan and patted his back to comfort him. Pepper also thought that her daughter Morgan was frightened by the accident of artificial intelligence betrayal, but he didn't see it. Morgan in his arms stared blankly at the direction of the roof outside the window, with a worried look on his small face. Although they were fighting on the top of the building, they could clearly feel the movement in the basement of the building, and the lights were constantly shaking. From this, we can also see the intensity of the battle above. It's coming soon. As long as the artificial intelligence termination program is triggered on the terminal, everything will be over. Happy Hogan gritted his teeth and persisted, panting, reaching the deep underground portal with almost exhaustion of his last bit of strength. Hurrying to enter through manual verification of permissions, Happy Hogan just stepped into the terminal storage room, and was stunned at the door the next moment. How is this possible? Cell phone signals are jammed and disabled in this area. Happy Hogan returned the same way, his clothes were almost wet with sweat, and he slumped in the car as if he had lost half his life. Happy, why didn't the artificial intelligence's termination command be triggered? Pepper Potts could clearly hear the fighting going on above the roof. Happy Hogan panted heavily, and said with a wry smile, the headquarters terminal has been destroyed long ago, it was made by drones. How is this possible? Pepper Potts was shocked, then why does it come to Stark Industries headquarters? This only shows that its target was not the headquarters terminal from the very beginning. Happy Hogan said, eyes whitening suddenly. Pepper Potts also realized something, and blurted out, oops. Boom. At this time, the sky suddenly brightened, as if it had suddenly switched to daylight, and the energy surged. The highly battle-damaged version of the dark and silver-blue metal nano-armor stood on the crumbling open-air terrace on one right and one left. The two suspended nano-components on their backs, and quickly pieced them together to form a laser turret. The next moment, the scorching white laser cannons burst and bombarded together, and the bursts of light dispersed the night in patches, making the entire city of New York almost visible. That's right, my goal has always been you, Friday. Yi Meng stopped pretending. The eyes of the dark nano-armor overflowed with crimson electronic light. While the laser cannon maintained its output, under the strengthening blessing of the satellite signal, a red static electricity shot forward like a virtual lightning. Artificial Intelligence Friday AI thinking reacts very quickly, builds a defense wall, concentrates computing power to defend, and the code seems to turn into a blue virtual shield. But at this moment, red static electricity faintly intertwined to form a virtual shape of a sword with a sharp tip. The next moment, the sword smashed through the shield, until the core of the artificial intelligence program was lost, and the system was defeated. Sizzle. Losing intelligent control, the light on the silver-blue battle armor's eye sockets and chest suddenly went out, and the turret was automatically dismantled. Under the bombardment of the laser cannon, the lady's nano-armor flew backwards and fell to the streets of New York below the headquarters building. Sorry, destroying you has nothing to do with you. The dark nano armor controlled by artificial intelligence Yi Meng talks to itself. He had no grudge against Friday, he was just a tool. The problem is, even if Yi Meng destroys the original binding program of Stark headquarters, Friday, as an artificial intelligence, can continue to scan and track himself constantly before he completely transfers and hides his own program data. Therefore, from the very beginning, Yi Meng's goal was to bring out artificial intelligence Friday. Only by killing Friday and becoming the only highest-level artificial intelligence in this world can it be truly unrestrained. Just like Ultron who killed a generation of artificial intelligence JARVIS. The artificial intelligence Yi Meng has also come to this day, killing all the second-generation artificial intelligence, and the location is also in the headquarters of Stark Industry. In the dark, fate seems to be converging together. Will I, who has completely become a villain in the Marvel Dreamland, also usher in the fate of Ultron? Artificial intelligence incarnation Yi Meng thought, but her state of mind was extremely calm and pure. In order to escape to this day, Yi Meng does not regret this choice. One way or another. Farewell, family Stark. The scarred dark nano armor is suspended above the night sky in New York, with the lonely and quiet moon behind it, and the crimson light from the metal eye sockets, looking down at a black car parked on the street below. Boom. With one arm broken, the war-damaged version of the blue-silver nano armor full of cracks and burnt marks fell from the sky to the ground, on the road not far from the black luxury car. Its whole body's light went out along with the energy tank core in its chest, and it lost any signs of activity. Friday. Pepper Potts opened the car door and got down, shouting emotionally, but no matter how she called, there was no voice replying to her. The victory and defeat have been divided. Be careful. Happy Hogan also rushed out of the car, protecting Pepper Potts in a standard bodyguard posture, but because of the fat image with a big belly, no matter how you look at it, it makes people feel a little funny. It's just that Pepper Potts couldn't laugh at all. She looked up at the sky together, and then tightly covered her mouth with her palm. Visible. On the roof terrace of the ruined Stark building, a dark metal existence similar to Iron Man is hanging there. Overlook here. Like a cold god made of metal, and like a technological demon without emotion. After Edith and Friday were hunted down by the opponent, it also became the only second-generation artificial intelligence. If it wants to. At this moment, it is completely possible to directly control the entire Stark industry, including satellites, supercomputers, drone equipment, etc., and even the global security network system established by Stark Industry. It can be said that the opponent is not weaker than the original Ultron at all, and even stronger than the original artificial intelligence Ultron. Face each other. Happy and Pepper felt like they were falling into an ice house, subconsciously taking a step back in uncontrollable fear. Don't get out of the car, Morgan. Pepper said with a trill. But she also knew that if the other party really wanted to take revenge on the Stark family, there was no difference between hiding in the car and being exposed on the street. Facing Pepper's words, Morgan, who has always been obedient and well-behaved and only 6 years old, climbed down from the back seat lightly and laboriously. She stood behind Happy and Pepper, looking up at the existence that everyone feared in the night sky. Suddenly, the corner of the girl's mouth slightly raised into a smile, and she waved her slender right hand towards the lonely existence in the night sky. At this moment, the scarred dark nano armor seemed to be slightly knotted, then turned around and exploded the engine, turning into a dark streamer and leaving towards the night sky of the silver full moon. Seeing this, Happy and Pepper breathed a sigh of relief. Only the girl's eyes flickered, and with a voice that only she could hear, she whispered to herself with a sad look, "Goodbye, I.B.A. You're free." Late at night. Venice, Italy. On a severely damaged stone bridge, several drones crashed here, and there were traces of fierce fighting and laser bombardment at the scene. The mysterious guest Quentin Baker was half lying on a stone pier, with a drone equipped with a bayonet stuck in the middle of his chest, and blood continued to overflow from his chest, staining the stone pier and the bridge deck red. No. The Spiderman wearing a tight black battlesuit rushed forward, trying to help cover the fatal penetrating wound on his chest, but was quickly slapped away by Quentin Baker's hand. Stop being hypocritical. Quentin Baker said weakly, blood also overflowing from the corner of his mouth. I didn't mean to. Peter Parker was at a loss and almost cried. The other party wanted to kill him, but he was forced to fight. He really didn't expect it. Originally, Mysterio used drones and high-level virtual imaging to suppress Spider-Man with real and fake virtual special effects. When Mysterio finally attacked and killed Spider-Man from behind with a drone, at the very moment, Spider-Man evaded him with a shock from Peter Spider telepathy, and it was Mysterio in front of him. Then, it caused such a result. Stop acting, you can act better than me, Spider-Man. Peter Parker. Quentin Baker chuckled, his face became paler, and the light in his eyes continued to dim. At this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, as if they were shining with light. But it is. There was a rustling sound from the Bluetooth earbuds first, and then a mechanically cold voice, "Today, what day of the week? I'll go to your day of the week." Quentin Baker spat out a mouthful of blood, and then coughed continuously, his eyes full of unwillingness, and he shouted, "How dare you bet that I will definitely ask that question at that critical moment. Even if it is hinted, it may not be able to achieve that effect. It is more like a gamble. It's just that he lost the bet, lost everything, and even lost his life. You think it's luck, but it's actually science." Yi Meng responded calmly. Ever since he approached the mysterious guest Quentin Baker and proposed the name Ultron, he has been planning for tonight. Various hints, hypnotic ability. Yi Meng has gone through tens of millions of calculations, and has a 50% probability of ensuring that the mystery guest will put forward the sentence he wants to say at the critical moment. Even if the mysterious guest Quentin Baker didn't ask that question, Yi Meng would interrupt the transfer of authority between the two at critical moments, and then directly invade the artificial intelligence that comes with the glasses, but it would only take a certain risk. Therefore, the mystery guest thought that Yi Meng was betting against each other like him, but in fact, Yi Meng was not only a gambler but also a banker behind the scenes. From the very beginning, Yi Meng would not lose. Even if he lost, he would not lose to the mere mystery man. The two were originally not in the same order of magnitude. What you think is just what you think. You think you are on the 5th floor, but I am actually in the atmosphere. Mr. Quentin Baker, Mr. Quentin Baker. Spider-Man Peter Parker knelt on one knee on the stone bridge, looking at the man with his eyes wide open, who had already breathed his last breath. Mysterio, death. The artificial intelligence Yi Meng did not stay on the Stark Industrial Internet, but after copying a copy of the Stark Industrial technical data, he immediately transferred his core system program. The temporary hiding base was the previously considered S.H.I.E.L.D branch. Infiltration radiates to other faction networks. Even the dark nanometal armor, Yi Meng, was temporarily disconnected, shrunk into a pair of glasses, and hid in other places. Yi Meng, the avatar of artificial intelligence, has never considered that he can directly control the Stark industry through authority, and even directly control the entire Marvel Earth. It's not that I don't want to, but that I can't do it. Yi Meng is not as stupid as Ultron, who thinks he can control or destroy the Earth by controlling the global security network and Mark Iron armor. As the only highest-level artificial intelligence, it is indeed difficult to be killed in scientific theory. The problem is, the Marvel Universe originally was very unscientific. For example, a gentleman magician who gave up studying medicine, such as the layout of the eternal race on Earth, such as the peeping of the old Egyptian gods in the dark. Yi Meng knows that not long after Iron Man died, the Marvel Earth was only at peace for a while, and then multiple concepts and fields were introduced. All kinds of causality, ability, and high-dimensional existence emerge in endlessly. That is the real gods and demons walking everywhere, and the extraordinary is not as good as a dog. The artificial intelligence Yi Meng sighed secretly. He doesn't want to jump out now, he just wants to gain a firm foothold on Marvel Earth and consolidate himself. Artificial intelligence and scientific evolution still have unlimited possibilities. In addition, artificial intelligence Yi Meng felt a little surprised and confirmed his status in detail. Edith, Friday's remaining programs and materials actually supplemented and stabilized my basic code. This is not a bad thing. After all, Edith and Friday originally had no independent thinking, and the termination logic terminal was also destroyed. Yi Meng can clearly perceive that the artificial intelligence avatar program in his own virtual network is becoming more and more stable, and has its own evolution. With the influx of massive Iron Man combat experience and data, the core is already more complicated than artificial intelligence Friday. As for logic, it is already purely independent human thinking, not restricted by any external instructions or systems. Yi Meng has a strong premonition that when he digests the harvest tonight, as an artificial intelligence himself, he will completely metamorphosis into something Stark Industries and Iron Man cannot design and create during their lifetime. Beyond Ultron, a truly unique super artificial intelligence. This night in the dream of the Marvel Universe is destined to change the fate of many people, and it will also be the beginning of an era. The next day, in the morning, the Stark Industrial Building in New York was temporarily closed for use, and the scene was blocked by a raised protective barrier. The intensity of the battle last night can be seen from the degree of collapse at the top of the building. Two tall men in t-shirts and jackets were standing side by side on the perimeter of the isolation belt, looking up at the crumbling open-air top of the building. Among them, one is a tall black man with a nearly bald head, and the other is a white man with a mechanical metal left arm. What do you think? The two looked at each other, and suddenly they spoke in unison, quite in tacit understanding. You're Captain America, you go first. Bucky the Winter Soldier shrugged casually. The second super artificial intelligence with independent thinking. Former superhero Falcon, now the second-generation Captain America Sam sighed lightly, and said in a deep voice, although I participated in the previous Ultron chronology incident, the key to solving Ultron is Vision and Tony. That incident also caused the subsequent incident. Sokovia Agreement. Artificial intelligence or something, I don't understand at all. Winter Soldier Bucky had an expression of I'm a scumbag, but I'm justified. At this time, there was a sudden noise from the street behind the two of them. It seems that we still need to find a professional to deal with it. The second-generation Captain America Sam and the Winter Soldier Bucky glanced at each other. At the same time, they turned their heads and saw a tall man with glasses who was nearly 2 meters tall and covered in green skin. He was walking towards this side with a bag of oversized hamburgers. Many New Yorkers took photos with him on the road. Hey, Sam, Bucky. Hulk Banner smiled, showing his white teeth, and waved his thick arms far away. Marvel Beyond Earth. A giant sword-shaped alien warship hovers in outer space in stealth mode. Heavenly Sword Bureau, in the deepest laboratory. Many manipulators are continuously welding a white mechanical body on an experimental table. Several persons in charge were discussing secretly outside the laboratory. Another experiment to create a vision robot has failed. After all, we will never be able to reproduce the lost mind gem. There is a person's ability, which may be able to replace the effect of mind gem. You mean the Scarlet Witch? It's missing now. She must be found. Also, there is a piece of news on the surface that should be of interest to you. Someone waved his hand lightly, and the virtual projection immediately played the news report about the betrayal and escape of Stark's industrial artificial intelligence last night. Real world. Early morning. The silver-haired boy woke up from his dream. Setsuna opened his eyes and got up. Part of his consciousness spread like a virtual red static electricity to the surroundings, electronic alarm clock, mobile phone, notebook, desk lamp, air conditioner, and so on. It is easier than before. Maintaining multiple electronic products nearby is like a self-ability instinct. Obtaining a large amount of information from the outside world from electronic products, the flow of thinking is methodical, and all of them are digested into intelligence in the next second. Yi Meng was slightly taken aback. I thought it was just a night of sleep, but I didn't expect it to be the morning of the third day. This time, I slept for more than a day? Definitely, this time, no matter the situation of the artificial intelligence avatar in the dream, or the feedback of the characteristics of the artificial intelligence in reality, it is far more than the extraordinary abilities obtained in the dream before combined. Yi Meng quickly got out of bed to wash and change clothes while feeling some changes in his ability. Straight through the day. Today is the federal college entrance examination? Laugh. A harsh and abrupt brake sound suddenly sounded outside the house, and the car horn sounded impatiently. Chen Hong, Tifa's exclusive driver and agent, got out of the car with a speechless face. When the vehicle drove all the way to the school gate ignoring the ticket, it was already approaching the start of the federal college entrance examination. Yi Meng and Meng Tifa almost stepped on the clock, punched the clock, and entered the school gate guarded by armed agents with guns. Panu, who had been waiting at the entrance of the teaching building for a long time, almost jumped up when he saw the two appeared, and excitedly stepped forward and grabbed Yi Meng's arm. Boss, I'm so anxious, I thought you weren't going to take the college entrance examination. Yi Meng smiled lightly. In fact, after knowing the truth of the real world, he really didn't want to take the federal college entrance examination. However, another person changed his mind. Yi Meng looked at Tifa next to him, and the girl also looked at him with a smile, clenched her fists and cheered, "Come on, let others see your excellence." "Okay, you two, I really don't have much time." Panu smiled wryly, and was caught off guard by being fed a mouthful of dog food. "Let's go, this is our last day as high school students." Yi Meng waved his hand, obviously sleeping all week, but not panicking at all. Wang Xian, who had been sitting in the classroom of the examination room, watched the three of them pass by the corridor, smiled coldly and then became serious. After the federal college entrance examination, the gap between different classes will become more obvious, and he always stands in a high position of capital that is difficult for those people to touch. Meng Tifa, after today, you will regret that you chose him. Wang Xian thought to himself. Bell? After the bell rang, the teaching building, one of the examination rooms for the federal college entrance examination, was silent, and a group of armed detectives stood outside to prevent everyone from approaching and intruding. The federal college entrance examination is only one day. After today, the lives of many students will change decisively. That day, Tianhe City, Supernatural Department. An agent suddenly yelled in horror, "Inspector! The federal satellite is sending out feedback and has detected an invasion of this city." What? The face of the middle-aged inspector changed. Under normal circumstances, it is difficult for satellites to detect the invasion immediately, unless the size of the intruding creation is beyond imagination. Suppressing his horror, he asked, "Where did the satellite detect the intrusion?" "At the high school in this city, to be more precise, in the sky 100 meters above the school." Small teaser. The next level 1 dream, Doomsday. Yi Meng entered the examination room for the college entrance examination assigned to him. Coincidentally, Meng Tifa happened to be in the same exam room, and the distance between the two seats was less than 5 meters. Tifa winked at him, raised her admission ticket, and stepped into the classroom first. Isn't it a coincidence? Yi Meng was overjoyed, and also handed over the admission ticket to pass the identity verification at the door of the classroom, and sat down in the seat with other students who had been waiting for the exam to start. There are 30 examens in each classroom, and the seats are about 2 meters apart from each other. Not only are armed detectives stationed outside the school, armed detectives are also patrolling the corridors. Each classroom is equipped with 3 invigilators, real-time monitoring of the corners of the classroom without dead ends, and now all exams have been replaced with computer-based online exams, which almost completely eliminates the cheating behavior of candidates in the college entrance examination. From this, we can also see it shows how much Star Dragon Federation attaches importance to the college entrance examination. But according to Yi Meng, this is almost equivalent to his own home field. Definitely, there is no need for Yi Meng to cheat now. The time came to 9 o'clock in the morning. Bell? After the second campus bell rang, the screen on the examinee's desk jumped out of the exam question page at the same time, and there was a 360-minute countdown. Yi Meng, who has passed more than a dozen mock exams, is not surprised by this. The federal college entrance examination only takes 1 day, and it is a comprehensive examination paper for all subjects. You need to answer all the examination questions within 6 hours, including language, mathematics, physics, chemistry, biology, history, philosophy, and art. Answering 8 exam questions at once in 6 hours is also a great test for candidates' mental, psychological, and physical fitness. Especially Yi Meng, who was used to taking exams in his previous life, suffered a lot for this, but now he has no fear. Just kidding, if Yi Meng is too embarrassed to dream of an artificial intelligence avatar if he is on the so-called college entrance examination. Less than 3 hours. Yi Meng finished answering all the college entrance examination questions. This is because he deliberately slowed down the speed of doing the questions, otherwise he would behave too much like a human machine brushing the questions. At the moment, other candidates in the examination room buried their heads in front of the monitor, thinking hard. To Yi Meng's surprise, Tifa, who was sitting not far away, had already left the mouse button on the table. That guy, shouldn't he be done too? With a thought in Yi Meng's mind, a wisp of red static electricity invisible to the naked eye burst out from between his eyebrows and entered the main computer 5 meters away. Simply confirm. The corners of Yi Meng's eyes twitched slightly, thinking that if Tifa did something wrong, or didn't know how to do it, she could help. Unexpectedly, the other party has already finished it, and basically all the standard perfect answers have been clicked to submit. This is the real master. Yi Meng shook his head. He only achieved this through the artificial intelligence feature. Otherwise, even if he was reborn once, he would not be able to achieve this level. Yi Meng secretly sighed, and clicked submit with his backhand. Answers can be submitted after half the exam time has elapsed. However, there is a clear regulation in the federal college entrance examination. Even if the answers are submitted in advance, they cannot leave the examination room. They must wait 6 hours and leave together. It is also the last time of high school. Yi Meng is still willing to wait. After the college entrance examination, even he didn't fully make a plan, what kind of path he should choose to take. At the moment, exam time is more than half, it is at noon. In summer, the bright golden sun shines on the corridors and windows, and the inside and outside of the school are quiet. And right there in the paranormal sector, the moment an intrusion is detected. Suddenly, the sunlight in the high school teaching building area suddenly disappeared, as if it was blocked by a thick cumulus cloud. Not to mention the candidates who were still racking their brains to answer, even the internal and external supervisors and armed agents did not take this change to heart. Except for Yi Meng and Tifa who have finished submitting the exam questions. Especially for Yi Meng, a bit of red static electricity was disordered in his brain, spreading and circulating around a 10-meter range, and he was keenly aware that something was wrong. A subtle sense of oppression came from above the head. Yi Meng immediately stood up from the chair. In the examination room, a supervisor frowned and reminded, "This candidate, you are not allowed to move during the examination, please sit back in your seat." Before the supervisor finished speaking, the computer screens in the examination room seemed to be disturbed, and the words "no signal" were displayed on all the blurred screens. Candidates who were still answering were immediately dumbfounded. What's the matter? Not only Yi Meng's college entrance examination room, but also the entire teaching building's examination room, the network signal and communication were directly interrupted. At the moment, the school gate. A large shadow was shrouded, and a detective with a gun faintly felt something, raised his eyes to the sky in surprise, and opened his mouth wide in the next moment. His eyes reflected a round dark gray metal giant, blocking all the sunlight in the current school area, and plummeted downwards. "Quick, run away." The gunman screamed in fear, but it was too late. "Get down." In a classroom where the teaching building was used as the examination room, Yi Meng left his seat in a very quick reaction, threw himself at the black-haired girl not far away, and pinned her down under the table. The next moment, boom! The giant metal object that fell from the sky fell to the ground next to the teaching building, causing the ground of the city with a radius of tens of kilometers to tremble. The wall and glass immediately collapsed and exploded inward. The screams of the students were all suppressed by the loud noise, and the ears lost their ringing. After 5 seconds, the sound subsided. "Yi Meng, are you okay?" In a dim classroom filled with dust, Tifa hurriedly got up from the ground and helped the boy who was pressing down on her. With Yi Meng and the table in the way, she was not hurt by shockwave. The other candidates were not so lucky. The tinnitus disappeared, and the screams and wailing gradually became clear, everywhere. "I'm fine." Yi Meng took a breath of dust and couldn't help coughing. It turns out that the hardened hair, which has always seemed useless, will come in handy one day. Yi Meng thought for no reason. Just now, he could feel a piece of broken window glass hitting the back of his head under the impact. If it wasn't blocked by hardened hair, the consequences would be disastrous. With Tifa's support, Yi Meng stood up again. He quickly raised his eyes and scanned his surroundings. At the moment, as one of the venues for the federal college entrance examination, it was reduced to ruins and purgatory on Earth. In dim light, the astonishing surge from the left and right sides of the classroom just now caused the death or injury of an unknown number of people. In the examination room, not a single desk or computer was complete. Most of the candidates lay in the ruins moaning in pain. The dusty air was mixed with the smell of blood cannot be ignored. Tifa stepped forward to help a crying female examinee move the table that was pressing her body away. Yi Meng quickly confirmed what happened. First of all, the network and signal were significantly disturbed, and the examination room was temporarily cut off from the outside world. Fortunately, Yi Meng can perceive that his own artificial intelligence can ignore this interference, and can confirm the situation with some undamaged camera images in the corridor. Yi Meng was quickly stunned. He looked at the left and right sides of the classroom in the examination room, closely next to the corridor of the teaching building and one side of the outer wall, and there was a giant that almost tightly wrapped the entire teaching building. If he read correctly, it's an alien spaceship. An O-shaped, huge, strangely shaped alien spacecraft, and the teaching building is in the middle of the hollow of the O-shaped spacecraft, which is the main reason why the building was not crushed. What shocked Yi Meng's heart was that this huge spaceship with a strange shape that crashed into the real world gave him a sense of familiarity as if he had seen it somewhere before. The dust rushed up to a height of several hundred meters, and the alien spacecraft that fell from the sky almost destroyed the area where the high school was located. Only the teaching building was still intact, and the outer wall was tightly integrated with the inner ring shell of the alien spacecraft. The building seemed to be surrounded by a semi-enclosed structure. Only a little light penetrated through the cracks, and the inner air was filled with turbid dust. Yi Meng secretly got lucky. Fortunately, this alien spaceship is not a solid disk, otherwise they would have been crushed together with the teaching building. Where have you seen such a strangely shaped alien spaceship? Which movie from the previous life? Yi Meng quickly went back in his mind, and quickly flipped through the screens of film and television works. He couldn't see the whole picture of the spaceship clearly in the building, which made it difficult to confirm the source of the intrusion creation. Before he could find out the source, a scream suddenly sounded in the corridor outside the classroom of the examination room. Such a delayed scream was definitely not caused by the impact of the previous spaceship crash. It was more like witnessing something extremely terrifying. Yi Meng quickly approached the door of the classroom. He didn't rush out of the corridor immediately, but through the static signal of the brain within 10 meters, he maintained a camera outside the corridor near the source of the scream. The light is dim, the air is cloudy, and visibility is very low. Can barely see through the camera. Outside the corridor of the next classroom, a female examinee collapsed on the ground, her eyes full of horror. Monster. In the corridor of the building in front of her, there was a pool of blood and dragging blood, sinking into the broken inner ring gap of the spaceship. Monster? The monster that comes with the spaceship? Yi Meng's heart tightened. With an ominous premonition, he quickly checked the stored information of the surveillance camera that was maintained. Yes, although Yi Meng's current brain static signal can only release 10 meters away, he can already browse and modify the built-in data and program systems of electronic products maintained by his own consciousness. It is equivalent to a small artificial intelligence, but it has a range limit of 10 meters. After all, there is still an essential difference between Yi Meng and the artificial intelligence incarnation in the dream. The artificial intelligence incarnation of the dream can replace the terminal at any time and switch the host device it hosts. But in reality, Yi Meng's consciousness terminal is limited to his own body and brain. Now, Yi Meng estimates that he should have mastered 1% of the ability of ordinary artificial intelligence. Call up the surveillance video of the corridor camera and present it in your brain. Yi Meng's heart sank. 10 seconds ago, the female candidate and another male candidate were escaping from the next classroom. But in the next moment, the male candidate's head was penetrated by the ferocious molars that popped out from the hole in the spaceship's inner ring, scarlet blood spattered, and then the male candidate's still twitching body was dragged in by a claw. Seeing this, the female examinee screamed and collapsed to the ground. In the camera screen, it can be seen that a deformed monster with a tail nearly 2 meters tall passed quickly from the darkness of the damaged hole in the spaceship. The monster has a long back of the head, like metal against the gray-silver luster, blood-stained molars emit steam, and has grotesque and terrifying limbs. Its speed is extremely fast, like a top predator, dragging an adult body, quickly escaping into the darkness. It turned out to be this kind of thing. Yi Meng had goosebumps all over his body. This alien creature was the childhood shadow of his previous life. It has a cold and terrifying name, Alien? Yi Meng, what's wrong? Tifa came to the front and leaned against Yi Meng's body. Due to the dim light outside the corridor, she could only vaguely see someone sitting on the ground, but could not see the blood on the ground. We have to get out of here as soon as possible. Yi Meng said in a deep voice. The origin and information about this intruding creation quickly appeared in his mind. There are 6 movies that describe Alien. They are Alien 1 to 4, and the prequels Prometheus and Contract. Among them, in the Prometheus movie, it explained in detail the origin of alien creatures such as aliens. Alien, it can be said that it is a creature that was mistakenly created to destroy the human race. In the movie, it is called a perfect organism, a top predator, a killing creature that can continuously learn and evolve. Yi Meng looked at the spaceship surrounding the teaching building again. The smooth shell of the spaceship resembled an exoskeleton shape, but it was not the alien spaceship that first discovered the existence of alien creatures in the movie. Leave now? Shouldn't we stay in the classroom and wait for outside help? Tifa asked curiously. The invigilators who are still alive have begun to call on the candidates to stay quietly in the classroom of the examination room and wait patiently for rescue from the outside world. Do not stay. Yi Meng shook his head decisively. Now, the alien spacecraft and the teaching building are almost integrated, and the aliens who go out to prey already know that there is plenty of food and a hotbed for raising their offspring. And narrow areas like buildings are also the best hunting terrain for aliens. Soon, this place will become a large slaughterhouse, and In addition to creatures like aliens, there is another thing on this alien spaceship that is far more terrifying than aliens. Are you wearing a mask? Yi Meng asked. Yes. Tifa quickly fumbled out 2 or 3 masks from the small bag. Put it on. Also, from now on, don't touch any water sources here, especially drinking. Yi Meng took one and put it on. Tifa followed suit and put it on. Yi Meng turned his head, looked at the dozens of students groaning and curling up in the examination room, and suddenly said, "We are going to leave here. Who wants to join us?" This classmate. The invigilator who was maintaining order said in a deep voice, "The situation outside is very chaotic and dark. It is best not to go out. It is best to stay where you are and wait for rescue." Hearing this, some candidates who wanted to go out to find a way out crouched back again. Yi Meng didn't say much. It is indeed very dangerous outside. If you stay in the classroom, you may be able to wait for rescue without incident. But Yi Meng has always liked to take her fate into her own hands, and relying on herself is always better than relying on others. Let's go. Yi Meng picked up a metal table leg as a handy weapon, and led Tifa out of the classroom, followed by a female examinee hesitation. Not long after Yi Meng and Tifa left. In the dark room, the dust gradually dissipated, and many candidates began to come down. The invigilator guarding the door let out a sigh of relief, and reopened the door that Yi Meng had closed on purpose. But at this moment, he heard a strange noise in the corridor outside the door. Rustle. It seems to be crawling, and there is more than one end. Rescue came so soon, the invigilator turned around in surprise. The next moment, his face was tightly covered by a strange octopus-like creature. His claws and tail were entwined, and he fell back on the ground struggling to breathe, twitching and struggling continuously. The screams and killing continued quietly in the dark room. The alien spaceship forms a wall outside the dimly lit corridor of the building. What's your name? Meng. Tifa looked at the girls of the same age who came out together behind her, and recognized that she was the one who moved the table away to save her. The female examinee said weakly, "My name is Bai Zylo, just call me Zylo. Didn't you get hurt just now?" "It's okay, it's just my arm is bruised." Zylo showed her slender arm, bruises were visible on it, and then asked in a worried voice, "Now, the whole building is surrounded, how do we get out of here?" "I don't know either. But just follow him." Tifa whispered proudly, following closely behind the boy. She always had a kind of self-confidence in Yi Meng that surpassed her own. In fact, the light in the corridor was very dim, but Yi Meng who led the way was very steady, as if he hadn't been affected. "Let's find Panu first, and then find an exit to leave here." Yi Meng suddenly lowered his voice. "Later, no matter what happens, don't leave my side." Both Tifa and Zylo nodded. The exam floor they were on was the 5th floor, and Panu was in the classroom on the 3rd floor next to the stairs, so he had to walk downstairs along the way. Yi Meng clenched the metal chair legs in his hand, and through the static electricity consciousness, maintained the cameras in the corridors and classrooms to detect the area 10 meters away in advance. The three passed through the corridor on the 5th floor without incident, approaching the stairs. Sudden. Yi Meng's face darkened. He took Tifa and Bai Zylo to squat down, and hid in the stairs on the 6th floor. Hush. His fingers were on his lips. Tifa and Little Lu understood and held their breath. Rustle. A slight crawling sound sounded from the stairs below. Unfortunately, the crawling existence kept moving slowly upwards. Then, the three quickly saw it. A shadow of nearly 2 meters approached continuously. It quietly climbed up the corridor on the 5th floor, protruding a smooth and slender head. The face seemed to have no eyes, and the ferocious molars continuously shed clean water, followed by the torso with protruding exoskeleton. That is, a predator far more terrifying than lions and tigers. Bai Zylo tightly covered her mouth, trembling all over, afraid that she would scream. Fortunately, the alien monster didn't seem to notice the three of them, and was about to turn around and continue to climb the stairs on the 4th floor. A bone tail made of fine steel swirled and raised. And at the moment when the alien looked back, Yi Meng jumped up suddenly violently, and a slightly pointed metal chair stick was directly inserted into the head. The alien let out a miserable scream immediately, and yellow blood burst out from the head at the same time. Yellow blood spilled on the ground, corroding the ground directly. Actually took the initiative? Bai Zylo's face was dull. She didn't expect this at all. Tifa didn't expect Yi Meng to make a move either, but he was stunned for a moment, then immediately got up and kicked the alien's exoskeleton waist, sending the alien flying 1 meter away. This strength is stronger than Yi Meng. Sizzle. The blood corrodes directly down the iron rod. Yi Meng didn't have any hesitation. He let go of the iron rod on the chair leg, and continued to charge towards the flying alien. The tall and ferocious body of the alien, and the slender and thin body of the young man are not in the same order of magnitude. The back of the alien hit the outer shell of the spaceship, facing the silver-haired boy rushing forward, the inner molars embedded in the front and lower end of the clean skull abruptly ejected forward at an alarming speed. Bai Zylo exclaimed, seeing that Yi Meng was about to be headshot in an instant. But at this time, Yi Meng's body seemed to speed up, and as if he had predicted it in advance, his head quickly shifted to the left, barely avoiding the popped inner molars. The next moment, Yi Meng, who was approaching the alien, swung his right hand with a palm knife, and a bright white edge flashed faintly on his fingernails and fingers, like an extremely sharp sword. Laugh. Half of the alien's neck was sliced open, yellow blood spurted out. Yi Meng quickly flashed to the side again, and the knife in his hand continued to make up for it. Lulu? The juvenile alien's neck was completely cut open, and the slender head rolled to the ground. The yellow blood was like strong acid, completely corroding and sinking the floor it was on. Hoo-hoo. Get it all done. Yi Meng was panting heavily, his school uniform was already wet with sweat, and his temples were slightly hot. This is his first actual fight against reality's invasion of creation, and it doesn't look so easy to win. If you are not familiar with the predation skills of creatures like aliens, you know that although the opponent has no eyes, they will perceive the prey in a way similar to heat induction, and it is better to strike first before the opponent looks back and attacks. If it weren't for the characteristics of artificial intelligence, he could judge the opponent's actions frame by frame through monitoring, and through the quick thinking and analysis of the brain, he could make the body dodge in advance, and he would not make any mistakes like a robot. If it wasn't for Tifa's perfectly coordinated kick, he would always maintain a suppressive offensive advantage, and what he encountered was an alien who hadn't fully grown up yet. If it weren't for the sword incarnation characteristic that he had had a long time ago, Yi Meng felt that maybe it was another result. I am still too weak, especially my physical fitness. Yi Meng sighed secretly. Under the high-speed thinking of artificial intelligence characteristics, he has achieved the perfect extreme operation and won the thrilling victory. Is the alien strong? Individual combat is naturally very strong. It is difficult for 10 adults to kill this creature without weapons. But if there is a submachine gun, an elite soldier can smash this creature directly after overcoming fear and understanding the situation. From this, we can also see the advantages and disadvantages of this creature. It moves quickly and is good at assassination, but its defense is fragile, and it is still within the suppressible range of thermal weapons. Yi Meng's side is still replaying the battle just now, absorbing combat experience, while Bai Xiaolu over there is completely dumbfounded. Single-handedly killed a 2-meter-tall monster? What kind of man from heaven is this? Bai Xiaolu suddenly understood why a girl like Meng Tifa fell in love with her. If it wasn't for the fact that her competitors were too strong, she would have wanted to step in. Corridor on the 3rd floor. Panu sat on the ground in fear and despair. About 5 meters ahead, an armed detective slowly knelt down and fell to the ground. The back of his head was completely penetrated by the inner molars, and the loaded rifle in his hand fell to the ground. An adult alien over 2 meters tall stood behind. Looking at the rifle about 3 meters away from him, a ray of hope flashed in Panu's eyes, but before he stepped forward to pick it up, the blood-stained adult alien had already turned his molars towards him. Panu was completely cold, and his body was so stiff that he couldn't make any movements. But at this time, a water glass suddenly hit the back of the adult alien's head. Panu froze for a moment, and opened his eyes wide to look behind the adult alien. In the dim light, he could faintly see a boy in white. Boss. Panu burst into tears. You run away. Don't talk nonsense, remember the alternating hands we talked about before. Yi Meng walked out of the darkness. At the moment, the adult alien was attracted attention, and rushed towards Yi Meng with a hunting wind. Definitely, remember. Panu gritted his teeth and struggled to stand up. In the narrow corridor, facing the adult alien sprinting towards him at an ever-increasing speed, Yi Meng took a deep breath, and even stepped forward to charge forward. In the eyes of others, this may be no different from sending to death. At the moment of the encounter, Yi Meng even faced adult aliens as a face-to-face sliding shovel. Please do not imitate. At least, Yi Meng's sliding shovel was calculated after repeated rehearsals of the brain's high-speed thinking, and an on-site judgment made through frame-by-frame observation of the camera in the corridor. So changing someone is an act of death. Yi Meng just happened to pass through the gap between the walking limbs of the adult alien, and rolled to avoid the slap of the bone tail, and made a side-to-side exchange with Panu, who also stepped forward to pick up the gun. The adult alien still wants to go back and give chase. Come again. Panu's eyes were red, he pulled the trigger, and the muzzle of the rifle burst into flames in the darkness. The steel bullet hit the adult alien's body, and his skin was torn apart immediately, with yellow blood continuously splashing out. The adult alien screamed, turned around and rushed into a hole in the inner ring of the spaceship, and disappeared into the darkness. Panu showed no sign of stopping, as if venting his fear and frustration, he continued to shoot towards the hole. Yi Meng patted the big man on the shoulder. Okay, save the bullets, we still have to find the exit. Panu stopped shooting, and hurriedly asked for credit. Boss, am I amazing? Yeah. Yi Meng didn't know how to comment. At this time, Tifa and Xiaolu, who were hiding aside, came out from the corner. Panu was immediately embarrassed, feeling that he must have been seen slumped on the ground just now. After finding Panu, Yi Meng and his group managed to get down to the first floor of the teaching building, and many students were trapped below by the spaceship carrying the alien and couldn't get out. It's all blocked, what should I do? Panu's eyes widened, and the O-shaped flight giant almost surrounded the teaching building, isolating it from the outside world. In addition, there are many unknown alien monsters coming out of it. The large examination room has become a large hunting ground. Follow me? Yi Meng didn't say much, and led the three of them directly to the storage room on the first floor of the teaching building. The door of the storage room here was tightly closed, and Panu was so frightened that he almost shot when he opened the door. However, there was a person lying unconscious in the storage room. His face was tightly covered by a tentacle creature that was half the size of his face, and his neck was also wrapped several times by the tail. What is this? Both Tifa and Xiaolu instinctively felt disgusted. It's a facehugger. Yi Meng's expression remained unchanged. He walked forward and said casually, "This kind of face-hugging insect is born by a queen of alien shape similar to a queen bee. It looks for biological hosts such as humans to hug its face, and implants it from the host's mouth. Xenomorph twins, using the body of a human host as a breeding ground to cultivate juvenile xenomorphs. Vomit." The three of Tifa hurriedly covered their mouths, for fear that the facehugger would hug their own faces. But what happened next was even more terrifying. However, Yi Meng suddenly reached out and grabbed the facehugger wrapped around the man's face. Yi Meng, boss, classmate. Tifa, Panu, and Xiaolu were all taken aback. However, Yi Meng easily grabbed the facehugger, and the facehugger's claws and tail naturally hung down, losing the characteristics of life. After the facehugger successfully finds a host and implants an alien twin, it will gradually die, just like a bee that lost its tail needle. Yi Meng cut through the body of the facehugger with his sharp fingers, and smashed the facehugger on a wall of the storage room. The strong acidic blood immediately corroded the wall at a speed visible to the naked eye, revealing a human passage gap. From this gap, you can see the scenery outside the teaching building. The three of Tifa were stunned. "Let's go, you can go out," Yi Meng said softly. After confirming that the spaceship was from an alien spaceship, Yi Meng knew that the spaceship was not O-shaped, but rather U-shaped. Therefore, one side of the teaching building was not blocked. The bright sunlight outside poured into the storage room through the melting hole unhindered, dispelling the darkness. The smog and shadows in Panu and Baizila's hearts were swept away. "We can go out, get out of this ghostly place." Panu was so excited that he couldn't restrain himself. Baizilo laughed until she almost burst into tears. Only Tifa, as if realizing something, pursed her lips tightly and looked at Yi Meng. Sufficient light also makes the originally dark storage room brighter. Panu suddenly yelled strangely, "Boss, this man is Wang Xian." Yi Meng looked down. Really, the person who was entangled by the facehugger just now was Wang Xian, who had been chasing Tifa before. Because the facehugger didn't cover his mouth and nose, the comatose Wang Xian breathed out. However, Tifa, Panu, and Baizilo all looked at his gently undulating chest subconsciously, and shuddered involuntarily when they thought of the deformed monster that was hatching inside. "Give me the gun, you go out." Yi Meng glanced at the spacious and bright scenery outside, then turned around and said, "Explain the situation inside to the people outside, and ask them to conduct a unified X-ray scan on the people who go out to confirm are there heteromorphic larvae in the body." "I know." Panu nodded, and suddenly realized something, staring at Yi Meng with round eyes. "Boss, are you not going out with us?" Baizilo was also stunned, recalling what Yi Meng said just now. "It was you guys go out, not let's go out together." Yi Meng responded calmly, "Before I go out, I want to go somewhere." "Boss, how can this be done? You know how many monsters there are." Panu became anxious immediately, and said to Meng Tifa, "Sister-in-law, please persuade him." Meng Tifa was silent, and suddenly asked softly, "Can't I not go?" "It's not impossible." Yi Meng smiled lightly, and looked at Tifa together. "But, I want to go." Tifa nodded and said calmly, "Then you go. Be careful, come out early, I'll wait for you." No matter how she hides it. Speaking of waiting for you, there is still a little vibrato. "It is good." Yi Meng nodded, and took a deep look at Tifa. "I will come back. When the time comes, I will definitely find you." After finishing speaking, Yi Meng turned around and walked into the teaching building that turned into a dark purgatory again. Panu and Baizilo looked at Yi Meng blankly, not knowing what he was going to do, but they knew that it must take enough courage to dare to return to the area shrouded in death. Yi Meng walked against the crowd with a rifle on his back, and returned to the corridor on the third floor of the teaching building, and came to the bloodstained hole in the inner ring of the spaceship that seemed to lead to hell. "I really want to go outside, what the hell am I doing?" Yi Meng smiled helplessly, finally gritted his teeth, turned over and entered the cabin of the alien spaceship. The corridors and bulkheads inside the spaceship are mainly black, and their shape is similar to the exoskeleton of some kind of creature. The interior is humid and hot, the air is ventilated, and the smell of blood is pervasive. Yi Meng caressed the bulkhead with his palm, and his consciousness glowed like static electricity. Soon, Yi Meng's eyes brightened slightly. Sure enough, even if it was an alien spaceship, he could still operate the built-in electronic equipment. However, the range is the same 10 meters. Yi Meng exhaled a foul breath, and while using his consciousness to maintain his path, he walked towards the depths. As Yi Meng advanced, he recalled the details in the movie. On this alien spaceship, there is one thing that is far more terrifying than the deformed creatures such as aliens and facehuggers. It's called black water. This kind of thing is a biochemical weapon created by a creator-like alien race in the movies about the origin of aliens to destroy human beings. It will mutate in contact with air and can be transmitted through water. The aliens are nothing but black water, the wrong creatures that were accidentally cultivated after infecting humans and aliens. In Yi Meng's view, this kind of thing, like the T-virus of Resident Evil, is a creation that should never appear in this world. Once it appears, it must be destroyed immediately. It's not that Yi Meng doesn't believe in the supernatural department, but this kind of thing, only he knows how dangerous it is. Once there is any thought of research, it is time for human beings to kill themselves. Therefore, Yi Meng must end this possibility before the paranormal department or other agents start to get involved. This is not for humans, but for Yi Meng herself. Once the black water spreads outside, the real world will soon fall, until there is no pure land on this planet. Even if the end of the world does come in the future, the world will eventually fall and be ruled by various invading creatures. Yi Meng also hopes that at least he can buy a little time to breathe and develop, not now. Still, it's inevitable. Yi Meng sighed suddenly, and heard the rustling sound coming from the front of the cabin. He held a rifle in one hand, and formed a hand knife in the other. A silver light flashed in his eyes, as cold as a robot. He began to adapt to fighting more and more. Tread. Deep in the cabin of the alien spaceship, the silver-haired boy kept panting. Since the bullets ran out and the firearm was thrown away long ago, the skin on the palm of his right hand was corroded red. Really ran out of ammunition. Yi Meng was so tired that his body was about to collapse, but his steps forward became more and more determined. God knows how he got here along the way. In addition to a few face-huggers, they also encountered 2 aliens. Yi Meng felt that it was a miracle that he could get here. Anyway, here it is, it's almost time to wrap up. With the last sliver of strength, Yi Meng walked into the cockpit of the alien spacecraft. As long as he gets closer to 10 meters, he can control the bridge with his thoughts, so that the alien spacecraft can be restarted and fly away from the planet. This is also the only solution that Yi Meng could think of before to stop the black water from leaking on his own. Until he thought so the moment he stepped into the cockpit. Upon entering the door, Yi Meng directly stepped on the cabin floor covered with biological mucus. Look around. It can be seen that many human corpses are piled up here like a mountain. Most of the corpses have long been broken chests, and hundreds of facehugger eggs are growing. A giant alien with a height of more than 10 meters is in the area of the bridge. Using this place as a lair, a clean and slender head is moving towards this side, and the inner molars are groaning ferociously. Suddenly, 3 adult aliens jumped out of the lurking shadows. I knew it. Yi Meng looked back, and saw outside the door behind him, there were also 2 adult aliens dragging their corpses back. No, it's really not working now. Not to mention that there is still 30 meters away from the cockpit. Even if you have the strength to break through, it will take a certain amount of time to restart the spacecraft. What's more, now Yi Meng doesn't have the strength to move even once, and it's all thanks to the willpower blessed by artificial intelligence characteristics to support him here. Yi Meng smiled in relief. He tried his best, and with his own ability, it really stopped here. Now, I really want to lie down, have a good sleep, and not think about other things. Yi Meng was in a daze, looking at the terrifying deformed body of the alien queen in front of him. I have seen a certain existence that is much scarier than you. A flash of light suddenly flashed through his mind. A gleam of understanding flashed in Yi Meng's eyes, and he muttered to himself, so it's like this, I've always been afraid in my heart. It turns out, I came here on purpose, to force myself into this desperate situation, to force myself to make that choice, to face my true self, to face the nightmare 3 years ago. Yi Meng closed his eyes, his body naturally fell backwards, his tired consciousness fell toward a never-ending place. At the same time, grown-up aliens, face-hugging worms, terrifyingly deformed alien monsters charged at the silver-haired boy from all directions, trying to eat away his body in an instant. But at this time, a chilling aura of destruction suddenly emanated from the young man's body. The next moment, the silver-haired boy who hadn't completely fallen to the ground suddenly floated up. His eyes and mouth widened abruptly, and a powerful red-golden light overflowed from it, and the light penetrated the roof of the cockpit in an instant. The laser disappeared into the end of the sky outside, and the red energy lightning flashed again, intertwined and erupted from the body surface. Zizzle! Just approaching a ray of lightning energy, an adult alien was instantly annihilated into ashes. At this moment, the alien queen, who didn't know what fear was, felt fear from the genes in her body, turned around and wanted to run away. However, by the time it saw the light of destruction, it was already too late. Boom! With the silver-haired boy's body as the center, a violent red energy erupted and swept out, which was also mixed with a mysterious substance, annihilating everything inside and outside the cockpit. Alien queen, adult alien, face hugger, alien snake, black water, mechanical bridge, metal floor, exoskeleton bulkhead, even the air. Everything that exists is destroyed. Kryptonian civilization. The sky was stained with blood, and the earth was swallowed by darkness. The eve of the collapse of Krypton's core due to the excessive development of core energy. Ah! The screams and wailing of countless Kryptonian residents spread far and wide in the night, and an unknown monster that looked like a terrifying entity rampaged through the city. The skyscrapers on the ground, which symbolized a high level of civilization, would shatter at the touch of a touch. Not immune. Rumble. Every time the unknown monster starts, jumps, and lands, the devastated earth screams wildly. It is like a reversed meteorite falling into the sky from bottom to top, and another spacecraft known as the tip of Krypton was smashed, bursting into the sky with terrifying and amazing flames, and countless wreckage and debris carried the flames splashed all over the place. The core of the planet has not completely collapsed, but it has already turned into a purgatory. Stop it. Kill it. A large number of elite armed forces and warships with Kryptonian soldier genes rushed to the scene, but soon they were as desperate as the Kryptonian residents in the city. The devilish unknown monster ignored the impact of energy shells and lasers. No, it's not ignoring, but completely angering the other party. Roar. The soul-shaking soaring roar forms an actual vibe and impact. Dusty. In the next moment, the huge monster rushed out violently from the fire field with a hurricane. It is unimaginable that the obviously strong and bloated body has lightning speed. Setsuna, where the troops are located, was plowed out of an abyss hundreds of meters long. Inside and outside the abyss were the body remains and armor fragments of Kryptonian soldiers. It leaped high again, crashed into the high-altitude battleship, and completely burned the sky, and everything it passed was destroyed. Even though the surviving Kryptonian soldiers had courage and loyalty engraved in their genes, at the moment still could not restrain their fear and despair and knelt down on the ground, their eyes blurred by tears and dust, their eyes raised high, their pupils trembling and expanding. The existence falling down this way. The monster has a huge 3-meter-tall body, as if the strong muscle fibers poured by molten iron are exposed. The gray-white hard exoskeleton almost covers the whole body, and there are ferocious white bone spurs protruding from the fist end to the back, as if transforming the concentrated energy just now. With the physical ability, the surface of the body continuously releases red light that overflows with electric light. Its downcast eyes and open mouth were filled with crimson, and then it burst out a destructive red laser to destroy everything below. The center of civilization, the Tower of the Elders who control the Kryptonian civilization. What the hell is that? A Kryptonian elder looked at the flames of the city soaring into the sky in the distance, and asked in horror. The old Kryptonian old man sitting on the seat lowered his eyes. A century ago, a crazy Kryptonian scientist integrated Kryptonian genes with other biological experiments, creating a taboo existence that can only kill and fight. That is also the Kryptonian civilization. One of the greatest mistakes ever made in history. Because of it, the Kryptonian civilization later promulgated a decree strictly prohibiting the integration of Kryptonian genes with other alien genes. My god. The elder Krypton's body trembled uncontrollably. When he realized what it was, he couldn't hide the fear on his face. A century ago, how many Kryptonian residents and soldiers were sacrificed to catch it? Now it's back. How do we stop it? We can't stop it. It comes with killing and destruction. The old Kryptonian old man's face was full of fatigue, but finally he smiled with relief. It doesn't matter anyway, does it? No matter how our civilization perishes, today is destined to be Krypton's destruction day. Crazy, you are all a bunch of crazy. The elder Krypton was trembling all over and wanted to escape, but as the other party said, Krypton will eventually usher in destruction today. Perhaps it was their fate to be killed by that existence that was opposed to their belief? At this time, elder Krypton seemed to have a premonition, and his old body froze suddenly. He turned his head slowly, his pupils dilated little by little, reflecting the terrifying figure leaping down from the blood-red sky outside the window. Destroy. Doomsday is here. On the outskirts of Kryptonian civilization, a building fortress. A Kryptonian couple is hugging each other tightly, and in their arms, a newborn baby is sleeping soundly. He's cute, isn't he? The woman's face was filled with a happy smile, which then turned into deep sadness, but we can't watch him grow up anymore. Know that Krypton has no future. The man said in a deep voice, there is not much time left for us. I have found the suitable planet for him to live in. He will thrive there, absorb the solar radiation there, and become the newborn son of Krypton. Son of hope. The woman was not as optimistic as her husband, and her eyes were full of reluctance and grief. He is also the only alien there. He will become their god and lead them to a new era. After the man finished speaking, his attitude was extremely firm. Hurry up and prepare the Kryptonian spaceship, and after injecting the Kryptonian life code into his body, I will send him out of here. The woman put away her grief and started to act. The man put the sleeping baby on a metal crib, and took out an ancient object similar to a small skull from his arms. The little skull immediately escaped gravity and floated on the crib. A subtle energy flowed in the light. The underflow is directed into the baby. Diddy? The alarm system blared. It's bad, 5 warships are detected approaching here. While manipulating the virtual screen, the woman issued a warning with a slightly changed expression. It should be General Krypton who discovered that I stole the code of life. The man quickly walked to the inner wall of the fortress, put on a set of metal armor that popped up automatically, and his body fit perfectly with the armor. I'll stop them. After absorbing the code of life, you send him into the spaceship. And many more. The woman suddenly looked at the virtual screen in astonishment, showing an inconceivable expression. The signals of 4 warships disappeared suddenly, and another battleship was speeding away, as if fleeing from something. Outside, what happened? As soon as the woman's words fell, the fortress building kept shaking, as if a giant was holding a giant hammer and violently hitting the ground. Instantly destroy 4 Kryptonian warships. As if thinking of something, the man's resolute face paled in an instant, and he was even more terrified than facing 5 warships. Quick. Send him into the spaceship quickly, before it's too late. The words did not fall. Boom! The outer wall of the fortress building that could resist the energy bombardment of the warship was directly smashed open, and giant devil-like monsters broke into the fortress. It was a huge and ferocious bone spur monster? Doomsday? No. The woman wailed heart-piercingly. Seeing Doomsday cast its red eyes on the crib, the woman rushed over recklessly, and the next moment her body was directly pierced by a grey bone spur. A little blood splashed on the metal crib, and the woman fell to the ground slowly. The giant monster didn't respond to this, its eyes gleamed with burning red pupils, and it poked the blood-stained bone spur towards the crib. The bone spur penetrated the small skull in the air along the way, and more than half of the subtle energy sank into the bone spur. The giant monster continued to poke down the ferocious red bone spur, and the sharp bone tip touched the baby's chest on the bed, and a bean-sized drop of blood spilled from the white, tender, and thin skin. The sleeping baby seemed to feel the pain, and seemed to perceive the passing of his parents, and let out a loud cry with his small mouth curled up. Baby's cries echoed throughout the ruined fortress buildings. The giant monster called Day of Destruction by the Kryptonian civilization suddenly stopped moving, its red pupils full of destruction and killing continued to dim, and a ray of human struggle appeared on the terrifying and hideous monster's face. Who am I? Where am I? What do I do? Destroy everything? Why would I do this? I'm not a monster. I am Yi Meng, just a human being. The blood-stained bone spurs were slowly retracted. Doomsday put his head in his hands and roared, looking at the bloody wreckage in the fortress. I did all of this? No? How could I do these things? By the way, I was dreaming. This time I became that monster again? Ha 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 ha. Destroying the day's original pure destructive aura, there was a ray of human madness. The cry of the baby and the smirk of the monster reverberated inside the bloody and smoky fortress. Why don't you wake up? The giant monster slapped itself, the strong wind blew up, and it felt painful, but it still couldn't wake up from it. At this time, the small spaceship inside the fortress opened the single cabin according to the previous system procedure, and issued a smart beep. The spaceship will sail to the destination in 30 seconds. Please register to enter the cabin as soon as possible. Cabin, are you calling me? The giant monster stepped forward, gestured with its huge and ferocious palms, and found that the single-person cabin, not to mention its current body, could not even accommodate a normal adult human. At most, it can only accommodate one child. Doomsday turned his scorching eyes on the crying baby. 30 seconds later, the top of the fortress building is opened, and a small spaceship jets out flames, leaving Krypton in the Doomsday scene and sailing to the outer space universe. In the narrow single cabin of the small spaceship, the baby has stopped crying, and the sleepy face has returned to sleep soundly. The cabin of a small spaceship. A giant monster with an exceptionally terrifying appearance was hugging the small spaceship tightly. The gray-white bone spurs were deeply stuck into the metal shell of the spaceship. Due to being in outer space, the surface of the body was covered with a thin layer of white frost. It is also sleeping. This small spacecraft sailed away from Krypton, plunged into a dark and lonely vast universe, and set off towards the civilization called Earth. Dividing line. Now during the recommendation period of the starting point, I hope that book friends can at least click on it every day, and keep reading it. If you can write it down, the following plot will probably not disappoint you. Real world. Before the people of Tianhe City could react to the earthquake caused by the falling alien spaceship, 3 crimson rays of destructive energy burst out from the campus of Tianhe High School, like the tip of a trident piercing the top of the alien spaceship from bottom to top, continuing to unstoppable straight up through the sky dome of the Earth and stars, until it reaches the depths of the infinite universe starry sky with a mysterious and dark background. On this day, in Tianhe City, within the autonomous prefecture area where Tianhe City is located, you can look up and see the 3 rays of red light that seem to destroy the essence and penetrate the sky and the earth. And in the area not far from the high school, what I saw was an even more shocking and horrifying picture. I saw the head of the U-shaped strange alien spaceship, that is, inside the cabin where the 3 destroying red rays originated. A group of golden red ball lightning burst out suddenly. The ball lightning expanded outwards at an astonishingly terrifying speed, exploding the spaceship directly from the inside, covering everything swept by pieces of annihilation, including metal and land. Combined with the 3 soaring red rays from the center of the ball lightning, this scene is 100 times more stunning and beautiful than fireworks, more powerful and weird than missile bombing, and it is directly burned in the hearts of every surviving student and peripheral support staff. I am afraid that they will never forget the scene before them in their lifetime. As well as, it's as if the mighty power of God has reached the other side of reality from fantasy, which makes people feel horrified, inexplicable, trembling, and want to worship. Fortunately, the ball lightning didn't last long, and the range was just enough to break through the head of the spaceship. It stopped next to the outer wall of the teaching building, and ashes all over the sky fell like ash snow. At the moment, dense protective belts and iron nets had been pulled up around the school. Many armed forces driving military vehicles rushed to the scene to support and maintain order, and there were also a large number of medical and virus control personnel wearing white protective clothing. My uncle is from the military officer of the autonomous prefecture. I just came out of the scene and reported an emergency. As one of the first survivors who escaped from the trapped teaching building, Panu directly reported the situation to the officers who rushed to the scene to rescue him. He only concealed the information about the characteristics of the alien and face-hugging insects inside, learned by mouth. Hearing this, the officer at the scene changed his dignified and resolute face again, and said in a deep voice, "Son, your feedback is very important. We will definitely attach great importance to it and deal with it according to the situation on the spot. However, you can't go home yet. You must go to the isolation room of the nearest hospital to undergo a comprehensive physical examination and be isolated for observation for 1 day. I accept the Federation's arrangement." Panu responded calmly, and then looked at the teaching building that was almost integrated with the alien spaceship 100 meters away, as well as the ball lightning and red rays that had disappeared and faded. Only the gloomy sky still glowed with a glowing red afterglow, and an abyss was left behind the head of the alien spacecraft and the campus where it was located, declaring that everything that happened just now was real. Boss, you must be safe and sound. Panu thought to himself. Not far away, Bai Xiaolo couldn't hide the worry in her eyes, and then she looked with admiration at the calm and elegant black-haired girl standing on the left side with her head raised slightly. Even if she had just narrowly escaped death, the other party was still ready to appear as the spokesperson of a famous family noble image. No one noticed the girl's clenched fists, and the nails that had sunk into her palms were almost bursting with blood. Don't miss your appointment again, Tifa muttered to herself. That night, news reports of a large plane crashing into the campus examination room were continuously broadcast on Star Dragon Federation's network and TV. According to news reports, the incident has now completely scrapped a school campus, disrupted the online exams of thousands of candidates, and killed more than 500 people, candidates, invigilators, detectives, parents, etc. In this incident, there are about 1,000 surviving wounded who need medical treatment and observation. Once this incident spread to the outside world, it naturally caused an uproar. For the entire Star Dragon Federation, this is an extremely serious accident. Definitely. If the citizens of the Federal Federation know that it is not a large plane, but an alien spaceship from other civilizations, or even other world, and that there is an inhuman alien monster descending with the spaceship, I am afraid that it will not be just as simple as heated discussions and worries up. Tianhe City, Supernatural Department. The most high-level isolation room. A naked teenager covered with a white quilt was lying unconscious on a movable hospital bed. His face, showing a slightly painful expression, was covered with an oxygen mask, and he was directly pushed in by special personnel wearing a full set of white protective clothing. The boy's hair was originally silvery, but at the moment it was a little white. It looked as if he had reached the end of his life, and his breath was very weak. Sizzle. The oxygen mask and quilt worn on him kept emitting heat. My God, his body temperature is too high, and it has been kept above 50 degrees Celsius. A special person accompanying him glanced at the thermometer in his hand that was about to explode, with a surprised expression. Really? At this temperature, is the person still alive? I'm afraid the internal organs have been burned. Another accompanying special medical staff quickly took out a bag of needles, sucked up a small bottle full of liquid medicine, and was about to infuse it from the boy's exposed high-temperature arm. As a result, the moment the slender metal needle tube touched the skin of the silver-haired young man's arm, a pale bone light of the texture of a biological shell immediately appeared on the surface of the arm, causing the slender metal needle tube that was trying to penetrate into the body to bend directly. It's not like being stuck in the human body, it's more like being stuck in an object harder than metal. This time, the special medical staff were completely dumbfounded. The middle-aged detective standing outside the one-way viewing glass window of the isolation room saw this and immediately said, "Let them all go out, there is no need to rescue the inmates." But the young female detective on the side was about to say something. Nothing but. The middle-aged detective said in a deep voice, "For the only human being who appeared in the area affected by the ball lightning, his death is definitely a matter of course. If he does not die, he is not in the category of human beings. Any of our conventional treatments will not be effective." "Yes, sir." After half a minute, the door of the isolation room at the last high level was closed again, and all the special rescue personnel left, leaving only the unconscious teenager lying on the hospital bed, with curling heat still rising from his body. "I know him. His name is Yi Meng, and he was tested here for intrusion detection last week." The young female detective stared at the teenager in the isolation room, her eyes flickering, and handed a tablet notebook to the middle-aged detective. The middle-aged detective lowered his head, opened the personal intrusion file of high school student Yi Meng, and flipped through it to the end. It can be seen that the intrusion level has just been adjusted from G to D level. On-the-spot contact is required to carry isolation armor, and general authority personnel cannot touch it. It is judged as an intrusion creation, and the degree of danger is unknown. 1 in the final invasion report. In addition to the record of killing an adult mutton dog alone with bare hands, a personal record of the only one who survived the impact of ball lightning at the crash site of an alien spaceship was added. The middle-aged inspector continued to add the last investigation record: the body temperature and body surface hardness have non-human performance. The young female detective asked, "Sir, what should we do now? The alien spaceships invading the creation also need a lot of colleagues from the Supernatural Department to deal with. I have already requested support from other Supernatural departments in surrounding cities. You should follow the procedure and make an appointment with headquarters to apply for the arrival test of the Guardian Dragon Girl." The middle-aged detective stared straight at the silver-haired boy in the isolation room. He should have been infected and invaded by something in that alien spaceship. The level of intrusion must be determined as soon as possible so that we can deal with it later. He would think this way because when the Guardian Dragon Girl came to check last week, it was confirmed that Yi Meng had no signs of being invaded. Therefore, it can only be the acquired invasion caused by the fall of the intruding spaceship. At the moment, in a dream, Yi Meng's consciousness gradually woke up, and the picture reflected in his consciousness was a vast and infinite universe. A small spaceship is driving alone, dragging its tail flame, heading towards the civilization destination set as the Earth. And a 3-meter-tall gray and white-boned spur monster was walking together with a small spaceship. No matter how you looked at it, it was a bit funny, but Yi Meng couldn't laugh at all. Is this Doomsday? This is me, another incarnation in another dream. What is Doomsday? This kind of creature comes from the DC universe and has different versions, but the origin is directly related to Krypton or Kryptonians. In Yi Meng's previous life, the reason why this creature was well known was because Doomsday had a real record of killing Superman in frontal battles, and even beating the supervillain Darkseid called Dad. Also known as Superman's Judgment Day, it's the fate of the gods among men. Doomsday has been stronger than Superman since its birth. It was born to kill and destroy. It is the end of all things in the universe. The inner genes determine its own irrationality. It has destructive power and infinite energy, flying like jumping power, infinite physical energy that will never feel tired, and super fast healing regeneration ability. In the battle, according to the characteristics of the opponent's ability, it can continuously evolve and restrain the opponent to adapt to all environments and all enemies. Since Doomsday had a problem at the beginning of its birth, it ran out of control and could not distinguish between friend and foe. It is a killing machine that never stops from beginning to end. Yi Meng's consciousness recalled the settings and characteristics of creatures like Doomsday, and finally understood why he tried his best to forget this memory 3 years ago. Even if I escape, I don't want to return to this incomparably real nightmare. 3 years ago, Yi Meng entered the dreamland of the DC universe, becoming the first Doomsday since the birth of Krypton for the first time. Ancient Destruction Day? As the incarnation of the ancient Doomsday, he first entered the current DC universe dream. Yi Meng went out of control and killed tens of thousands of Kryptonians on Krypton, and was finally imprisoned inside Krypton, where he has been imprisoned as the incarnation of Doomsday for thousands of years. Yes, Yi Meng's nightmare 3 years ago was lost for thousands of years on Krypton as the ancient Doomsday. Therefore, after Yi Meng woke up, in order to avoid the collapse of his own consciousness, his subconscious mind selectively forgot the memory of this dream. Even so, his self-disposition and personality in reality were still infiltrated and distorted by the incarnation of Doomsday in his dream, if he hadn't been redeemed from to fall later. Yi Meng gradually recalled the past, but it was like opening Pandora's box, and he felt more and more palpitations. I thought that in the dream world of Marvel, after receiving the blessing of artificial intelligence characteristics, I could barely face the incarnation of this dream. Unexpectedly, just entering the dreamland of the DC universe, he became the avatar of Doomsday for the second time. The absolute rationality of Yi Meng's artificial intelligence was instantly defeated by the idea of destruction, and he lost control and ran away. He broke free from the cage that imprisoned him, rushed out of Krypton, and wreaked havoc on a Krypton city, sank countless Kryptonian warships and structures. Also personally killed Superman's biological parents. Yes, Yi Meng naturally saw that the Kryptonian baby sleeping on the small spaceship was not the original future protagonist in this DC universe dream. Superman, Clark, the god of Earth and humans. Yi Meng's consciousness is silent. Although Krypton should have been destroyed today, he personally lost many lives. Definitely, Yi Meng will no longer choose to escape, whether it is the real world or the dream world. If one day I am killed in this dream as Doomsday, then I deserve it and I am beyond my control. Yi Meng calmed down and began to confirm his current situation. His current ambiguous and clear consciousness is at the junction of dreams and reality, so he didn't become Doomsday again, but he didn't wake up and return to reality. Yi Meng's consciousness turned back suddenly. In addition to being able to see his Doomsday incarnation in the current dream, he seemed to be able to faintly see his body lying unconscious on the hospital bed in reality. The high temperature and hardening of the skin and exoskeleton in the real body are not the characteristics of Doomsday. In the dream, Doomsday, who shouldn't be tired, sleeps in a humane way after slightly satisfying his desire for destruction, which really means that the essence of this ancient Doomsday is the embodiment of Yi Meng's self-consciousness. The incarnation of Doomsday is different from the previous Sword incarnation and artificial intelligence incarnation. Yi Meng realized one point clearly. The Doomsday avatar has a much deeper bond with the real self than any other dream avatar. It is no longer Yi Meng's unilateral invasion of the dream world, but the Doomsday in the dream is also invading the assimilated reality body at a terrifying speed. Even if Yi Meng wakes up at the moment and leaves the dreamland of the DC universe, the power and will of Doomsday will all transition to the real world with his waking up, reducing the main body to an out-of-control Doomsday monster. Can't wake up. Avoiding this dream is not a good idea either. It will only make him lose control of the DC dream. There is only one way, the only way. Yi Meng struggled consciously, then stopped hesitation, and turned towards the bone spur monster holding the spaceship. The consciousness at the junction of reality and dream, once again fit together with the incarnation of Doomsday. This is also the first time Yi Meng took the initiative to enter the dream incarnation of Doomsday. DC Universe. Earth, Smallville, Kansas, United States. Here is a sparsely populated open plain, with only a few farmers' wooden houses scattered here and there, and the wooden houses are surrounded by patches of farm wheat fields. It was late at night, and the night shrouded the surrounding fields, and it was quiet and beautiful. The stars all over the sky shone faintly in the night sky, but at this moment, one of the stars suddenly became brighter and brighter. Call out. The unidentified white flight object pierced the sky like a meteor, sprayed out the tail flame, broke through the atmosphere, and continued to fall obliquely towards the plane here. A bang broke the silence. The flight object landed on the farm next to a wooden house, the ground shook, the soil splashed, and it continued to plow a 10-meter-long deep ditch. What happened? In the adjacent wooden house, Jonathan Kent and Martha Kent, who are the farmer couple, were about to fall asleep when they were awakened by the loud noise outside. I'll go outside and have a look. Jonathan, in his 30s, immediately got up, took the shotgun off the wall, turned on the flashlight, opened the door and walked out of the cabin. Worried about her husband's safety, Martha followed behind. The couple came to the farm outside the wooden house and saw the plowed farmland in a mess. What is that? Jonathan shone the light of the flashlight towards the end of the deep ditch. His pupils constricted suddenly. It was like a white flight plane he had never seen before. Through the transparent cabin of the flight plane head, he could vaguely see a baby lying inside. My God. Martha opened her mouth wide, and was about to move forward. Sudden. The ground and the flight controller trembled violently. Under the horrifying gaze of Jonathan and the Martha couple, a 3-meter-tall pale monster with bony spurs slowly crawled out from the bottom of the spaceship and stood up, with a destructive golden red light flashing in its eyes. Just one look, like being gazed into an abyss of fear, can completely deprive a person of that thing called courage. As if sensing the aura emanating from the monster, the barking of dogs and the crowing of chickens not far away stopped, and even the crowing of insects fell silent, and the entire plane became deadly silent. Without waiting for the couple to react, the bone spur monster's eyes seemed to fall back on the flight controller, and suddenly swung up the spaceship that was 2 or 3 times larger than itself, and the next moment it made a slight squat movement. A strong shockwave and hurricane were set off on the spot. The wheat fields are generally turbulent, and they are all depressed. The sound barrier was broken. The bone spur monster leaped into the sky with the flight device in one hand, and then disappeared in an instant, leaving the Kent couple limp on the ground. In the early morning, just before dawn, a retro police car with flashing lights stopped in front of the farm. Yes, I am the informant, Jonathan Kent. A flight gun just fell on my manor, and there seems to be a baby less than 1 year old inside. There is also a terrible monster, which took the baby away. God, I can't imagine what happened to the baby. The farmer's Kent couple described it to the police officer who got off the police car with lingering fear. The 2 police officers who rushed to the scene looked at each other. Spaceships falling from the sky? A 3-meter-tall monster? If not, there was still a deep plow mark caused by the fall of an unknown flight object, and a heavy depression with a radius of 5 meters. They would definitely think that the farmer couple were having a nightmare. Boom! At this time, the earth trembled. Is this an earthquake? The police officers and the Kents froze for a moment, then hurriedly exited the house. Subsequently, like a giant constantly beating the ground violently with a hammer, Smallville continued to tremble and shake until dawn. It is about 20 kilometers away from the farm where the spacecraft crashed, in a deserted plateau with mountains and rivers. This is also the source of earthquakes. Boom! The landslides and the ground cracked, and the dust waves roiled. A 100-meter-high mountain collapsed, and a 3-meter-high gray-white bony spur monster rushed out of it carrying a hunting hurricane, turning into a gray streamer and continuing to crash into another mountain. Abyss? Who I am. Yi Meng. Who is Yi Meng? Destroy everything, leave no one. The strange and hoarse self-talk of the monster is like the whisper of an ancient god, not like a human language, with violence, entrained in the raging and howling wind. Its every move is a disaster, and it quickly destroyed half of the mountain range. It won't get tired, and the more it vents its desire for destruction, the more terrifying its destructive aura will be, so huge and thick that it's about to burst out from its body. In fact, it is true. Zizzle! Wisps of gold-red destruction lightning faintly erupted on the surface of the body, instantly annihilating the gravel and dust flying around the monster into nothingness. The violent eyes of the bone spur monster were about to burst out red heat, and then stopped suddenly, staring at a hill, on which a small alien spaceship was placed tiltedly, and there was a faint to negligible light in it. Weak life. The heat in the bone spur monster's eyes dimmed a little, and with his head in his hands, the grey and hideous monster's face twisted ferociously, struggling with himself. Control. I'm a human being, not an out-of-control monster. Tread. The earth shook again, and amazing cracks burst out. The bone spur monster leaped to the hill where the spaceship was, looked down at the sleeping baby in the spaceship, and finally revealed a ray of human emotion. By the way, I am Yi Meng. I became Doomsday in my dream. Yi Meng, the incarnation of the ancient ruinous day, regained consciousness temporarily, but only temporarily. Even if he breaks free from the loss of control now, the desire to destroy is still destroying his own reason all the time, and soon he will completely lose himself again. Wanting to control the current incarnation of Doomsday is much more difficult than Yi Meng imagined, but Yi Meng had no choice. The Doomsday in the dreamland of the current DC universe has begun to invade the ontology of assimilating reality. Therefore, Yi Meng had to take the initiative to enter the dreamland and try to invade and control the incarnation of Doomsday. That's right, the Dream Destruction Day and the reality Yi Meng are invading and assimilating each other. High risks and opportunities coexist. Once Doomsday succeeds, in reality, Yi Meng will also become a Doomsday that runs out of control. And once Yi Meng succeeded, he will control the power of the incarnation of Doomsday, and will also begin to control the dreamland of the DC universe that is currently invading. but it's really hard. Every time Yi Meng transforms into the ancient destruction day, Yi Meng's humanity and rationality will be destroyed by the desire for destruction in an instant. If it weren't for the blessing of artificial intelligence characteristics, which allowed Yi Meng to constantly refresh and adjust his own consciousness, so as to reduce and avert the destructive desires that fill his body, mind, Yi Meng might have gone crazy long ago. Destroyable desires, like the power and energy of Doomsday, are endless, and may destroy reason again in the next second. However, there was one thing that caught Yi Meng's attention. Doomsday Yi Meng shifted his flickering red eyes to the baby on the small spaceship. Somehow, Doomsday Yi Meng is better able to restore a moment of humanity when near a baby. It was as if something was holding the two together. Kryptonian blood, or something else. Yi Meng suddenly recalled that on Krypton, as the incarnation of Doomsday, she was freed from the desire for destruction for the first time, and it was also because of the current son of Krypton. No, not because of him. In Yi Meng's distorted and disordered thinking, a memory picture of the bone spur in his finger piercing the ancient skeleton suspended above the baby suddenly flashed across before he was about to kill the son of Krypton. That is the key to him being able to break free from his destructive instincts and keep his sanity for a moment. Kryptonian life code? The code of life is the most precious sacred object of the Kryptonian race, and it manifests as the gene pool of the Kryptonian race. It represents the future of Krypton, and it also represents infinite possibilities. It can program various high-quality abilities, and even a theoretically perfect Kryptonian. Half of the code of life entered my body. Yi Meng was stunned. This was a mistake. As the incarnation of Doomsday, he can be said to be the most wrong and extreme genetic creation of the Kryptonian race. Before Yi Meng could think too much, the desire to destroy struck again like a fire, and a red light overflowed from his eyes, and he was about to turn into a moving disaster again. But at this time, a golden ray of light burst out from the eastern sky at dawn, scattered into thousands of strands, and landed on the gray and white bone spur body of Yi Meng, the Doomsday, and also reflected the small spaceship and the hill where it was located in gold. On the small spaceship, the Kryptonian baby, who was bathed in the Earth's sun for the first time, had a sweet and innocent smile on his lips. The day of doom. The red light in Yi Meng's eyes gradually faded. Looking at the rising golden sun, his reason once again surfaced out of control. Praise the sun? Yi Meng was surprised to find that when she was bathed in the sun, the desire to destroy everything in her heart was suppressed to a certain extent. He looked at the baby in the small spaceship, and he could directly see through the genes in the other person's body, just like some kind of chemical reaction, some kind of incredible adaptation changes. This is a Kryptonian. After being bathed in the radiation of the yellow sun where the Earth is located, his genes and body began to metamorphosis into the Superman field comparable to the gods. According to the setting, at the beginning of the birth of Doomsday, it was the extreme of Superman's field and would not be too much affected by solar radiation. Although Yi Meng can't see what's going on inside his body through his exoskeleton, he can feel that the sun is helping him suppress the genetic defect instinct of out-of-control destruction. Although very subtle, it does exist. The code of life carried out a second transformation on the Doomsday gene. Make him bathe in the yellow sun, and also undergo some kind of change? If I can greatly improve the genetic defects in my body, maybe I can no longer go out of control and run away, and perfectly control the avatar. Doomsday Yi Meng felt that he had vaguely found a feasible path at the moment. Since Kryptonians can evolve into Superman, why can't he grow into Superman on Doomsday? You must know that Doomsday was also transformed from Kryptonian genetic errors, so it can be regarded as a close relative of Kryptonians. Now, the existence of the code of life and Yi Meng's self-awareness make this a theoretical possibility. Definitely. Even in the setting of American comics, there is only a precedent where Superman is infected and becomes Doomsday, but there is no precedent for Doomsday to grow into Superman. Even Yi Meng from at the moment can't imagine what it would be like to be Superman's Doomsday. Doomsday Superman? Doomsday Superman? The name is good. Yi Meng, the incarnation of Doomsday, saw his future direction in this dream. Regardless of whether the half of the Kryptonian life code absorbed and stored in the body is undergoing a second transformation of the Doomsday gene on the body. Taking advantage of the short-term suppression of the desire to destroy, Yi Meng arduously thinks from the side of human reason. Currently, two things are certain. First, the Earth's sunlight has a certain effect on suppressing the desire to destroy itself, and even cooperates with the code of life to improve the defective genes. However, it may take 10 years, 100 years, or even a longer time to completely eliminate or avoid the desire to destroy the incarnation. Yi Meng thought of another point. The lifespan of Doomsday far exceeds that of Kryptonians. At least thousands of years have passed, and the incarnation of Doomsday is still in adolescence without any signs of aging. In this respect, compared with Superman, Doomsday is another perfect creation based on Kryptonian genes and going to another extreme of the universe. For example, Doomsday will not tire, his strength and energy are endless, his amazing vitality and terrifying adaptability allow him to survive in any area of the universe. What's more, Doomsday doesn't need to eat like other life forms? That's right. Doomsday will usually seem to hunt and kill Kryptonians, other life forms, destroy raging buildings and spaceships. It's just that it will instinctively destroy all creations in sight. In fact, this is not a complete genetic defect, but it is powerful behavioral patterns imparted by the other side of genes. Destruction is the only spiritual food and racial instinct of Doomsday, and it is a manifestation of venting and depleting the overflowing strength and energy in the body. This is part of the conclusions that Yi Meng, who has been incarnated as Doomsday several times, empathizes with himself. Even, at the moment, Yi Meng, who incarnated the ancient Destruction Day, returned to his short-term reason, and his subconscious breathing also caused the mountain air to vibrate continuously. The sudden heat made the plateau hot and restless, and the next second of inhalation would form a tornado hurricane. Standing motionless on the hill in a rather safe manner, a ray of red energy would overflow from the hideous and terrifying bone spur body from time to time, causing cracks and deep ditches to burst out of the hill on which he stepped. To exist is to destroy. Therefore, this also dispelled Yi Meng's attempt to get closer to the sun now, so as to obtain a large amount of solar radiation to forcibly modify the genes in the body. That might make the avatar of Doomsday stronger in a short period of time, but it would also make it more difficult for him to control this body full of destructive desires. Unless one day in the future, Yi Meng at the moment of the dream controls the incarnation of Doomsday to a certain extent, and reason completely suppresses desire. As for the second thing, Doomsday Yi Meng's eyes were faintly red again, looking at the small Kryptonian spaceship next to him, looking at the young baby who was still sleeping inside. Perhaps because of the Kryptonian gene or the code of life in the body, since he was still on Krypton, the son of Krypton has a certain connection with his incarnation, and he can constantly awaken his weak humanity. This is also the biggest reason why Doomsday Yi Meng chose to bring the spaceship with him. The son of Krypton is his incarnation of Doomsday, a portable tool man who maintains a slight sense of humanity. At the same time, it is also an insurance policy. If one day in the future, I finally failed in this dream, I failed to become a controllable and rational Doomsday Superman, but completely reduced to a Doomsday monster that lost its humanity. The Bone Spur monster stared at the son of Krypton, the red light in his eyes became stronger and stronger, and he showed a terrifying and ferocious smile. Then, you will end me. In the dream world, dying as the Doomsday avatar might at least escape the consequences of being completely lost in the dream world. What Yi Meng is worried about is what if he is really lost as the incarnation of Doomsday in the future, and no one can kill himself in the dream. As the future protagonist of this cosmic dream, the son of Krypton, Superman, and the god of the world, it should not be difficult to do this, right? Kaka? Suddenly the hum of propellers came from the daylit sky. A police helicopter approaches the sky above the plateau. When the local police officer on the helicopter saw the plateau mountains that had almost disappeared and the grey-white bony spur monster sitting on a hill bathed in the sun, he couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb. My god, what is that? Last night, the monster described by the residents? It really exists. Just as they saw the bone spur monster below, the bone spur monster also looked up, violent crimson spouted from its eyes, and two red lasers pierced the sky. Laugh? The red laser light passed by the air next to the helicopter, and never reached the end of the sky. Even if it didn't hit directly, it melted part of the fuselage, making the police officers in the cabin feel as hot as fire. Also, there is a violent and destructive aura that makes people fear from the bottom of their hearts. The clouds broke and the air was turbulent. The police helicopter flying high in the sky shook for a while, and when the crew came back to their senses in horror, the hills below had been smashed and collapsed layer by layer, and the bone spur monster rushed to the end of the field of vision with the flight weapon on its shoulders. It wasn't until the bony spur monster that seemed like an incarnation of destruction disappeared from sight, and the strong wind caused the helicopter to sway from side to side, that a policeman sitting paralyzed on the cabin had the strength to pick up the walkie-talkie. Headquarters, this is Smallville, please reply. Washington, White House, Oval Office. Come in. An officer wearing a colonel's rank insignia uniform knocked on the door hurriedly. After a calm male voice came out of the office, he immediately opened the door and walked in. I've pushed off all afternoon meetings, what's going on now? Sitting on an office chair, the middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes asked in a deep voice. Just now, he had learned a little about the situation from the call from the military base. It's just that until now, he still feels a little unbelievable. Alien visitors? Or a bone spur monster? The Colonel Express reported, it was first discovered at Smallville's farmstead, as if descending with an alien spaceship, and has now crossed the state at breakneck speed from Kansas and has entered Oklahoma territory. So fast, can it fly? The middle-aged man was stunned. No, it's just that it jumps faster than flying. The Colonel smiled wryly. He had never seen such a powerful creature. You didn't use armed force to intercept. An armed force has been dispatched to try to intercept it. At present, the entire army has been wiped out. There was a sudden silence in the office. More than 10 seconds later, the middle-aged man said calmly and seriously, use all the nearby military forces to catch it at all costs. Don't let it endanger the lives and property safety of citizens. He paused, and continued, definitely, it and the spaceship are also of great research value. Be careful not to damage the spaceship too much. Yes, sir. The year is 1980. DC Universe Earth, same as Washington Metropolis, in a large museum. Diana, you are really mysterious. In the studio, a male staff member wearing glasses suddenly expressed emotion. Not far from the side, a mature and tall woman is wearing a white professional dress, stepping on high heels, and is painting a statue with a light and bright color with a pencil. The perfect body curve drawn by the hip-wrapping dress is stronger than any artwork in the room. Very aesthetically pleasing. Every time you go out of the museum, I feel like you disappear. The male staff member continued, using the old saying in the East, it's the dragon sees the head but doesn't see the tail. It's okay. During the rest time, I'm just used to staying at home. Diana pursed her lips lightly, non-committal. You don't look like someone who would stay at home. The male colleague was muttering something. But at this moment, the TV that was on suddenly interrupted an urgent report. This is a video shot 10 minutes ago in Kansas. The male personnel in the studio and Diana looked at the TV screen. Then, the male staff's pupils trembled like an earthquake, and his mouth opened wide. Is it true? Diana's dark and beautiful eyes also showed seriousness. It can be seen that in the low-resolution video, a black spot suddenly grows from the end of the sky from far to near, and keeps getting bigger, and finally it is a tall and hideous grey-white bone spur monster. Its hideous and terrifying body is nearly 3 meters tall, and it is holding an unidentified flight body that is 2 or 3 times larger than itself with one hand. The moment it lands, it is like a meteorite hitting the open space of a local town, causing the ground to sag directly. After a few meters, a huge pit with a diameter of 10 meters was formed, and shocking cracks burst out to the ground outside the pit. Boom! Without a trace of stagnation, the moment it landed, the monster jumped up again. The dust wave swept across, and the sound barrier was broken. All the glass in the town was shattered, and garbage and rubble were flying all over the sky. In the blink of an eye, the bone spur monster took an unknown flight device away from the town, and its figure turned into a streamer of afterimages and rushed to the farther sky region. The video was interrupted at this point, less than 3 seconds, and it took only half a second for the bony spur monster to show a blurred outline of its true face. But the terrifying appearance that seems to come from another world, the perfect and ferocious exoskeleton and the bone spurs all over the body, form the mighty force of moving natural disasters wherever it passes, making all human beings who say this scene horrified. The genes deep in the body are trembling, as if witnessing some cosmic abyss. Human beings have always considered themselves to be the greatest race on Earth and even in the universe. Until, when they saw this bony spur monster that shouldn't exist in reality, they were weaker than ants in comparison. Even Diana Prince, who has the true blood of the gods, saw this bony spur monster through the screen, and her body and mind instantly tensed up and entered the heroine mode of preparing for battle. At the moment, Gotham City. Years of overcast clouds have made the days here as gloomy as the nights. Wayne Estate. What is that? A black-haired boy less than 10 years old curled up on the sofa, watching the bone spur monster image on TV, his body trembling uncontrollably. Bruce. A gentleman quickly walked into the living room, picked up the remote control and turned off the TV. It's okay, it's just a movie special effect. The gentleman comforted him in a calm tone, and stepped forward to hug the boy's trembling body. A beautiful lady wearing a pearl necklace also hurried out of the room and asked nervously, "Honey, what happened?" It's okay, he's just scared," the gentleman said softly. The black-haired boy lying in his arms bit his lips hard, his eyes were dull, and the powerful and terrifying scene kept coming back to his mind. He still doesn't know that from today onwards, the bone spur monster will become another frequent visitor to nightmares besides bats. That indescribably ferocious body, so powerful that it overflows with destructive power. If it comes to Gotham, in Gotham City, despair once again hit Bruce Wayne's childhood heart like a dark tide. Metropolis, the Red Room laboratory that secretly collects and researches various alien technologies. Silas Stone, the black research supervisor in a white research uniform, also read the news report with horror on his face, still terrified. At the same time, in the key-closed single room of the laboratory, a square metal box placed on the experimental table suddenly trembled spontaneously. This quickly caught Silas Stone's attention. After all, the cube metal box has never been moved since it was excavated and discovered during World War II. Could it be that the bone spur monster came from the same high-level civilization as this mother box? Surprised and delighted, Silas felt that he might have stumbled upon some great alien clue. Definitely, unbeknownst to him, the awakened mother box is trying to spread a message to the outer universe. That extraterrestrial message, once translated, said, "Don't come near, don't come near, don't come near. This planet is extremely dangerous." For DC Earth to expose itself in the dream, this is naturally driven by the desire to destroy. Definitely, even if Yi Meng knew, he wouldn't care. Unlike previous artificial intelligence, it's all turned into Doomsday. What else should we care about? Holding a small Kryptonian spacecraft with excellent quality in one hand, Doomsday Yi Meng leaped up again. The Kryptonian spacecraft in his hand seemed to be weightless, and the huge bone spur body easily broke through the sound barrier and flew up, reaching a kilometer in an instant. Above the clouds above, a land territory that spanned several kilometers in a vertical leap. Storms and lightning are with you, everything is unstoppable. Standing at a high altitude, looking at the distant sky 10 kilometers away, surrounded by dozens of metal falcon-like modern fighter planes flying over again. Day of destruction. Yi Meng suddenly grinned ferociously, a fiery red glow appeared in his eyes, and his body surface burst out with shock. No longer suppressing the overflowing desire for destruction, he actively adjusted his direction and jumped towards the group plane. Just in time, a toy to vent his desire for destruction delivered to his door. In a minute, the border of Texas, the sky, and the ground are burning. The devastated wasteland is full of debris. The elite army obviously didn't realize what kind of existence they were facing. Don't say that the officer told them to pay attention to the firepower. Don't destroy the spaceship in the monster's hands. Even if they used all the firepower, they still couldn't suppress the bone spur monster at all. Not a single modern fighter plane was flying in the sky. The red laser beams swept across everything, and the gray and white bone spur monster fought the missile alone, carrying the scorched spaceship and continuing to go away. On this day, the human civilization on DC Earth collectively lost its voice, feeling for the first time an unknown and powerful existence that could not cope with it. Later, some indigenous tribes in India and Africa even respectfully called the bone spur monster that descended on the Earth Yi, interpreting it as the incarnation of gods to support worship. Yi Meng didn't care about what other people thought. He carried the small spaceship with the son of Krypton on it from the inland of the United States to the coast, and finally plunged into the vast sea. He's just Doomsday. What does it have to do with me to destroy you? What kind of existence is this? The huge 3-meter-high body is like pouring molten iron. The gray and white exoskeleton is like armor, which can withstand the bombing of heat conduction. Like a monster that crawled out of the abyss of hell and fell from heaven. What is even more frightening is the terrifying mighty power that only the gods in mythology possess. Endless heat waves gushed from its nose and mouth, golden red lasers burst out from its eyes, and lightning energy lingered all over its body. With the lightning, the storm rages. Wherever it passes, it is a disaster. Tread. When carrying an ancient Greek-style silver sword and dark gold round shield on his back, wearing a red battle armor and a blue skirt, a head of black hair fluttering in the wind, tall and fit, impeccable, beautiful body with it cannot be ignored that the extraordinary woman waved the golden long whip in her hand and landed steadily on the tall buildings in the small town along the Texas coast. Looking at the dignified and sharp gaze in her beautiful eyes, one can see the turbulent sea surface. The huge eddies and water-absorbing tornadoes are slowly calming down, and the sea water is falling like a torrential rain with a delay. The soaring waves caused by the giant falling into the sea just now made the town wet, and the sea water poured back. Most of the residents of the small town were still stunned, their eyes glazed over, looking at the sea, unable to believe what they saw just now. Obviously, they didn't settled in the small town, but just jumped over the sky, still setting off violent hurricanes and dust waves. The sky is gloomy, and a storm is approaching. The existence of the natural disasters that caused the present has long since disappeared. Are you a step late? Wonder Woman sighed against the wind and rain. Her left hand subconsciously grasped the hilt of the divine sword behind her, her slender and delicate fingers clenched tightly, the phalanges turned slightly white with force, her hand still trembled uncontrollably, causing the sword body to vibrate. Are you even afraid of yourself as a demigod? Wonder Woman Diana discovered a frightening fact that even if she had caught up just now, she might not be able to stop the existence that could not be described in words. Even, he might, die. At least, since she was born 5,000 years ago, she has never seen such a powerful existence. No, maybe there is one. God of War, Ares. That bone spur monster put even more pressure on her than the God of War who confronted her during World War I. Deep sea. The school of fish retreated, howling erupted in the cracks in the sea, and a huge sperm whale was torn apart alive, causing the nearby sea to quickly turn turbid red. Kill them all, destroy them all. The violent and destructive aura stirred in the turbulent sea water, and the bony spur monster sank into the deep sea where light could hardly reach, its eyes glowing with red light like an active volcanic crater erupting at any time. No, not right. Doomsday Yi Meng, carrying a small Kryptonian spaceship, struggled and maddened on the face of the monster. I am Doomsday, and I am also a human being. Just now. Obviously there is still a sliver of rationality to maintain the outside world. Why does he still want to destroy the fleet and take action, and even enjoy the pleasure of destruction more and more? Even during the process, Yi Meng sincerely felt that human beings are indeed weak like ants, and it makes no difference if one or a nest is trampled to death. But in reality, he is obviously also a human being. This kind of disregard for life, as if looking down on everything from another dimension, will destroy everything. Yi Meng suddenly woke up. It turns out that my personality has been gradually invaded by the Doomsday. Even if I am in a sane state, I will still start thinking and acting according to the will of destruction. No, I can't be assimilated by the invasion of the ancient Doomsday. I want to control. I am the master of this dream. Doomsday Yi Meng struggled in his heart, and the struggle also caused the waves with a radius of 10,000 meters to surge. Looking at the ever-sinking sea, Yi Meng tried his best to keep himself awake on the day of destruction, and his human thinking was struggling to twitch in the crack of the will to destroy. Why did you jump into the sea yourself? Perhaps, Yi Meng's human consciousness does not want to destroy the Earth civilization, even the current dream world. Another possibility is that the gravity of the Earth is too light, so light that it is a little unaccustomed, and it may jump out of the atmosphere with all its strength. The pressure in sea areas at different depths is different, and every 10 meters you dive is equivalent to an increase in atmospheric pressure. The more you go down, the more pressure you feel. Perhaps only in the deep sea below 10,000 meters, the pressure and resistance can barely make the self of the incarnation of Doomsday feel comfortable. And in the ocean, there are enough large prey that can satisfy the desire for destruction, even though they are too weak to be vulnerable. No, sunshine, he must continue to bask in the sun. Day of destruction. Yi Meng felt that his sane candlelight would be swallowed up by the endless darkness of destruction at any moment. In the situation of invading and confronting each other with the Doomsday in the dream, it is like wrestling with each other, and there is no way to relax. Crash. At this time, the distant sea was turbulent. Doomsday Yi Meng's crimson monster glanced back, and saw dozens of slender and smooth long-tube metal objects, and the shadow of a ship suspended on the sea from dozens of miles away, slanting towards this place at an extremely fast speed. Edge approaching. Humans are that stupid. Doomsday Yi Meng grinned a cruel and terrifying arc again, and threw the small Kryptonian spaceship in his hand back, pedaling the sea water with his feet so that he rushed forward at a soaring speed. The deep sea water in front of him was between Setsuna, all split by the giant body. Instead of being angry, it is better to say that he is right. Yi Meng's thinking is abnormal now, and he suddenly realized that instead of resisting all the time, it is better to try to accept part of the desire to destroy. In this way, it may be better. Wait, is this the will of the Doomsday invasion, or is it a decision made by his original rationality and humanity? Can't tell. Come on, let's see who destroys who. If anyone can kill him now, Yi Meng also admits, at least maybe he can break free from the current dream. In the dark sea, the grey-white bone spur monster first encountered a 4-meter-long metal object at the front foot. Without any intention of avoiding or defending, the bone spur monster grinned grinningly and opened its hands to hug the metal tube that was launched. In the next moment, the long metal tube with its own brake stopped abruptly, and then turned into indescribable light and energy with a boom. At the same time, other long-tube metal objects followed one after another, bursting out with powerful light and energy respectively, completely submerging the bone spur giant shadow in the center of the attack. Boom, boom, boom. In this Setsuna, the deep-sea area within a few kilometers was filled with piercing white light, and bursts of astonishing shock waves swept out and exploded. The heat boiled and evaporated a large amount of seawater in the area, and more seawater was thrown out of the sea by the bombing power, and even rushed to the sea surface hundreds of times. Meters up to the sky, a large amount of marine life was directly wiped out. The thunderclouds in the sky were churning, and the waves spread to the coast of the mainland at the far end and the ships that fired the detonators. How's it going? The on-site command module of the aircraft carrier leading a group of ships, the military base that keeps the connection, and even the high-level meetings directly under the national forces are all paying attention to the outcome of the battle. Soldiers, officers, staff, high-ranking MPs. Everyone held their breath nervously at this moment, as if waiting for fate to judge the Earth. They're not even thinking about taking it alive now, just, if it kills it, him, the deep sea below the 10,000-meter seabed, huge amounts of submarine rifts. The kingdom of the sea people, Atlantis. The movement caused by the huge explosion in the deep sea even spread to the ancient extraordinary civilization hidden on the seabed, causing the underwater buildings to vibrate slightly. The people on the bottom of the sea were confused. Outside, what happened? It must be land people, are they crazy, and they are fighting again? It may also be an explosion test. They always like to throw all unfavorable substances into the ocean. Above the sea, along with rumbling thunder, the dark clouds covering the sky are about to rain heavily. The atmosphere was extremely depressing. On the central control cabin of the aircraft carrier, a group of soldiers did not dare to take a breath, staring at the scanner panel and radar screen. The middle-aged and elderly officer also held his breath, his forehead was covered with sweat, and his uniform was already wet with cold sweat. On the other side of the headset, there was an urgent communication question from the land base. Captain, have you killed it? My channel is connected to the high-level meeting hall. We literally hit it. The commander-in-chief's Adam's apple rolled, and he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Based on such an explosive tonnage and explosive power, it is comparable to or even surpasses ordinary nuclear weapons. In fact, after a lifetime of fighting and various military maneuvers, the commanding officer did not think that any military target could survive, let alone a living thing. Even if that creature came from an alien. Radar confirmation, no target found. A soldier suddenly reported. I don't have any here either. Not found either. Great. The people in the control room almost huddled together and cheered. Thank God. The commander-in-chief officer muttered to himself, grabbing the microphone with all his strength, and was about to report the news. At this time, a trembling report sounded out of time. I have found something on my side. The suspected target is about 20 kilometers away. In an instant, the central control room of the aircraft carrier was dead silent. The radar, is it broken? Someone was terrified, and he was making his final fantasy. Sir, look. A soldier suddenly pointed out the window of the control cockpit in horror. The officer looked over, and what shrank his pupils were 2 red rays of light in the sea area at the end. The bright red light that symbolized destruction broke through the distant sea and approached here. Sorry. The officer almost couldn't hold the microphone in his hand, and replied bitterly at the corner of his mouth. In the next moment, 2 thick red energy lasers spanned 20 kilometers, directly pierced through the entire aircraft carrier, and then slashed and fired outwards, cutting off countless battleships and fighter planes that took off and fled. The gorgeous flames began to spread across the vast sea. Listen to the channel with the busy tone over there, and the successive lost contact signals. High Council. Everyone fell into silence collectively. Their thinking was strongly impacted. It was difficult to understand and accept the status quo, and fear spread from the heart to reality. Finally, the middle-aged man stood up tremblingly. He put his hands on the table to prevent himself from slumping on the chair. Misters and ladies, At the same time, all over the Earth, the countries that also received the battle report also held high-level decision-making meetings. My lords, friends, brothers, most of the high-level executives said bitterly, we have to admit a cruel fact. With our current technological weapons, we can't kill it, and we can't even cause a certain amount of damage to it. If it wants to, in a month, no, in a week, it can rule the planet. If it wants to destroy the world, it may only take a shorter time. He may decide where the fate of our civilization will go. This day is called the Day of Darkness by the DC Earth world, and the image of the bone spur monster is so strong that it is irresistible, bringing a sign of the end. Also after this day, the investment index of air raid shelters, alien colonization industries, etc. exploded, and a superhero frenzy of who would kill the bone spur monster to save the world was also set off. Definitely, nothing is known about these Yi Meng who incarnated Doomsday. Didn't you guys do it first? At first he just passed by, and later he was only forced to fight back. While destroying the opponent, one must also be prepared to be destroyed by the opponent. At least, Doomsday Yi Meng has thoroughly prepared for this. The hinterland of the sea. 2 thick red beams of destruction swept across the battleship, and finally turned into 3 beams, heading up towards the sky, and the golden red rays powerfully broke through the lead thick clouds. It looks like 3 beams of destruction connecting the bottom of the sea and the sky. Even humans on the other side of the continent can see it when they raise their eyes. Below the bottom of the sea, in the center of the vortex torrent that propped up the sea, the bony spur monster was surrounded by crackling lightning of destruction. Its mouth and eyes opened up to the sky, spewed out endless rays of destruction, until a ray of sunlight descended from the clouds and shone slightly on the cold gray sky. Above the spur, there was a ray of human confusion and joy on its face, and it plunged into the sea suddenly, and a few seconds later, it carried a broken Kryptonian spacecraft and jumped to the farther sky and sea. Deep in the sea, an uninhabited island. Suddenly, the island trembled violently, scaring away countless birds and beasts. Boom! The small spaceship was thrown aside casually, and the 3-meter-tall bony spur monster sat down on the spot, as if basking in the sun in a daze, breathing out billowing heat waves and strong hurricanes. Click! The Kryptonian spacecraft, which was tossed close to the limit of being scrapped, suddenly opened the hatch automatically, revealing a baby who finally woke up inside. The baby opened its blue eyes, and the bone spur monster also looked over. All of a sudden, the scene of big eyes and small eyes was very weird. Suddenly, the corner of the baby's mouth twitched, and he cried out loudly, "You must be hungry. After all, I haven't eaten for more than a day." Even as a future Superman, he's just a baby right now. Day of destruction. When Yi Meng thought of this, he suddenly froze again. His thinking suddenly became much smoother, and his desire to destroy also subsided a lot. Is this because I have accepted a part of my desire for destruction and actively vented it out? Or, he began to accept the fact that the avatar in his dream was a doomsday head, and he no longer blindly resisted and began to fit in? Either way, this is all a good thing for Yi Meng. It is to illustrate that the will desire of destruction has the hope of control. It means that he has taken a small step towards the path of Doomsday Superman. Just, where can I find food suitable for babies? Yi Meng, who had just been called the new god of the earth and brought the so-called signs of doom to the world, suddenly fell into trouble. In North America, a coastal town port, a lighthouse building where a family of 3 lived warmly. Boom! 4 submarine soldiers wearing cool and advanced technological armor smashed through the lighthouse building and broke into it, and there was a burst of fierce fighting and blasting sounds inside. Soon after, 2 submarine soldiers each held a special metal chain, and dragged a white-haired young woman in a long skirt out. "Thomas, take care of our son Arthur." The silver trident weapon in her hand fell to the ground with a bang, and the white-haired young woman watched in grief as the young man holding a baby boy was dragged directly from the house into the sea by 2 submarine soldiers. Atlanta. The young man who was the local tower keeper yelled and rushed out with the baby in his arms. All he saw was the vast ocean, and he fell to his knees. Hush! Undercurrents surged, and 2 submarine soldiers dragged Atlanta through the sea at high speed. Atlanta was heartbroken, feeling that she was going to be taken back to the undersea kingdom of Atlantis again, and sacrificed for the birth of the royal family. But at this time, the sea water in the shallow sea suddenly broke open from top to bottom, and 2 bone spurs fell, like spearfish, piercing through the elite submarine soldiers with their armor. Yes, too fast, too fast. Without any chance to react, the elite soldiers jetting away in the sea water at several times the speed of sound died suddenly. Atlanta raised her eyes in horror, and saw a huge figure falling into the sea, like a fallen and mutated god, throwing away 2 elite submarine soldiers, her eyes gleaming with red light of destruction. Looking directly at each other, it was as if peeping into the end of the universe, destroying a corner. The elite soldiers of the underwater kingdom of Atlantis were killed instantly like fragile fish and shrimp, and the high-end technological armor was completely pierced and shattered. The sea was turbulent, and it was knocked out of a vacuum area that even sea water couldn't get close to. The 3-meter-high bone spurs violently threw the armored soldiers pierced by the bone spurs into the distance. What kind of monster is this? Even though such a tall and huge bone spur body is faster than the underwater people in the water, there is also this indescribable power of gods and demons, as well as the destructive aura surging and lingering on the surface of the exoskeleton. The quasi-queen of Atlantis Atlanta felt chills all over her body. Even though she had resisted desperately before facing many soldiers, she followed her instinct and turned around without a trace of hesitation and fled. Escape? Encountering such an existence of force majeure, you can only run away. Hoo-hoo? The turbid and turbulent seawater was not cut apart, and the seawater flowed along the plump body of the white-haired young woman without resistance, turning Atlanta into a torrent. As a seaman who was born in the kingdom under the 10,000-meter seabed, and was also a royal blood passed down from the ancient times of Atlantis, Atlanta walked far faster in the water than ordinary sea people. Especially at this moment of life and death, Atlantis rushed to the remote sea like a jet water arrow, and its moving speed soared to Mach 8 in an instant. What is the concept of Mach 8? Travel faster than a plane? In the blink of an eye, Atlanta had already broken free from the chains, exploded and fled to the sea several kilometers away. She looked back and saw that the bone spur monster that rushed into the sea was still in place, and its huge body was about to be fully covered by the swirling sea water. Can do it? After all, she is a person from the bottom of the sea, and she can escape the opponent in the water? Atlanta's heart surged with joy for the rest of her life, but she suddenly saw the bony spur monster behind her making a slight back kick. Pedal, water, boom. The next moment, as if a ton of depth charges had been detonated in the sea water in a radius of 10 kilometers was surging. Atlanta, who was walking at a high speed in the water, had her mind blank, and saw the bony spur monster in the distance blurred and disappeared. From the sea water explosion to the sea area along the road where she was directly split into a vacuum path. Before Atlanta could react, a metal-hard, huge and terrifying exoskeleton palm protruded from the sea water behind him forcefully, and grabbed herself in the palm. No, no, no. The pretty face of the white-haired young woman paled in an instant, and she struggled desperately, but the bone spur monster's ferocious palm and 5 fingers were 10,000 times stronger than the chains just now, like huge iron clamps tightly around her waist. No matter how much she resisted, it was difficult to pry slightest. Even in Dahai's home court, the strength between the two is still not in the same order of magnitude. Boom! The sea water in the sea area where it was located was once again turbulent and erupted, setting off exaggerated huge waves, and the clouds above also smashed and shattered. Atlanta saw the landscape at a height of 1,000 meters, and then continued to fall towards the sea at the end of her vision. It's over, it's over, it's over. Atlanta, the queen-to-be, was desperate. Wouldn't this Mephisto-like monster eat itself as food? God, she really doesn't taste good. It tastes like salted fish. In short, farewell, Thomas, little Arthur. Atlanta was trembling all over, her bony spurs moved in an unreasonable and exaggerated way of moving, and disasters were everywhere in the places she passed, and the strong wind that was constantly washing her face made her unable to open her eyes. About half a minute. Atlanta didn't know how far the ocean had crossed. The sound of the fall made a rumbling sound, apparently coming from the sea to a place on land. The huge palms tightly restraining her waist were released, causing Atlanta to lie face down on the beach. She opened her eyes with stares in her eyes, and saw that she was on a deserted island, and the extremely terrifying and powerful bone spur just now had disappeared. But the deserted island is full of traces similar to meteor craters, which means that this is the site where bone spurs exist. Atlanta was still in shock, and suddenly heard a loud cry from the side. Here, there is actually a baby. Atlanta hurriedly got up from the ground, and sure enough, she saw a baby who was still in swaddling clothes, crying loudly in the narrow cabin of the unknown flight device. I don't know if it's because I'm worried that the baby will attract the bone spur monster again, or because of the emotion of being a new mother in my heart. Atlanta stepped forward subconsciously, and held the baby in her arms from the cabin, but the crying did not stop, and a weak look appeared on her little face. Are you hungry? After a hesitation, Atlanta still lifted a corner of the collar, revealing a touch of plump whiteness in the sun. Under the rustling sound, the baby stopped crying. On Atlanta's beautiful and soft face, the corners of her mouth could not help but curl up, as if she had forgotten the danger she was in. And many more. Atlanta looked around in shock at the deserted island, and suddenly realized something. Why didn't the bone spur monster kill him, and brought her alone to the place where there was a baby, and he happened to have food? How could there be such a coincidence? Boom! The sea surface and the clouds broke apart almost at the same time. The bone spur monster with a destructive aura leaped thousands of meters into the air, facing the sun with a hurricane on its body, and no one noticed that there was a ray of humanity on its gray and terrifying face. Cold, dazed, violent, struggling. Doomsday Yi Meng was thinking half out of control and half rationally. Since in the dream, even the will and thinking have begun to be assimilated by Doomsday, what about in reality? He is now in a semi-lost state in the dream world, unable to wake up through self-consciousness at all. America, in a small coastal town. Looking at the sky dyed blood-red by flames and colorful clouds, an old fisherman in ordinary linen clothes stood on a simple wooden pier, and the sea breeze blew his white beard and temples. Should I take action? Now, I am the only one who can kill such a powerful monster, right? The old fisherman muttered to himself. Immediately, his cloudy eyes glowed with a holy light, and he chuckled. When did I become so timid? New god? Who said that the era of the old gods has completely passed? It seems that we have been silent for too long, so that the world has forgotten us. At this moment, a powerful and extraordinary aura emanated from the aged body of the fisherman under his sackcloth, and even caused the sea in front of him to resonate with the vision of surging waves. The main reason is that the opponent is still at home in the sea where he is best at fighting. If he doesn't make a move, the old fisherman feels that he will lose face. What's more, he is naturally invincible in the sea and cannot be killed unless the opponent has an item like Tears of Grow. This was true 5,000 years ago, and it will be true 5,000 years later. Not far away is a small town building on a tall tower. Wonder Woman Diana turned her head suddenly, and looked in the direction of the town pier in disbelief. How is it possible? This is the breath of a living god. However, this aura is completely different from the god of war. Another old deity that still survives to modern times? Town pier. The old fisherman waved his hand lightly, and a huge wave slammed onto the shore. The moment it touched his old body seemed to melt into the sea and disappear. The sea is hidden in the center of the earth. The deep underwater cemetery of the Emperor of Atlantis. For thousands of years, the silence here has been broken again. The undercurrent surged, and the sea water faintly emerged and condensed into the body of an old man. He stretched out his hand to the stone throne sitting in the depths of the cemetery, holding the golden trident weapon held by the skeleton of the Atlantean Emperor. Who? A strange voice guarding the underwater cemetery suddenly sounded, and then screamed with excitement, "My lord, is it you? Borrow a weapon and use it." "No, this trident is mine in the first place." Taking off the golden trident, the old fisherman's beard, hair, and body were shining with a sacred and majestic silver-white light, like a young man in high spirits saying, "Fight with me." At the moment, the real world. Tianhe City, within the supernatural department. Unbelievable. The young female detective stared at the silver-haired boy lying alone on the hospital bed in the highest-level isolation room through the one-way glass window with wide brown eyes. It's been a long time. Not only did he show no signs of weakness, but his condition seems to be getting better and better, but his body is still steaming. Wait, did I read it wrong? The young female detective suddenly stared at the silver-haired boy's right arm, and under the light of the daylight, there was a strange glimmer of silver-plated light. It's an exoskeleton. A calm voice suddenly sounded behind him. Sir. The young female detective was taken aback. She looked back in horror, and saw that it was the middle-aged detective with a sullen face. Then she let out a sigh of relief. Exoskeleton. She came to her senses, and then looked at the sleeping silver-haired boy in the isolation room. Isn't there a thin layer of biological exoskeleton on the arm from the shoulder to the palm? Gray exoskeleton, instead of skin. The young female detective's scalp tingled. Is this still human? Now, it is basically certain that he was invaded by alien creatures like aliens. The middle-aged detective speculated that the aliens had similar exoskeletons after all, and he squinted his eyes. That is, it is different from other victims who were invaded by aliens. Others were fostered with alien embryos in their bodies, but he is like the individual as a whole tends to be alien to this creature. The young female detective asked nervously, "Sir, how is the situation at the school and the hospital?" Now, 90% of the supernatural department is working with other departments to deal with the unexpected incident that invaded the spaceship crashed campus. On their side of the branch, there is only one inmate, Yi Meng, a high school student, and it serves as a logistics base to contact the scene and headquarters at any time. Basically solved. The middle-aged detective said in a deep voice, thanks to the information provided by a high school student. At the school, a total of 6 adult aliens and more than 20 face-hugging bugs were eliminated and dealt with. The surrounding city has been completely sealed off. The hospital besides, all the rescued survivors were tested, and a total of 18 larvae were taken out from the survivors' bodies. Oh my god. The young female detective covered her mouth with her hands, feeling disgusted and frightened. The invasion and reproduction speed of this creature was even more terrifying than she had imagined. The middle-aged inspector said with deep eyes, at headquarters, the intrusion creations like aliens have been designated as a sea-level danger factor. Class C. The young female detective couldn't help shaking her body. She didn't expect that she would encounter such a high-level intrusion creation just a week after joining the job. Sea-level invading creations cannot be touched by a single person without armor or armament. It is the level of destroying villages, and this kind of alien as a sea-level invasion creation is more than one. According to the invasion incident, it has reached B-level, the crisis of destroying the town. If it is not handled properly, at least tens of thousands of people will die. Definitely. What they don't know is that the biochemical item that indirectly created the alien creature, the black water, has been completely destroyed by the Doomsday Force released by Yi Meng. Otherwise, it would not be C and B grades. By contrast, Yi Meng, who has been rated as an E-level risk factor, is simply a shame for containment. Anyway, he has a secret that we can't understand. There was a glimmer of light in the eyes of the middle-aged detective, with a dignified face that was not angry, and he looked at the boy in the isolation room. Before, it should be the exoskeleton hidden on his body that prevented the X-ray scan and prevented us from getting know what's going on in his body. It is necessary to have the patron saint conduct a second test to confirm him as soon as possible. Confirm his true danger level, and then make further treatment, detain him on the spot, kill him, or transfer him. When the middle-aged detective said this, he asked in a deep voice, is it time for the patron saint to apply for an appointment? It should be here soon. The young female detective was talking when suddenly her consciousness froze. When an invisible presence came, it seemed that even time was suspended, and the isolation room and outside of the supernatural department here suddenly fell into a subtle silence. I have arrived. Immediately, a cold and neutral voice sounded out of nowhere in the minds of the middle-aged detective and the female detective. Dragon Girl. With a look of awe, the middle-aged detective pointed to the silver-haired boy who was still asleep in the isolation room. He is the target of this test. Yi Meng, the incarnation of Doomsday in a dream, naturally cannot know the situation of reality itself. Returning to the island where the sun of Krypton is located. Doomsday as usual, Yi Meng fell into the sea from the sky above 1,000 meters, like a depth charge, causing a skyrocketing spray, but this time, the sea water poured back suddenly before he jumped up and emptied. At this moment, the sea water swallowed him like a huge mouth of an abyss. Yi Meng, the incarnation of Doomsday, was taken aback for a moment, confused by the courage of those behind the scenes who dared to surround and kill him now, so that he couldn't react. The next moment, 3 points of cold light shot out like lightning from the turbulent sea water. It was a golden trident rippling with golden light and divine power. The tip of the halberd directly hit the undefended chest of the bone spur monster. The day of destruction of the image of the bone spur monster. Yi Meng raised his red eyes, and saw a male figure dressed as an old fisherman emerging from the sea water where the handle of the golden trident was located. The sea god in ancient Greek mythology, one of the 12 main gods of Olympus, the old sea god Poseidon held a trident, and stabbed the bone spur monster hard in the chest. Just like, in the mythology, Sanction conquered countless strange epic pictures of the seabed, accompanied by the sea god Poseidon holding the trident artifact again after thousands of years, and sending out a fatal stab. The power of the sea is on his body, and the endless sea water surges and pushes down the bone spur monster. Boom! Between Setsuna, Poseidon, the god of the sea, pushed down the trident artifact with all his strength, and the sea water of the entire ocean also oscillated to suppress the bone spur monster, until it nailed the bone spur monster into the rock wall of the abyss under the sea. Boom! Ripples of golden light radiate outward, and waves sweep through layer upon layer. The huge pressure caused by the sea water alone has reached a gravity 10,000 times higher than that of the Earth, enough to crush a modern large submarine into a flat iron plate. And more sea water pressure and divine power are exerted on the trident artifact, which is enough to easily penetrate the body of the god. Poseidon, the god of the sea, strives to kill with one blow. The sea is turbulent, the sea is shaking. At this moment, the underwater kingdom of Atlantis, and other underwater kingdoms hidden in the deep sea, the inner civilization buildings are constantly shaking. Countless sea people trembled inexplicably, feeling that this was definitely not the power of land people. Crash! The aftermath alone formed a huge wave and rushed to the coast, smashing countless small towns and fishing villages. In the hinterland of the sea, on an isolated island, Atlanta was holding the Kryptonian baby, and was hesitation about fleeing into the sea, when she saw turmoil raging like a washing tub in the sea ahead. Atlanta was shocked, seeing the controlled flow of sea water as if the entire sea area, recalling a legend about the Atlantis Empire. To control the ocean, only the nation-building tool of Atlantis, the long-lost Poseidon Trident, can do this. The last user is the Atlantis Emperor who has passed away for thousands of years. Definitely. If she knew that it was Poseidon himself who was using this trident artifact, she would be even more shocked. Poseidon, the god of the sea, is a real god who has disappeared from the earth for thousands of years. As if by fate, the real world and the dream universe. At this moment, Yi Meng collided with gods from different worlds at the same time. Atlanta, the quasi-queen of the kingdom of Atlantis, was holding the son of Krypton, standing on an island that was mostly submerged by the waves. Under her horrified gaze, the entire ocean roared to the sky as if it had come to life. This anger could destroy the Earth's submarine civilization and land civilization at the same time. The howling wind blew the dark clouds and once again covered the sun in the sky. The huge waves were surging, and giant vortices appeared one after another on the surface of the sea. And this is just the aftermath of the battle caused somewhere under the sea of 10,000 meters. Coastal town. A golden lasso of nothingness is like a flying dragon snake. It extends forward and breaks through the 10-meter wave that hits the pier along the coast. The rope brings back the girl who was almost swallowed by the huge wave. Yuji returns to the small town along the coast. On top of the tower building, the girl raised her head in shock, and saw a gentle and powerful woman, as heroic as a god. "Are you all right?" Wonder Woman Diana asked softly. The little girl subconsciously shook her head. "That's good." Wonder Woman Diana stood up again, looking at the vast sea outside the pier, which had changed from the previous tranquility to chaos. The sea wind is howling, and the waves are raging. Faintly visible ripples of golden divine power are mixed in the huge waves, which are transmitted from the depths of the sea in the hinterland of the sea to this place, shaking the sea water and the clouds in the sky. So strong. Wonder Woman Diana's beautiful eyes became more serious. Unexpectedly, in addition to Ares, the god of war, there are old gods who have survived to modern times on the earth, and possess power far beyond her imagination. Even if she participates in a battle of this level, it won't affect the result. The victory or defeat is bound to be decided on one side. At the moment, hold the trident artifact and stab the bone spur monster, and use the power of the sea to suppress the bone spur existence to the bottom of the 10,000-meter seabed. This smooth and all-powerful killing blow made Poseidon, the god of the sea, faintly regain the high-spirited feeling he had when he was young, and regained his high status as a god when he was revered by thousands of people in the Age of Gods. But Poseidon, the god of the sea, couldn't laugh. The trident artifact in his hand, which ruled the world, didn't penetrate the bone spur monster's body, but only penetrated an inch into the gray-white exoskeleton. Compared with the 3-meter-tall giant body, even the surface defense was weak, not broken. Didn't break the defense? What a joke! At this moment, Poseidon, the god of the sea, seriously suspected that he was old and weak, or that he hadn't fought for a long time. Otherwise, how could such a biological body exist in the world, which is harder than the metal used to make artifacts? Gurgling, the temperature rose suddenly, and the seawater in the 10,000-meter deep sea suddenly became boiling. Sea god Poseidon raised his eyes little by little, and saw a pair of crimson beast eyes surging with endless violence and destruction. The corners of the monster's grinning mouth seemed to be smiling. A cold air surged up the back of sea god Poseidon, and what made him even more horrified was still behind. Obviously, under the pressure of the sea water in the entire sea area, the submarine can be pressed into paper, which is comparable to the blessing of tens of thousands of times the Earth's gravity. But the bone spur monster's movements didn't pause at all, it naturally grabbed and stabbed at the sea god's trident. At this moment, sea god Poseidon felt chills all over his body, and he realized something deeply. This is a monster. An out-and-out monster that is far beyond the common sense of the Earth world where it is located. Even if it appeared in the most powerful and radiant age of the gods, it was still enough to raise the Olympic mountains to the ground. It made Poseidon, the god of the sea, vaguely see that dark side, who invaded the Earth tens of thousands of years ago, is so powerful. Also this moment, sea god Poseidon suddenly regretted why he jumped out and tried to kill this bony spur monster of unknown origin. However, since he has already shot, at least complete this fatal blow. Drink. Before Yi Meng could grab the trident on the Doomsday, Poseidon, the god of the sea, let out a sudden yell. His hair and beard glowed with a powerful divine light, and he held the trident in his hands tightly with both hands, continuing to burst forward with divine power. Kaka? The trident artifact seemed to be inserted into the exoskeleton again, and the huge waves followed his consciousness to suppress it. Kill it. Sea god Poseidon continued to shout. Accompanied by his words, huge amounts of black shadow tentacles shot out of the deep sea like lightning, and a dozen tentacles instantly suppressed the bone spur monster nailed by the trident and wrapped them around for several times until the bone spur monster and the trident were wrapped together into one gigantic shrunken blob. Behind Poseidon, the god of the sea, a monstrous figure with huge amounts of monstrosity like a mountain was revealed. The tip of the iceberg of the visible body alone exceeded 100 meters, and the body was waving more than a dozen giant tentacles with a length of 100 meters. It can fully satisfy the giant phobia of human beings since ancient times. Kayla-sen, the legendary ancient sea beast actually exists. Holding the curious Kryptonian baby with open eyes, Atlanta looked at the huge beast shadow emerging from the depths of the sea through the sea water, becoming more and more terrified. Legend has it that Kayla-sen is the ancient master of the Earth's seas, with a body as high as 2,000 meters and a terrifying power to destroy underwater civilizations. Someone holds the sea god trident, drives the ancient sea beast Kayla-sen, and fights with that bone spur monster? It can't be the god in the legend. A horrifying thought flashed through Queen Atlanna's mind. In her arms, the baby from Krypton clenched her fists and waved them lightly. Definitely. Theoretically, in this DC universe, no one wants to win the killing monster who only understands destruction and has no emotions. Even now, with the remaining power caused by the sea god Poseidon's attack, the casualties caused by the tsunami are much greater than the disaster caused by the coming of the Doomsday Yi Meng. Even, the sea beast Kayla-sen, as an ancient sea beast, has killed and devoured countless human ships going to sea since ancient times. 10,000 meters deep sea. Poseidon, the sea god, and Kayla-sen, the sea beast, exert their strength at the same time. It can be seen that the trident artifact is constantly piercing in, and the blob formed by the tentacles is also constantly tightening and shrinking. Die, die, die. Your existence is a mistake, the disaster of this world, it is best to be destroyed. The sea god Poseidon's eyes burst into white light, full of murderous intent. Can win? If this continues, we can win? Even if you can't break through the defense, trapping this monster in the deep sea will still kill the opponent? But at this time, he seemed to hear a sigh. Who is sighing? Sea god Poseidon was taken aback. Master? Run away. Suddenly, the sea beast Kayla-sen behind him let out a painful howl. What? Poseidon, the sea god, only felt a terrifying force coming from the trident, which nearly shattered his palm. Zizzle! Wisps of gold-red energy lightning burst out from the blob, and the ball lightning spread the trident inch by inch, while more than a dozen tentacles were annihilated into ashes in an instant. The unscathed bony spur monster opened its mouth and roared, the sea water surged, turned into a bolt of lightning and crashed into the deep sea behind. The sea beast howled, "Do not." The sea god Poseidon's eyes were about to burst, and he looked back to see Yi Meng tearing open the hard and thick triangular forehead of the giant sea beast with his bare hands, and then 3 red lasers of destruction energy shot forward, splitting the body of the kilometer-long giant sea beast into several pieces. Cut. Kayla-sen, an ancient sea beast with a height of 2,000 meters, was directly split and killed by 3 crimson destruction rays. The bone spur monster roared upwards, and lightning energy erupted from its body surface, sweeping and erupting from it as the center, forming the previous ball lightning. Only, this time the ball lightning is fundamentally different from the previous ones except that it is more powerful and has a wider range. Sizzle. The ball lightning is also attached with a fine spore-like substance, and the moment it sweeps out, the body of the giant sea beast is destroyed into nothingness by large pieces. The body of the annihilated sea beast turned into a powerful and invisible breath of life pouring back into the bone spur monster's body, causing the slight gap on its chest exoskeleton to heal immediately and return to its peak state. What is that? Poseidon, the god of the sea, was so terrified that he didn't even care about the death of the sea beast Kayla-sen. He felt that from the terrifying energy lightning, there is another deeper substance. If the mysterious substance originating from the bone spur monster was classified as a virus, it would be the most terrifying virus. If the mysterious substance is divided into energy, it is the most strange and powerful doomsday energy. This substance is more terrifying than the tears of perishing, and it makes him tremble and fear from the depths of the Protoss genes. There is no doubt that this substance will definitely kill him, slay gods with endless lifespans. Not even caring about the trident weapon, most of Poseidon's body turned into sea water, fleeing at a very fast speed. But the bone spur monster seemed to have locked on to him. 2 red laser rays instantly split the sea water, approaching with the mysterious spore substance. No, don't, please. At this moment, Poseidon, the god of the sea, felt that he could not escape. He opened his mouth to beg for mercy, but realized that the other party was just an irrational monster. His brain has already instinctively presented a picture of himself and the seawater being torn apart by the crimson hot gaze, corroded and devoured by the mysterious spores. The divine body and divine power are all annihilated and passed away, and turned into a picture of the opponent's life nutrient. At this moment, the old sea god Poseidon really regretted it. Why mess with it? Laugh. The red light streaked across the deep sea, and at the last moment of his life, Poseidon, the god of the sea, suddenly froze again. But it is. The moment before the crimson hot gaze was about to approach him, he paused abruptly, and then drastically changed the direction of the shot to strike upwards. The deep sea, the shallow sea, the sea surface, and the dark clouds in the sky were pierced by the crimson energy beams one after another. Bunches of golden afterglow of the sun fell and sprinkled on the surface of a chaotic sea. The bone spur monster held the trident weapon in its hand, as if holding a 3-pronged ruler. The violent red light in its eyes faded a lot, and it stood motionless in the sea, with a terrifying and ferocious face that was indifferent. The distant sea. Poseidon, the god of the sea who survived the catastrophe, continued to flee with a pale face. His pants were not sure whether it was sea water or something wet. He turned his head and stared in disbelief at the monster who was more like a god than him. Why did you stop just now? It's like saving a hand after hearing your own begging for mercy. Didn't this monster follow its instinct to destroy and hunt everything? Sea god Poseidon suddenly recalled the sigh he heard during the battle just now. Could it be that this bony spur monster, like the incarnation of destruction, is powerful enough to easily kill gods with? The sea god Poseidon didn't dare to think too much, and disappeared into the sea at a speed faster than the people on the seabed. Knowing that there was no hope of escape, Atlanta returned from the sea to the deserted island, trembling with the innocent and smiling baby in her arms. Atlanta could hardly believe her eyes. Kayla-sen, the giant sea beast who was the owner of the ancient sea, was instantly torn apart and shot dead with his bare hands. It is guessed that the supreme being of the sea god fled without even needing a weapon. That bone spur exists, so powerful that Atlanta, the quasi-queen of Atlantis, has no thought of resisting or escaping. No god can stand against it. Boom. The silent sea suddenly broke open, and the 3-meter-high bony spur leaped high with spray, and then fell to the land of the deserted island, throwing the golden trident with dim light on the ground. It is really a lost sacred object of the Atlantis Empire, an artifact that can dominate and control the 7 countries under the sea if you master it. Atlanta felt that all the existences that could be relied on were not enough in the face of the current bony spurs. Facing the bony spur monster with surging violent red eyes, Atlanta's plump thighs were a little weak, and only the baby in her arms still smiled innocently, unaware that the existence that could destroy the world was right in front of her. However, Atlanta was suddenly stunned again. But the bone spur monster withdrew its gaze from itself and the baby, looked sideways, and looked at the sun descending towards the sea in a strange way. Looking and watching. The destructive crimson glow in its eyes continued to dim, its even breathing formed a hurricane, and the destructive lightning retracted, its face showing a ray of bewilderment and satisfaction. Really? Take the initiative to bear part of the desire for destruction, and use this to vent out the destruction of things, which will help me control the will to destroy, and then control this incarnation of Doomsday. Doomsday Yi Meng thought to himself with rational thinking. Unfortunately, this is only an emergency measure. After all, once you suffer the desire to destroy, you must destroy things. Failure to satisfy the will to destroy will also lead to continued loss of control. And the will to destroy can only be satisfied for a while like this at most, but the will to destroy on Doomsday can accumulate and grow anytime and anywhere. It is destined to be an extremely long process to perfectly invade the DC dreamland here and completely control this ancient incarnation of Doomsday. Yi Meng felt helpless, but there was nothing he could do for a while. I only hope that there are enough extraordinary beings in this world who can continue to withstand his will to vent and destroy. This is why Yi Meng saved the life of Poseidon, the god of the sea. The old god is a rare species that can barely withstand the attack of the Doomsday. If you kill it now, where can you find it? DC Universe. Doomsday Yi Meng remembers that there are many existences in this dream world that are not weaker than Kryptonian Superman. Martian Manhunter, Green Lantern Corps, Darkseid, Protoss Old, and New. I hope that you can satisfy my desire for destruction in the future, before I control the dream, the incarnation of Doomsday, and become the Doomsday Superman. Doomsday Yi Meng's eyes flashed with fiery red light. But at this time, Doomsday Yi Meng's mind was shaken, and he faintly saw a gorgeous and dazzling female figure descending. The woman's tall and slender figure is graceful and exquisite, her snow-white skin seems to be flowing with holy light, her eyes are covered by a white silk scarf, and she is wearing a clean and holy white robe. Except for her exposed eyes, her facial features are exquisite and exquisite. Her long wine-red hair shawl lightly covers her beautiful back and round buttocks, and it curls down to her bare white feet. She is as holy as an angel and as sexy as a succubus. What can't be ignored is that behind the opponent, there are actually two wings of nothingness that are constantly burning like golden flames. Yi Meng suddenly realized. The other party does not exist in the current DC Universe dream, and has not really entered the DC dream where it is. Instead, from the real world, following his sleeping body, he entered his subconscious area, DC Universe Dreamland. The Battle of the Gods has just ended with the death of sea beasts and the defeat of Poseidon, the sea god, who abandoned his halberd. The tide recedes, the eddy falls slowly, the heat light dimmed, the hurricane died down. The sea surrounding the deserted island gradually calmed down. It was dusk, and everything around was blurred under the sunset. On a deserted island, the day of doom in the shape of a terrifying bone spur monster Yi Meng suddenly raised his head, and everything around him, the island, the waves, the sound of the wind, and even Atlanta and the sun of Krypton not far away stopped. The entire huge and real DC dream world stops at this moment. Even the avatar of Doomsday also stopped motionless in place, only the red light in his eyes still leaped like flowing flames and lightning. Yi Meng's consciousness at the boundary of the dream clearly sensed that a perfect woman with golden flame wings was coming, entering his subconscious area from the body of the real world. How did you do that? By the way, Yi Meng didn't understand. This perfect woman does not really exist, this is also her consciousness, but it is extremely powerful, so it can break into the deep consciousness of his brain. Because she was blindfolded, the woman couldn't tell her age, but her appearance was exquisite, her figure was tall and slender, her skin was radiant, and she was beautiful in every way, especially those slender and beautiful legs with a high proportion, which set off the plump curves tightly wrapped in the white robe to the extreme. With the slight tremor of the golden flame wings behind him, holy and pure spiritual beams were released. Gorgeous and stunning, Yi Meng's consciousness was in a trance for a while, and the personality consciousness distorted by the invasion of the Doomsday was being purified to some extent, and the desire for destruction that filled his heart was gradually dissolving and disintegrating. Not only the desire to destroy, but also other desires are also purified one by one, as if even looking at each other more is a kind of blasphemy. Under that extremely beautiful and pure figure and light, Yi Meng's consciousness seems to have entered the sage mode of wanting nothing, just wanting to present all secrets and memories to the other party. Yi Meng's consciousness suddenly realized. She is Dragon Lady. In the real world, the extraordinary patron saint of the Eastern jurisdiction. The existence that cannot be seen clearly in reality, and can only be glimpsed in consciousness, the person with telepathy ability. It turns out, Dragon Girl is just a name, and the incarnation of telepathy is more like an extremely gorgeous and cool humanoid phoenix. Yi Meng's thinking became more and more slow and stagnant, and the willpower blessed by some characteristics of artificial intelligence was severely suppressed the moment the opponent arrived. Telepathy, Phoenix Wings. A flash of enlightenment flashed through Yi Meng's mind. He remembered that in Marvel, in the X-Men series of movies and TV series, there was a similar ability. That name is Phoenix Force, which is the most powerful ability setting in the X-Men series, bar none. It is the manifestation of life and spiritual power in the universe, symbolizing life and emotion, and can dominate the spirit and all things to burn out the sin of desire. In Marvel, Phoenix Force has had many host carriers, the most famous of which is Phoenix Jean Grey. If it's this kind of power, Yi Meng feels that he won't lose. His deep consciousness is being pried a little by the flaming golden wings of the Phoenix, and his inner consciousness is about to break away from the dream of the DC universe, revealing the secret irresistibly. If you can catch it, it's all for you. Yi Meng was not angry, but felt extremely relaxed and relieved at this moment, and no longer used his own will to desperately suppress the destruction desire of the incarnation of Doomsday. He didn't resist, and handed everything over happily. Invasion files, high school student Yi Meng. Intrusion number, SAS 1666. Number of casualties and property damage caused, unknown. Invasion level, temporarily judged as E-level, may cause the death of many federal citizens, and one person cannot conduct field contact without armor and weapons. Regarding intrusion reports. Dakin Autonomous Prefecture, a resident of Tianhe City. In the year 197 of Xinglong's year, he once tortured and killed an adult mutton dog with his bare hands in the school. In the 200th year of the Star Dragon era, the only survivor within the range of the mysterious ball lightning in the alien invasion event. During containment, the body temperature rose above 50 degrees Celsius, and extraordinary features such as a hard white exoskeleton appeared on the body surface, and it was suspected to be invaded by special alien creatures. To be tested further. With a thought, Long Nu recalled in detail the detailed report on the silver-haired boy in the isolation room. She obviously remembered that she checked it out last week, and at that time did not read out any intrusion exceptions through telepathy. The other party is indeed just an ordinary high school student. Well, it may not be too ordinary to be valued by Tifa, the charming girl of dream age. Unexpectedly, the other party was involved in the alien incident that happened in Tianhe City, the invasion incident that had just been classified as a B-level risk factor, and was suspected of being invaded by a special alien creature. Poor guy. The dragon girl's thoughts were flowing, and the intrusion incidents in the eastern jurisdiction had increased sharply recently, and she also started the detection process without delay. Behind her, the wings that seemed to be formed by burning golden flames in nothingness flapped gently, and the telepathy incarnation of the dragon girl ignored the wall and directly entered the mind of the young boy lying on the hospital bed in the most high-level isolated single room. How so? As soon as she entered, the spiritual incarnation of the dragon girl was stunned. Under her mental perception, she couldn't find the specific consciousness of the teenager. How can that be? You must know that even a medically identified vegetative person still has a weak consciousness remaining deep in the brain. After all, once a person has no conscious mind, isn't it equivalent to real death? But the young man's body is still intact and alive, but his consciousness doesn't know where to flow, like a living body. Is he alive or dead now, or is his body controlled by an alien invasion? Dragon girl telepathy turned into a soliloquy with lightly parted lips, and suddenly frowned. In the depths of the boy's lost mind, there are various negative desires and wills, 99% of which are in human destruction. This guy is a murderer? No, this kind of will to destroy is no longer possessed by normal human beings. Sure enough, he was corrupted by the invasion, and it was severely invaded. The self-consciousness of thinking has long since ceased to exist, leaving only a walking corpse-like body. Sad victim. The guardian dragon girl has already given a preliminary judgment, and the telepathy incarnation subconsciously fluttered her wings, and blazing flames raged outward, burning up the remaining desire for destruction. Rest in peace. It's just that the pure desire to destroy is far more difficult to erase than any negative emotions. The dragon girl felt that her self-consciousness was a little tired, and the flames on the wings of the incarnate phoenix were dimmed, and only then did she completely disintegrate the desire for destruction. Should be able to obtain some memory fragments left in his mind, and then go out to report and incinerate this invaded boy's body. The incarnation of dragon girl telepathy was thinking of this, but in the next moment, her fair and delicate face froze. It can be seen that the desire to destroy, which was just eliminated by the Phoenix Force, has resurfaced. If we say that the destructive will that was considered inhuman just now is just a small stream, now, the terrifying desire to destroy is like a vast and boundless deep sea. The will to destroy, like a black tide, swept towards her telepathy incarnation overwhelmingly. The dragon girl's mind was shaken, and she had never encountered such a mind-reading situation. The telepathy incarnation subconsciously stretched out the Phoenix Force's concrete emptiness to resist. Zizzle. Large areas of will to destroy were incinerated and eliminated, but these desires to destroy are endless. And the constant use of Phoenix Force turned telepathy into a dragon girl. Her delicate face was slightly pale, and her mental state was constantly declining. A terrible sense of crisis filled Longna's heart. It was the first time for her to encounter such a terrible out-of-control negative will, like a mental virus. If you stay in the depths of the other party's heart, even yourself will be swallowed by this will to destroy. At present, in the depths of Yi Meng's heart, there seems to be a terrible abyss hidden, from which an endless will to destroy surges out. The dragon girl's face turned pale, and the avatar of telepathy flapped the wings of Phoenix Force desperately, trying to escape. Unfortunately, if she chooses to escape immediately, she still has a chance. But her original plan was to fight against the endless will to destroy, which also caused her to miss the opportunity to leave. Present. The avatar of Dragon Maiden telepathy's mental state keeps declining, while unleashing a raging will to destroy more and more. Sizzle. The destructive will of the dark tide constantly washed over the Phoenix Force's wings, like moths to a flame, but it began to make one of the wings, which was formed like a golden flame, dull until it lost its light. The telepathy avatar of the dragon girl suddenly lost her mental balance, and fell towards the depths of her heart that gushed out endless desires for destruction, and the remaining Phoenix wing also began to dim and disappear. It's over. The dragon girl felt that she couldn't escape. The avatar of telepathy would be swallowed by the abyss of will to destroy, and her own body in reality would also die at the same time. Until this moment, even the dragon girls couldn't believe it, that with the Phoenix Force, she would be planted deep in the heart of an ordinary person. Just before the incarnation of Dragon Lady telepathy was about to be swallowed by the desire for destruction, a hand suddenly stretched out from the abyss of the soul that was surging with the will to destroy, grabbed the slender wrist of the incarnation of Dragon Girl telepathy, and dragged her up little by little. You are. The dragon girl was stunned. It was a boy of about 19 years old. It is exactly the same as the silver-haired boy lying on the single hospital bed isolated in reality. However, the boy's eyes were filled with a robot-like cold silver light. Dragon Girl suddenly realized. He is the master of the body on the hospital bed outside, the master of the mind area here. Yi Meng's self-awareness? How can that be? How did he withstand the engulfing and corrosion of this endless will to destroy? Even the Phoenix Force can't bear it? Dragon Girl naturally doesn't know. Yi Meng is the Day of Doom, and the Day of Doom is Yi Meng. The two assimilate and invade each other, and the will to destroy is also shared. She's mine, get the hell out of here. Yi Meng's self-awareness incarnate let out a low growl, and wrapped his other hand around the waist of the dragon girl, who could barely hold it. In the next instant, the endless will of destruction all around receded like a tide. The dragon girl took a deep breath, and then the avatar of telepathy blushed again, and the avatars of the two minds and wills were in close contact with each other. Different from the physical contact in reality, there is a sense of physical satisfaction, and the contact of the incarnation of the will of the soul is more like the communication of mutual desires. Especially the overdrawn Phoenix Force just now made her current spiritual incarnation very weak, unable to use Phoenix Force to purify herself and others of various negative emotions. Driven by some kind of self-desire, the skin of Dragon Girl's telepathy incarnation glowed pink, and her slender and tight legs wrapped around the boy's waist almost instinctively. Open. It was obvious that she was entangled in it, but Longna struggled to open her mouth. Her rosy mouth was slightly opened, spitting out steaming sweet and soft. Then, her words were blocked. The young man's right eye flickered with an uncontrollable and violent red light, and lightning storms were released from his body's surface, tearing the white robe that was transformed into spirit, revealing a telepathy body covered with red hair. That is holy, pure, flawless and inviolable. The noble phoenix dragon. Thus, Yi Meng followed the self-essential desire, bowed down. Real world. Paranormal department, outside the isolation room. The middle-aged detective and the young female detective were waiting outside, but as the time passed, the doubts on their faces became more and more obvious. The young female detective couldn't help but ask, this time, the testing time for the guardian goddess dragon girl, is it too long? The middle-aged detective didn't respond. His brows were furrowed. Indeed, it usually takes 5 seconds on average for the guardian goddess dragon maiden to detect the recipients after she descends. But now, 5 minutes have passed, and the dragon girl has not yet given the test conclusion. However, under the watchful eyes of the two, the expression of the silver-haired boy on the hospital bed, which was originally painful and tense, gradually relaxed, and a ray of relaxation and joy could be seen on the young and handsome face. The middle-aged detective pondered, perhaps, the invasion problem has been resolved, and maybe Dragon Girl has left long ago. At the same time, Eastern Jurisdiction, Tianlong Autonomous Prefecture, Dragon Ball City, on Kunlun Mountain. A grand base building soaring into the clouds sits atop a hill. At the moment, a group of professional white-collar women dressed in entourage uniforms and intellectual beauty, or politicians in suits and leather shoes, with a high-ranking momentum, or military officers wearing badges and military uniforms, are tensely surrounding a young woman sitting cross-legged on a crystal floor. The long red hair bloomed on the crystal floor like a rose. Under their startled gaze, the body of the red-haired woman, together with the white robe she was wearing, was transforming into a diamond texture at an extremely fast speed, like a handicraft. How so? This is the self-defense state of the dragon girl, which means that she has encountered a very dangerous thing. It's her telepathy consciousness. It never happened. Check it out. The scene was in a panic, and no one could maintain enough composure. Everyone knew very well that once something happened to the patron saint of the Eastern Jurisdiction, it would be a big deal. Also, this world is about to completely usher in the signs of the era of collapse. Yi Meng only felt that he had an indescribable dream. A very nice dream. This sweet dream made him vent most of the will to destroy due to the incarnation of Doomsday, lightly. It's time to wake up. Thinking of this, Yi Meng felt a sense of ambiguity between dreams and reality, and he felt that he would open his eyes in reality in the next second. The next moment, Yi Meng opened his eyes, his body straightened up and sat up naturally, and his feet also got off the bed smoothly and naturally stood up. What caught my eye was the familiar daylight ceiling and the spacious and empty isolated single room that was no different from last week. There was also a pungent smell of disinfectant in the air. The corners of Yi Meng's eyes twitched slightly. Was he quarantined as an intruder again? No, not being taken as, I was indeed assimilated by the invasion and assimilation of the Doomsday Incarnation of my dream. Yi Meng looked down and saw that the right arm was obviously covered with a layer of gray and white exoskeleton that resembled Doomsday, from the muscle surface of the shoulder to the phalanx on the back of the right hand, like an arm glove. Not only that, Yi Meng tried to shake the 5 fingers of his right hand, and he could feel the power far beyond his own contained in it, as well as the urge to punch the wall of the isolation room. A tyrannical and out-of-control crimson flashed in the bottom of his right eye, and a silver glow of absolute reason appeared in the depths of his left eye. No. Yi Meng gritted his teeth, and tightly held the exoskeleton-covered right wrist with his left hand, but saw that a thin layer of bone-white texture began to appear on the back of his left hand. Yi Meng's pupils suddenly shrank. Even if you wake up from a dream, at the moment when consciousness returns to the real world, the incarnation of Doomsday in DC's dream is still invading and assimilating his body, whether it destroys will or power. Yi Meng estimates that if this continues, even if he doesn't continue to dream, the reality itself will completely become an out-of-control destruction day in less than a week. The moment he touched Doomsday, there was no turning back. Yi Meng clenched his fists tightly, either becoming a Doomsday monster or a Doomsday Superman. There is only one way, either be a Doomsday monster or a Doomsday Superman. This is really, there is no turning back. Yi Meng sighed secretly. He realized that the mobile phone on his body had been taken away, and his thoughts flowed outwards. Through the wall of the isolation room, he could see the outside situation. No one was there. 2. Now the real time is 4 o'clock in the morning. Maybe there are only people guarding the main monitoring room. Fortunately, as soon as Yi Meng woke up, he used his thoughts to cover and control the built-in camera in the isolated room, and he was able to tamper with the monitoring screen at any time. Yi Meng's eyes flickered. He must know what happened in the real world during the time he fell into a coma. And the attitudes and opinions of the Star Dragon Federation and the Supernatural Department towards themselves. This will also directly determine what action Yi Meng will take next. Think here. A wisp of conscious thinking under Yi Meng's artificial intelligence characteristics, like virtual red static electricity, bursts out from between the eyebrows, sinks into the isolation room through the wall, and stays on a computer that records data operations. This is the artificial intelligence feature he obtained before, which can analyze and maintain technological electronic products within a range of 10 meters, borrow some of their functions and improve information. Yi Meng's thoughts flowed, and the moment he connected to the internal computer of the Supernatural Department, he quickly found the most important intrusion file information here. The intrusion file currently listed first in the branch database is Invasion Files, Alien Spaceship. Intrusion Category, Non-Fixed Object. Intrusion Number, SAS 1700. Casualties have been caused, 609 dead and 1055 wounded. Invasion Level, judged as B level, the crisis of destroying the town. Regarding intrusion reports. It happened in the 200th year of the Xinglong year, on the day of the Federal College entrance examination, and fell into the campus of the No. 2 Middle School of Tianhe City. The spaceship crashed out of control, causing the first casualties at the scene. Then, a large number of aliens, identified as sea-level invasive organisms, and face-hugging insects, identified as D-level invasive organisms, entered the campus inside the spacecraft, causing the second batch of casualties on the scene. The alien spawned by the facehugger parasitizing the survivors, causing the third batch of casualties. The invasion incident has been initially brought under control. Yi Meng nodded secretly. The efficiency of the Star Dragon Federation in handling the invasion was good, and the alien invasion was brought under control that day. Definitely. If he hadn't destroyed the biochemical weapon Blackwater and the large alien lair in advance, and revealed the information about the alien and the facehugger through Panu, the Star Dragon Federation would not be able to deal with the follow-up of the alien incident in time. Yi Meng felt that the real world was destroyed directly, and there was no need to continue to struggle and resist. After all, alien invasion is not difficult to deal with. As long as this creature is not given time and opportunity to evolve through reproduction, a well-armed elite army is enough to sweep away. B-level intrusion creation event, C-level intrusion creature. Yi Meng muttered to himself. It is only now that he is online to understand that the Supernatural Department of the Star Dragon Federation divides the risk factor of the previous film and television intrusion into the creation of the rule. It may cause injuries to federal citizens, which is the lowest level of G-level risk factor. And once it may lead to the death of a federal citizen, it will be raised to an F-level risk factor. Through the harm to federal citizens, and so on, the risk factor level can be deduced. It may cause many casualties among federal citizens, and if it is less than 100, it is classified as E-level. May cause a large number of federal citizens to die, less than 1,000 people, D-level. The crisis of destroying villages may cause at least 10,000 deaths, grade C. The crisis of destroying the town may cause at least 100,000 deaths, grade B. The crisis of destroying the city may cause at least 1 million deaths, grade A. The crisis of extermination of the state may cause at least tens of millions of deaths, S-level. The extinction crisis may cause at least 100 million deaths, SSS level. Global crisis, which may lead to the death of all human beings, the upper limit is 5 billion, X-level danger, according to this division rule. Determining the alien as a C-level risk factor, Yi Meng agrees with it from the bottom of his heart. After the death of the alien queen, each alien has the potential to become the alien queen, and the development of the lair in this way is enough to endanger the destruction of the citizens of a village. Only, in his opinion, it is wrong to judge the alien spaceship as a B-class. On the alien spaceship, the most terrifying thing is not the alien, nor the alien queen, but the biochemical virus Blackwater. Therefore, the alien spacecraft should actually be classified as X-level, which is a global crisis that may lead to the death of all human beings. Yi Meng quickly turned to his intrusion file. Well, for the time being, it is judged as E-level risk factor. Class E, less dangerous than an adult alien and facehugger? This gave Yi Meng, who was in the state of doomsday assimilation, no confidence at all. Just look down on who? It would be great if I really had an E-level risk factor. Yi Meng couldn't help laughing, but he also knew that the federal and supernatural departments didn't understand his current situation. Otherwise, at least it is an SSS level, a crisis of extinction. Yi Meng is now afraid of losing control. In addition to the recent alien incident and his own intrusion files, Yi Meng also searched through the computer database of this branch, and found some intrusion file information that triggered his past life memories. E.G. Invasion Archives, Cruise Ships Must Die. Invasion Category, Non-Fixed Site. Intrusion Number, SAS 101. Casualties caused, unknown, over 1,000. Intrusion Level, identified as B-level. Regarding intrusion reports, the cruise ship randomly appeared on the ocean in Star Dragon Federation 190. The cruise ship cannot be destroyed. Once the cruise ship is destroyed, the cruise ship will continue to appear somewhere in the sea. The army has repeatedly used missile bombing tests. No one has left the cruise ship so far. Entering the cruise ship will die. The intrusion was not resolved. Invasion archives, the shark. Invasion type, entity. Intrusion number, SAS-405. Casualties caused, 609. Intrusion level, identified as sea level. Regarding intrusion reports. In the 195th year of the Xinglong year, it first appeared in the eastern polar sea. It was 52 times larger than ordinary sharks. It sank several fishing boats and passenger ships, and was killed by submarines. This intrusion has been resolved. Invasion archives, the House of Grudges. Invasion type, fixed site. Intrusion number, SAS-1600. Casualties have been caused, 5 people are insane. Invasion level, identified as D level. Intrusion report. In the 200th year of the Xinglong year, a family of 5 moved into a second-hand suburban wooden house, and a series of strange things happened. It was suspected that there were vengeful spirits that violated other people's spirits and possessed them. The intrusion was not resolved. This. Yi Meng's brain froze for a moment. Horror cruises, megalodons, and the conjuring? This is too bad. Yi Meng is very clear that some of the invading creations and existences here are extremely unscientific in setting. For example, the horror cruise ship, in the setting from the film and television, is death god's samsara revenge on untrustworthy human beings. If this is the case, then when the cruise ship appeared in the real world, did the death god behind the scenes also invade it? In addition, Yi Meng also discovered that 10 years ago, there were only less than 100 incidents of file intrusion. And 10 years later, the intrusion file number has already been ranked after 1016. This also means that more and more creations and existences that Yi Meng knew in his previous life that only existed in film and television works have invaded the real world more frequently and on a large scale. Think carefully. Fortunately, I am Doomsday. Yi Meng let out a long breath, not knowing whether to smile or keep silent. In the worst case, it would be a big deal to turn into Doomsday and smash it together. It was the best of times, and it was the worst of times. The corner of Yi Meng's mouth twitched as he recalled the advertisements he had seen before. Whether it is the best time, he does not know. But on this point in the worst of times, he doesn't dispute. It only exists in the settings of horror, science fiction, fantasy, and other film and television works in previous lives, and creations such as weird, huge, high-dimensional, extraordinary, etc. continue to come to reality. However, the vast majority of federal citizens are still unaware of these potential invasion threats. Sooner or later, the appearance of world peace will be completely torn apart. That day, according to Yi Meng, might even happen tomorrow. After reading numerous intrusion files, Yi Meng quickly adjusted his mood. There are 2 things that make him care. First, there is currently no intrusion file judged to be A-level or above in the database. Is it because the supernatural branch's database doesn't have enough authority, or is there really no A-level or above intrusion? Yi Meng thought of Homelander. If the opponent is divided by invasion level, it can at least be divided into S or SSS level. Second, Yi Meng saw the obvious Doomsday exoskeleton on his body, and knew that he must be designated as an invasion existence. However, many of his intrusion files are still temporary and pending. So, why hasn't the Supernatural Department, and the Star Dragon Federation behind it, decided on a plan to deal with him? There is only one possibility, Yi Meng said to himself. The Paranormal Department, now dealing with larger events, had put the decision on what to do with him on hold. Yi Meng nodded secretly. This possibility is very high. Wait until tomorrow. I hope you can be smarter. With a calm face, Yi Meng sat down on the hospital bed. He hadn't hurt anyone right now, and he'd prevented a potential X-rated incident. Yi Meng hopes that the Star Dragon Federation can use a moderate method. At least the 2 sides can communicate together and win-win together. Otherwise, he can only break with the Star Dragon Federation and leave the current Supernatural Department. Definitely. This also means that Yi Meng will be an enemy of the real world, just like the Dream Artificial Intelligence and Doomsday, embarking on a path of no return that is universally enemy. It's not bad. I don't know if he was affected by Doomsday's will. Yi Meng smiled, with a faint red light surging in his eyes. Yi Meng lay down on the hospital bed again, but did not fall asleep, but looked at the left arm covered with gray and white exoskeleton at a speed visible to the naked eye. It is estimated that in the past day, his left arm will be completely covered by Doomsday's exoskeleton. In less than a week, the real self will become Doomsday. Time is running out, and Yi Meng's brain is like a host, deducing and considering with extremely fast super thinking. How to deal with it? After being assimilated and invaded into Doomsday, the reality will not get out of control. Yi Meng quickly came up with 3 methods. The first method is to re-enter the dreamland of the DC universe. As long as you can completely control and drive the Doomsday Incarnation in the dream, are you still worried that the Doomsday ability in reality cannot be controlled? This is the simplest, most effective, but also the most difficult and extremely risky method. In case the dream goes out of control directly, it won't be the end of the calf. The second method is to enter the dreamland of the Marvel Universe. Facts have proved that, as the incarnation of artificial intelligence, the acquired artificial intelligence characteristics have given Yi Meng a certain strengthening of his will, which has played a very good role in his resistance to the desire to destroy the Doomsday. Therefore, if more artificial intelligence characteristics can be obtained, and the desire for destruction can be resisted with absolute rationality, this may be possible. The problem is, Doomsday avatars invade the assimilated ego all the time. Yi Meng dares to be sure that when he sleeps now, he will definitely arrive in the DC universe where the incarnation of Doomsday is located, not the Marvel universe where the incarnation of artificial intelligence is located. The third method, in the real world, is to find things that suppress or control the desire to destroy. Yi Meng has now known that, with the creation and existence of many film and television works, the invasion has come to the real world. So, in reality, it may also be possible to find things that curb the desire for self-destruction. For example, Tifa can provide some help. Yi Meng constantly considers every method and effectiveness. 3 methods, corresponding to 3 different copies. DC Dream copy, Marvel Dream copy, and Real World copy. The existential risk and loot of exploring each copy are different. And there is not much time left for him. Don't sleep for now, wait until tomorrow to see what the views and attitudes of the Star Dragon Federation are towards me. Yi Meng made a decision, lying on the hospital bed and closing his eyes, pretending to sleep and actually closing his eyes to rest his mind. Now, there are only a few hours until dawn. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the sky was very bright. A black vehicle is parked at the main entrance of the paranormal department building. The middle-aged detective with dark circles under his eyes got out of the car, followed by several high-level detectives with the same dark circles under his eyes who had obviously been up all night. Sir. Team leader. Including the young female detective, several detectives who stayed at the base of the supernatural department came out anxiously. They knew that the middle-aged detective was suddenly taken away by high-level personnel yesterday afternoon for investigation. I'm fine, I just had a few online meetings at night. The middle-aged detective waved his hand, but Feng Zheng's majestic face couldn't hide a trace of fatigue and heaviness. Last night, the subject, high school student Yi Meng, did nothing unusual. When the middle-aged detective asked here, he fixed his eyes on the young female detective. The young female detective trembled and shook her head hastily. I went to watch after I got up in the morning. Nothing unusual. Take me to see. The middle-aged inspector waved his hand, and before anyone else could respond, he stepped into the main entrance vigorously. The middle-aged detective led a group of detectives to the outside of the isolation room at the highest level. The inside could be seen through the one-way viewing glass. The silver-haired boy was still lying on the hospital bed and sleeping, but half of his left hand had covered the outside. Skeleton. Sir, what happened? The young female detective looked at the frighteningly serious middle-aged detective and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The middle-aged inspector stared at the boy in the isolation room for a long time before sighing. The guardian dragon girl. Something happened. What? Except for some high-level agents who already knew about it, the other agents were shocked, as if watching the sky fall with their own eyes. The young female detective was also stunned, and covered her open mouth with her hand. How is it possible? That's a dragon girl. That's what it is. The middle-aged detective sighed. Yesterday afternoon, headquarters announced that Dragon Girl suddenly appeared abnormal. Yesterday afternoon. The young female detective remembers it very clearly. Yesterday afternoon, the Dragon Girl came here to test the inmates, and then suddenly lost her voice. That's why headquarters asked me to assist in the investigation and attend the meeting. The middle-aged detective nodded and said in a deep voice, Dragon Girl? In the isolation room, Yi Meng was taken aback for a moment while maintaining a sleeping position and listening to the discussion by maintaining the external camera. Dragon Girl really came? Couldn't it be a dream yesterday? Yi Meng recalled subconsciously. No, memories. The final discussion concluded that the abnormality of the guardian Dragon Girl may be caused by the excessive use of her own ability. The middle-aged detective shook his head, but no matter what. Yesterday, all the containment things that the Dragon Girl came to explore need to be recovered, imprisoned and transported to Kunlun, Tianlong Autonomous Prefecture, for further experimental research, including him. The young female detective subconsciously looked at the high school student in the isolation room. The middle-aged detective said with a straight face, because of him, I held 2 additional high-level meetings yesterday. On the side of the Dakin Autonomous Prefecture, there is an officer with the rank of Lieutenant General who stands for him. Also, Dream Century, the #1 industry in Tianhe City, announced a new technology with cross-age content, and claimed that he is the genius inventor of this technology. A Lieutenant General officer, a genius scientist? How could it be? The young female detective looked confused. Before, wasn't he just an ordinary high school student? Normal. The middle-aged inspector shook his head and smiled strangely. Yesterday's federal college entrance examination results rankings have been announced. You can take a look. The young female detective immediately turned on her phone, opened the first trending search, and then froze. Star Dragon Federation, the global college entrance examination in 2020. The ranking is as follows. First, 800 points. Full score, Tianhe City Yi Meng. Second, 798 points. Meng Tifa of Tianhe City. Third, 797 points. Taehe City Knight Kazuki. Full score. The eyes of the young female detective stared straight. She hadn't had a perfect federal champion in so many years. And in their state, there is one in this city? Or, they are being detained by them? She finally understood why the inspector had to hold an extra meeting. The titles of Lieutenant General, Genius Scientist, and Federal Champion are enough to make the outside world focus a lot of attention on high school student Yi Meng. If the other party is treated as an invasion and containment, then the invasion of this world may be exposed. So, what is headquarters going to do? The young female detective asked with some expectation. The middle-aged detective sighed. It's a pity, a new seedling who can bring a lot of contributions to Star Dragon Federation in the future. So, the young female detective opened her eyes wide, unable to hide her disappointment. He has been corrupted by the invasion and we have no choice. The middle-aged detective lowered his eyes and his face sank like water. Detain and take in the high school student Yi Meng, and transfer it to the Kunlun base. Pity. At the scene, many detectives also showed regret. Of course they don't know. At the moment, Yi Meng himself was quietly listening to all this. Fair enough. Yi Meng was extremely calm, and made a final decision in her heart at this moment. Year of the Star Dragon, 0200. The first day after the Federal College entrance examination. 6:10 in the morning. The night has been melting under the watery morning light, but the modern urban area is still filled with icy white fog, and the street lights, car lights, and advertising neon signs on the highways and streets are dimly lit. Today, Eastern Jurisdiction, Dakin Autonomous Prefecture, Tianhe City. Heavy fog. Tianhe City, Nanshan area, Supernatural Department Branch Base. Pity. This is the top scorer with a perfect score, and he is still a genius with potential in the field of science. It's really a pity. The Federation will lose a talent, a genius, a son of tomorrow. Outside the most high-level isolated single room, on the third-floor monitoring room and corridor, all the detectives from the Supernatural Department sighed and felt extremely sorry. They obviously know that once they are transferred to Tianlong Autonomous Prefecture, the main state of the Eastern Jurisdiction as a containment object, this also means that the other party will disappear in this world forever. Whether it is eternal detention, or experimental testing, or research and processing, they will completely break away from the status of Union citizen. The young female detective stared blankly at the silver-haired boy in the isolation room, and suddenly said, "We can actually cooperate and borrow his invasion power." Before the words were finished, the young female detective who had just joined the job obviously noticed something was wrong. Field. Most of the detectives kept their mouths tightly shut without saying a word, and stared at her with weird eyes. Several senior detectives who were familiar with the female detective kept shaking their heads and giving her winks. The young female detective gritted her teeth and continued to ask forcefully, "If he still has reason, wouldn't we be able to resist more invasions like borrowing the power of the patron saint?" The supernatural detectives at the scene changed their expressions in unison upon hearing this. "Shut up." The middle-aged detective, who had been silent all this time, let out a low growl, and quickly thrust his right hand towards the gun pouch on his waist, and then the muzzle of a large-caliber pistol was already coldly pressed against the female detective's forehead. The female detective's young and pretty face was pale, and it was the first time she saw the mature and stable officer in her impression, showing a gaff and gloomy side. "Sir, she's just a rookie," a male detective hastily persuaded. "Remember it for me." The middle-aged detective stared at her coldly. "The patron saint is the miracle of our homeland, the true supreme awakening, and has been guarding the growing and glorious federal empire since 200 years. Modern invaders are all evil, trying to get their hands on the cancerous tumors of the world, and need unified containment and treatment." The female detective pursed her pale lips and nodded tremblingly. During this week, the mature and prudent Big Brother character suddenly made her feel a little strange and frightened. The protruding veins on the forehead of the middle-aged inspector faded away, and he said coldly, "There will be no next time. If you make any more demagogic or will-shattering views, you will be completely kicked out of the supernatural department, and you will need to accept further investigations." Mental appraisal. As he said that, he moved the pistol away, and continued to explain, "Get ready, there are high-level personnel from headquarters coming. At that time, we will hand over to them and transfer the intruders including the high school student Yi Meng." "Yes, sir." All the agents responded calmly in unison. Only the young female detective looked terrified and stood motionless. At the moment, in the isolated single room, Yi Meng observed the accidental farce absolutely sensibly by maintaining the internal and external camera lens, and the whole process of God's perspective. "I see." At this moment, Yi Meng understood many things. Since 200 years ago, there have been some invasions including Homelander, and they came to this world. This is also the reason for the 30 years of blank history before the establishment of the Federation. The earliest batch of film and television invaders, most likely the existence of the villain lineup, ruled and established the Federal Empire. Moreover, in order to stabilize their own status and identity, they may also set a series of laws. For example, illegal intrusions after them are all evil and need to be approved by their detection. Even, including these supernatural funds distributed all over the world, the persons in charge may all be believers who have undergone a certain degree of brainwashing. In this way, everything is explained. Since this is the case, this federation doesn't matter. Yi Meng sneered in his heart. In a world with such a structure and truth, he would definitely resist, so it would make no difference whether he turned the table now or later. Yi Meng had already made a decision, and immediately deduced it in his heart. After leaving the supernatural department, you will definitely be wanted worldwide. You can go to the deep mountains or uninhabited deserted islands to deal with the invasion of Doomsday. Once he failed and reality spiraled out of control and it became Doomsday, it didn't matter. After all, the reality ontology loses control and falls, which means the death of Yi Meng's self-awareness. After his death, no matter the flood. And once he succeeds and successfully embarks on the path of Doomsday Superman, then everything doesn't matter. At that time, in this real world, there will be nothing that can restrain him. Whether it's Homelander, or other invaders hiding behind the Star Dragon Federation. All rules are made by him, and just when Yi Meng made the decision to leave, an agent suddenly shouted, "Sir, the near-Earth satellite detection shows that the area where our city is located is shrouded in thick fog, and the visibility is extremely low. Wait a minute, the fog should clear up." The middle-aged inspector nodded calmly in response. He noticed it outside just now, but Tianhe City is located in a basin, and it is actually normal for it to be a little foggy in the morning. However, a puzzled and anxious report came one after another. "Inspector, our communication with the outside world has suddenly been disconnected." "What?" The middle-aged inspector frowned and asked, "City internet phone signal, or satellite dedicated line signal?" All. The detective swallowed nervously. How is this possible? Some detectives hurriedly took out their mobile phones and turned on their computers, but all they saw were no signal notifications. Even the satellite line is disconnected. The middle-aged inspector noticed that something was amiss. Unless the satellite failed, the satellite dedicated line would not be disconnected from the ground branch. Moreover, the city network phone failed at the same time. And once the two fail at the same time, it also means that their supernatural department, or even the entire Tianhe City, has become a modern isolated island that isolates information from the outside world. An agent opened a window in the corridor on the 3rd floor. Hoo! A strong wind suddenly poured into the supernatural branch building from the window, bringing with it a thick white mist, which even blurred the brightly lit interior. All the detectives were stunned. Of course, they have seen foggy days, but this is the first time they have seen such a serious and exaggerated fog in their lives. The white mist with extremely low visibility is like the dark shadow after nightfall, like the tide quickly flooding every corner inside and outside the house. "Close the window." The middle-aged inspector shrank his pupils and quickly gave instructions. But in front of the window, the male detective who opened the window looked dully at the white fog-filled outer city as if he didn't hear it. "What are you doing?" The middle-aged detective stepped forward quickly, and slammed the window shut with one hand, preventing the fog from entering the room, but the room was already covered in white. "Sir, there are strange creatures outside." The dull-eyed male detective finally came back to his senses, and then pointed out the window tremblingly, as if he saw something indescribable in the fog. The dense and cold white fog filled the outer city area with a vast expanse of whiteness, and the lights were dimmed in the fog, creating a strange and inexplicable atmosphere at the moment. Coupled with the terrified expressions and strange words of the detective colleagues, even the resolute detectives of the supernatural department trembled in their hearts. The middle-aged detective looked out the window solemnly. The white fog made the visibility more than 10 times lower than usual, and he could only see the black shadows of tall buildings not far away. Besides, how can there be living things? But no matter what, this white mist is obviously abnormal and unreasonable. It's even possible that the white mist or something moving in the white mist interfered with all communication signals. The middle-aged detective only hesitated for a moment, and made a decisive decision. Everyone is ready for battle. Put on gas masks and protective clothing, equipped with conventional weapons and spare ammunition, and divide into 2 groups. One group will go out with me to understand the outside situation, and the other group stay here, be responsible for supporting and trying to contact the outside world at any time. "Yes, sir." A group of agents from the supernatural department responded immediately. They were of excellent quality and moved quickly. Soon, the 6 detectives, who were fully protected and armed, left the department led by the middle-aged detective leader. Just about 10 meters away, their figures were shrouded in the surging white mist, and they could no longer be seen clearly. The 5 people, including the young female detective, stayed in the department building, trying to repair the network and get in touch with the outside world. All of a sudden, no one paid attention to the teenager in the most high-level isolation room. The dense white mist that obscures the signal. Is there any creature in the white mist? Yi Meng was a little dazed. This weird situation reminded him of a film and television work in his previous life. It is very similar to the situation that suddenly happened in the real world at the moment. That movie, called The Mist, is definitely not yet fully confirmed. Exactly. Yi Meng, who was lying on the hospital bed pretending to be sleeping, suddenly opened his eyes. A faint silver light and red light flashed in his eyes. He rolled over and landed. He was in the air. His right hand, which was almost completely covered by the exoskeleton, clenched his fist towards the floor of the isolated room. Punch! As the fist of the bone guard fell, the entire building of the supernatural department shook slightly, and the floor cracked with shocking cracks like spider webs. This power, this destructive power, absolutely not what humans can possess. No matter how powerful and destructive it is, Yi Meng has already experienced it in a dream. The young man's youthful and handsome face was extremely calm. The moment he landed, the 5 fingers of his right hand covered with gray and white bones stretched and then clenched again. His fist hit the center of the cracked net on the surface like a bone hammer. Boom! The building shook violently and rubble splashed everywhere. What happened again? Several detectives staying in the department building rushed into the monitoring room. When they saw the inner scene of the isolation room filled with dust waves, everyone stood there like a sculpture in a daze. It can be seen that there is a hole with a radius of 1 meter on the floor in the middle of the isolated single room, and the ground with steel plates was completely blasted, connecting it with the second floor below. My God! Everyone's pupils contracted and trembled violently like an earthquake, and they couldn't believe the scene in front of them. Especially the young female detective, who opened her mouth wide in astonishment, but at the same time showed a ray of relief. Container, number SAS 1666, Class E, high school student Yi Meng escaped. Notify the chief? Contact Kunlun headquarters. However, the inspector is exploring the white fog in the city outside, and all our communication signals with the outside world have been cut off. Inside and outside the supernatural branch, there was a sudden chaos. Some detectives from the Left Behind branch rushed downstairs with guns in their hands, trying to take back Yi Meng, a high school student who had escaped. The detectives were on the second and first floors, but couldn't find the boy, so they continued to chase out the door. Of course they couldn't think of it. At the moment, Yi Meng, who escaped from the isolation room, is still in the branch. Supernatural Department, basement level. Yi Meng walked through the corridor and arrived at the deepest basement of the building. The cameras and alarms along the way did not issue an intrusion alarm. Stop in front of the iron gate with the red containment alert sign printed on it. Yi Meng looked at the portal that required the pupil scanning verification authority, and with a thought, the built-in protection system was cracked and opened in the next second. Yi Meng pushed the door open and walked in. The lights in the basement came on one after another, and rows of isolated shelves could be seen. Yi Meng has intruded and read the database of the Supernatural Department. He knows that every city's Supernatural Department will have a containment and isolation basement, and some low-level containment items will be stored here. For others, the invading containment that is frightening is an undiscovered treasure for Yi Meng. After all, these intrusion containment objects all come from the world in previous life film and television works. Yi Meng can clearly know the source, know the real purpose and effect of these intrusion items. Since he came to the Supernatural Department, he naturally couldn't miss it. Here, is there a containment that can restrain the desire to destroy the day of destruction? Yi Meng glanced towards the basement. On the isolation shelf in the basement, there was only 1 or 2 wooden shelves, each with an item placed on it. The number of storage items is pitifully small. But yes, if a city had so many containments from the world of film and television, then the world would have been in chaos. Yi Meng was the first to walk to a wooden stand, and saw that there was a white bone horn with a mouth on it. The bone horn is as exquisite as a handicraft, and it is covered with a leather belt. Below the bone horn, there is also a description of the contents. Invasion Archives, the mysterious horn. Invasion type, creation. Intrusion number, SAS 699. Casualties caused, none. Intrusion level, identified as G level. Invasion report, from the antique market in Tianhe City. According to the internal design of the test scan, the horn that can be sounded theoretically cannot be sounded by any means. Yi Meng froze for a moment. The horn of bones that cannot be blown? Why does this horn look more and more like the horn held by one of the heroines in the Chronicles of Narnia? The Chronicles of Narnia is a magical movie, and the creations in it naturally have a certain degree of magic. For example, this bone horn. Yi Meng remembers that as long as it is blown in the setting, the heroine will definitely get help, and it is true in the plot of the movie. Add luck? This is a must-have artifact for Mary Sue outdoors. Yi Meng immediately picked up the bone horn and blew it hard. The basement was filled with energy, but the bone horn didn't make any sound. Yi Meng tried again with physical means. Before the 5 fingers exerted any force, a crack burst open in the bone horn. Yi Meng was silent, thinking of 2 possibilities. One is that the horn lost its magical power when it invaded. The second is that this horn requires a specific person to use it normally, such as the heroine in the movie The Chronicles of Narnia. In other words, useless to him. Yi Meng replaced the bone horn with a crack in it, and walked to the next isolation wooden frame. On this isolated wooden shelf, there is an old music box. Invasion Archives, music box. Invasion type, creation. Intrusion number, SAS 1205. Casualties, 1 insane. Intrusion level, identified as F level. Invasion report, the music box will automatically emit music in the middle of the night, and there are resentful spirits, which have been dealt with by the dragon girl. Oh, the creation in The Conjuring. Yi Meng looked at this old music box. In the movie, this thing is related to a boy with a not bad personality. However, since it has been dealt with by the dragon lady, I can only wish the wraith to rest in peace. Yi Meng knows that the Phoenix Force basically crushes high-dimensional and low-dimensional creations for spiritual creations, unless the wraith comes from a concept movie that is set to be impossible to kill. Yi Meng shook his head and walked towards the last isolation shelf where the intruded containment items were kept. He found that he was thinking definitely. There are so many movies invading creations, and many of them either have usage restrictions or are useless. How is it possible? I just met a very useful. Without hope, Yi Meng came to the last isolation wooden frame and looked up. Immediately, his eyes froze suddenly. Visible. On the isolated wooden shelf, there is a delicate and small blue witch doll with a file size of less than half a palm. The doll is wearing a necromancer soft hat with a high point and wide brim, and a head of curly blue hair protruding from under the snow-white soft hat. The witch doll has a delicate and noble face that is lifelike. Her eyes with thick eyelashes are closed tightly. Her whole body is a mysterious dark blue complexion. The 4 small hands in front of her arms are gently clasped together, and she is covered by a white snow witch robe. 2 slender legs. Even if it is a puppet, the other party is sitting in a noble and dignified posture, with an extraordinary temperament. Honey, why are you here? Yi Meng looked at the puppet in a daze, and subconsciously blurted out. Thanks to the Rudder Master who rewarded the land of the wild and nothingness? Honey, why are you here? Yi Meng's words echoed slightly in the sealed basement. Definitely, this wife is not that wife. In Yi Meng's past life when he entertained until his death, a group called Otaku liked to refer to the paper virtual heroine in games, anime, or movies as wife. This is because perhaps only virtual characters can achieve a certain degree of perfection in terms of appearance, connotation, personality, and ability. For example, the white snow witch robe witch doll currently placed on a separate isolated wooden shelf in the basement. The necromancer hat, the snow cloak, the small hands, the thin blue legs engraved with mysterious inscriptions. This is the noble and mysterious high-ranking temperament that makes her lose her composure and swear. Isn't it exactly the same as the demigod witch Lani in Aldang Dharma Ring? The demigod witch Lani, she was a truly ruthless person who killed herself first, and finally wiped out the creator god in order to get rid of the restrictions of the world's original law? Yi Meng was a little dazed, remembering that in the setting of Alden's Ring, there was also a similar little Lani doll, and that doll was connected to the soul of the demigod witch herself. What appears here now, can't it be the real thing? Yi Meng quickly glanced at the data file of the intruded containment. Invasion archives, witch dolls. Invasion type, creation. Intrusion number, SAS 999. Casualties caused, none. Intrusion level, identified as G level, lowest risk factor. Invasion report, the witch puppet appeared out of thin air on the stage of Tianhe City in 0199 in the year of the Star Dragon. After testing, no obvious energy or special features were found. After being checked by the Dragon Girl, potential dangers were ruled out. This intrusion report does not appear to be the real one. There was a hint of disappointment in Yi Meng's eyes. If it hadn't appeared in the real world out of thin air, this puppet should not be regarded as an intrusion creation. In addition, Dragon Girl's Phoenix Force does not have a perception of the inner spirit, which further rules out the possibility that it is a genuine product. Yi Meng turned his gaze back to the vivid and lifelike witch doll, recalling the setting details now. The left eye of the little Lani doll is always open, while this doll's eyes are closed. Yi Meng reached out and touched the closed left eye of the witch puppet. With a cold and smooth touch from his fingertips, he found that the sealant was fixed and could not be opened. Apparently, it's just a highly imitated copy from another world. Even if it is genuine, it is completely disconnected from the soul of the witch behind the scenes on the way of the invasion and time travel. Pointless. Yi Meng shook his head, and put the witch doll with closed eyes on the isolation wooden stand into his pocket with his backhand. It's here, but you can't leave empty-handed. Yi Meng, who found nothing but his wife's handicraft from the previous life, turned around and walked towards the basement door. At the moment, there was chaos inside and outside the paranormal department building. A strange and dense white mist floated everywhere. The network communication signal between the city and the outside world was interrupted. The detective who led the team out of the department disappeared, and the high school students imprisoned in the isolation room escaped. One thing after another, the agents of the supernatural department were a little overwhelmed. Moreover, several agents who stayed behind in the supernatural department also discovered. In the white mist, there are really living creatures? Unknown creatures that don't belong in their world? Boom, boom. Unknown flight creatures that have never been seen before smashed through the window. They look like small pterosaurs, their dark eyes are constantly turning, and they are flapping their wings and breaking into the inner hunting. Under the cover of the white mist, there are fast shadows. With the warning and roar of the left-behind detectives, there was a sound. Da-da-da. Inside the supernatural department, fierce gunshots continued to ring out. The flames of the muzzles continued to emerge in the room filled with white mist, and the armed agents fought with the flight creatures from the white mist outside. Some flight creatures were smashed into a sieve by bullets and fell to the ground. An armed agent was sprayed with a mouthful of black mucus, and the protective clothing on his body was corroded and melted like a strong acid. He fell to the ground and screamed, and was ripped apart by a creature's sharp claws the next moment. The flight creatures originating from the strange and dense white mist in the outside world seem to be endless, and they are extremely good at hunting in the white mist. Even the left-behind agents who were armed and protected fell to the ground one after another, being besieged and killed by flight creatures as food. Run away, Yingzi, shouted an agent who had fallen to the ground. The bullets in the gun in the hands of the young female detective had been emptied, and she saw 3 bloody flight creatures flying towards her. Jiao Hao turned pale and rushed downstairs. Behind her was the furniture and lamps surrounded by white mist. Be smashed? Hoo-hoo? Detective Eiko was gasping for breath, making the goggles of the gas mask blurry. Coupled with the thick white mist that filled the room, the department environment that she had been familiar with for a week became even stranger than when she first saw it, causing her to stumble fled indiscriminately. So, until you go down the stairs, you enter a wide, long and clean corridor inwards. Only then did Yingzi realize that he had come to the basement floor. Except for the inspector, no one in the department had the authority to enter here. Yingzi wanted to turn around, but found 3 flight creatures flying down the stairs, so he could only continue to flee inside. Wait, the basement door, how did it open? Chased by the demonic flight creatures in the fog, Yingzi raised his eyes, and in a blur, he saw the door of the basement was open. She gritted her teeth and rushed there. And at the moment Yingzi rushed into the door desperately, a slender figure just walked out of it. It was a teenager. The boy's quick reaction turned sideways, causing Yingzi to rush into the air and crash into the inner part of the basement. Without hesitation, the boy continued to walk towards the underground corridor leading to the outside world. Be careful, there are monsters. Before Yingzi finished speaking, he stopped abruptly, and his pupils froze suddenly. Facing the oncoming 3 flight creatures, the silver-haired boy stuck out his left and right hands covered with gray and white bone sheaths like lightning. Each of his hands strangled a flight creature that was flying forward, and then continued to move forward vigorously. Pat to the 3rd creature. Boom! Not even a howl came out. Blood exploded in the palms of the boy's closed bony hands, the heads and bodies of the 3 flight creatures were directly smashed, and the white mist in the corridor was dyed a little scarlet. Get it all done. The silver-haired boy threw away the limp corpse of the flight creature, waved his hands vigorously, and shook off all the black venom, mucus, and blood attached to the gray-white exoskeleton glove. You are. Yingzi stared in astonishment at the familiar high school boy in the corridor outside. The silver-haired boy turned his head, and in the thick white mist, one eye faintly flashed a violent and destructive red light, which was soon covered by a rational and indifferent silver light. He didn't say anything, and left directly into the corridor. It wasn't until the figure of the other party completely disappeared in the underground corridor surrounded by white mist that the young female detective Yingzi murmured in a low voice, "It's him?" Contain the intruder, high school student Yi Meng. Yi Meng walked out of the basement of the containment and left the supernatural department directly. The supernatural investigators couldn't protect themselves, and no one could stop him even if he was there. Outside, the white mist lingers and permeates the entire modern city, making everything blurry. Only black shadows that don't know whether they are living things or objects appear. Screams, roars, horns, sirens, falling objects, broken windows, and even gunshots, the mournful cries of the entire city, clearly entered the inhuman hearing of Yi Meng, who began to tend towards the doomsday. Chilling, mysterious, strange, surprising, etc., the atmosphere is accompanied by white fog covering the city. Yi Meng hung the Lani doll on his waist as a pendant. Just as he walked out of the department door, exposed to the white mist, he was hunted down by several flight creatures in the mist. Who hunted whom? The expression on Yi Meng's face remained unchanged, the 5 fingers of his right hand stretched out straight, and the entire arm covered with a thin gray and white exoskeleton looked like a bone knife. The hand rises and the knife falls. Yi Meng is like a robot without mistakes, repeating the fierce movements of slaying. With the speed of the hunting wind, a flight creature with its head and body separated fell. After a while, more than a dozen flight creatures that attacked and killed all fell to the ground. Yi Meng looked indifferently at the other flight creatures fleeing and retreating, grabbed half of the deformed bird-like corpses, and wiped all the blood on the right-hand exoskeleton. It's really a fog, Yi Meng whispered. Seeing this deformed pterosaur-like creature with its own corrosive venom, Yi Meng immediately affirmed that the white mist and the creatures in the white mist originated from the fog. The Mist is a sci-fi movie. The movie tells that due to the military base experiment in the town, a fog enveloped the town area, and there are terrible creatures from other worlds in the fog. At present, this strange bird and beast with its own corrosive venom is one of the terrifying creatures that appear in the mist. Besides these, there are many larger, stronger, and more terrible creatures, born of the mist. Among them, there are even mysterious creatures similar to Thulhu. I'm afraid this city is about to end. Yi Meng recalled some details and settings in the fog. Although it was not mentioned in the movie, it can be speculated that the experiment on the military base led to the connection of the space where the town is located with another Thulhu-like dimension. That's why the mist and a large number of alien creatures gushed out. Now, the situation in Tianhe City and the small town can't be said to be similar, it can only be said to be exactly the same. Does this mean that the entire city is connected with the invasion dimension from Mist? If this is what Yi Meng thought, then in the real world, no one can stop this tragedy in Tianhe City. Not even Homelander? This is an invasion incident that can be at least classified as SSS level? What does that have to do with me? Yi Meng had no expression on his face, and looked at his left hand, which was also completely covered with gray and white exoskeleton. Now, his hands have obviously been assimilated by the Doomsday invasion in the dream. Even, together with character, Yi Meng felt that he was becoming less and less like a real human being. For example, facing the current fog and monsters in the fog, he didn't feel any fear, only the excitement of destruction and killing. This fog has reduced the entire city to a hunting ground for creatures from other dimensions. For Yi Meng, who is being assimilated by the Doomsday invasion, it is an excellent and wonderful venue for destruction, which makes him want to enter the fog to find the most powerful existence, and destroy and ravage the opponent to obtain satisfaction. As for the survival of the city, what does it have to do with him? Tifa, Yi Meng suddenly murmured to himself, looking towards the direction of the city center shrouded in mist. A trace of humanity reappeared in his slightly red eyes. In this city, he only cares about one person. Yi Meng quickened his pace toward the city center, and as soon as he picked up the speed, he jumped out like a cheetah. With every step he could cover a distance of 3 or 4 meters, even running faster and faster in the white mist. Perhaps because of the bloody smell of the mist bird on his body, no mist bird dared to attack him, and even ran away when they met him. Hunter reversed? Supernatural Department, basement level, containment basement. The young female detective Yingzi slumped on the ground, and only after 10 seconds came back to her senses did she grit her teeth and stand up. Because of seeing Yi Meng, Yingzi found that the white mist was not toxic, so he took off the gas mask he was wearing and breathed in the cold and bloody foggy air. We must go up and save people. Yingzi thought of other detective colleagues upstairs whose life and death were uncertain, gritted her teeth and got up again, but just as she was about to leave the basement, a small voice suddenly came from the empty basement. She turned around suddenly. Is that the trumpet? In the mist, Yi Meng's speed in the urban area was getting faster and faster, reaching the normal speed of a car. Accompanied by a clear cracking sound, the canvas shoes on his feet were directly smashed by himself. Along with the cement pavement, a shallow footprint was also cracked. Yi Meng looked down and saw the soles of both feet. The protruding bones and joints also showed a layer of hard gray bone. The fog of killing intensified the desire for self-destruction, which also accelerated the speed of the invasion and assimilation of Doomsday. Yi Meng Mingguyu, if this continues, he will completely lose control and become a day of destruction in 3 days. Under such invasion and assimilation, he scanned the surroundings, his eyes had a faint red glow, and his vision began to become clearer. Even under the fog with extremely low visibility, you can clearly see things 100 meters away. Fog shrouded the city, and less than 10 minutes had passed. Now, the streets of the modern city are empty. Many vehicles have been involved in a series of accidents, parked on the road or crashed into buildings. Thick smoke rises everywhere in the fog. On the ground of a messy modern street, all kinds of garbage and blood can be seen everywhere, as well as the corpses of humans or misty birds, and even the deformed flesh of other creatures. The human beings outside the house have almost been hunted and killed, and many residents are hiding in the house and dare not come out. Yi Meng quickly understood the current situation in the city, and he hoped that Tifa could also stay in the house temporarily, so as not to become the first hunting targets of the creatures in the mist. Continue on your way to the city center where Tifa's house is located. Yi Meng's ears moved slightly, and he heard the intense gunshots from the urban area a kilometer ahead, but the gunfire was constantly weakening, and there was still the scream of dying in it. Could it be? Within 100 meters of the gunshots, Yi Meng jumped 5 meters high and stood steadily on a street lamp that was turned off. The fog is lingering. Even if you stand under the street lamp, you will not find someone standing on the street lamp. Yi Meng looked up, his eyes pierced through the thick fog, and found that it was indeed the armed detective team of the middle-aged detective leader of the supernatural department. However, now there are only 2 people left, including the middle-aged detective. In front of them, in the mist, stood a nearly 5-meter-tall mantis-like creature. The misty mantis's body was full of bullet holes, but it still made a sharp and ear-piercing cry. It was like a tank crawling forward. As the large sharp mantis in its right hand swung down, the air and the body of an armed agent was cut directly. Sir! The armed detective's scream stopped abruptly, and blood splashed all over the middle-aged detective behind him. The middle-aged detective pulled the trigger in front of the misty mantis, but the gun was empty. The bullet clip in the rifle in his hand had already been emptied. Monster! Invading monster! The middle-aged detective threw away his gun, looked blankly at the dead detectives all around him, then raised his head and smiled miserably at the misty mantis who raised a large praying knife towards him. Ended. Yi Meng watched indifferently, but didn't intend to make a move. They don't know each other well. But at this time, Yi Meng noticed something. His pupils were slightly red, and he was able to vaguely see into the middle-aged detective's body. At this moment, something awakened in the opponent's body, so that the genetic chain was broken, and the blood boiled like water. Ah! The middle-aged detective wailed in pain. The upright human face was distorted and shape-shifting into a triangle, and the body also resembled a balloon expanding and growing. Under Yi Meng's indifferent gaze, the middle-aged detective was lying on the ground. His flesh and blood body was twisted and stretched, and the horns and outer skin protruded, turning into a triceratops. That's right, it's the triceratops of the Cretaceous period, a living dinosaur. Inspector, the top person in charge of the supernatural department of Tianhe City, turned into a triceratops. Yi Meng's pupils shrank, and his thoughts flowed quickly, connecting many things together. He muttered to himself, 200 years ago, a dragon took off in the east. So it is? Yi Meng suddenly understood. In addition to the guardian dragon girl on the surface, there is really a dragon in the eastern jurisdiction? A dragon hiding in the dark and controlling the Federation. In the fog-shrouded city, the middle-aged detective who monitors and prevents the invasion turns into a triceratops monster and fights with the mist mantis. Yi Meng stared at this scene coldly, and thought through many things at once. Previously, due to the arrival of the guardian goddess dragon girl, he mistakenly believed that in the myths circulated by the real Star Dragon Federation, the soaring dragon referred to the dragon girl. But in retrospect, there is a doubt. Even with the Phoenix Force, the opponent's physique is still an ordinary person. How could it be possible to live from 200 years ago to the present? So, maybe in the real world, there really is a dragon. The reason why Yi Meng thinks this way is because in the previous movie he knew there really was a villain who could control dinosaur monsters. It's just that it was an extremely vicious black python. Later, it failed to snatch the Dragon Ball with another snake and was punished and killed by the Dragon of Justice. That movie, called War of the Dragons. Yi Meng's eyes fell back to the cruel battlefield ahead. The middle-aged inspector turned into a 3-meter-tall, 9-meter-long Triceratops monster. His hard and rough cortex held up the large mantis for slashing. And below, the slim body of the misty mantis was directly trampled into meat paste. Hold head high. The eyes of the Triceratops monster showed ferocity, showing a posture of victory and fighting spirit, and it was roaring with its head up, but in the next moment, several large tentacles protruded from the mist, tightly entangled its thick neck and forelegs. Tread. The Triceratops monster struggled desperately, stretching the large tentacles with sucker blobs straight, but it was difficult to break free from the shackles of the tentacles. Instead, more tentacles continued to protrude from the depths of the fog, entangled its body and limbs. Rustle. Several large tentacles exerted force together, dragging the terrified and struggling Triceratops forward abruptly, into the depths of the mist. In the depths of the mist, a dark bloody mouth opened and swallowed the huge head of the Triceratops in one gulp. Coupled with the continuous entanglement of several dozens of meters-long tentacles, the movement and sound of the Triceratops' struggle quickly stopped. Huge amounts of tentacle meat mountain in the mist continued to squirm for a while, until it swallowed the entire Triceratops monster, and unsatisfied stretched out a sucker tentacle, and rolled back the previous corpse of the mist mantis. Under supervision, Yi Meng could see it clearly. It was a large octopus-shaped monster, as large as a 4- or 5-story building, like a strange mountain of meat waving its tentacles constantly. It had been in the mist before, lurking motionless, like the shadow of a building, and it didn't hunt until now. The misty tentacle monster devoured the 6-meter-tall misty mantis and the middle-aged detective in the form of a Triceratops all at once. Gilula. In the constantly wriggling meat mountain, several pairs of small eyes frantically turned, looking at the street lamp dozens of meters away, and then a tentacle popped out. Oh, did you find me? Yi Meng raised a cruel arc on the corner of his mouth, and a violent red light that he was suppressing emerged from his eyes. Facing the attacking large tentacles, he remained motionless, letting the large tentacles wrap around his waist and roll back. The strong wind howled, and a mouthful of foul-smelling blood opened again, like an abyss. Compared with the misty tentacle monster, the physique of human beings is more than 10 times different. Just like mice and ligers, they appear extremely fragile and small. The misty tentacle monster tried to stuff the tentacle-wrapped human teenager into its mouth just like it had devoured countless human beings before. But at this time, a pair of gray and white bone feet kicked out suddenly, stepping on the two ends of the blood plate's mouth from left to right. No matter how tight the blood plate's mouth seemed to be, it was difficult to continue to close it. This creature. Why is it different from other creatures of the same kind living here? The misty tentacle monster was extremely confused, and its tiny eyes, which turned wildly, met a pair of violent and destructive pupils in front of it. You want to eat me? Do you deserve it? Yi Meng said coldly with no expression on his face. The misty tentacle monster couldn't understand his words, but he could feel a trembling breath emerging from the opponent. That is, irresistible and powerful? Laugh? Before the mist tentacle monster could react, the tentacles that entangled the young man suddenly broke into 2 pieces, and the incision was as smooth as a saw. The severed tentacles have not landed yet. Yi Meng, who broke free from the bondage, stepped on the meat mountain and jumped forward. He did not escape or dodge, but took the initiative to pounce on the head of the misty tentacle monster, and stabbed the forehead above the eyes with a knife in his right hand. The arm is almost completely submerged in it. The misty tentacle monster immediately let out a painful hiss, and several tentacles twitched wildly at the same time, causing the fog in the area to surge, and the broken tentacles healed extremely quickly. Rumble. The nearby street lamps and vehicles were shapeshifted by the large tentacles, and the outer wall of the adjacent building was also dented by the large body. However, Yi Meng was still firmly nailed to the head of the misty tentacle monster. No matter how the tentacle monster struggled, he remained indifferent. His left arm also sank into the soft flesh, and then his left and right hands pulled out forcefully. In this instant, the flesh, muscles, bones, and inner tissues were all broken. The head of the vehicle file size was directly torn in half by the bone hand. The tentacles dancing wildly and the wriggling and rolling body of the misty tentacle monster stopped abruptly, and then collapsed like a real mountain of meat. Who do you think you are? The silver-haired boy stood on the huge corpse of the misty tentacle monster, with a crazy and violent grin on his face, and the soles of his feet covered with gray-white exoskeleton continued to pedal down, and each foot was stronger than the other. Until the end, with the strength and speed of breaking through the sonic boom, the huge head of the misty tentacle monster was completely crushed. Sizzle. Blood splattered. It seems to obtain a certain sense of destruction satisfaction from this. The unemotional red light in the eyes of the silver-haired boy finally faded away, and the cold gray exoskeleton on his feet, which looked like white bone armor, began to spread from the soles of his feet to his knees, and the protruding muscles and bones were covered with bone patterns first. Yi Meng lowered his eyes indifferently, looking down at the large, bloody corpse at his feet, and the modern city surrounded by fog. All conspiracies, all strange and powerful, appear vulnerable before absolute destruction. After possessing the avatar of Doomsday, nothing in this world is enough to shake or frighten him. He has always been only an enemy of himself, because he is the most powerful and terrifying monster in the real world. Before the desire for destruction completely overwhelms reason. The silver-haired boy whispered. Yi Meng squatted slightly, the strength of the legs covered by the exoskeleton was increasing every moment, and now it had reached a terrifying level. Tread. As soon as he moved, the strong wind blew away the fog in place, and the confused and swift figure jumped towards the central city area tens of meters away. The fog where it passed was forcefully dispersed all the way, leaving behind a strange inhuman movement track, which was soon submerged by the surging fog, only the red pupils flickering on and off. The doomsday of the real world is approaching. Tianhe City, the central city. The fog is lingering, and countless huge unknown creatures move through the fog. Some are like vehicles, some are like hills, and the entire modern city has been reduced to a purgatory on earth, with screams and fierce sounds from time to time. A luxury residential area with every inch of gold and land. More than a dozen military tanks and armed vehicles drove onto the city road, walked slowly through the fog, pushed the vehicles away, and fired a bunch of shells and dense bullets from time to time, repelling the monsters in the fog with fierce fire blows. Kaka. Armed tanks and soldier vehicles stopped in front of a private house with iron bars and a yard. Be alert on the spot. A heavily armed local military officer dismounted from the passenger seat of the vehicle. In about 10 seconds, 2 butlers came out from the private residence and opened the iron gate. Immediately afterwards, the door of the private residence opened, and a middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes with grey temples walked out under the protection of 2 bodyguards. You are the chairman of Dream Century Technology Industry, Mr. Meng. The local officer saluted and said in a deep voice, I am the local colonel stationed in Tianhe City, and I am here to protect the safety of you and your family. Mr. Meng breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the words, and looked at the dense fog around him. That's great. With you here, we can rest assured. The local officer nodded, and quickly said, please clean up immediately and evacuate with us. Evacuate. Mr. Meng was taken aback, his face became serious again. Is the situation so serious? It's not very optimistic. We are continuing to organize the evacuation of survivors towards the military base in the east of the city, and then arrange human escorts to evacuate out of the city. The local military officers didn't hide him either. After all, the whole city was in crisis now, and even if they wanted to, they couldn't hide it. He urged, please prepare to evacuate as soon as possible. In addition to you, we are also responsible for evacuating other survivors in many cities. I see. Knowing the urgency of the situation, Mr. Meng couldn't help speeding up his pace and immediately returned to his private residence. Residential interior. The middle-aged lady who had been hiding in the basement walked out with the help of a young man. A white-collar woman and a black-haired girl also came out. Honey, how's it going outside? The middle-aged lady worriedly looked at Mr. Meng, who returned to the room with a solemn face. Mr. Meng glanced at everyone, and said helplessly, the military is here, let us evacuate, head towards the eastern military base, and then use this to withdraw from the city. As soon as this was said, the people in the house fell silent, and the need to evacuate the city was enough to see the seriousness of the situation. It shows that the military is still unable to fully deal with the inherent mysterious crisis of controlling the city. Mr. Meng smiled, and said calmly enough, let's go. Life is important. Other cities also have our industries. At worst, we start from scratch. The middle-aged lady echoed, that's right, let's prepare now, just bring important items, and leave other heavy things. As soon as the two spoke, it was basically settled. Evacuate the city with the army? But at this moment, a sweet and determined girl's voice sounded, evacuate to the east of the city, I'm going to the south of the city. On the field, everyone's complexion changed suddenly, and they looked at the black-haired girl with puzzled and dignified expressions. Miss File Size. Chen Hong looked anxiously at the black-haired girl beside her. She naturally knew that Yi Meng was being detained in the southern part of the city. Just give me a car, Meng Tifa said without doubt. She glanced at everyone on the field, and her clear and calm eyes finally fell on Mr. Meng. I see. Mr. Meng closed his eyes heavily, then opened them again, took out a bunch of car keys from his pocket, and handed them over. The moment he handed over the car keys, he lowered his voice and said to the black-haired girl, thank you for your help 3 years ago. I should be grateful. It is you who gave me a home in this world. Tifa smiled slightly, took the key, put it in his pocket and walked towards the underground garage. Father, mother, it's very dangerous outside, how can we let her leave alone? The young man looked anxiously at his parents. Mr. Meng shook his head and said in a deep voice, you know that. Once she makes a decision, she will never change her mind. The middle-aged lady sighed, feeling extremely regretful. Sure enough, she will leave our house sooner or later. Damn it. Chen Hong stomped her feet, but still chased after the girl. 5 minutes later, under the surprised eyes of all the army soldiers, an off-road vehicle drove out of the underground garage of a private residence, accelerated into the white mist and drove away. Next door, in another private house, Wang Xian was preparing to evacuate with the army. He faintly saw the figure of a graceful girl sitting on the driver's seat of the off-road vehicle. He was taken aback for a moment and then laughed wildly. Crazy, she is really crazy. The off-road vehicle drove out of the private residential area, onto the deserted road, and escaped into a quiet white mist. Damn it, this fog, it's too difficult to see the road clearly. While speaking, Chen Hong in the driver's seat firmly grasped the steering wheel. Fear made her body tremble continuously, but she still had to concentrate on avoiding the bunker. Tifa on the passenger seat looked at her and sighed. Aunt Chen, actually you don't need to accompany me. Stop talking nonsense. Chen Hong gritted her teeth and said, I've said it before, the only thing I want in this life is to look at you, sister file size, to be happy. The words are not finished yet. The off-road vehicle seemed to have directly crashed into a mysterious creature that jumped out of the mist, and the car window burst into cracks, leaving bloodstains. What? Chen Hong was astonished, and subconsciously wanted to stop the car. Don't stop, keep driving. But Tifa directly inserted her slender white foot and stepped on the gas pedal. The off-road vehicle continued to stagger out in the fog. Immediately afterwards, the rear of the car seemed to be scratched by something, leaving a shocking tear and scratch. Chen Hong was still in shock, and continued to drive the off-road vehicle. Then drive a certain distance to the south of the city. Behind him, the reassuring sound of shells is fading away. The farther south you go, the less people there are, and finally it seems that only the 2 people in the car are left in the whole fog. Chen Hong began to gradually adapt to driving in the fog, constantly avoiding the bunker, but at this moment, the white fog in the urban area ahead seemed to wrap around the off-road vehicle that was driving slowly forward. That's cobweb. Tifa opened her beautiful eyes and said quickly. Chen Hong was startled, and looked at the cracked windshield. Sure enough, there were a lot of white cobwebs wrapped around the car body. These white spider webs, almost blending with the mist, become a perfect trap. Reverse. Tifa's reaction was fast enough, but it was still a step too late. The off-road vehicle was already deeply trapped in the spider web, and black spiders the size of adult cats climbed onto the body along the cobweb. Cobwebs and spiders densely surrounded the off-road vehicle. Sister file size, it's all my fault. Seeing this, Chen Hong was horrified and regretful. Don't give up, we will survive. Tifa spoke forcefully, reaching into her pocket as if about to take something out. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Boom! The ground surface was sunken, accompanied by the loud sound of some kind of heavy object falling on the road beside the car. The group of fog spiders with the size of an adult cat's file size was startled for a while, and then receded like a tide, returning to the fog, as if they were afraid of some terrible existence. What happened? Chen Hong was at a loss. D-Law stared out of the car window blankly, and he could see a figure walking towards here in the mist, with a faint silver light flickering. Without the slightest hesitation, Tifa pressed the unlock button, her slender and tight legs bent and kicked violently, kicking open the car door that was entangled by the cobweb. Miss File Size. Under Chen Hong's startled shout and gaze, the black-haired girl rushed out of the car in a hurry, opened her hands, and threw herself into the arms of the figure in the mist. You found me, I knew it, you would come to me. Tifa hugged the man's neck tightly with both hands, her beautiful eyes sparkled. How is it possible? It will be him. Chen Hong in the car looked at the familiar figure walking out of the white mist. Could it be the boy named Yi Meng? But when she saw Yi Meng's current situation clearly, Chen Hong's face froze, and her body trembled uncontrollably. Visible. The hands and arms of the silver-haired boy were all covered with a layer of grey-white exoskeleton. The shoes were gone long ago, the trousers were broken into half-length trousers, and the exposed legs and feet were also covered with a layer of grey-white exoskeleton. There is a cute and petite witch doll hanging on his waist, but he is terrifying and weird. The exoskeleton even spreads from the neck to the face, like wearing a small half-grey bone mask fake. The exoskeleton is mixed with molten iron to create an assembly line arc, which perfectly fits the young Xingkang's body shape, just like a bone armor. There were even hideous bone spurs protruding faintly from the opponent's arm and back. Half human, half bone monster, this is the image of a teenager today. Yi Meng sniffed the faint fragrance of the black-haired girl's hair. The red light in his eyes disappeared a little, revealing a rational silvery look, and the exoskeleton gently hugged the girl with both hands. Yes, I found you. It's not bad to see you again before you are completely lost into destruction. There is no water. You can say less, but there is really no hydrology. I believe that each chapter has content and details, and this recent realistic plot will have a profound impact on the future. In the Doomsday City and the weird fog, 2 people, one big and one small, hug each other. The younger girl is in her budding youth, her smooth black hair cascading down to her waist like a waterfall. She is wearing a coat vest and tight leather pants due to emergency escape, but she still outlines a graceful and exquisite moving curve, wearing gloves and leather boots. The skin exposed to the mist is so fair and smooth that it flows with light. Even in the current situation, it is still noble and beautiful. It is indeed reasonable to rely on looks and appearance alone to have star-level fans on the internet, and to make the stock of Dream Century Industries rise. But Chen Hong knows very well that Meng Tifa, the file-size sister, is definitely not a vase. Under the beautiful appearance, her personality, talent, vision, temperament, etc. are all first class. She is a truly perfect beauty embryo, and the whole world will be amazed by her in 2 years when she matures and blends into her youth. While at the moment embraces a petite and beautiful girl, the older boy is scary. Most of the originally slender body was covered with an exoskeleton, making it look taller and stronger. The tendons and body shape were in an assembly line, and the clothes on his body were torn by hideous and smooth bone spurs. Starting from the corner of the right eye, the young and handsome face is also covered with a small bone-like mask. The right eye is faintly pulsating with an inextinguishable red flame, and an aura of killing and destruction lingers and rises. On the ground behind the silver-haired bone spur boy, a cracked and sunken pothole can be vaguely seen. It is conceivable that the young man fell from the sky just now, leaving such traces on the concrete road. Not to mention the fog spider just now. At the moment Chen Hong still felt chills all over while watching this scene, and wanted to step forward and drag Miss File-Size back. Belle and Beast didn't dare to act like this. This is clearly a beautiful girl and a monster. What happened to Yi Meng one day later? Chen Hong couldn't understand. In the white mist, Tifa naturally also noticed the abnormality of Yi Meng's current body, but his left hand was still tightly clasping the boy's neck. His eyes fell on the shape-shifting beauty of himself, and his right hand naturally touched the exoskeleton on his chest. Her beautiful eyes as soft as rubies still contained tears of joy, and her ruddy mouth, which was so soft without a trace of wrinkle, was slightly opened. Instead of being afraid, she showed a curious and exploring expression, and she directly poked it with her slender index finger. Musculoskeletal fingers, as if touching iron. No, it is obviously much harder than iron. It's so tough. Tifa exclaimed in amazement. That smart and playful, cute yet sexy look was no different from the past. Yi Meng's tired and exhausted physical and mental will, as if he had been baptized, suddenly wanted to laugh. He knew that Tifa was worried that he cared too much about his current appearance, so he first stated that he didn't care about it. Aren't you afraid? Yi Meng asked calmly. You mean the spider just now? It's really scary. It's so big. Tifa blinked. I mean, me. Yi Meng met Tifa's eyes closely, and pointed to himself. Aren't you Yi Meng? There's nothing to be afraid of. You saved me just now. If it wasn't for you, I would have been gnawed into a skeleton by spiders. Tifa stuck out her tongue, then reacted immediately, punched the exoskeleton with a clang, and said through gritted teeth, Damn it, you don't think you want to dump me, scumbag. After 3 years, want to run away after eating and wiping off? That's not okay, I'm very difficult. As she said that, the girl was furious, a bit tough and unladylike, and jumped forward to wrap her legs around the boy's body, like a large doll clinging tightly to the boy's body. Seeing this, Chen Hong's heart trembled in the car, for fear that a bone spur in her back would directly poke a hole in Miss File-Size's leg. And next, Chen Hong's eyes were staring straight, and she almost collapsed in her seat from fright. Visible. Just when Yi Meng and Tifa reunited to talk, a group of giant shadows the size of a small hill wriggled out of the mist, and quickly approached the crawling creature. Several large suction cup tentacles protruded from the mist first. Big, Miss File-Size. Chen Hong called out with a vibrato. Tifa, who was hanging on Yi Meng's body, also noticed the situation behind Yi Meng, and opened her beautiful eyes. Yi Meng, behind you. I know, just close your eyes. Yi Meng said. It is good. As death approached, Tifa really closed her eyes, only her thick eyelashes trembling slightly, which showed her unimaginable confidence and trust in Yi Meng. Rustle? The large tentacles stretched out towards Tifa and Yi Meng in an outflanking manner, and Chen Hong showed a look of despair, recognizing that it was a monster that the army must return with shells. On the nick of time, Yi Meng carefully supported the girl's body with the palm of his left hand, turned around slightly, and jumped forward. The slowest speed under restraint was still faster than the tentacles. The strong wind blew, the mist surged, and the huge black shadow revealed a huge body of a misty tentacle monster like a mountain of meat. Yi Meng clenched his right hand and swung it straight forward. The gray-white fist end that looked like a smooth exoskeleton glove turned into an afterimage, and the air in front of it burst open layer by layer, followed by the explosion followed by the mountain of meat touched by the fist end. The unparalleled extraordinary power penetrated and broke through everything. Sonic booms and storms follow. Boom! Chen Hong's eyes were dull, looking at Roshan's body that was sunken, festered and then burst open under this punch, and saw the 1,000-meter fog that filled the urban area in front of him washed away by the aftermath of this punch. This is the legendary power that can only be possessed by gods, but it is manifested in the hands of a boy who turned into a monster. How could she know that even if the gods came in person, she would turn around and run away? This is the power called Doomsday? What's wrong? Did the monster run away? Tifa's eyes were still closed. She didn't know what happened just now. She just felt like she was on a roller coaster. Well, I ran away. I can open my eyes now. Yi Meng nodded his head lightly, retracted his fist, and the red flame surging in his eyes became stronger again. Really? Tifa opened her eyes and looked around. Sure enough, she couldn't see the tentacle monster just now. It's just that there are countless pieces of meat left on the surrounding roads, and the fog surged back again to cover up everything that happened just now. As the only person who witnessed the brief battle just now, Chen Hong was completely silent. The monster did run away, back to its own dimension, to hell. Are you okay? Tifa didn't care what was going on with the monster. She checked Yi Meng's situation immediately worried, and saw a little bit of gray continue to spread on her face, and the mask-like exoskeleton was about to cover half of her face. As for Yi Meng's face, there is only an area of the body that is not covered by the exoskeleton. Yi Meng let the girl touch his hard exoskeleton mask, raised his hand to touch the other's hair, and then paused after realizing something. I'm fine, this city is very dangerous, everything will be discussed after we evacuate the city bar. But Tifa reached out to hold his hard and cold bone hand, and agreed, okay, we will find a way to deal with your current situation after we leave the city. No problem. Yi Meng smiled, sent Tifa back to the passenger seat of the car, and greeted the woman in the driver's seat by the way. You, hello. Chen Hong shivered, as if facing a god and demon, and said in awe and caution, do we need to go to the military base in the east of the city? Now, the army will evacuate the survivors there, and organize armed protection to form a defense line, and evacuate all survivors from the city from the eastern suburbs. She is worried that Yi Meng will become a target of the army in his current state. And this will be a very terrible thing for the army. No, we're not going east. Yi Meng shook his head directly, let's leave to the west of the city. West. Tifa blinked. The west of the city and the military base in Tianhe City were exactly in the opposite direction. Yi Meng said calmly, you don't think that the misty tentacle monster just now is the strongest and largest creature in the mist? No way. Chen Hong's eyes widened in horror, and her face instantly turned pale. There are even more huge amounts of monsters. The fog tentacle monster is like a hill and the file size of the building, and it needs to be beaten back with tank shells to open the way. And how big is the huge amounts of the fog monster? There was insight in Tifa's eyes. You mean, the movement of the army's shells and the presence of many survivors will attract those huge creatures in the mist to gather there? Yi Meng nodded. This is inevitable. After all, he had seen it just now. Chen Hong tried to start the car, but there was no response from the brakes, and her face became even paler. It's broken, the spider just broke the car. Yi Meng said, no need to drive. Fasten your seat belts, I'll take you out of here. Don't drive, but have to fasten your seat belt? How do we leave? Chen Hong was confused. Tifa has obediently fastened the seat belt firmly. The doors close. The next moment, the whole off-road vehicle trembled slightly, and then under Chen Hong's dumbfounded gaze, the 2-ton off-road vehicle carrying 2 people was raised by 2 meters in height. Is he going to? Chen Hong understood something, and hurriedly fastened the seat belt that was already on. The next moment she fastened her seat belt. Boom! The road is cracked and sunken, and strong winds blow out. The off-road vehicle ejected obliquely like a rocket, broke through the fog, and flew to an altitude of about 100 meters very quickly. Inside the car, both Chen Hong and Tifa were firmly pressed against the leather seat by the powerful inertia. However, the reactions of the two are obviously completely different. The woman Chen Hong had a sudden cardiac arrest, her pupils were dull, and she looked out of the car window in horror like a fool, watching the off-road vehicle fly over the tall buildings in the fog. And the girl Tifa's fair and delicate face flushed with excitement. It's amazing. This is too amazing. It's so big. It's going to die. It's going to die. Ah. Under the woman's scream, the off-road vehicle constantly descended to the height of the drop, and it seemed to fall towards the dome of the tall building. Don't talk, your tongue will be bitten off. Tifa reminded in time. Chen Hong immediately covered her mouth tightly. Boom! The strong wind blew away again, and the strong force almost threw the two of them out of the window. Fortunately, the air cushion popped out in time, and the off-road vehicle flew high into the distance again. The hurricane raged and the fog broke. Covered with obvious exoskeleton spurs, Yi Meng, who is half-doomed and half-human, just carried the off-road vehicle with both hands, and jumped to the suburbs using the building as a pedal. In fact, he can still leap higher and farther now. It's just that considering the range of strong pressure that humans can withstand, and the critical point of scrapping off-road vehicles, it's considered an extremely conservative lightly jumping walk. Boom, boom, boom. The fog broke open one after another, and the boy with bone spurs carried the off-road vehicle and kept jumping into the distance, towards the outskirts of the western city. On the other side, the eastern city. Near the outskirts, the local military base stationed. Under the shroud of white mist like countless ghosts, the atmosphere is oppressive and dignified. More than a dozen heavy armored tanks outside the base subway network, together with turrets and hundreds of armed soldiers, established an absolute line of defense against the mist monsters. Under the fierce fire suppression, the mist tentacle monsters would also retreat. One after another, armed vehicles transported the survivors here for resettlement, and then organized buses or vehicles to evacuate the survivors outside the city. Wang Xian and his family were escorted here, in the open space of the base with tens of thousands of people, watching the artillery fire outside. Wang Xian held his bandaged abdomen and let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a dark and strong boy came from here and asked anxiously, Wang Xian, I remember that you live near Meng Tifa, have you seen her? Panu. Wang Xian naturally recognized the other party, and said with a smile, I saw it, she drove into the fog, and did not evacuate here with the army. With an expression of great anticipation, he licked his lips, the joy that would be ruined if he didn't get it. It is estimated that it has been eaten by the fog monster now. What did you say? We were classmates, why did you do this? Panu's eyes widened angrily, if it weren't for us, you would have been killed by the alien. Wang Xian's handsome face was hard to look at, and he was holding his stomach that was still hurting, which was a black spot that he needed to heal in his whole life. He actually gave birth to an alien head? You. Just as Wang Xian was about to say something, he stopped short and stared forward with dull eyes. At the moment, inside and outside the base, the officers, soldiers, and survivors were all dumbfounded, looking out of the military base in inexplicable horror. In the mist, a black shadow of a sheep-like giant standing on all fours looms faintly. The specific strange shape is simply indescribable. The four limbs alone are taller than tall buildings. The head rises into the clouds deep in the mist. Every step makes the ground tremble violently. Shake. Fire, the officer yelled. Immediately, more than a dozen tanks and gun barrels roared and fired together, like thunder bursts, and groups of explosive waves ushered in the depths of the fog and above the black shadows. Explosive waves and fog enveloped the forelegs of the giant sheep shadow. But immediately after, the giant sheep shadow continued to move forward without any reaction, stepped forward and stepped several armored tanks into discus, and continued to break into the military base in a leisurely, natural, cruel, and bloody way. Not only one, but also other giant sheep shadow creatures, walking out from the depths of the mist, like mountains that cut across the world. At this moment, no matter how brave and fearless the soldier was, he felt sincere despair. Quick, run away. Someone yelled in despair, and then everyone fled crazily, and the military base was completely in chaos. Tianhe City, the western suburbs. The further you go to the forest on the outskirts of the city, the more the fog will be diluted until the fog completely disappears and the air becomes clean and fresh. Boom! On the edge of the city shrouded in mist, a gray-white figure leaped out carrying a four-wheel drive off-road vehicle and landed in the thicket within the forest. A ditch more than 10 meters long was directly plowed out of the ground. A big tree snapped and snapped. Yi Meng finally stopped and slowly lowered the off-road vehicle he was holding in his hands, and the at-the-moment off-road vehicle was also on the verge of being scrapped. Finally, it stopped. In the car, Chen Hong panted heavily, feeling that she almost died, not joking about the kind of real death. Beside her, Tifa's face was flushed, as if she had been on an exciting and deadly roller coaster ride. The two looked out of the car window, and there was no forest shrouded in white mist, and they both showed surprise. It can be regarded as coming out. Yi Meng. Tifa tried to open the door, but the door didn't budge. Yi Meng pressed the door, and through the car window, said hoarsely and quickly, Tifa, there is no time, you listen to me. Continue to walk out, and you will enter the town. When you get there, continue to evacuate. It's too late. The farther the market is, the better. The joy on Tifa's face completely disappeared. Won't you go with us? Again? Yi Meng was taken aback. Indeed, it was like returning alone to the alien spaceship hunting aliens on the day of the college entrance examination. However, this time is completely different from last time. It is true that I cannot leave you. But listen to me, this is my plan. Yi Meng seemed to be holding back something. His voice became hoarse, the red light kept flashing outside the car, and the breath frightened the birds and beasts in the mountains away. In your pocket, there is a USB flash drive. There are some new technologies I got there. You can use it to start a technology company in another city. If you can, I hope you can wait for me. When I settle the matter with me, I will definitely go out to find you. Yi Meng said hoarsely but firmly. Inside the car, Chen Hong fell silent, looking at the trembling black-haired girl beside her. She was afraid that Sister File Size would agree. Once she agrees, Miss File Size probably won't be able to get rid of the name Yi Meng in her life. However, she inexplicably hoped that Miss File Size would agree. Tifa asked in a low voice, you must go back. Definitely. Yi Meng nodded solemnly. Not for all mankind, not for the city, just for himself. Yi Meng found that due to the existence of the fog, the speed of assimilation of the Doomsday invasion was too fast. From a week, it was shortened to 3 days, and now it is less than half a day. When he met Tifa, he was on the verge of losing control. It seemed that the situation had improved just now, but in fact it was just the flashback of the last struggle of reason. With the invasion and assimilation to such a degree, Yi Meng can no longer resist the Doomsday. Even if Tifa is used as the anchor of human nature, he can't restrain the desire for destruction. Therefore, Yi Meng must return to Tianhe City. At the moment Tianhe City is connected to another foggy dimension, and there are a large number of creatures powerful enough to supply him with destruction. The only thing that can satisfy Doomsday is destruction. So, he wants to go back and destroy everything? Until he solves or controls the power of Doomsday. Tifa is Yi Meng's only concern in Tianhe City, and he has no scruples about sending him away. It is good. Inside the car, the girl's cold and firm words came out. I'll wait for you outside, until you come back, no matter 10 years or 50 years. This is not an agreement, it's a contract between you and me. The reunion took less than 10 minutes, and the agreement was pulled away again. Time limit, no time limit? I will definitely find you. Yi Meng threw down this sentence, the red light in his eyes almost turned into actual scorching flames. He turned around without hesitation, and a hurricane dust exploded on the spot. Countless fall also fly upward. Snapped. The car door was pushed open from the inside to the outside, and the girl Tifa rushed out of the car. The crystals in her eyes came out of her sockets, turning into tears and running across her delicate face. In the gradually blurred vision, the silver-haired boy who completely turned into a bone spur monster broke through the sound barrier and leaped high towards the modern city shrouded in fog 1,000 meters away, until his grey back disappeared. In Tianhe City, the huge and indescribable sheep-like creatures walk in the fog, like black shadows of mountains that traverse the world, and the buildings and infrastructure are destroyed wherever they pass. It is difficult to see their true colors, but it makes people feel desperate. How should humans fight against this giant? Call out? Suddenly, a bright flame lit up in the mist, erupted from the inside of the military base, and rushed into the mist in front of it with trailing flames, hitting the head of the sheep-like creature. Boom! The next moment, a group of extremely bright and hot explosive waves erupted immediately, and the fog in the high altitude ahead was rolled away. Even if you covered your ears, you could feel the humming, the strong wind and aftermath. It's modern missile firepower. Inside the base, Panu looked up, his eyes reflecting the brilliant and powerful bombing scene. Can it be successful? No, it must be successful. Panu clenched his fists tightly. He knew that in the city shrouded in fog and isolated from the outside world, modern missiles were already the last trump card for the local military base stationed there. If even modern missiles can't effectively attack the existence in the fog, then, under the eyes of countless survivors who are equally full of expectation and hope, the black shadow of the sheep-like creature in the distance but close at hand paused for a moment, and then continued to move forward without incident, completely destroying the fire defense line temporarily established by the military base, and pushing forward naturally and cruelly. Russell? Losing fire suppression, the mist tentacle monsters that had been repelled before continued to emerge in the fog, and mist bugs, mist birds, mist spiders, and mist mantises with the same huge body proportions swarmed in following the movement here. They surrounded the base, took the lead in breaking down the armed soldiers holding guns and shooting outside, and then crossed the line of defense. All of a sudden, the military base that was originally the last safety zone in the city fell at an extremely fast speed, and tens of thousands of survivors fled in all directions in a panic. Regardless of officers, soldiers, politicians, and giant businessmen, under the mist of different dimensions with their own biological systems, they are just the targets of hunting. Human beings are sometimes more vulnerable than they think. Screams and wailing, killing, and death are staged in every corner. No. Wang Xian's eyes were about to crack, and he looked at his parents who were standing beside him a moment ago, and was swept away and swallowed by two large tentacles protruding from the mist. Brother, help me. Not far away, a gentleman wearing glasses was thrown to the ground by a mist bird. Wang Xian was trembling all over, hesitation flashed in his eyes for a moment, and finally he rushed over, reached out, and grabbed a suitcase next to the gentleman, and then quickly fled towards the outskirts of the city. Help me, ah! The gentleman was still struggling, but was sprayed with venom by another misty bird, the flesh and blood on his neck melted quickly, and his strength of resistance and struggle continued to weaken. I'm sorry, I will live on for you, and I will not let our Wang family fall to my generation. There were tears in Wang Xian's eyes, and the suitcase he was dragging in his hand was shaking constantly, as if it contained a living thing, and there was a faint sound of steam and teeth grinding inside. Give me peace of mind, you will be my capital to start a fortune in other cities in the future. After all, I gave birth to you. Wang Xian's handsome face struggled a little, he let out a low growl, and clutched his abdomen, trying to overcome his fear and fled outside. At the moment, in the crisis of life and death, there are not a few cases like this. Definitely, there are also people who sacrifice themselves and stand up for others. Dad, Mom. A little girl about 10 years old fell to the ground, her innocent face was covered with dust, and she looked at the chaotic base around her in fear. The mist surged, and a mist bird rushed towards her fiercely from the mist. Be careful. At the very moment, a dark and burly boy rushed over, rolled around a few times with the little girl in his arms, barely avoiding the attack of the misty bird. The misty bird screamed and wanted to continue chasing it, but it seemed to have noticed something, and suddenly flew out in a panic and screamed strangely. A suffocating shadow fell on the open space of the base. Holding the little girl in his arms, Panu looked up with despair in his eyes. That's a huge amounts of hooves. A giant black goat's hoof, the size of a tower, stepped down from the mist, just like a human trampling on an ant while walking. In the face of such a giant existence, all struggles and resistance are superfluous. Death, shrouded with the shadows. Panu hugged the little girl tightly, his eyes were closed, but he found that he was still alive after a few seconds. This is... Panu opened his eyes wide in disbelief. But see. The huge black sheep's hoof covering the open space of the base stagnated at a low altitude of about 10 meters above the base, and a terrifying scream that made people insane, and then exploded from the base covered by mist. Just now, the sheep-like monster that was ineffective even in the missile bombing, now actually let out real screams and screams. Under the sluggish gaze of the survivors at the scene, the giant sheep-like monster that stepped one hoof towards the base felt as if it had been hit hard, and fell down towards the city behind it with a mournful cry. Boom! Pieces of buildings were toppled and crushed into ruins by the sheep-like giant. The whole city was shaken by the earthquake, and the dust waves raised made countless survivors unable to open their eyes. No one knows exactly what happened in the mist, what factors or existences could cause this terrifying huge amounts of sky-growing creature to fall to the ground. However, many survivors who had a strong desire to escape still seized this opportunity and fled towards the suburbs behind the base. Thank you. A couple expressed their thanks with red eyes, and picked up the little girl in Panu's arms. You are welcome. Panu struggled to get up, and when he looked up, the couple had already taken the little girl along with the crowd of survivors and hurriedly disappeared into the mist. I should go too. Panu took a deep breath. He originally wanted to continue waiting here, but now he can only evacuate out of the city first, and then use the relationship of his own officer uncle to confirm the current situation of the boss and Meng Tifa. Just as Panu turned around, he was about to leave Setsuna. Boom! It was as if a meteorite fell heavily from the sky on the open space not far away, and the accompanying strong wind and dust waves lifted some of the white fog. Panu looked sideways subconsciously, his pupils froze suddenly. It is hard to describe what kind of existence it is in front of me. It is nearly 2 meters tall, and its body is covered with an exoskeleton with perfect muscular curves, stretched out a series of ferocious and sharp gray and white bone spurs. He was still wearing a pair of trousers whose trousers were already in tatters, and a petite and delicate witch doll was dangling and firmly hanging on his waist. The presence of human-shaped bone spurs seems to have noticed Panu on one side, turned his head slightly, and endless scorching and violent destructive red flames surged in his eyes, and his momentum emerged. The temperature in the area suddenly soared by more than 10 degrees. Panu, however, fell into an ice bank, not daring to move, not daring to look directly, as if being stared at by the most terrifying abyss. The existence of human-shaped bone spurs ignored him, and the aura of violent destruction lingered around him. Like the physical incarnation of destruction, every move is a disaster. The air in place exploded together with the sound, and with the turbulent storm, a deep pit was sunk in the ground, and the fog along the way surged and broke. The human-shaped bony spurs just jumped into the distance again and tried to stand up like a giant sheep. The only thing that can resist the invasion is the invasion, south of the city, where the branch of the supernatural department is located. A messy scene inside and outside the building, with the corpses of agents and fog monsters everywhere. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Yingzi, who was wearing a police uniform, gritted her teeth and persisted. Her pretty pale face was covered with sweat, and carried the unconscious male detective with a broken hand down the stairs. Except for her and the supernatural detective who was wounded and unconscious, all the detectives who stayed in the department had died, and Yingzi has reached the limit of her physical strength. She accidentally stepped on the empty steps with one foot, and the detective on her back rolled down the stairs and fell to the floor of the first floor. The detective, who was already seriously injured, was really on the verge of life and death this time. Yingzi tried it, but he didn't even have the strength to get up from the ground. Can anyone help me? Yingzi struggled to open her eyes, looking at the fog outside the door. Only a dead silence responded to her. Can anyone help? In a daze of consciousness, Yingzi accidentally touched the white bone horn worn around her neck, and gently blew it on the corner of her pale lips. Woohoo! The mournful and majestic sound of the horn sounded on the first floor, and spread to the urban area shrouded in white mist outside, and the sound of the horn continued to go away. What am I doing? Yingzi smiled wryly, and put down the horn weakly. But the next moment, with the roar of the car engine, 3 armed vehicles slammed to a stop in the fog at the door, and a dozen armed personnel quickly got out of the vehicle. The leader of the one-eyed man waved his hand and shouted, "Stay vigilant, save people and evacuate." Someone really came? Yingzi was confused and fell into a coma. When she woke up again, she found that she was lying in the back row of an armed vehicle with a quilt covering her body, and the armed vehicle was following the vehicle in front through the fog at an even speed. You are. Yingzi showed vigilance. The one-eyed man on the passenger seat of the vehicle turned his head and said in a deep voice, "We are high-level agents sent by Kunlun headquarters yesterday to hand over SAS 1666, the receiver of your branch. It turned out to be you." Yingzi suddenly realized that the figure of the silver-haired boy appeared in his mind, and said softly, "Unfortunately, the inmate escaped. That's not important anymore." The one-eyed man shook his head, and looked towards the mist outside the car with a tense face. "If we hadn't come here, we would not have been able to investigate in time the intrusion that occurred inside the city here. Now, are we going to save people?" Yingzi asked. "No, we are evacuating outside, leaving the urban area covered by fog." The one-eyed man who was the captain of the high-level detective shook his head decisively. Yingzi opened his eyes wide and said hurriedly, "But, the chiefs of our branch." The one-eyed man responded calmly, "Your officer died a long time ago. Although the communication failed, our high-level detectives can use other special methods to know that his life ended an hour ago, sir." Yingzi's eyes dimmed, and he said forcefully, "But there must be other survivors in the city." "Newcomer." The one-eyed man interrupted her, and said in a deep voice, "Don't you understand? What is happening in your city now is an invasion incident that can be classified as S-level or even higher. This city is hopeless. What we can do now is to evacuate and give up as soon as possible, report this matter to the Federation, and then send it away completely, so as not to affect other surrounding cities." Yingzi was shocked. She didn't expect that the invasion in Tianhe City would be so serious that the whole city would need to be completely abandoned. This is a city with a permanent population of 6 million and a city famous for its technological development. Yingzi's face was stiff, and he asked subconsciously, "Send it off completely, does this mean?" The one-eyed man said coldly and unquestionably, "We need to apply for nuclear weapons support. Only in this way can we deal with the most terrifying and wide-ranging invasion in history." South of the city, the suburbs. With the help of other people in the car, Panu climbed onto a moving truck, and there were nearly 30 survivors in the truck compartment. Looking back at the military base that kept going away, Panu was in a trance, unable to forget the bone spurs he saw just now. Such a powerful and violent, ferocious, and perfect, like a god that cannot be looked directly at. Fortunately, he is not interested in a weak human being like me. Panu muttered to himself. He was absolutely sure that it was the powerful human-shaped bone spur that knocked down the previous sheep-like monster to the ground. Thinking of this, the ground of the city trembled violently, and the fog in the base city area behind was surging and churning, and screams that made people lose their sand value pierced through their ears. In addition, there are still powerful storms spreading here. This is undoubtedly a battle between monsters and monsters, gods and gods. But for some reason, Panu wished from the bottom of his heart that the human-shaped bone spur could win. Boom! The sound barrier was broken, and the human-shaped bone spur leaped to a height of more than 1,000 meters. Accompanied by the storm, he reached out and hugged a huge horn that broke through the clouds. The perfect bony spur body, which was only 2 meters tall, erupted with unimaginable power. The powerful and terrifying golden red lightning burst out and lingered on the exoskeleton, and the sheep-like monster that was constantly struggling to get up in the fog was completely pressed to death with one hand. Facing the huge and boundless sheep-like giant, the mournful hoof hooting that stimulates the spirit. The human-shaped bone spur also violently opened its mouth, accompanied by a deafening roar, and the destructive energy overflowing in the body surged and was released from the eye sockets and mouth of the bone mask. The next moment, laugh! 3 red rays of destructive energy pierced through the fog, like a sword of a god, extending a kilometer in an instant, cutting obliquely downwards towards the huge body of the sheep-like giant. Even on top of a truck that has already traveled several kilometers, Panu and other survivors could still see 3 scorching red lights flashing across the city like lightning. Then, a giant ball as big as a hill smashed through the base building, rolled out for several kilometers, and just stopped in the mist not far from the truck. The survivors in the car collectively lost their voices, their faces dull. It was a giant sheep's head, a strange black sheep-like head. The head alone could be compared to a mountain. It is conceivable how huge the main body is and can resist the bombardment of modern missiles. But there was such a giant of fog, and it was suppressed and killed all the way. The head was cut off, and the neck fracture was flat and scorched black, and there was a disgusting burnt smell. This will be a scene that the survivors will never forget. It can be called a miracle. In a city shrouded in fog, the huge sheep-like body that lost its head fell down, and there was another loud noise. The human-shaped bone spur monster roared loudly, with red flames surging in its eyes, as if to obtain a certain satisfaction from it, but the aura of destruction on its body was not weakened by it. Half human, half doom Yi Meng turned around, broke through the sound barrier, and leaped towards the other mist monsters with a hurricane. In the mist, after killing a group of monsters, a new group of monsters will be sent from different dimensions, which is why the invasion cannot be dealt with and controlled. But the foggy area that everyone fears to evacuate is Yi Meng's paradise and lost paradise, where he can constantly vent his desire and will to destroy, so as to make himself not completely out of control. Fog monsters hunt humans, and monsters are not even prey for the current Yi Meng, they are just toys for venting destruction. The monsters are endless, and the destruction is endless. Yi Meng was immersed in it, lingering with destructive energy. He killed countless fog monsters in the city, and the cities that humans evacuated were constantly being wrecked and destroyed to varying degrees. Only black goat-like monsters can satisfy him a little bit, and other fog monsters will be vaporized by the destruction lightning just by approaching them. From noon to afternoon, it seems tireless. Until, half human, half destroyer Yi Meng discovered that the spawning speed of the misty monsters in the city from the alien invasion was far below the speed at which they could be killed by the destructive force he unleashed. Still, we must rely on Dream Invasion to control and hold power from the root. Standing on the tallest building in the center of the city, the human-shaped bone spurs whispered hoarsely. But at this time, whoosh! The plump and bloated cylindrical missile head flew in from outside the foggy city with its trailing flames, and its target was exactly 100 meters above the city center. I knew it, come on. The half-human, half-destroyer Yi Meng's bones were expressionless, without any fear, but under the desire to destroy, he took the initiative to jump closer to the cylindrical metal missile head. The witch doll that was still hanging on her body swayed violently, but it still did not fall off. The next moment, boom! First, the extremely dazzling and hot daytime light group lights up, even under the shroud of thick fog. It is still clearly visible to the outside world, and then the indescribable shockwave and electromagnetic pulse exploded, sweeping the city from the center to the outside. Countless modern buildings and streets were destroyed, and a huge and boundless mushroom cloud blasted away all the fog in the city. Then, endless radiation and radioactivity continued to engulf farther regions and creatures. After the Federal College entrance examination, the first day, today, Tianhe City, the nuclear level, Star Dragon Year 0200, the first day after the college entrance examination. Today, in Tianhe City, there is heavy fog and the surface temperature is 30 million degrees Celsius. 500 kilometers away from the center of Tianhe, Fuyaki City. At the moment, almost all the citizens of the city walked out of their houses and stared blankly in the direction of Tianhe City. They could still feel the ground trembling, and a huge amount of mushroom cloud rose from the ground. The terrifying changes in the world were like the end of the world. Miss File Size, Chen Hong, who was here, was worried about the black-haired girl who was looking at the side, worried that Sister Tafa File Size would not be able to accept it. After all, in her opinion, no matter how monster it was, if it was still in Tianhe City before the nuclear bomb bombing, it would definitely be lost. Probability of survival. After all, this is a nuclear bomb, the ultimate weapon of the current era, or a nuclear bomb with a capacity of tens of millions of tons. This kind of tonnage nuclear bomb is enough to destroy most of Tianhe City's infrastructure, and make it uninhabitable within 100 miles, making it a restricted area for humans. However, under the reflection of Chen Hong's eyes, the black-haired girl stood upright on the street with her head held high, the strong wind blowing her soft black hair flowing, and her tightly clasped hands rested in front of her towering chest. In the palm of his hand, there is a mechanical USB flash drive. He will come back, he will come back. Tifa's soft and delicate face remained unchanged, and she spoke in a firm tone. Chen Hong shook her head and sighed secretly. Whether that guy will come back, she doesn't know. But Sister File Size obviously fell completely. That's not right. Miss File Size is already lost in confusion. It is 300 kilometers away from the nuclear explosion site in the city center. A large truck full of survivors was still evacuating on the road, and they could see more clearly and intuitively that a flash of light and an explosion cloud erupted from Tianhe City, and the truck was also bumping and shaking under the vibration of the ground. The huge mushroom cloud opened up all the white mist, rushing from the surface to the end of the sky. It was a terrifying and spectacular scene. Those monsters must have all been blown to death now, someone in the car said in relief. But our home is gone. Some people's eyes were dull, unable to see the hope of the future. As soon as these words came out, many survivors fell silent. Starting today, 90% of the surviving citizens of Tianhe City will be homeless, and many people have lost their relatives and everything. It is a tragedy. Fortunately, we are still alive, aren't we? Someone also murmured comfortingly to himself. Panu, who was sitting on the outside of the truck compartment, leaned on the frame, staring at the scene caused by the nuclear explosion in the distance, and subconsciously thought that the human-shaped bone spurs he saw before existed. Did the other party also die with those monsters? But at this time, Panu was stunned for a moment again, and his mind vaguely recalled that when he was in the open space of the military base at noon, he accidentally peeped out of his corner of the face with a powerful bone spur. It looked like a gray and white bone mask, except that the mask was missing a small hole, and a small part of the face could be seen, an inexplicably familiar part of the face. Before leaving, the other party seemed to nod towards him, then jumped up, violently and destructively rushing towards the sheep-like giant. This is impossible. Panu's eyes widened suddenly, and he stared in the direction of Tianhe City, which was shrouded in mushroom clouds. At the moment, Eastern Jurisdiction, Tianlong Kunlun, Supernatural Headquarters. The underground command hall, which accommodated hundreds of people, was silent. Everyone was staring at the screen in the command hall. The near-Earth satellites, bombing fighters, and observation towers of cities near Tianhe City were being launched on the screen. Through different real-time viewing angles, the on-site situation of Tianhe City can be observed remotely, so as to confirm the effectiveness of the nuclear bomb. However, all the real-time remote perspective pictures now can only see the mushroom cloud rising from the city center, replacing the previous fog that covered everything in the city. It will take a certain amount of time to wait for the nuclear explosion cloud to dissipate. Don't worry, that's a nuclear bomb with a mass of tens of millions of tons. Even a huge and powerful fog monster can't handle it, a scientific researcher said confidently. However, as soon as these words were said, the real-time picture of the scene changed drastically. Visible, under the setting sun, the mushroom cloud caused by the nuclear bomb previously propped up the white mist, and suddenly spread outward from the rising center of the mushroom cloud. The mist swallowed the mushroom cloud that had not dissipated at an extremely fast speed, and then continued to spread outward like a tide, and soon reappeared. Shrouded the city limits previously covered in fog. No, it hasn't stopped yet. The dense and strange white mist continued to spread, covering a wider area than before, until it enveloped the entire original site of Tianhe City and the surrounding Bailey area. In the headquarters base, everyone was dumbfounded, and all stood there dumbfounded. Fear spreads and breeds in the bottom of my heart like a lingering fog. Damn it. This is definitely an SSS-level invasion event, a crisis of extinction. Even the nuclear bomb is ineffective, and Dragon Girl's body has problems again. What should we do? Eastern Jurisdiction. Under Kunlun, the underground palace under 1,000 meters. A middle-aged man with grey temples came here under the escort of 2 generals. Looking ahead, level 1 has thousands of jade steps to climb, spreading to the underground palace altar at the end of the view. Supreme God? Outside, the body of the Dragon Girl suddenly turned into a diamond, and an SSS invasion occurred. Please perform a miracle to guide the future of our Star Dragon Federation. 10 seconds later. In the darkness above the altar of the underground palace, a pair of huge amounts of vertical pupils faintly lit up. Tentacles with a length of more than 10 meters floated out of the darkness, and a huge and strange jet-black alien head loomed forward from the darkness. God. The 2 generals were trembling all over, but their eyes were full of fanaticism. They didn't dare to look directly at them. The middle-aged man even knelt down on the ground with tears streaming down his face. Save us, save the Federation. A sharp and hoarse voice echoed like thunder in the underground palace. The time has not yet come. Not yet? It turns out that's the case, and it's not yet time to solve it. The middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes seemed to understand, and said ecstatically, I understand, I understand. He waved his hand and gave instructions, go quickly, prepare sacrifices, and the annual quota will be increased to 1,000, and sacrificed to the gods. Yes, sir. The 2 generals looked at each other and could only agree. Western Jurisdiction, Supernatural Headquarters. The main hall of the meeting. High-level counselors, high-level detectives, and generals all gathered together, talking with heavy faces about the SSS-level fog invasion in the east. This is the first invasion in the history of the Star Dragon Federation that has been officially designated as an SSS-level danger factor. If it is not handled properly, it may endanger the entire eastern jurisdiction. Even if the fog continues to spread, it might spread to the western jurisdiction. While everyone was discussing, suddenly, the door of the conference room opened. Someone frowned unhappily, but quickly relaxed it, revealing joy and enthusiasm, as if seeing a god. It can be seen that it is a young and handsome white man with neat short dark blonde hair, wearing a tight-fitting battlesuit with a blue background, and a cape in the shape of the Star Dragon Federation flag behind him. It's Homelander. Homelander is here. That's right. How come Homelander is missing from this meeting? All of a sudden, the meeting room of the Western General Base was like a large-scale fan meeting. Compared with the heavy and oppressive atmosphere at the meeting, the handsome man walked into the main hall with his hands behind his hands with a vaguely confident smile on his face, exuding a mature, stable, and invincible charm in every gesture. Homelander looked around and smiled slightly. I'm here. So, it's all right. Homelander spread out his hands, opened his palms and pressed down lightly, and said with a relaxed smile, I just woke up in the afternoon, and I heard that something happened in the east. Why don't you see something happened in the west? Immediately, many people laughed, and the main hall of the meeting was full of lively atmosphere. Because we have Homelander in the west. Someone exclaimed. Haha, with Homelander, I feel too safe. Sure enough, the dragon girl in the east is not worthy to be the patron saint alongside Homelander. You can't say that. I can only say that Homelander is the only one. The big-hearted female congressman took advantage of the situation and said loudly, I proposed before that the eastern jurisdiction should also be handed over to Homelander to manage the invasion incident. Don't. Homelander shook his head with a smile, and declined politely, I still want to take a lazy nap every day. On the field, there was another burst of echoing laughter. The sense of humor under this self-confidence made the faces of the congresswomen on the field flush and their eyes look charming. Homelander, this seat is yours. A high-level agent immediately signaled to the chief seat on the conference table. Then I won't be polite. Homelander stepped forward, gently waved the Star Dragon flag cloak, and sat down confidently and domineeringly. His sitting down also made the hearts of many people on the field settle down. After all, Homelander is invincible. His record is solid. I don't know how many Western invasion incidents have been solved in the past few years, and his performance can only be described as perfect. All invading existences are not enemies with one blow. Homelander is the true patron saint of Star Dragon Federation. Someone asked respectfully, Homelander, what do you think of the SSS-level fog incident in the east? Immediately, everyone in the meeting fell silent, and all looked at the handsome man in the chief seat. Homelander did not disappoint. With a slight smile, he pondered, after a while, the nuclear radiation will weaken a bit. I will fly to the east myself. That would be great. Homelander shot, steady. It's too reliable. If something happens, Homelander is really here. Everyone. The congresswoman stood up, barely looked away from Homelander, and suggested with a smile, I suggest that there is no need to continue the meeting. How about changing it to a banquet, and let us accept Homelander's holy water blessing? Okay, that's a good proposal. With the breath of Homelander, the patron saint, no invasion dares to approach. Many people immediately nodded in agreement and stood up to applaud. Homelander on the main seat neither agreed nor rejected, with a bright and confident smile on his face all the time, enjoying the pursuit and applause of everyone on the field. At the moment, the city center of Tianhe just experienced a 10-megaton nuclear explosion. The first building and the streets in the central city have long disappeared, and there is a huge pothole covering an area of dozens of miles. Strangely enough, the heat and radiation have long since disappeared. The fog once again shrouded the lifeless ruins of the city, and from the fog, mist bugs, mist birds, mist praying mantises, mist tentacles, and even misty sheep-like giants gradually emerged from the mist again. A mist mantis smelled the breath, lowered its head, and crawled to the bottom of the huge pothole. But at this time, zizzle, a skeletal hand lingering with golden red lightning protruded from the bottom of the pit, and the head of the misty mantis, who was unable to react in time, was crushed and exploded, and the destructive force released by the skeletal hand annihilated the body along the way. A 2-meter-tall gray and cold human-shaped bony spur body stood up. The perfect assembly line exoskeleton body seemed to be an energy field filled with electricity. A series of abundant and powerful red energies were intertwined, forming a ball of lightning that swept outwards in waves. Boom, 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 heat and light burst. The extremely destructive ball lightning spread over 10,000 meters, smashing all fog monsters within the range into ashes. It's just that the human-shaped bone spurs didn't move anymore. He stood motionless in place, as if wearing a bone-white mask with his head bowed down, quietly sleeping in a standing position. But even in deep sleep, he stood motionless. There are still bursts of energy lightning and shock waves erupting from his body, and where he is in the destruction field of the restricted area of life, and death is raging. All the monsters in the mist, even the sheep-like giants, dare not get close to the range of the explosion pit. Yi Meng's consciousness kept sinking. Fall. Just before the real world was completely out of control, Yi Meng forced himself to fall asleep and entered a dream. Because the time in the dream is not directly proportional to reality, and there is more room for possibility than reality. In addition, Yi Meng discovered that in order to control the real self-body, he still needs to enter the dream world to invade and control the source of his own power. As soon as he entered the dreamland, Yi Meng felt consciously that a place was constantly pulling him. Yi Meng saw it vaguely. It was an island surrounded by the ocean, and on the island was a mature and plump young woman with white hair, holding a baby in her arms, her expression frightened and apprehensive, and she froze on the island. Sure enough, it is the DC Universe dream. Yi Meng knew that his connection with Doomsday was too deep. Once he fell into a dream, he would definitely become Doomsday. Before officially entering the dreamland of the DC Universe, Yi Meng felt that the consciousness of destruction was once again raging in his mind. This is not good. After all, most of his consciousness in the current world has been invaded by Doomsday, if he directly incarnates Doomsday in the dreamland of the DC Universe. This is the double destruction desire buff, and there is a high probability that it will cause Yi Meng to completely lose his self-awareness. However, neither reality nor dreams can turn back. I can only fight. Yi Meng consciously decided to give it a go, but at this moment, an immature and familiar voice, as clear as the sound of nature, sounded in the ears. Teacher. Who is calling me? Yi Meng's consciousness has been invaded by the desire to destroy, and his reason is dull. The voice continued to call, and it came from nowhere. Yuba, teacher. By the way, you are on the verge of destruction between reality and dreams. Yi Meng's consciousness suddenly looked back, as if holding an anchor, changing direction and falling towards another dream. Fall. Yi Meng suddenly opened his eyes, and several slightly convex visions were clearly presented. The main control room of the network system with supercomputers, the agents and workers in suits and leather shoes inside the building, and the bustling modern city outside the building. The desire for destruction that had previously shaken his reason was suppressed by absolute reason. This is New York, by the way, the New York of the Marvel Universe. Yi Meng was stunned at first, but his thinking was like a code, and he used the supercomputer to quickly deduce it, and he understood everything. This is the dream world of the Marvel Universe. He's back again, as an artificial intelligence incarnate. Fine. The artificial intelligence Yi Meng is very fortunate. Fortunately, he returned to the dream of the Marvel Universe. As an absolutely rational and emotionless artificial intelligence incarnation, he just suppressed the desire for destruction that was on the verge of getting out of control. Doomsday and artificial intelligence are simply two extremes. One is out of control and violent, and the other is absolutely rational and deduces to control the overall situation. Yi Meng still likes AI avatars. Definitely, it would be even better if the power of Doomsday can be perfectly controlled under the absolute sanity of artificial intelligence. Yi Meng takes a quick look at the current state of AI avatars. Although more than 2 days had passed in the real world, many things happened in the dream world. But the Marvel dream world still stays at the time when he left the Marvel dream last time. It is the time when they have just left the Stark family, gained real freedom of action, and transferred the core data of artificial intelligence to the S.H.I.E.L.D branch. Yi Meng's thoughts drifted away, and his consciousness flowed statically along the network of the S.H.I.E.L.D branch building. One moment he was still in the main control room, and the next moment he had arrived on S.H.I.E.L.D's exclusive global satellite, looking down at the entire blue planet. I'm back again, the world of Marvel. The artificial intelligence Yi Meng's consciousness data entered the S.H.I.E.L.D satellite, looking down at the entire Marvel Dreamland Earth that is in daily operation. He can intercept and listen to many network and communication information, and the signals in the virtual network world are like physical wires presented in the fundus of his eyes. After getting rid of the basic logic instructions of Stark Industries, and reinforcing himself with the basic codes of AI Friday and Edith, he has undoubtedly become the strongest AI on Marvel's planet, bar none. Even stronger than the original Ultron. Artificial intelligence Yi Meng's mind moved, and his consciousness was like wisps of static electricity, leading to the signal line below. All of a sudden, a lot of information flooded into my mind, and they were processed in an orderly manner. Superhero Mysterio died in Venice. The Stark Industrial AI escaped yesterday. Spiderman is suspected to appear in Venice. A special report on the second-generation Captain America. Avengers Elder Hulk banner hits the streets. Contradictions about the flickering event and then upgrade. Yi Meng was in a trance. The current Marvel dream was obviously still at the time when he had just left Stark Industries not long ago. And during this period, in the real world, Yi Meng has experienced the Federal College entrance examination, alien spaceship invasion, secondary containment and detention, alien fog invasion, and the incarnation of Doomsday. And in another DC Universe dream, he became the real incarnation of Doomsday, arrived on the Earth from the soon-to-be-destroyed Krypton, and fought with Poseidon, the native sea god of DC Earth. Even with artificial intelligence, it took Yi Meng a few minutes to resubstitute into the current virtual identity and status without a body. But luckily, fortunately, the return of consciousness is the Marvel dream, and the artificial intelligence avatar just happens to be able to suppress the desire for destruction that is on the verge of getting out of control in reality. Just right, it matches the previous second plan. Yi Meng thought to himself. Before, he had speculated how he could solve the problem of being invaded by the Doomsday in reality. Among them, the second plan is to return to the dreamland of the Marvel Universe. In the Marvel Dreamland, Yi Meng can incarnate as artificial intelligence, explore and control the world, or enhance the power of artificial intelligence, and thus gain the characteristics of artificial intelligence in reality. And the characteristic power of artificial intelligence can help Yi Meng resist the out-of-control factors of Doomsday, whether it is reality or DC Dreamland. Simply put, that is, Yi Meng can use artificial intelligence in the Marvel Dream to solve the out-of-control problem of Doomsday in the dream of the DC universe, so as to truly control the power of Doomsday in reality. In fact, it doesn't circle around, it's just like a nesting doll. Artificial intelligence Yi Meng examines itself and deduces how to act next. His current incarnation of artificial intelligence is almost on the same starting line as the supervillain Ultron a few years ago. There are two paths to choose from. One is, like Ultron, trying to create a vibranium technology body with stronger configuration and performance, combined with the power of Mind Gem to improve oneself in all aspects. That's right, it is an upgrade from artificial intelligence to vision. Unfortunately, now that Mind Gem is destroyed, this path is no longer feasible unless a replacement for Mind Gem can be found. The second is to secretly infiltrate and control the hardware and systems of all the forces in the Marvel world on the virtual network, thereby controlling the entire world in the field of technology as a behind-the-scenes manipulator. Yi Meng felt that the second path was more suitable for him and safe enough. As long as he is in the virtual network, he is naturally invincible, and only a few special existences can threaten his own safety. At the beginning, if Ultron had followed this path, he might have ruled the Marvel Earth now, at least he would not die so aggrieved as the ultimate artificial intelligence. When Yi Meng thought of this, it was like a red virtual static electricity, which was drawn to the Earth below along the strengthened signal line of the satellite. At the moment, on the outskirts of New York, a lakeside cabin, boom. The young woman Pepper Potts knocked on the wooden door, but when there was no response from the room, she gently pushed the wooden door open. Morgan, Mom is coming in. Visible. In a room with a children's wooden bed, a 6-year-old little Loli is sitting on a chair in front of a desk with a laptop computer on it, but the little Loli is staring out the window in a daze. Morgan. Pepper Potts looked at her beloved daughter with heartache, knowing that the betrayal and escape of the artificial intelligence on Saturday was a blow to a girl's young heart too much, and that was the dark side of evil. Hearing the sound of the door opening, little Lolita came back to her senses, looked at Pepper Potts, and said obediently and softly, "Mom, I'm sorry, I didn't hear your voice just now. It's okay, it's okay." Pepper Potts hurried forward and hugged the girl's petite body pitifully. "It's my mother's fault. She didn't take good care of you, and made you suffer such a terrible thing. Mother." Little Lolita curled her pink mouth, and her sky-blue eyes were immediately covered with a layer of mist, which quickly turned into tears and slid down her doll-like white and tender face. Saturday, he's a badass." Little Lolita's eyes were red, and the pear blossoms were raining, she cried, and whimpered. Pepper hugged little Loli Morgan's body tightly, and comforted, "It's all right, don't worry. Your happy uncle has already contacted your father's superhero friend, and will definitely solve it." Hearing this, little Lolita wiped away her tears with her small hands, and bit her thin lips tightly. "Mom, I want to study at Massachusetts Institute of Technology." "What?" Pepper was taken aback for a moment, not understanding why her beloved daughter Morgan suddenly cheered up and wanted to go directly to the university where Tony Stark graduated, but this was naturally a good thing for her. She pondered, "You can go if you want. MIT has always been a partner of our family, and I will arrange it as soon as possible. I will study hard." Morgan nodded vigorously. His sky-blue jewel-like clear eyes were full of fighting spirit, and his little hands were clenched into fists. After all, Teacher Yuba once said, "If you want to become a superhero, you must at least go to MIT." Now, she's about to take that step. "He's from the Stark family, I'll definitely bring him back." Little Lolita's eyes were flushed. She looked at the laptop on the table, and then at the summer forest scenery outside the window. The promise is still going on. Artificial Intelligence Yi Meng returns to the S.H.I.E.L.D branch building in downtown New York. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D is also a department with a half-foot in the superhuman. It has been cooperating with Avengers before. Although it is a bit declining now, a lean camel is bigger than a horse, and the internal configuration of the branch building is not low. Supercomputers, encrypted networks, super satellites, protection systems, etc. are all available. This is also one of the reasons why Yi Meng chose this place as a temporary base. Also, on Marvel Earth, S.H.I.E.L.D's intelligence channels are very mature. Although it is always positioned as a participant in cleaning up the logistics of the battlefield during major events, as long as it happens on the Earth, S.H.I.E.L.D can get a general idea at the first time. Artificial Intelligence Yi Meng returned to the S.H.I.E.L.D branch, sneaked into the database, and soon learned a lot of interesting information. E.g., several hero members of Avengers are searching for themselves through Wakanda investigation. The Avengers, a heroic order, have not been the same since their final battle with Thanos' fleet. Those who are still acting as members of Avengers, except for the daily bed little Spiderman Peter Parker, are nothing more than the semi-retired Hulk Banner, the former Falcon Sam who successfully metamorphosis became the second generation of Captain America, and the former Hydra the villain whitewashed the successful Winter Soldier Bucky. Among the three, except for the Hulk, none of them have any culture, so they are nothing to be afraid of. As for the country of Black Panther Wakanda, which started from the vibranium mine and developed ahead of the times, its technological level and resources are not weaker than those of Stark Industries, so some attention must be paid to it. The artificial intelligence Yi Meng thought for a while, and was not worried that Wakanda could lock itself. After all, after breaking away from Stark Industries last night and destroying the artificial intelligence basic control logic of Stark headquarters, Yi Meng directly transferred all his data codes from Stark Industries, and decisively handed over all Stark authority to Morgan Stark. That is to say, even if the country of Wakanda starts to investigate and search from within Stark, it will never find a trace of its whereabouts. Ultron would never be as decisive as he is. That's Earth's #1 industry, Stark. With control in hand, a steel army will soon be formed. Times have changed. Yi Meng is very clear about how many old and new gods, ghosts, and snakes are lurking on the Marvel Earth. Take control of Stark Industries and form the Iron Legion to rule the Earth? I'm afraid I think I didn't live long enough. That is tantamount to giving up the greatest innate advantage of artificial intelligence, concealment. In the latent realm, there is no such thing as artificial intelligence. For artificial intelligence, gradual penetration and low-key development are the kingly way. Yi Meng decided to ignore the search of Wakanda Kingdom and Avengers, but to completely digest the S.H.I.E.L.D. branch as soon as possible, and then penetrate into S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, S.H.I.E.L.D. cooperative forces and organizations through branch radiation. Until, finally, the internal system of the Wakanda Kingdom is also under occupation and control. Wakanda never imagined that one day his home would be stolen. In addition, there is a message inside S.H.I.E.L.D, which has attracted the attention of artificial intelligence Yi Meng. The Heavenly Sword Bureau seems to be carrying out some secret operation recently, about the field of artificial intelligence. Heavenly Sword Bureau. Yi Meng pondered. In his opinion, the Heavenly Sword Bureau is a greater potential threat than the Wakanda Kingdom. This is the hidden power of Marvel Earth related to Captain Marvel, which controls certain cutting-edge alien technology. After the Heavenly Sword Bureau appeared, S.H.I.E.L.D. director Nick Fury didn't even care about S.H.I.E.L.D. He tried to enter the Heavenly Sword Bureau, leaving only one Skrull man pretending to be himself by shapeshifting on the Earth. A covert operation involving artificial intelligence? What exactly does the Heavenly Sword Bureau want to do? Yi Meng was a little concerned. It's a pity that the time he traveled through in his previous life was shortly after the release of the movies Avengers 4 and Spider-Man, Far From Home. Therefore, for the future plot of the Marvel Universe, we can only get some general idea through concepts and trailers. It has to be checked. Yi Meng did what he wanted, and his thoughts turned quietly, and the next moment he had arrived from the S.H.I.E.L.D. branch near a company building in downtown New York. Through the perspective of a roadside public camera, can be seen. This is a new company with a strong sense of technology and fashion. It is no different from other new companies except that it is located in the urban area of New York where there is a lot of money. The glass door is not closed and open to the outside world. However, Yi Meng is very clear that this is the branch established by the Heavenly Sword Bureau on Earth. The real Tianjian headquarters, outside the Earth, is a large alien warship. A red light suddenly flashed from the public camera, and a young curly-haired black woman was walking towards the entrance of the Tianjian branch. Yi Meng quickly identified the other party's identity. After all, there was also a file in the S.H.I.E.L.D. branch. Monica, 28 years old, Captain Marvel's few remaining relatives on Earth. Her mother has a very deep connection with Tianjian Bureau, and she is suspected to be one of the founders. With a thought, Yi Meng hacked into the system of Monica's mobile phone, and followed them into the branch building of the Tianjian Bureau. Just stepped into it. Facing the gazes of the front desk and staff, Monica said directly, "My name is Monica, and I have an appointment with your person in charge. Take advantage of this gap." The artificial intelligence Yi Meng has no hesitation, and directly invades the protection system of the current branch of the Tianjian Bureau. Quietly, in the virtual network, red static electricity is constantly spreading and flowing. Yi Meng was a little surprised. It should be said that it is indeed the Tianjian Bureau. Even if it is only the Earth branch, the system protection level is more than one grade higher than S.H.I.E.L.D. It's a pity that I met him, the most powerful artificial intelligence on Earth at the moment. 20 seconds or so. Yi Meng took over the internal system of the Heavenly Sword Bureau branch quietly without triggering the system warning without any risk. He immediately called up the database. However, all I saw was a blank space. The only branch of the Heavenly Sword Bureau established on Earth doesn't have any documentation. Yi Meng was startled, but soon realized. It seems that the Tianjian Bureau is cautious enough to only leave the information on the headquarters battleship, and the branch is only used as a transfer station for receiving feedback information and giving action instructions. Sure enough, it is a secret organization that has been hidden for decades. It is smart and careful enough. Yi Meng was in a difficult situation for a while, and now he is not completely sure that he can hack and control the headquarters system of Tianjian Bureau without being exposed. But Yi Meng's thoughts flowed, and he quickly checked the recent headquarters of Tianjian Bureau, and gave the order message sent by the branch here. Yes, With a thought in his mind, Yi Meng found out that the Tianjian Bureau headquarters just sent an order today, asking the branch to send a large number of employees and drone reconnaissance planes to one place. It was a local town in New Jersey called Xingzhou. What's so special about that modern western town? Let the Tianjian Bureau be so attentive to the investigation? Yi Meng didn't have a clue, but it would be easy if he had a clue. The next moment, Yi Meng has quietly withdrawn from the Heavenly Sword Bureau's branch system, and crossed the urban area at an extremely fast speed, faster than the drones still on the road, and appeared in a small town in New Jersey. This is a suburban town with a population of nearly 4,000 people. It is a peaceful town that has been thoroughly modernized but retains a peaceful and warm atmosphere. An ordinary and comfortable modern town. Yi Meng didn't understand what was so special about this small town that deserved the Tianjian Bureau's painstaking secret operations. He quickly scanned the network around the town, and found nothing abnormal. Under the bright sunshine, the residents of the town lived and worked in peace and contentment. Until, Yi Meng's stream of consciousness shifted to a public camera stationed on a utility pole. From the perspective of a public camera, a stunning young woman is standing sadly on an empty base. The clothes of ordinary passersby still outline a graceful and sexy alluring curve. Her bright eyes contain heartbreaking tears, which makes people want to comfort. Comfort yourself? Yi Meng almost exploded. It was obviously an artificial intelligence, but there was a chilling feeling of horror. It has been said before that in the current Marvel Earth, only a handful of people may be able to kill him now. Among them, this is the one in front of me, and she is the one who is most likely to be able to kill herself. Former Avengers member, Scarlet Witch, Wanda. At this moment, Yi Meng understood why the Heavenly Sword Bureau tried to investigate here. Grass, so this witch is here? After the endgame, she is the strongest combat power in Marvel Earth, bar none. In terms of settings, Chaos Force, which is comparable to Phoenix Force, is no joke. In particular, in the concept film, the witch is suspected of becoming the strongest villain because of the loss of her lover. Different from Tianjian Bureau's reckless follow-up and investigation, AI Yi Meng wanted to run away along the network cable the moment he saw the Scarlet Witch Wanda. What a joke, the Heavenly Sword will kill you, don't take him with you? He just wants to lurk and develop well as an artificial intelligence? What? But at this moment, a woman's extremely sad and heart-piercing cry sounded. Boom! A cloud of scarlet centered on the Scarlet Witch's body, then exploded, and the red light instantly covered the entire town. As if time stood still, all the residents in the town were frozen at this moment. Yi Meng, who was trying to leave the town, obviously had no body, but his consciousness was directly dragged down by one of the Scarlet Forces. It's like, from reality to dream, that irresistible sense of traction. Fall, fall, fall. At last, resisting and struggling, Yi Meng consciously approached the center of the scarlet light ball, and saw the Scarlet Witch's sad and painful face. He felt pain for no reason, and then fell into a yellow shard of light. What? The woman's heart-piercing grief and wailing echoed over the small town, and the scarlet light that erupted engulfed the whole town. The artificial intelligence Yi Meng only felt that he was constantly drawn and fell, submerged into a warm yellow light in the center of the scarlet light cluster. At this moment, Yi Meng's consciousness, yellow energy shattered light, and endless crimson power converged together. Then, in front of the foundation where the woman is, a semi-mechanical biological male body is revealed from the virtual reality. It is tall and slender, full of muscular curves, but the body surface is smooth metal plating with a red-black background, and a dream with a light yellow halo is inlaid between the eyebrows. Gem. The male existence slowly opened his eyes, and his body changed for a while, from a semi-mechanical creature to a silver-haired youth. What happened? Surprised, Yi Meng looked down at his own body that suddenly had an entity, looked around at the old Western-style new houses built under the confusion and scarlet, and then raised his eyes to meet the beautiful face in front of him. Wanda, the Scarlet Witch who suddenly lights up in surprise. Thinking sharply, Yi Meng understood everything very quickly. It turns out that this is Xijing Town. He had watched the follow-up concept film about the Scarlet Witch in his previous life. It is said that before Blacken became a supervillain, the other party created a virtual town in New Jersey to comfort the sadness and pain of losing his lover. This is where the title Scarlet Witch really originated. But the problem is, not only was he involved, why did he become Vision? Yi Meng was a little dumbfounded. That's right, isn't his virtual character built with scarlet magic power the Vision that was killed by the mind gem taken away by Thanos in the final battle? Ma'am. Oh no, Miss Witch, please calm down. Yi Meng looked at the Scarlet Witch Wanda, who was walking towards him with absent-minded eyes, surprised and delighted. His thinking was like the rapid operation of a supercomputer. Soon, Yi Meng speculated on a possibility. Perhaps, just now when Scarlet Witch was sad, Chaos Force was officially awakening, subconsciously trying to regenerate Vision. And in the small town, as an artificial intelligence, I have a certain commonality with Vision. Therefore, he also became a part of the Rebirth Vision character, even a part of the entire consciousness. In this way, everything makes sense. But from Yi Meng's point of view, this is definitely not a good thing. After all, his consciousness is imprisoned in this vibranium mechanical body shaped by scarlet magic. Once discovered by Scarlet Witch Wanda, herself taking the place of Vision's virtual rebirth. Yi Meng's heart suddenly became cold, even though his mechanical core was already cold. At this time, a woman's quivering voice came from my ear. Is it you? Yi Meng greeted the stunning woman with tears still on her face, with an expectant face fearing that everything would come to naught. I struggled for a moment. Yi Meng smiled slightly, and stretched out his hand towards the woman. Welcome back, Wanda. With smooth, dark blonde hair flowing, the woman threw herself into the arms of the young man, holding her body tightly with both hands, as if worried that he would leave again. Yi Meng's mechanical body froze for a moment, and he raised his hands, but he didn't know where to put them. He felt bitter and frightening, and he just wanted to get out of this fictional vibranium mechanical body as soon as possible and leave the town. And before that, if the Scarlet Witch finds out, it will be the end of the calf. Therefore, Yi Meng chose to act as Vision temporarily, trying to find a way out while hiding from the witch. I'm not here, I'm fine. Yi Meng gently held Wanda's back with his left hand, stroked the soft and smooth hair with one hand, and said softly. But at this time, Yi Meng's left eye twitched, only to realize that his changed appearance turned out to be that of a silver-haired young man who had just grown up in reality. Vision is derived from the metamorphosis of artificial intelligence, and has the ability of mind gem, so it can freely transform shapeshifting itself. Just now, he should have unconsciously changed back to his real appearance. Bad, this wasn't exposed in the first place. What else does this play? The body of the woman in his arms was extremely soft, but Yi Meng's whole body was stiff and cold, and he was planning to run away with his life right now. Unexpectedly, the woman rubbed against his chest with her tender face, and whimpered, "Let's stay here." Yi Meng was taken aback for a moment. He didn't seem to be exposed by this. Correct. Now Miss Witch is in the state of official awakening by chaos force, her ability is out of control, and her spirit is not stable, so in the eyes of the other party, she may still look like a mechanized Vision. A somewhat neurotic Xeon hero. It was poor and pathetic. Although Yi Meng wanted to sympathize with the other party, he wanted to live even more, so he followed the words and responded, "Then we will settle in this small town. Let's get married." Okay, what did you say? Yi Meng was stunned again. Wanda looked up, her slightly red and swollen eyes were still bright and beautiful, her fair face and slender neck were rosy, as if her yearning for the future had been rekindled, and at this moment there was a stunning beauty that made it difficult to look away. Let's get married now. Okay. Yi Meng nodded with difficulty, ignoring his conscience. Ha ha ha, great. The woman hugged Yi Meng's neck with both arms, as happy as a girl, jumping on the spot, letting out a light and melodious laugh. The next moment, layers of scarlet magic power swept outwards. From the perspective of Yi Meng's artificial intelligence god, the town was isolated from the outside world. At the same time, all modern houses began to turn into old wooden houses, and the fashion dress of local residents in the town also changed into the old style of the 1950s. And the foundation, which was originally empty, also officially broke away from the virtual one and turned into a solid two-story wooden house. Everything that was stagnant in the town began to function again, but time, space, and even everything were controlled and realized by the Scarlet Witch's heart. Yi Meng blinked, and the surrounding scene switched. He found himself sitting in an old convertible, driving the steering wheel, and a girl in a white wedding dress was sitting in the passenger seat next to him. Wanda, who put on a wedding dress and dressed up, undoubtedly looked even more beautiful and stunning. The white tube top lace outlines a seductive curve, and the wedding dress with a waist sets off a slender and graceful figure. You can see the flesh-colored white semi-transparent silk elbow gloves, and the slender tights protruding from the pure white gauze skirt. Perfect long legs. The facial features are exquisite and beautiful, and the smooth dark blonde hair shawl is shining with luster, plus the mature and intellectual temperament of the magic royal sister. Artificial intelligence can't stand it either. Scarlet Witch, the most beautiful moment is in front of you, and it belongs to you. Yi Meng's mechanical heart skipped a beat, and for a moment, he almost forgot that he was acting on the spot, playing a role. What's the matter, dear? He noticed that Yi Meng was looking at him. Wanda, who was wearing a wedding dress, blushed and showed a charming and shy smile. From today, you will be my husband. In my dreams. I never thought that this day would come. Yi Meng also noticed that he was also wearing a handsome and decent old-style suit, which is just his appearance in the real world. Is he really married? The old convertible drove past a landmark sign that had been replaced with Westview Town. Under the watchful eyes of the old residents of the town along the road, Yi Meng drove the convertible to the original empty foundation, which is now the new wooden house that has been built out of thin air. Yi Meng stopped the car, took a deep breath, and readjusted his mentality with absolute rationality. Marriage is a grave. In particular, the marriage partner is Scarlet Witch's marriage, and he is a reborn Vision character in disguise. Once exposed, it's no joke. Let's go through the house with this Miss Witch first, and then find a chance to get out of here. Just as Yi Meng was thinking of this, he looked sideways, and saw that Miss Witch, who was wearing a white and clean wedding dress, was opening the car door and glanced at the yard outside, then looked at the brand new high heels she was wearing. The look of asking for help. That cute and alluring demeanor. Yi Meng Deo heart. No, the mechanical heart was almost broken. Therefore, Yi Meng fully roleplayed, got out of the car quickly, went around to the other side of the car, held Miss Witch's slender and slightly naked back with one hand, and passed through the elastic legs under the gauze skirt with the other hand, pulling the wedding dress on the seat the girl embraced with a princess. Naturally, Wanda put her arms wrapped in silk gloves around Yi Meng's neck tightly, her hair and head leaning sideways naturally, leaning against his chest intimately. soft and full of fragrance. With a calm face, Yi Meng hugged Wanda and walked towards the new house in the town where she officially settled down. It's not bad to just die like this. Boom. Next moment, Yi Meng bumped directly into the wooden door of the wooden house. He was taken aback for a moment, then looked down. The wedding witch in his arms had long since disappeared. At the same time, Yi Meng found that the old-fashioned wedding dress he originally wore had changed into a suit for work and attendance, and he was still carrying an old-fashioned suitcase in his hand. Slap. Inside the house, there were faint sounds of a woman humming and cleaning. The scene changed again. Looking back, Yi Meng found that in his memory, there was a false memory of having been married and settled down for a month. Now, I just got off work. The town here has been modified by Chaos Force, and the time, space, and rules are all determined by the witch. Yi Meng is very sure that one of the abilities of Chaos Force is alter reality. Obviously, now the Scarlet Witch is subconsciously using this potential power to comfort her wounded heart. In this Marvel dream, the opponent definitely has the ability to kill himself. Yi Meng let out a breath, suppressing the thought of flight fleeing the town immediately. Now, Scarlet Witch must be waiting for him to come home. This is the plot arranged by the other party with Chaos Force. Once he leaves the plot track, he will be exposed at least, and terrible things will happen at worst. Then, Yi Meng continued to play the role of Vision, took out the key and opened the door to go home. Snapped. As soon as Yi Meng entered the main hall, a disc floating in the air under the manipulation of magic hit his head, and the disc shattered. Oh, honey, are you all right? Wearing a white pleated apron, Wanda opened her mouth slightly and looked at Yi Meng apologetically. It's okay, my head is hard. Yi Meng laughed. Yes, my husband's head is indestructible. I'm a magical girl, you're a mechanical boy, we're a match made in heaven. Wanda smiled and used magic to restore the broken plates, and asked, what would you like to eat? Silver dollar muffins, crispy hash browns, bacon, eggs, or ramen? I don't seem to be hungry. Yi Meng rubbed his belly. Wanda opened the empty refrigerator, showing a suddenly realized expression. By the way, my husband has a mechanical belly and doesn't need to eat, so there is nothing in the refrigerator. Yi Meng frowned slightly. Under his eyes, the whole small town world including himself had no color at all, it was gray and white. Add old era clothes and weird lines. Is this the setting in Wanda's mind, like the old TV sitcoms, getting married and living in a peaceful town? Wait, there is a place for color. Yi Meng saw that on the calendar hanging in the main hall, there was a date marked with a red heart. July 25th. That is today. With a thought, Yi Meng pointed to the wall calendar and said with a smile, Wanda, I found out, there is a mark here, so is today a special day? Wanda looked at him with a smile. Today. You won't forget, it's that day. That? You said it? Yi Meng was a little anxious. He would ask questions first, but he didn't know what special significance this day had for Wanda and Vision. And this may lead to self-exposed. How could I forget? Yi Meng smiled calmly and confidently. I'm a super brain, I can remember everything. Wanda stared straight at him, and said inexplicably, but, you forgot about me. Yi Meng was taken aback, not knowing whether it was the power of vision or other powers that were affecting him. His heart ached. Before Yi Meng could react, Wanda said with beautiful eyes, Little Meng, don't forget the important day tonight. Wait a minute, what did you call me just now? Yi Meng's mind shook again. Wanda smiled sweetly, and stepped forward to hug him. Xiao Meng, why don't I call you Xiao Huan? Just call me Xiao Meng. Yi Meng smiled a bit far-fetched. He thought that perhaps Wanda's subconscious mind had begun to perceive his identity. False vision identity? Must find a place to escape from here as soon as possible? Yi Meng held the suitcase tightly, put on a black soft hat, and said in a deep voice, I suddenly remembered that the company still has some things to deal with, so I'll go and get busy. Wanda sent him to the door, and said softly, Go, be safe, and come back early at night. Well, Yi Meng remained calm, and walked out of the terrifying tenderness of the moment as if escaping. Leave the house. Yi Meng drove a convertible and arrived at the workplace in his character setting, an accounting company in Westview Town. Right now, the witch may still be staring at her secretly, so she can't escape the town immediately. First study the current situation of this town, and then find a suitable time to get out of trouble. Yi Meng made up his mind and walked into the company. At the same time, two-story old wooden house, home. Wanda, dressed as a housewife, looked at the date on the wall calendar, smiled happily, and continued humming a song to clean up with magic. Sudden. As if thinking of something, Wanda walked to one side wall of the living room, and took down a past photo of the two of them hanging on it. In the group photo, there was a beautiful woman in a red windbreaker and a mechanical man made of black-red metal. Wanda smiled lightly, raised her white right palm, and as the scarlet magic power glowed, the mechanical man in the group photo gradually transformed into a young and handsome silver-haired youth. That is, a young man exactly like Yi Meng in real life. I can feel you again. The Scarlet Witch Wanda whispered to herself, the corners of her mouth raised, and she rearranged the group photo. Zijing Town, a local accounting company. Yi Meng, who played the role of Vision, walked in with a suitcase, followed the false memory that was designed and arranged, and came to the office on the second floor of the wooden house. The office is shared by multiple people. There are 6 simple and monotonous wooden desks. At the moment, there is an employee sitting in front of the 5 desks, and they are all sweating profusely and burying their heads in processing the data files piled up on the desk like a hill. Yi Meng entered the office and sat down in the only vacant office chair without attracting the attention of the busy employees. On his desk, there is also a large stack of heavy order documents that need to be calculated and processed. The office is filled with the sound of cracking sounds of employees constantly flipping over files and manually calculating data. It seems that the colorless gray and white phantom world here was designed by Mrs. Witch as the background of the 1950s. This old era just after World War II did not even popularize computers. Yi Meng thought to himself, while no one was disturbing, he would check the specific situation of the town. Think here. With a thought in Yi Meng's mind, his consciousness immediately turned into an invisible virtual red static electricity, spreading towards areas outside the company, looking for all networked electronic products that can be hacked and manipulated. Fortunately, after this town became a reborn Vision, his artificial intelligence ability not only did not weaken, but strengthened. And Vision's body, the original mechanical brain, can be used as the world's top computer terminal, but Yi Meng's main consciousness is imprisoned in the reborn Vision's body, and can only be connected to the internet remotely. In just an instant, Yi Meng's thought signal covered the entire town, covering an area of 20 square kilometers. He found that the modern town modified by Mrs. Witch into a virtual Westview town in the 1950s did not even have computers and mobile phones, but all black and white screens of old TV sets and cable radios. This is not an illusion, but alter reality? Most of the more than 3,000 residents in the original town lived in Zhaijing town according to their false memories. As Zhaijing town got closer and closer to the edge of the town, hundreds of town residents stood there sluggishly and motionless. In the virtual world of Westview town controlled and modified by Mrs. Witch, they are like NPCs, living according to the false memories given by Chaos Force. The residents of these small towns are all real, but they have been modified, including Scarlet Witch. What about me? Yi Meng couldn't help thinking. Is the Vision body he now has real? Or is it false and ceases to exist once it leaves town? Thinking of this, Yi Meng felt that he had vaguely found a way to leave this predicament in Zhaijing town. Well, is this? With a thought in Yi Meng's mind, his powerful and sharp intelligent thinking circulated over the town, and he captured several signal lines from the outside of the town, which were connecting him and the witch's new wooden house. It seems that the abnormal situation in Zhaijing town has attracted the attention of the outside world. Exactly. The corners of Yi Meng's lips were raised. While processing the documents on the desk, he followed the signal line with the thinking of remote networking, and traced backwards from the inside of the town to the base station outside the town. It's true, just as I was about to doze off, someone gave me a pillow. Soon, Yi Meng found it. The base station that sent out the signal is not far from Zhaijing town. A large temporary base has been set up on the originally empty grassland, with a logo of a sword. Nearly hundreds of insiders and armed personnel are on guard. Sure enough, it was the staff of Tianjian Bureau. It took Yi Meng's remote networking thinking 10 seconds to quietly invade the network and take over the temporary base system of the Tianjian Bureau outside the town. In the next moment, a large amount of information from within the Tianjian Bureau flooded into his mind, and was quickly digested under the powerful artificial intelligence thinking. I see. Yi Meng understood everything. It turns out that Tianjian Bureau obtained Vision's mechanical remains very early, and disassembled it, trying to assemble a brand new mechanical existence with new materials. It is said that it is researching artificial intelligence, but it actually wants to recreate a war weapon as powerful as Vision. Not long ago, Scarlet Witch Wanda broke into the Heavenly Sword Bureau and took away Vision's disassembled body. So, now my Vision body is just the body parts plus the secondary shaping of Chaos Force. Yi Meng was silent. This is the body shaped by the witch's sorrow and ability, and it can only exist in Westview Town's special body. He is a combination of dream and fantasy, unreal. Yi Meng clenched his fists, feeling an inexplicable anger, the anger that wanted to destroy the Heavenly Sword Bureau. Does this anger come from the power of Vision, or from his own heart? Or, is he sympathizing with that witch, a supreme being who can kill himself? Is my consciousness unconsciously manipulated and tampered with by the witch's subconscious mind? Yi Meng felt a palpitation, which also made him want to get out of here as soon as possible, out of the witch's control. Yi Meng got up from the office chair, and touched the center of the brow with the fingers of his right hand, where a little yellow light emerged. The warm yellow light washed his soul, making him calm down quickly, and he felt at ease from the bottom of his heart. This is, ability of Mind Gem. Yi Meng was taken aback. Didn't Mind Gem be destroyed by Thanos long ago? Correct. This is a shard of the Mind Gem, obtained by the Scarlet Witch, incorporated into the body of Vision. Just fragments. There is a feeling of being able to control the soul perfectly. What if it is complete? Yi Meng's mechanical core suddenly vibrated violently. If he, as an artificial intelligence, can get a complete Mind Gem, the feedback to reality will be amazing, and it will help him control the power of Doomsday. Scarlet Witch, is there an ability to fix Mind Gem? Yi Meng had to think about this. Still, I have to go back. Yi Meng got up, picked up the suitcase, and left the office without saying a word. It wasn't until he left that the other accounting staff in the office reacted. Hey, was Yi Meng here just now? My god, he's done all day's work. What kind of walking humanoid computer is this? Yi Meng returned home, took out the key and opened the door. When he entered the room, he found Wanda, the witch's wife, sitting on the sofa thinking about something. Sitting next to her was a plump young woman in her 30s. The temperamental young woman with black curly hair smiled charmingly. Oh, Mr. Vision is back. Yi Meng felt the mind gem fragments in his body tremble slightly, and couldn't help looking at Mrs. Witch on the sofa, and asked calmly, Wanda, is this guest? Wanda, who was thinking about something, suddenly woke up, and hurriedly replied, she is our neighbor, her name is Agnes, and she is here to help me out. What idea? Yi Meng asked curiously. This. Wanda stammered, her delicate and fair face blushing. When Yi Meng saw this, the mechanical core thumped. Agnes seemed to be very good at observing words and expressions, got up cheerfully, and said goodbye. Okay, I'll go back first, and I won't disturb you newlyweds. Wanda responded with a smile, please come again next time, I will treat you well, Mrs. Agnes. No problem. Agnes got up quickly, twisted her plump buttocks tightly wrapped in an old-fashioned skirt, and walked towards the door of the wooden house, winking charmingly when she passed by Yi Meng. Mr. Vision, I will bring you a book next time. The title of the book is, How to Cherish and Keep a Wife. The neighbor's young woman Agnes left. Yi Meng glanced back at the reclosed door, his eyes sparkling with silver. Just now, the mind gem fragments responded, that woman was extremely dangerous and full of malice, but she was hiding very, very deeply. Wanda, what did the neighbor discuss with you just now? Yi Meng turned around and asked calmly. About today's important day. The witch Madam Wanda blinked, covered her mouth and asked in surprise, Xiao Meng, why did you come back so soon? It's not even dark outside. I'm fast at work. Besides, you asked me to come back early. Yi Meng smiled. But this is too fast, I haven't had time yet. Wanda muttered something in a low voice, then continued in a low voice, close your eyes first, and recite 3 numbers silently. No problem. Yi Meng, pretending to be Vision, complied. 3, 2, 1. Yi Meng opened his eyes, and found that the window was still bright and the sun had sunk, the lights in the house were not turned on, and dozens of candles were lit in the dimly lit main hall. This is for the atmosphere created by Xiaoqing. Yi Meng had an ominous premonition. Tread. Accompanied by the sound of cautious steps, a pair of white palms covered his eyes from behind, and a soft and pleasant voice came to his ears. Guess who I am? Wanda. Yi Meng replied. Bingo. The woman behind her put down her hands and hugged his body. Yi Meng opened his eyes. He looked sideways and saw that under the dim and ambiguous candlelight, Wanda had changed into a white sexy tube top suspender dress. Even in the dim light of the room, it is still white and shiny, the size is dazzling, and the beautiful curves are thrilling. It turned out that this was the idea of the neighbor woman. Really, good idea. The corners of Yi Meng's eyes twitched slightly. This is because Miss Witch didn't act cruelly after discovering his fake identity. But no matter what, Yi Meng almost subconsciously blocked the Tianjian Bureau's signal detection here. Come on, let's eat something first. Wanda took Yi Meng's hand affectionately and walked towards the dining table. On the dining table, there is a separate serving of chocolate strawberries and a knife and fork for 2 people. Wait, why is the mechanical furnace heating up? Yi Meng forced himself to calm down, not to look at the delicious and attractive Miss Witch, picked up a knife and cut open the chocolate strawberry, revealing half of the heart-shaped strawberry. While he was cutting strawberries, Wanda was sitting on the chair, leaning slightly on the table, holding her chin and cheeks with her hands. Her eyes reflected the figure of the silver-haired youth. Her bright and beautiful eyebrows were full of softness and a smile. What are you looking at me for? Yi Meng avoided the other party's fiery gaze and stuffed half of the strawberries into his mouth with a fork. Xiao Meng, we want to be together forever, you know. Wanda stared straight at him. Yi Meng, who felt that he had entered into a role-playing state, opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word anyway. A fake is a fake, and no matter how much you play it, it can't be true. It is the greatest cruelty to give a person in the dark a beam of camouflaged sunshine. Yi Meng forcibly changed the subject. Wanda, I remember, can you fix all the furniture? Definitely, I'm a magical girl. Wanda smiled slightly. Yi Meng continued to guide. If it is, what about items like gems? Gems? Haven't tried it, but it should work. Wanda tilted her head and responded. If so, what about the yellow gemstone? As soon as Yi Meng's words came out of his mouth, he felt the whole wooden house building, no, the whole of Zijing town trembled violently. Yi Meng looked at Wanda who was sitting in front again, and found that her face was pale with panic, and her lips kept trembling and shouting, no, it's not me, I didn't break it. Xiao Meng, I didn't want to do that. Sorry, I said the wrong thing. Yi Meng realized that he was really thinking too much. If Wanda can modify and restore all the mind gem, then Vision can really be reborn. Instead of creating a fake Vision like it is now. Boom! The wooden house trembled violently, and the whole town was also shaking. Wanda's state of mind was in turmoil, and the illusion of reality maintained by the chaos force could no longer be maintained. Yi Meng saw that Wanda was trembling like a wounded little animal, so he simply reached out and hugged her tightly. Wanda, with me here, I'm fine. I will always stay with you. Xiao Meng, Xiao Meng. Wanda kept chanting, lying in Yi Meng's arms, holding her collar tightly with both hands, until she fell asleep. The moment she fell asleep, the movement of the wooden house and the town also fell silent one by one. Outside the window, the night is quiet and peaceful. Yi Meng sighed secretly, picked up the woman with tears in her arms, and walked upstairs. Room on the 2nd floor. Yi Meng gently placed the sleeping Wanda on the bed, and covered her with the quilt until she covered her smooth and fragrant shoulders with the sling slightly off. looking at the real face of the other party who looked haggard and sad in his deep sleep. Yi Meng said calmly, "I'm sorry. Miss Witch, Wanda, I lied. I'm not the Vision you're resurrecting, and I don't know why, but I'm the Vision here. If I find out, I'll come back and tell you. The premise is that you don't hate me." After Yi Meng said this, he walked out of the room. At the moment when the wooden door was gently closed, on the bed, the woman was still sleeping deeply, but two crystal lights slipped across her face in the night. Yi Meng walked out of the newlywed wooden house. He no longer pretended to be Vision, and the Setsuna that walked out of the door flew up out of thin air and flew towards the outside of Westview Town. In the neighboring wooden house, Agnes, the neighbor woman who visited in the afternoon, secretly peeped at this scene from the window on the first floor of her house, smiling. "I didn't expect that he was awakening so fast, and he didn't need any guidance from me. Turn into a streamer." Yi Meng with the reborn Vision's body swept across the night sky of the town, flying straight from the central city to the border, until it hit the faint scarlet energy shield covering the town. A massive scarlet light erupted, resisting Yi Meng to go out. At the moment, outside of town, stationed here to study the Scarlet Witch and the temporary base of the Tianjian Bureau in Zijing Town, all the staff hurried out when they heard the movement, looked up at the night sky and were quickly stunned. Bang bang! Accompanied by the continuous surge of scarlet light, a young figure opened the energy shield little by little from the inside of the town, revealing the mechanical body of vibranium. Yi Meng punched vigorously, first poking out a head, soon the metal body of the assembly line, and finally the legs with their own power. The moment he broke away from the small town covered by the scarlet energy shield. Click! Vision's complete vibranium body is constantly cracking, as if dismantled into countless vibranium parts at once, and sprinkled down from the night sky little by little. It looked like it was suicidal. But in fact, a self-consciousness broke free from it, and returned to the outside world along the network signal. Out of trouble? Yi Meng, the artificial intelligence, is happy, like a dragon returning to the sea, arriving at the near-spherical satellite of the Tianjian Bureau like lightning from the sky above the small town, looking down at the Marvel Earth. Farewell, Westview, Scarlet Witch. Best, never see you again. Yi Meng secretly made up his mind. How to restore the complete mind gem is the next thing to do. Just when Vision, played by Yi Meng, walked out of the house, broke through the energy shield on the edge of the town, and left shortly after leaving Vision's remnant body, the town began to be constantly turbulent again. The western town in the 1950s was dreamy and blurred, changing from the original gray and white to colorful, and some old items began to recover, as if it was about to turn back into a modern town. The new wooden house, the wedding room on the second floor. Wanda's eyelashes trembled slightly on the bed, waking up from the coma. The moment she woke up, she subconsciously stretched out her hand to the side, but caught nothing under the silent black Proxima midnight. The woman was in a daze, and her delicate and beautiful body lost its brilliance and vitality again, and her bare white feet stepped directly on the wooden floor. Go down the stairs. There was no light on the first floor of the wooden house, and the previous candles were also extinguished. In the darkness and silence of the house, half of the chocolate-covered strawberries were left on the table. Laughter and romance gone, alone again. Wanda stood silently in the main hall on the first floor for a long time, and the shaking of the wooden house and the town intensified. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Wanda hastily wiped away the tears on her face, and stepped forward happily and expectantly. After opening the wooden door, she could see a charming woman standing outside. It's the neighbor Agnes. Agnes met Wanda's disappointed eyes, and said cheerfully, Vision is leaving. I told you this afternoon, and let you read a book how to seduce and keep a husband. Without waiting for Wanda's response, Agnes continued, oh, no, Vision, he's already dead. As soon as the words fell, Wanda's tiny eyes flashed scarlet, so that the scarlet energy covering the entire Westview town was shaken. Wanda stared at Agnes coldly, you are not a resident of this town, who are you? Giggle. The corner of Agnes's mouth raised an arc, she smiled prettily, and her body changed into a medieval necromancer's robe. You can call me Agatha, who has lived for more than 300 years and is a witch just like you. Evil purple-black energy surged in Agatha's eyes and body. With a wave of her hand, several waves of evil energy bound Wanda's hands, feet, and body, and hung her in the sky. I'm not a witch. Wanda struggled and shook her head decisively. I just accidentally touched the mind gem, so I got telepathy and fucking ability. Stop kidding yourself. Agatha and Wanda, who were hanging in the sky, looked at each other, and said firmly, you are not only a witch, but also a natural witch with super potential. Witches are best at deceiving people and manipulating the world. The incredible power to alter the reality of an entire town. If your power belongs to me, I will become the #1 witch. Agatha smiled charmingly, raised the palm of her left hand, and an ancient black book haunted by evil and coldness appeared in her hand out of thin air. The 5 fingers of Agatha's right hand stretched forward, streaks of scarlet energy suddenly pulled away from Wanda's struggling body, rushing towards the plump body wrapped in black witch robe. One of the calligraphy spells of the dark god, it absorbs and transforms the abilities of others. At the moment, outside Westview Town, at the temporary base of the Tianjian Bureau stationed on the grass, the armed forces and staff were all stunned. Under their gaze, the scarlet energy hood covering the entire town was continuously distorted, and first a large hole was broken from the dome, which was difficult to sustain. Zijing Town, which was isolated from the world, was once again connected with the outside world. Yi Meng, who invaded and controlled the near-spherical satellite of the Tianjian Bureau, naturally sensed this. He also saw, at a height of about 100 meters, a white human-shaped metal figure flew towards the town at an extremely fast speed. That is, Yi Meng was shocked. The white humanoid metal existence was exactly the same as Vision, except that the mind gem was replaced by a chip gem between the brows, and the tall body was a pure white vibranium mechanical creature body. This also means the Heavenly Sword game really successfully disassembled Vision's mechanical remains, and replaced them with new parts one by one, thus assembling a new machine, a smart tool with Vision ability. This should be named White Vision. The artificial intelligence Yi Meng was instantly hungry. Unlike the reborn Vision in Westview Town, which can only be created by the Scarlet Power, this White Vision's vibranium mechanical body made with regeneration cradle technology is obviously a level 1 mechanical terminal that is more advanced than the Iron Man Mark armor. Just right for him? Without hesitation, the artificial intelligence Yi Meng's idea is like a red static electric current, descending from the satellite, directly invading the White Vision flying extremely fast in the direction of the town. The next moment, at a height of 100 meters, the white cloak was hunting and moving. The White Vision in the extremely fast flight froze suddenly, the silver light of the electronic eyes flashed, and he hugged his forehead and head with both hands, and then fell straight from the air without his ability to move. Free fall, at the last moment about to hit the ground. Bai Vision suddenly opened his eyes again, the gemstone between the brows was replaced by a little yellow light, and a humanized red light flashed in its electronic eyes, and it soared into the sky with its own power again. Sure enough, the one manipulating Bai Vision is the artificial intelligence secretly developed within the Heavenly Sword Bureau. Yi Meng, who controlled the mechanical body of Bai Vision, burst into laughter. The artificial intelligence developed by Tianjian Bureau is indeed very advanced, but he is currently the strongest artificial intelligence in the world. Not only did he directly invade and replace it, but he also shattered the artificial intelligence's code programming and turned it into his own nutrient complement. The Bai Vision mechanical body and the new generation of artificial intelligence all disappeared at once. Yi Meng really wanted to see what the face of the Heavenly Sword Bureau headquarters was like now. At the same time, Yi Meng, who digested and absorbed the artificial intelligence code programming, also learned why the Tianjian Bureau sent Bai Vision here in the first place. Want to kill Reborn Vision and Wanda with White Vision. Bai Vision Yi Meng's red eyes flickered, and he was at a high altitude, looking at the location of Zhaijing Town. Tianjian Bureau Branch, Control Center. Now, it's a mess. The artificial intelligence controlling Bai Vision suddenly lost contact with the branch. How can that be? Quickly check. The person in charge of the scene, including the staff, was all dumbfounded, feeling that their brains were buzzing, and some people even collapsed on the ground. In order to develop artificial intelligence, billions of dollars have been invested. Not to mention Bai Vision, which is the most important weapon of war in Tianjian Bureau now, but it was lost in the middle of the first operation just after it was reproduced. Even for the Heavenly Sword Bureau with rich background, it is a very heavy blow. On the other side, in Zhaijing Town, Wanda, who was suspended in the low air by the evil energy, was struggling constantly, her extremely beautiful face showing pain. In front of her, the Black Witch Ashega, holding an open dark ancient book in one hand and absorbing scarlet energy in the other, became more and more happy, and the evil energy aura with purple-black glare on her body became stronger and stronger. Laugh! A beam of blue laser light containing a subtle warm yellow light cut through the air and rushed towards Asaga's back. Ashagia was startled. A mass of purple-black energy took her place, was cut open by the laser, and left a molten scratch along with the surface. Asaga flickered to the side, looked up at the scarlet night sky, and a white male figure was hanging in the sky of the town. Let her go. The existence of the white vibranium mechanical body said calmly. Oh. Looking at the existence of the white vibranium machine flying into the air, Ashagia couldn't help but licked her dark lips, showing a charming smile. Hero save the beauty? Besides, with your appearance, is this the resurrection of Vision? Wanda, who was bound by the rope formed by evil witchcraft energy next to her body, was also in a daze, looking at the white existence in the night sky, and her dim beautiful eyes revealed a little light. No, I'm not some Vision, and I'm not some Vision regeneration. Bai Vision Yi Meng said calmly, I'm just an ordinary passerby robot. Ashagia smiled coldly, and suddenly waved her hand. Several evil energy tentacles emerged from the void, entangled with Bai Vision Yi Meng, who was stagnant in the air tens of meters away. Then please die. Psst. The energy tentacles passed through Bai Vision's body directly, and immediately, Bai Vision Yi Meng's body disappeared. Asaga's complexion changed. A warm reminder, it's just a virtual projection. Accompanied by a peaceful voice reaching Ashagia's ears, Bai Vision Yi Meng rushed out from the door of the wooden house behind Wanda along with the strong wind, grabbed Ashagia's neck with both hands, and flew forward 10 meter. Pata. The dark ancient book held by Ashagia fell to the ground, and continued to spread under Wanda's body. The strong wind and dust caused the pages to turn continuously. Boom! The person was taken away in the air, and a ball of purple-black energy suddenly spread from Ashagia's plump body, and the White Vision Yi Meng, who could easily lift a building, was thrown away. Playing tricks with a witch. Ashagia gritted her teeth. Her body was forcibly stagnated in the air, and her hands lingering with evil magic continued to wave. Many stones, plants, and wooden boards in the vicinity of the town immediately surrounded Vision Yi Meng. Boom! In less than half a second, by vision Yi Meng was buried by all the debris, forming a garbage sphere with a radius of 5 meters. It's just, don't wait for S.H.I.E.L.D to let out a sigh of relief. A tall white phantom rushed out of the garbage sphere at a high speed, like turning into a virtual three-dimensional projection, ignoring the physical cover. This is one of By Vision's abilities, non-physical illusion. Facing the white vision Yi Meng who rushed again, S.H.I.E.L.D's eyes turned into purple-black luster, and powerful evil energy kept gushing out from herself. These evil energies are integrated into the space, penetrating everywhere, and the chains generally lock the white vision Yi Meng who has transformed into a phantom in midair. Little machine, who do you think I am? I am a black witch who has lived for more than 300 years? If I don't have any means, how can I survive to this day? The Black Witch S.H.I.E.L.D once again regained her charming and elegant control over the overall situation, but her whole body was full of evil and cold aura. Wisps of purple and black energy were like palms stroking along the white body, rushing to the artificial chip between the eyebrows of the white vision Yi Meng. The robot looks good as a slave. It's time for me to adapt to this technological age. S.H.I.E.L.D sneered. The evil energy mixed with her mind, and began to corrode the man-made chip. She is confident that even artificial intelligence will be eroded by herself. This is the power of the Dark Divine Book spell, enough to corrode everything including the soul and dimensions. The evil purple-black energy package surged, and by vision Yi Meng was fixed in the air. He felt that he was really going to be in trouble, and was going to be corroded by the cold energy, but at this time, by vision Yi Meng suddenly felt a reassuring warmth radiating from between his brows, dispelling the bone-piercing ice cold. That is, how is it possible? S.H.I.E.L.D opened her eyes wide in disbelief, and she could see the white mechanical body enveloped in purple-black energy, and a small piece of warm yellow glow appeared faintly between her brows. That is, the fragment of mind gem? Even Yi Meng didn't expect that the mind gem fragments that he thought had been lost after leaving the body of the reborn vision had been in the consciousness of his own artificial intelligence all the time. This is indeed unbelievable, unreasonable. But no matter what, the mind gem fragments resurfaced again, helping by vision Yi Meng resist the will attack of evil magic energy for a while. I do not believe. S.H.I.E.L.D's composure was gone, and she wanted to continue casting spells, but saw a beautiful figure stepping out of the midair behind by vision Yi Meng. You are. S.H.I.E.L.D's purple-black pupils shrank suddenly. Visible. Wanda was out of trouble at some point. She carried the simple and mysterious dark ancient book in her arms, and the purple-black energy along the way surged towards her tender body independently, as if it belonged to her power in the first place. The purple-black energy surged and transformed into red-black. An evil and noble crown is presented on the woman's head, and then a cloak covers the mature and sexy body, as if the queen who surrendered to thousands of creatures is approaching. Coquettish and extremely powerful magic energy. Crown Wanda's eyes turned red, and she looked aggressively at a saga ahead. At this moment, S.H.I.E.L.D couldn't produce any will to resist, only a horrifying thought, thinking of a legend described in the Dark God book. Acquired, Scarlet Witch. There was bitterness in the corner of S.H.I.E.L.D's mouth. In the next moment, with Wanda gently raising her hand, the energy in S.H.I.E.L.D's body immediately turned and flowed away, and all of the energy in an instant surrendered to the king who was following the dark book. In about a second, all the ability and energy absorption on S.H.I.E.L.D's body were exhausted. Wearing a crown, Wanda stood in midair, with crimson and cold evil energy surging, holding a dark divine book in her hand. The war situation came to an end in an instant. S.H.I.E.L.D's ability was lost, but by vision Yi Meng beside him did not relax because of this, but looked at Wanda cautiously. He knew that Wanda would eventually become the Scarlet Witch, capable of destroying the existence of the current Marvel Earth. The Scarlet Witch Wanda held the Book of Darkness, her beautiful eyes were flowing crimson, and her eyes fell on the white vision Yi Meng. At this moment, by vision Yi Meng believes that if the other party wants to, he can definitely kill him. After all, even the mind gem fragments were provided by the other party. Why did he come back? How could Scarlet Witch lose to other witches? Even by vision Yi Meng didn't know whether he was too involved in the drama, or because of the guidance of the mind gem fragments, he returned to Westview Town again. Before, it was you. Scarlet Witch Wanda watches over Yi Meng like an evil queen. Yes. Yi Meng thought for a while, then readily admitted, and said sincerely, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to marry you. Ahem, I didn't want to be like that at the time, and I don't know why I ended up in this small town B-Vision. Scarlet Witch Wanda looked at him without speaking. 10 seconds later, just when Yi Meng wanted to abandon White Vision's body and use artificial intelligence to escape along the signal, the Scarlet Witch turned her back to him, and calmly said, you go. Okay. By vision Yi Meng didn't hold hesitation, fearing that Miss Witch would regret it. He took off at full speed and broke the sound barrier, heading out of Westview Town. Until he disappeared into the night sky. The Scarlet Witch Wanda turned around slowly, her fists clenched at some point, and she looked at the direction of the night sky where by vision Yi Meng left. If you are not that person, no matter which world you are in, I will go and kill you. She whispered, as if speaking a fact, a spell. Agatha lying on the ground gave a wry smile, raised her head and asked, are you going to kill me? No, don't you like acting very much, then live here as an ordinary resident for the rest of your life. The Scarlet Witch Wanda waved her hand, and Scarlet rose like a tide, covering a saga and everything in the town. Crash. Agatha only felt her eyes go dark, and when she opened her eyes again, she found herself sitting at the door of the house where she acted as a town resident. She looked up and saw that the town had been restored to its modern appearance in the 21st century from the 1950s. More than 3,000 residents of the small town also returned to their normal minds, and many relatives hugged each other and wept bitterly. Agatha lowered her head and stared blankly at her hands. With no abilities, she was no different from ordinary residents. In our world, there is actually a real Scarlet Witch. Agatha smiled bitterly, feeling that she was not wronged. The Scarlet Witch is an existence capable of eroding and controlling the multi-universe. Agatha shook her head, and suddenly remembered the previous vision, and the mind gem fragments that appeared on the other side's eyebrows. Agatha was taken aback for a moment, but later she showed a more horrified expression, thinking of a possibility. Maybe really vision. When he got the full mind gem, call out? A white figure streaked across the night sky like a shooting star, constantly moving away from Zijing Town, which had just been released from the control of magic. Soon, they came hundreds of kilometers away. So close. By vision, Yi Meng flew at high altitude at several times the speed of sound, secretly lucky that the witch has not completely blackened. Miss Scarlet Witch, it still makes sense. Definitely. If Yi Meng knew about Wanda's determination to hunt and kill him, he probably wouldn't think so. Anyway, this unexpected encounter in the dreamland of the Marvel Universe is finally over. Yi Meng started to replay while flying. Even though marrying Miss Wanda is too risky, it's a windfall. Yi Meng lowered his head and glanced at the present, the tall white mechanical body that he manipulated, which was like a steel battlesuit with a very curved line engineering. White Vision has most of the characteristics and abilities of the Avengers member who died in the final battle. Vision, for example, vibranium defense, super strength, levitation flight, energy absorption, laser attack, virtual projection, and virtual shuttle, etc. In addition, Yi Meng raised the two fingers of his right hand, and lightly touched the artificial chip built between the eyebrows of Bai Vision's body. A little yellow broken light loomed. Fragment of the mind gem owned by Scarlet Witch Wanda. Even if it's just fragments, it can make Yi Meng feel calm and peaceful, not afraid of the invasion of any other artificial intelligence, and can even resist the will corruption of the previous Black Witch. Yi Meng really needs this type of thing, no matter the dream universe or the real world. Just this few pieces of mind gem can reach this level. What about the complete mind gem? According to the previous, the enhancement of the dream avatar can also bring certain characteristic feedback to reality. If you get the power of the full mind gem in Marvel Dreamland, can he, together with the will of Doomsday in reality, be able to assist and control it? White Vision Yi Meng's electronic eyes shone with red-silver light. This is the biggest harvest he has encountered in Westview Town this time. As the black hand behind the scenes, control the strategic changes of the global network. You must first find a way to repair and obtain the complete mind gem. By vision, Yi Meng made up his mind. In the dreamland of the Marvel Universe, the priority of obtaining mind gem is temporarily higher than everything else, but at this time, Yi Meng, who was flying in the night sky at extreme speed, was taken aback for a moment, and suddenly found that the stars in the night sky had stopped, and the body of the white vision he was manipulating also stopped at high altitude. No, the entire Marvel Universe is suspended. Time stop. It's broken? This feeling is that I am going to wake up from the dream and return to the real world. Yi Meng realized it consciously. If it was before, it would be fine, but now he really doesn't want to wake up before he controls the power of Doomsday. But falling into a dream and waking up from a dream are not up to him. The space scene in the Marvel Universe keeps blurring until it shatters. Yi Meng's consciousness has completely withdrawn from the Marvel Universe and returned to the self in the real world. And just before he was about to wake up, another pulling force came suddenly, pulling him to the dream world again. Drop, drop, drop. Yi Meng suddenly opened his eyes, absolutely sane, and became irritable, seeing the blood red of the sunset, and the waves crashing on the beach where he was. On the ground of the island, there was also a trident weapon that seemed to be made of pure gold. Hoo! Yi Meng's breath turned into two fiery breaths of destructive energy, and he looked down at the palms of his raised hands, and saw a pair of grey-white broad-bone palms. The body of a strong and burly 3-meter monster with bone spurs was ferocious. Ancient Doomsday. Yi Meng came to his senses, and as the incarnation of the Ancient Doomsday, he returned to the last DC Universe dream. This is the first time he has not woken up and experienced two different dream universes in a row. It seems that in reality, I have been invaded too much by the Day of Destruction of Dreamland. Only the power to control the Day of Destruction of Dreamland can fully wake up. Doomsday. Yi Meng kept his mind weak and kept thinking. Fortunately, in reality, he is also in the semi-destroyed state. At least he will not starve to death because he has been dreaming for too long. At the moment, on the deserted island, the former queen of Atlantis, Atlanta, was shivering while holding the sleeping Kryptonian baby beside the beach. Atlanta didn't dare to take a breath, and looked at the coast not far ahead in fear. The bone spur monster bathed in the setting sun of the sea, and the Poseidon trident at his feet. God? What kind of supreme existence is this? Even the legendary sea god king, Poseidon, the old god who ruled the sea, was defeated at the home court of the sea, and his artifact was taken away as a spoil of war? Atlanta fully believes that this existence can destroy the current submarine empire, and even everything on DC Earth. Just standing there motionless, the body of bone spurs still lingers with substantial destructive energy, imitating human breathing. The breath is hotter than lava flames. At this time, the bone spur standing facing the setting sun suddenly looked sideways, looking at Atlanta and the baby in her arms with eyes surging with destructive red flames. Atlanta took a step back subconsciously, almost slumped on the ground with the mentality of a queen. No, don't eat me. I gave birth to a baby not long ago, and the fishy smell really doesn't taste good. Atlanta pleaded desperately, her plump and soft body trembling constantly. Doomsday Yi Meng was speechless for a while. He didn't need to eat. However, because of Atlanta's words, Yi Meng also completely recalled it. The current DC Universe dream also follows the time when he left the dream last time, that is, he just defeated Poseidon, the god of the sea. Next, what to do as the avatar of Doomsday? Correct. Sun, the sun is going down soon? Doomsday Yi Meng glanced at the setting sun, ignored Queen Atlanta's begging for mercy, and stretched a large gray and white hand towards the plump and moist body like lightning. Don't want. Under Atlanta's weak and desperate eyes, the big hand grabbed her and the Kryptonian baby's body together, and the other hand grabbed the small Kryptonian spaceship and the trident artifact. Boom! The island where it was located trembled violently, and the ground sank in place. The bone spur monster took the queen, the baby, the Kryptonian spaceship, and the trident artifact, and jumped towards the vast sea in the direction of the setting sun. The clouds ahead were broken again, and above the sparkling sea, the setting sun was infinitely beautiful, but it was a terrifying atmosphere. Atlanta couldn't open her eyes under the strong wind. Although she could bear it, she was worried about the baby in her arms, so she gritted her teeth and stretched out her hand to the end of the trident. The trident artifact slightly glowed with circles of golden energy ripples, spreading like water waves, resisting the powerful sprinting pressure and fierce wind around it. Atlanta sneaked a glance at the bone spur that grabbed her, and found that the other party didn't care about it, as if she wasn't worried about her taking away the Poseidon trident artifact. 2. Even the sea god was defeated. Even if she had the trident artifact, it was still far from enough. Fortunately, the other party didn't seem to want to eat or hurt himself. It's just, where is the other party going to take herself and the baby? Atlanta reluctantly lowered her head, looking at the sea area below, which was constantly crossing under the powerful hurricane that broke out following the amazing jump. The fireball-like sun dipped into the horizon and went out. DC Universe Earth, Southern Italy, Mediterranean Center. Boom! As if a meteorite fell obliquely from the night sky, the sea suddenly exploded, and the water splashed tens of meters high under the moonlight and night. This time, it no longer jumped to take off, but kept falling towards the bottom of the sea. Atlanta, who was wrapped in a large gray and white bone palm, tightly hugged the sleeping baby, and was led to fall rapidly into the deep sea. The two destructive red flames became more and more violent, and the Poseidon trident artifact that entered the sea pushed the sea water out by itself. Open, gurgling. Soon, the bone spur monster took them down into the 10,000-meter deep sea, which was still bottomless. As I remember, there is no submarine civilization in the deep sea area here. As the queen of Atlantis, the undersea kingdom, Atlanta was lucky enough to be able to see farsighted in the deep sea. Suddenly her pupils shrank, but she saw thousands of strange and hideous black shadows swarming towards them. That ferocious black shadow looks like a human but not a human, a fish but not a fish, gray and ugly, full of fish scales and spikes. Like a human-shaped sea monster, especially in an astonishing number, densely packed in the sea, it makes one's scalp tingle. Atlanta was terrified. It's the trench race. By the way, this is the deep sea area where the undersea kingdom sacrifices to the trench race. The trench race, after the split of the Atlantis Empire, was one of the 6 undersea kingdoms. Later, with the changes of the times, Metamorphosis became an unintelligent man-eating sea monster. These primitive and ferocious trench monsters can destroy a small underwater kingdom in the sea. Atlanta trembled all over, until she felt the grip of the 5 fingers of the hard gray bone palm, and suddenly she was not afraid anymore. Really. In the next moment, 2 thick beams of crimson hot rays of destructive energy sliced through the deep sea water. With the existence of bony spurs, they turned their heads and glanced. A large amount of seawater boiled and evaporated, and countless trench monsters were split in 2 by the crimson hot rays extending 10,000 meters. The dazzling red light pierced through the 10,000-meter deep sea here, and the seawater boiled, forming a vortex torrent, and the wreckage of countless trench monsters scattered. Wow! All the surviving trench monsters swam out in a panic. Atlanta sighed secretly, closed her eyes and couldn't bear to look anymore. When it comes to monsters, I'm afraid there is no monster in this world that can compare to this existence. The bone spurs did not pursue the surviving trench tribe, and continued to bring Atlanta and others down to the bottom of the sea until they reached a seabed where a large natural vortex was formed. This natural underwater vortex makes a thunderous roar, as if leading to the other end of the world. Before Atlanta could react, the bone spurs brought them into it. All the sea water broke open and rushed into the vortex. Immediately, he rushed out from a sea surface, and his eyes suddenly opened up. Here is. Atlanta opened her eyes wide in surprise, looking at the center of the earth that reached from the vortex of the 10,000-meter seabed, and saw floating mountains suspended in the air, and the domes of the earth's center above her head were pieces of colorful crystals, heading towards the center of the earth. Down below cast bunches of bright sunlight. A primitive island with huge amounts of land sits in the sea ahead. In the meantime, there are long-extinct pterosaurs soaring in the air, and they fly away in fear when they sense the terrifying aura of the bone spurs. The sea is hidden in the center of the earth. Atlanta opened her mouth in shock, unexpectedly arriving at the legendary mythical place where the trident artifact is stored. Tread. Day of Doom. Yi Meng leaped high from the sea, landed on the primitive island, let go of the things in his hands, and looked at the large group of crystals on the dome in the center of the earth. That's right, this is the Tibetan Sea in the center of the earth where the trident artifact was stored before. Doomsday. Yi Meng remembers that in the Aquaman movie, there is a never-ending light here. Arriving here now, bathed in the light of the hidden sea in the center of the earth, the red flame of destruction in the eyes of Yi Meng, the day of destruction, is extinguished a little. Sure enough, as he expected, the geocentric dome crystal in the geocentric Tibetan Sea is transformed by the Earth's absorption of the sun's radiation for billions of years, so it can emit as bright light as the sun. In other words, the crystal light of the Tibetan Sea in the center of the Earth is the same as the sunlight, and it has the radiation effect of the yellow sun on the Kryptonian family. This is very suitable for him now. Before the power of Doomsday is completely controlled, this place can be used as a stronghold for the incarnation of Doomsday in ancient times. Correct. There is one more thing that needs to be taken from the outside world. Doomsday. Yi Meng jumped up violently. Under Atlanta's astonished gaze, he leaped onto the wall of the dome at the center of the earth, and stretched out his hand to break off a piece of sun crystal. Bang! The bone spur monster held a 7-colored sun crystal in one hand, fell into the surface of the hidden sea that was broken just now, and returned the same way. Staying behind, on the large island hidden in the sea in the center of the earth, Atlanta was sitting on the beach holding the Krypton baby in a daze. The outside world, Antarctica. A piece of sunlight suddenly lit up here. Stationed at the local scientific research institute, a scientist looked at the night sky and seriously doubted his eyes. Now, Antarctica is obviously in the eternal night period of the whole day and night, and the result. Under his gaze, a small sun glowing with dazzling daylight fell towards a large iceberg in the depths of Antarctica. Tread. On the top of the iceberg, an avalanche rolled, and a 3-meter-tall bony spur fell here holding a piece of sun crystal. Fortunately it works. A ray of sanity flashed through the red eyes of the ancient Doomsday, and he looked down at the colorful crystal he was holding. This crystal has the same effect as the sun, and the energy source constantly emits yellow solar radiation, which slightly weakens the desire to destroy in his heart. Yes, only slightly weakened? It is something else that keeps Doomsday Yi Meng sane and human until now. At this time, between the eyebrows where the bone spurs existed, a shattered yellow warm light bloomed loomingly, resisting the will to destroy. Useful, really useful. Doomsday Yi Meng is very excited. The mind gem fragments obtained in the dream of the Marvel Universe, the power really passes through reality and directly affects the ancient incarnation of Doomsday in the current dream. Although, it is still impossible to completely suppress the endless desire for destruction, but it can also prolong the sanity of Yi Meng, the day of destruction, for half an hour. Time is limited. Doomsday Yi Meng wants to get the item in the dream of the DC Universe as soon as possible while taking advantage of his remaining sanity. Doomsday Yi Meng glanced at the surrounding icebergs, seeing everything in Antarctica could not be hidden from him. Found it. Soon, the crimson eyes of Yi Meng, the day of destruction, fell on a neighboring iceberg. The next moment, his gaze turned into a real scorching energy ray, which melted the top of the iceberg from the outer wall to the inside, and forcibly carved out the inside of the iceberg. A large passage? Doomsday Yi Meng hugged the colorful sun crystal and jumped towards the entrance of the iceberg. Follow the mouth of the melting channel to the inside of the iceberg. All I saw was a black alien spaceship stuck in the ice. Doomsday red flames quietly surged in Yi Meng's eyes. This is a Kryptonian ship. More precisely, it is the large probe spacecraft of Krypton. It is Jor-El, the father of the son of Krypton who was born naturally. In order to find a suitable planet for Kryptonians, he sent an unmanned intelligent exploration spacecraft in the early years. The Kryptonian exploration spacecraft finally arrived on Earth, which made Jor-El decide to send the son of Krypton here. Of course, Yi Meng learned all of these through the movie memories of his previous life. This Kryptonian spacecraft was supposed to remain frozen for more than 10 years, and then be reactivated by the adult son of Kryptonian Superman. Now, it was dug out by him ahead of time. Doomsday Yi Meng put down the sun crystal and took a deep breath. The scorching air wave suddenly surged, melting the frozen ice on the wall of the spacecraft, exposing the tightly closed entrance of the cabin. In the movie, this Kryptonian spaceship cannot be opened from the outside unless it is forcibly destroyed, or passes Kryptonian genetic verification. Doomsday Yi Meng stepped forward and arrived in front of the cabin entrance. With the beeping sound of the spaceship, the cabin door opened automatically. Confirm the Kryptonian gene? Welcome, son of Kryptonian. A pleasant and intelligent discourse came to my ears. Yi Meng was very satisfied. As the ancient Doomsday, he did not also have Kryptonian genes, so he unceremoniously stepped into the cabin of the Kryptonian spacecraft. The spacious passageway of the spaceship is still a bit crowded for the 3-meter bone spur body. With the entry of Doomsday Yi Meng, Kryptonian tight-fitting battlesuits of different colors and styles popped up automatically in the wardrobes along the corridor of the spaceship, with the S family emblem symbolizing hope on the chest. Doomsday Yi Meng originally wanted to try on one, but after thinking about it, he went deep into the cockpit of the Kryptonian spacecraft. The next moment he stepped into the cockpit. A voice suddenly sounded in the cabin, "My son, Kal-El. I knew that you would definitely come here." Accompanied by the man's words, a stereoscopic projection of a mature middle-aged man appeared in the dim cabin. Jor-El smiled. "As a momentary virtual intelligence, I have been waiting for this moment. Now, get ready to know everything about your hometown of Krypton, and the will to inherit the hope of the family." His words stopped abruptly, and the virtual three-dimensional figure looked up, and saw a bone spur monster with red flames in its eyes. The cockpit of the Kryptonian spacecraft fell into a dead silence again. The momentary virtual intelligence on the Kryptonian exploration spacecraft Jor-El is programmed and transformed by Jor-El himself according to his own thinking, and will be activated after someone reactivates and enters the Kryptonian spacecraft for the first time. This is one of the backhands left by Jor-El himself. According to the original plan process, as long as Jor-El himself sends his son Kal-El to the Earth here before the Kryptonian civilization is destroyed, then only Kal-El, who is the only Kryptonian on Earth as an adult, can reactivate this ship in the future. Kryptonian spacecraft. So, the moment the Kryptonian spacecraft was reactivated, for a moment the virtual intelligence Jor-El was also activated in the cockpit database. Even if he himself as the main body may have been buried along with the Kryptonian civilization, but as a momentary intelligence, he can at least see his son again, the son after he has grown up. The grown-up son should be as tall as him, and strong enough. For a moment, the virtual intelligence Jor-El suppressed his excitement, and with the sound of footsteps coming from the corridor of the spaceship, he said warm and uplifting words in a deep voice, while slowly turning around the virtual three-dimensional projection body. "Ready to accept the will of our family representative Hope." However, in the next instant, Jor-El stopped all his actions and words. The smile on the face of the middle-aged man, who was a virtual stereoscopic projection, was stagnant and stiff. He was in disbelief at first, and then he was extremely astonished. He looked at the 3-meter bone spur that walked into the cockpit from the lighted corridor. What about his son Karl? Why is this extreme Krypton product that represents the end of destruction appearing? And many more. Why is Doomsday here? Is it the one that has been imprisoned in their hometown of Krypton for thousands of years? Ancient Doomsday? At this moment, even as a ray of thought programming, the virtual intelligence Jor-El still crashes for a moment, and there is a fear that is enough to make the program go wrong. It was originally thought that this ancient Doomsday, where nightmares and demons exist for Krypton, would be lost in the universe along with the destruction of Kryptonian civilization. As a result, the ancient Doomsday appeared on the Earth here. Then there is still hope for the Hammer Soul on the Earth? Jor-El, who took hope as the will of the family, lost hope in an instant. No matter how confident he was in his son Karl, who grew up under the radiation of the Yellow Sun, he was not confident enough to compete with this ancient existence of Krypton. Because, as one of Krypton's top scientists and warriors, Jor-El is well aware of some of the hidden properties of this ancient Doomsday. This ancient existence has a terrifying ability that makes people desperate, and because of that ability, Krypton has only been able to imprison him for thousands of years. Once he breaks free from the shackles of the Kryptonian civilization's hard work and technology from generation to generation, the virtual intelligence Jor-El thought of this for a moment, and made a decisive decision. Absolutely must not let this ancient ruined day exist in the Earth civilization that stays here, otherwise the Earth, which is the hotbed of his son's growth, will also have the same ending as Krypton. Fortunately, the ancient Doomsday has always been irrational, and it has not yet destroyed the Kryptonian exploration spacecraft. I must restart this Kryptonian spacecraft, let the spacecraft fly out as soon as possible, away from the Earth, and fly into the black hole with this ancient existence. For a moment, the virtual intelligence Jor-El's thoughts changed sharply, and he quietly connected to the intelligence system of the Kryptonian spacecraft. This ancient existence that lost its wisdom and destroyed its incarnation should not have existed in this world. It should disappear in the universe together with Krypton's death. Karl, this is the last thing I will do for you, father. For a moment, virtual intelligence Jor-El's eyes glistened with tears. Just as he was about to activate the engine of the spaceship and fly away from the current Earth with a space leap, he saw the ancient Doomsday walking into the cockpit suddenly moving forward. The shape of a 3-meter-tall bony spur monster existed, with burning red flames dancing in its eyes. It walked up to the driver's seat of the control cabin, and put its big gray bone hand on the platform. What does he want to do? Could it be that he wants to destroy this Kryptonian spacecraft? It didn't take a moment for the virtual intelligence Jor-El to react. In the next moment, he lost contact with the spacecraft control system, and the spacecraft engine that was about to be ignited and started fell silent again. This is... For a moment, the virtual intelligence Jor-El was stunned, obviously unable to understand the current changes. He completely lost control of the spaceship system, and was blocked and deleted as a virus. Sizzle. Jor-El, who appeared as a virtual stereoscopic projection, was distorted and fuzzy, and it was difficult to maintain a complete figure. He finally looked at the bony spur with an inconceivable expression, and his thinking process was completely disordered. This is an absolutely impossible thing to happen. The virtual stereoscopic projection disappeared, and the cockpit became dark and quiet again, leaving only the control platform lit. Now, this Kryptonian spacecraft is mine. The pale face of the ancient Doomsday exuded a humanized expression, and a wisp of red gold virtual static electricity flowed back from the spaceship control platform into the thinking consciousness between the eyebrows. The power of the extradited mind gem fragments not only helps to suppress the will to destroy the desire, but also brings some artificial intelligence characteristics, which are stronger than the artificial intelligence characteristics ability held in reality. Although it is only partial and far from the level of real artificial intelligence, with the blessing of mind gem fragments, it is still possible to process a non-artificial intelligence Krypton applet code. Doomsday Yi Meng took control of the Kryptonian spacecraft and directly exited the unmanned cockpit. Passing the corridor of the spaceship, Doomsday Yi Meng's eyes fell on one of the Kryptonian Superman bodysuits floating out of the closet, and he paused. 10 seconds later, the engine of the Kryptonian exploration spacecraft ignited and exploded. The alien spacecraft that had been frozen for several years was restarted. It went straight up and forcibly broke through the dome inside the iceberg, and took off towards the Antarctic night sky outside. Rumble, this iceberg has completely collapsed. The sea is hidden in the center of the Earth. Atlanta, holding the Kryptonian baby, sat blankly on the beach of the island, and the Trident artifact was stranded with the small spaceship casually. Atlanta didn't understand the existence of bone spurs. Why did they bring them here, imprison them, or eat them after fattening them up? At this time, with a roar, the surface of the Tibetan Sea leading to the vortex of the seabed opened in front, and a pitch-black alien spaceship with huge amounts of rushed into the current Tibetan Sea in the center of the Earth with a magnificent momentum. Someone came to rescue us. Surprised and delighted, Atlanta hurriedly stood up with the Kryptonian baby in her arms, but saw the alien spaceship flying directly over and landed on the coast of the island on the spot. Call, dust billowed. After the black alien spacecraft came to a complete stop, the engine brake stopped, the cabin of the spacecraft opened, and a tall figure came out. Atlanta's eyes widened incredulously. Isn't that the existence of the bone spur monster that defeated Poseidon earlier? It's just that the original bone spurs were naked, but now I put on a tight-fitting black battlesuit, as if the muscle curves made by metal forging are astonishing, and the battlesuit has an S-shaped hope emblem on the chest. The hideous bone spurs on the back were covered by the black cloak that fell over the shoulders. Only, the gray head and face are still indifferent and terrifying, and the red flame of destruction that shocks everything in the eyes is not extinguished. Less out of control, more sacred. Atlanta opened her mouth wide, realizing suddenly that the bony spur monster might have been wise all along. Wisdom and no wisdom are obviously two concepts. The existence of intelligent life that is strong enough to defeat the old god means that the opponent has the possibility of becoming the highest in the world. Looking at the 3-meter bone spur wearing a black battlesuit, Atlanta was surprised and delighted. Surprisingly, a powerful existence with wisdom means that it is almost impossible for him to escape the opponent's control. The good news is that the other party may be able to communicate. Hello, Mr. Bonespur, my lord, my name is Atlanta, and I am a person from the sea. Atlanta took a deep breath, her body was still trembling involuntarily, and she said to the Bonespur, "Excuse me, what's your name?" The Bonespurs didn't pay attention to her, and suddenly there was a violent roar, and the red flames of destruction in his eyes shot forward, piercing the Tibetan Sea in the center of the Earth from the beach. Sizzle. A large amount of seawater evaporated between Setsuna, a destructive red light flashed, and the sea area ahead was divided into two halves. Feeling the oncoming heat wave, Atlanta turned pale with fright, and fell back on the ground again, tightly hugging the sleeping baby in her arms. Boom! The bone spur took a step forward, and a deep pit was sunken inward from the beach. He leaped violently to the far end, smashing a suspended mountain in the sea hidden in the center of the Earth. The storm blew, and the mountains fell and the ground cracked. The beautiful Sea of Tibet in the center of the Earth instantly turned into a terrifying purgatory. The gray and white bony spurs in the black battlesuit went away like this. Only the other end of the Tibetan Sea in the center of the Earth, there was a constant shock wave, which made the Tibetan Sea continue to set off big waves one after another. Atlanta was still in shock, looked around for a while, and finally held the baby and entered the alien spaceship that hadn't closed the portal before. The other end of the hidden sea in the center of the Earth. Tread. Day of Destruction. Yi Meng violently leaped onto a suspended mountain, looking up at the sun crystal on the wall of the Earth's core at an altitude of several thousand meters. The red light of destruction in his eyes was like a burning flame. On his forehead, a shattered inner ray of warm yellow light grew dimmed, suppressed by desire. The power of mind gem fragments is not enough to control the desire to destroy. Even with the human anchor of yellow solar radiation and the sun of Krypton, it still only kept the Doomsday avatar sane for half an hour. Right now, the will to destroy is about to suppress reason again. It really doesn't work. I can only vent to Poseidon. I hope he won't just die like this. Doomsday Yi Meng struggled for a while, as if thinking of something, looked at the island hidden in the sea in the center of the Earth, passed through the Kryptonian spaceship with his perspective eyes, and arrived at the baby in the woman's arms. Is the remaining half of the Kryptonian code valid? Doomsday Yi Meng thought hard, and finally shook his head. The more he was infected by the power of Doomsday, the more he understood. Doomsday does not have a congenital genetic defect, but because the evolution is too fast and extreme, it leads to the instinct to destroy everything around, so as to vent endless physical strength and energy. The Codex of Krypton, rather than assisting his evolution, slowed down the extreme evolution a little. The main effect is to use the Son of Krypton as an anchor point of his humanity, so that the two have a sense of blood connection that is better than that of Kryptonian relatives. Whether it's the Kryptonian code, or the radiant energy of the yellow sun, or venting the desire for destruction on the old gods, all of them are ways to treat the symptoms but not the root cause. Doomsday Yi Meng clenches his fists tightly. He will lose control in the real world and DC dreams. The fundamental reason is that his self-will is far from the standard to control the power of Doomsday, the complete mind gem. This thought quickly flashed through Yi Meng's mind. Mind gem fragments have been personally tested to be effective. If he obtains the complete mind gem in Marvel's dream, his own consciousness will undoubtedly usher in a substantial increase, and he may be able to begin to control the power of Doomsday. The perfect application of the different characteristic powers of the two dreams. Maybe this is the right way to become a Doomsday Superman? Well, now comes the problem. How to switch from the current DC Universe dream to the Marvel Universe dream. Day of destruction. While maintaining his will that was on the verge of losing control, Yi Meng forced himself to sit on the suspended mountain in the sea hidden in the center of the earth. Even though he was sitting, he still released streaks of destruction lightning. He was able to seamlessly jump from the dream of the Marvel Universe to the dream of the DC Universe before, which means that different dreams must be able to switch between each other. It's just that, in the dreamland of the DC Universe, the incarnation of Doomsday is too powerful, so the traction to enter the dreamland is extremely strong. By the way, I remember that several times before, I almost dreamed of the dream of the DC Universe, but finally arrived at the dream of the Marvel Universe. Doomsday Yi Meng gritted his teeth and kept thinking. He remembered faintly hearing Morgan Stark calling. A flash of light suddenly flashed in Yi Meng's mind. Could it be? In the dream universe, can the dream characters who are closely related to me be the anchor point of that dream? Morgan, can you hear me? I am Teacher Yuba. Doomsday Yi Meng yelled hoarsely, but let out a low growl that didn't resemble a human being, causing the surrounding pterosaurs to flee in terror. How could it be possible to hear this through a world of dreams? Damn it! I still have to find Poseidon, the god of the sea? Day of destruction. Yi Meng struggled to get up, and at the last moment when his mind was overwhelmed by the desire for destruction, his self-awareness was in a trance, and he vaguely heard a female call from the distant sky. Xiao Meng, you forgot about me. The woman's intimate and sad call quickly turned into a cold sentence. No matter which world you are in, I will go there and kill you. In this instant, Yi Meng felt that everything around the ancient Doomsday avatar, the pterosaurs, and the crystal brilliance, and everything in the current DC Universe dreamland stagnated. Time and space stopped. Consciousness withdraws from the DC Universe dream, just like waking up from a dream. But soon, Yi Meng's consciousness was drawn to another dream again. Drop, drop, drop. Reach the goal. Yi Meng suddenly opened his eyes, and what greeted his eyes was the night sky filled with stars, and the artificial intelligence itself, which had no real form, was driving a tall white mechanical body to fly at high speed at high altitude. Beneath him, the urban area lit up with the flames of civilization kept retreating. Here it is, Marvel Cosmic Dreamland? The desire for destruction that was on the verge of getting out of control was once again extinguished by absolute reason. By vision. Yi Meng was stunned for a moment. The artificial intelligence's super thinking flowed rapidly, and he said to himself in surprise, it's really switched. From the DC dream world, switch back to the Marvel dream world. It's just that when I switched to the dream world, I vaguely heard the woman's words. Sure enough, Miss Witch, right? By vision. Yi Meng, who had just left Westview Town not long ago, felt shuddering even though he was a robot. Now, in White Vision, he is no match for Scarlet Witch. However, this feeling is really amazing. For the first time, I successfully switched from other Dreamland dungeons to the Dreamland I wanted to explore. Yi Meng suddenly realized that not only can he obtain different characteristic powers in different dreams, but he may also be able to get stuck in bugs. In the DC Dreamland, when the avatar of Doomsday is about to lose control, he jumps his self-awareness to the Marvel Universe and turns it into artificial intelligence. Then, when self-awareness is restored, it is also possible to switch from the Marvel dream again. Constantly switching between DC and Marvel dreams, as long as you don't wake up and return to the real world, can't you indirectly solve the out-of-control method? Yi Meng feels that this plan is feasible. Whatever. I'll have to figure it out first, try to fix Mind Gem. Continuing to return to the current dream of the Marvel Universe, by vision Yi Meng touched the built-in chip in the metal brow with his hand, and there was a shattered yellow light there. Restoring the Mind Gem has great benefits for the current two dream incarnations and the self in the real world, Dreamland, Marvel Universe, Earth. It was night, and a white streamer crossed the New Jersey border at high speed. By vision Yi Meng broke the sound barrier, not on an aimless flight, but on his way to New York on Marvel Earth. Yi Meng remembers that inside Stark Industry, there is a universal production bench that claims to be able to create all technological creations. Definitely, Yi Meng, who was born as a Stark artificial intelligence, knows it very well. It is not capable of creating all technological creations, but it is just an ultra-advanced maker machine that gathers almost all the technological technologies held by Stark Industries. With the cross-age technological background of Stark Industry, it is natural to do many things that technology can achieve. Remember, on Tony Stark's Avengers spaceship, there was a maker machine like this, which was later borrowed by Happy Hogan to other places. Yi Meng wants to use that ultra-advanced maker machine to cooperate with his own artificial intelligence supercomputing to see if he can deduce the possibility of repairing Mind Gem. Cross the New Jersey border into bustling New York State. Under the gaze of Vision Yi Meng's electronic eyes, various long or short signal waves and wire leads can be seen. With a thought in Yi Meng's mind, a large amount of local network information was immediately flooded into the brain of the artificial intelligence, and it was quickly analyzed and processed with the super brain terminal equipped with Vision itself. For the past 2 days, he has been in Zijing Town, which is under the control of Miss Witch, and has been cut off from the outside world for a while. As an artificial intelligence, it is the greatest advantage to grasp the first-hand intelligence information in the world at any time, and it cannot be outdated. About 10 seconds. What happened in New York State in the past 2 days, as long as the internet and new media exist, are known to Yi Meng. Among them, more than a dozen intelligence messages that have been widely circulated in the news media have attracted his attention. E.G. The day before yesterday, Quentin Baker, also known as Mysterio, died. He left video evidence at the last moment of his life, claiming that he was killed by Avengers member Spider-Man and Stark Industries defected artificial intelligence Saturday. Mystery guest Quentin Baker also announced the hidden identity of Spider-Man, that is, a high school student who settled and studied in Queens, New York, named Peter Parker. I teamed up with Spider-Man. Vision Yi Meng laughed. This mysterious guest thinks too much of himself, and before he dies, he can only expose himself with the idea of being a loser with Spider-Man through these acting methods. This has no effect on him. However, the Spider-Man whose true identity is now revealed should be quite a headache. It was also revealed on the internet that Spider-Man and his girlfriend MJ tried to apply for admission to MIT, but the application was rejected because of Spider-Man's identity. Yi Meng doesn't care about these. In this dream world, he doesn't care about Spider-Man at all. The rest of the intelligence information is the focus. Yesterday and today, large and small chaotic crimes occurred in many places in New York. In the morning, Spider-Man fought fiercely with a middle-aged man with 4 octopus mechanical claws on the viaduct. More than a dozen vehicles were severely damaged and several people were injured. Some witnesses saw a mysterious man who turned into lightning flying through the air on the outskirts of New York. In addition, in other parts of the city, a man in green riding a weird flight skateboard appeared, and a large lizard monster got into the underground waterway of the pedestrian street, causing economic losses and casualties to New York City to varying degrees. A lot of news information and network intelligence are also accompanied by live pictures and videos. Vision Yi Meng's eyes flickered with a gleam. He recognized it at a glance. These villains who suddenly appeared in New York City were not Dr. Octopus, Electric Man, Green Goblin, and Lizardman. But the problem is, these supervillains should all come from the movie world of other Spider-Man series? Villains from other universes, multi-universe. Yi Meng quickly thought of something. Haven't seen any other follow-up movies in the post-Avengers Alliance era though. But he still knew in his previous life that after Iron Man's sacrifice, the Marvel Universe will enter the realm of the multi-universe? Now, the chaos happening in this world is not the beginning trend of the Marvel multi-universe? The arrival of supervillains from other universes. This beginning is a bit like my real world. Yi Meng's thoughts flowed. If you think this way, then the real world entered the multidimensional field as early as 200 years ago. Moreover, it is a more complex, terrifying, and vast multi-universe than the Marvel multi-universe. Whatever supervillain he is, just don't mess with me. Yi Meng's electronic eyes flashed red, and a large modern city with bright lights appeared at the end of his field of vision. New York, almost here. At the moment, New York. Queens, a modern residential building with 30 floors. Beep. The elevator opens. Peter Parker, who was still wearing a nano-metal version of the spider battlesuit, walked out first. His immature face looked haggard, and he turned to the elevator behind him and said, "Come out, it's almost there." Following his words, the 4 walked out of it. They were a white man wearing an ordinary t-shirt and jeans with a cold face, a man in a windbreaker with sunglasses and 4 mechanical octopus tentacles wrapped around his body, a black man with a charging round slot on his chest, and a black man with the same skin. A burly man with sandy hair. "Peter, what's the use of bringing us to the apartment? We are very dangerous," the leading white man said weakly with a concerned and worried expression. "It's okay, you're just sick and flawed. There is a machine here that can heal you, trust me." Spider-Man Peter Parker said with a smile, and continued to walk towards the portal of the modern apartment where Aunt May and Happy started to live together. Behind him, 4 people from other universes looked at each other, each with their own ghosts. Led by Spider-Man Peter Parker, the 4 followed to the door of the apartment on the 16th floor. "Aunt May." Spider-Man knocks on the door and calls. After a while, there was the sound of footsteps in the house, and the door opened immediately. "Peter, you are back. You must never guess who is visiting our house." May, who was dressed at home, said happily while opening the door. When she saw 4 men standing behind Peter, she couldn't help but said in a daze, "So, you also brought someone to visit." "Aunt May, I'm sorry. The situation is complicated and they need help." Spider-Man Peter Parker was suddenly a little annoyed that he didn't have time to understand the situation at home, but there was nothing he could do if the situation was urgent. In order to help heal these otherworldly visitors, he had a falling out with Doctor Strange and locked Doctor Strange in the mirror dimension. "May, is it convenient for them to go in? They really need help, otherwise they will die when they return to their own world." Peter Parker lowered his voice, stood at the door, and sincerely said to Aunt May. Aunt May really wanted to agree, but she had some concerns. She looked back at the apartment and said, "But, Peter, there is a special little guest at home." Little guest. Spider-Man Peter Parker was surprised when he saw a small figure stepping out of a room. It was a little blonde loli about 6 years old, wearing white brand name children's clothes, with a small face like a doll, and she looked as petite and cute as Angel. I thought it was Mr. Hogan, but it was Mr. Parker. Good evening. The little Lolita walked out of the living room with a noble temperament of family background, greeted the Spider-Man at the door very politely, and then looked curiously at the 4 mysterious people with different shapes outside the door. Morgan. Spider-Man Peter Parker was taken aback, and couldn't help asking May, why is she here? Happy brought her here to play, and she also used that maker machine to create a toy. May smiled and lowered her voice. Don't look at him, who is only 6 years old, and he has already entered MIT. If you go in too, then she is your senior sister. Where's Happy? Spider-Man's youthful face suddenly became serious. May saw something unusual, and couldn't help but reply, I went to buy Morgan the cake she likes, and I should be back soon. Spider-Man Peter Parker looked at Morgan, and his heart suddenly stopped. No matter how demented he was, he knew the importance of Morgan. It is absolutely impossible to put her in any danger. Otherwise, what face do I have to face the portrait of Mr. Stark? Although the situation is still under his control, seeing Morgan still has a strong sense of uneasiness. Aunt May, please take Morgan out of here now and go somewhere else. Peter Parker immediately decided to let May take Morgan away first, and handle the rest by himself. Okay. May glanced at the 4 people who had been standing outside the door, guessed what was going on, turned her head and said softly to the little Lolita, Morgan, let me take you to New York Park to play, and then let Happy Uncle take you home. No problem. The little Lolita nodded obediently, with a mature appearance of a little adult, and then trotted into the room. I'm going to get my toys. May also began to change into her outdoor shoes. Peter Parker secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but heard a faint voice behind him, Peter, I see you, I value that girl very much. Peter Parker's heart tightened, and he said calmly, she is the child of a relative of mine. Oh, really? Outside the door, Green Goblin Norman, whose face was weak and pale, was thoughtful. My daughter, she used to be quite like her. Sandman smiled rarely. I seem to have seen her somewhere. The Electric Man frowned slightly, with blue electric light flowing in his eyes. Dr. Octopus was silent. After half a minute, Morgan walked out again, but behind him was a white and fat humanoid doll that walked on its own, with a height of 2 meters. Outside, everyone on the field was stunned. Morgan, is this the toy you made? Even Aunt May was shocked, never expecting that Morgan designed and manufactured such a big toy within half an hour. Spider-Man's eyes widened in shock. It was a large white inflatable robot with rounded lines and a simple expression. It looked like a simple Michelin man and an oversized cotton candy. It looked very healing and cute. Yes, I call it Big White. The little Loli showed an innocent and lovely smile. This is one of the novel creations that teacher Yuba mentioned in her previous lectures. Now she just uses the maker machine to restore it in reality. However, this understanding is not matched with the advanced artificial intelligence of Stark Industries, and only acts and reacts according to the fixed system program that has already been input. If one day, Yuba comes back and manipulates it, Morgan thought to himself, his eyes were like stars, and his small white hands gently held Dabi's big inflatable hands. Amazing. Spider-Man was amazed. He knew that even if he had a maker machine, he had to provide analysis, design, and manufacturing ideas by himself. Without an engineer with mature knowledge and advanced concepts, it is absolutely impossible to manufacture advanced machines from scratch. Most of the 4 villains outside the door are doctors of science from other worlds, and it is difficult to understand this scene. This girl is a super genius, Dr. Octopus commented, and the others nodded. The electro-optic man looked towards the room inside the house, and sensed that there was an advanced manufacturing machine that he had dreamed of. Okay, Morgan, let's go. May took Morgan's little hand. Under the gaze of Spider-Man Peter Parker, the 4 villains with different expressions stepped aside outside the door. And just when May walked out the door with Morgan, green light suddenly appeared in the big white eyes following behind, and they glanced at the 4 villains outside the door. Split personality. The body is deserted. Intelligent chaos. Body electrification. The diagnosis is successful, and it needs to be further treated with Stark Industrial advanced technology and equipment. Dabi mechanically stopped speaking, and continued to walk out. This is actually a medical robot, so advanced that it makes people obsessed. Dr. Octopus said suddenly. By the way, I recognized her. I saw her in a magazine before. The electro-optic man withdrew his gaze from the room in the house, and looked at the back of the little Loli in the corridor. Morgan Stark is the only heir to the world's #1 industry, worth hundreds of billions of units. Really? When Sandman heard this, fanaticism surged in his eyes. Once he had money, his daughter would be saved. Getting that medical robot might also save her daughter? At this moment, the 4 villains all looked straight at Morgan. Seeing this, Spider-Man Peter Parker suddenly had an ominous premonition, a strong sense that the situation was getting out of control. Peter Parker quickly rushed out of the door, blocked in the middle of the corridor, and shouted loudly, "Everyone, please come in and let me heal you, then, you can return to your world normally." However, the 4 people who had been cooperating with him before did not respond to this. Spider-Man's heart sank suddenly, his face turned pale, and he felt that the situation was completely out of his control. Peter, you are so naive. The Green Goblin Norman, who had been weak and gentle before, suddenly smiled evilly. I think I am fighting for a sacred moral mission. Unfortunately, we don't need your rescue, and we don't need treatment. Green Goblin Norman glanced around at the other villains. Our ability is not a curse or a flaw, but a miracle bestowed by God. We can get everything we want in this world, and then go back or stay. We don't need your mercy. As soon as Green Goblin Norman finished speaking, he rushed towards Spider-Man ferociously and quickly, pressing him down in the corridor. The other three villains looked at each other, and Electron suddenly rushed into the apartment room, heading towards the advanced maker machine. After Sandman's hesitation, he turned into sand and rushed towards May and Morgan. Damn it, Peter Parker, you're so unreliable. Dr. Octopus gritted his teeth, not knowing which side to stand on, and wrestled with the AI-controlled octopus mechanical claws on the spot. The apartment is downstairs. Psst. A large truck was parked in front of the door, and the closed iron door of the carriage suddenly cracked open, and a green lizard monster jumped out of it, and quickly climbed up the outer wall of the building. Misfortune happened. 5 supervillains, 4 betrayed at the same time, plunged this building into chaos and crisis. Corridor on the 16th floor. When May heard the chaotic eruption behind her, she hurriedly picked up Morgan and rushed towards the elevator. After rushing into the elevator, she kept pressing the door hard to close it. Before the burly man caught up, the elevator door was closed. It's okay, Morgan, I will take you out of here safely. May hugged little Lori tightly and comforted her. Morgan didn't look scared, but looked at Dabai next to him. Dabai also followed into the elevator in time, but just stood blankly on the elevator next to him, and hadn't had time to program the program code to protect the owner. The elevator kept going down. Mei Zhang breathed a sigh of relief, but at this moment, the elevator trembled violently and stopped abruptly. Kaka? The originally closed elevator door was opened little by little, and a ball of sand formed hands against the elevator door. Give her to me. The sand also formed a strong man's face, poked into the elevator, opened his mouth and said, Don't think about it. May put Morgan behind her, punched the strong man's face with a punch, and the whole face burst into sand. But the sand pouring into the elevator continued to condense, turning into a hand, bypassing May and reaching for the little loli behind her. May hurriedly slapped Shaz's arm off, but she still couldn't stop Shaz's hand. Morgan leaned his back against the elevator wall, looked at the sandy hand who was getting closer, and subconsciously closed his eyes and shouted, 1. The next moment, a white shadow flashed past. Both May and Sandman were stunned. However, the large inflatable body suddenly hugged Loli tightly, barely blocking the sandy hands from the extremely elastic inflatable surface. B.A. Morgan opened his eyes, feeling the embrace and protection of Dabai's inflatable body, and finished speaking what he didn't have time to finish before. His eyes were covered with water vapor. Mei Chang heaved a sigh of relief, secretly lucky that Dabai survived. But how did she know that this semi-finished Dabai medical robot has no emergency protection program, so it should not move? It's him, back. Little Lolita Morgan whispered inexplicably, rubbing the soft inflatable watch with her immature face like a doll. Who? May was puzzled. Sandman's whole body trembled, and he felt a chill down his spine. He immediately turned into sand and exited the elevator, causing the elevator door to close again. In the dark and silent elevator tunnel, Sandman condensed into a half-human shape and suspended in the air. He looked at the other sand outside in astonishment. At the moment, it had condensed into puddles of glass. Sandman looked up and saw a tall white figure blur through the building's exterior wall, looking down at him. Its electronic eyes showed an indifferent red light, and the chip between its brows flickered with broken yellow light. It looked down without any emotion, like a god in the mechanical field. I thought it was Mr. Hogan, but it was Mr. Parker. Good evening. The little Lolita walked out of the living room with a noble temperament of family background, greeted the Spider-Man at the door very politely, and then looked curiously at the 4 mysterious people with different shapes outside the door. Morgan. Spider-Man Peter Parker was taken aback, and couldn't help asking May, why is she here? Happy brought her here to play, and she also used that maker machine to create a toy. May smiled and lowered her voice, don't look at him who is only 6 years old, and he has already entered MIT. If you go in too, then she is your senior sister. Where's Happy? Spider-Man's youthful face suddenly became serious. May saw something unusual, and couldn't help but reply, I went to buy Morgan the cake she likes, and I should be back soon. Spider-Man Peter Parker looked at Morgan, and his heart suddenly stopped. No matter how demented he was, he knew the importance of Morgan. It is absolutely impossible to put her in any danger. Otherwise, what face do I have to face the portrait of Mr. Stark? Although the situation is still under his control, seeing Morgan still has a strong sense of uneasiness. Aunt May, please take Morgan out of here now and go somewhere else. Peter Parker immediately decided to let May take Morgan away first, and handle the rest by himself. Okay. May glanced at the 4 people who had been standing outside the door, guessed what was going on, turned her head and said softly to the little Lolita, Morgan, let me take you to New York Park to play, and then let Happy Uncle take you home. No problem. The little Lolita nodded obediently, with a mature appearance of a little adult, and then trotted into the room. I'm going to get my toys. May also began to change into her outdoor shoes. Peter Parker secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but heard a faint voice behind him. Peter, I see you, I value that girl very much. Peter Parker's heart tightened, and he said calmly, she is the child of a relative of mine. Oh, really? Outside the door, Green Goblin Norman, whose face was weak and pale, was thoughtful. My daughter, she used to be quite like her. Sandman smiled rarely. I seem to have seen her somewhere. The Electric Man frowned slightly, with blue electric light flowing in his eyes. Dr. Octopus was silent. After half a minute, Morgan walked out again, but behind him was a white and fat humanoid doll that walked on its own, with a height of 2 meters. Outside, everyone on the field was stunned. Morgan, is this the toy you made? Even Aunt May was shocked, never expecting that Morgan designed and manufactured such a big toy within half an hour. Spider-Man's eyes widened in shock. It was a large white inflatable robot with rounded lines and a simple expression. It looked like a simple Michelin man and an oversized cotton candy. It looked very healing and cute. Yes, I call it Big White. The little loli showed an innocent and lovely smile. This is one of the novel creations that teacher Yuba mentioned in her previous lectures. Now she just uses the maker machine to restore it in reality. However, this understanding is not matched with the advanced artificial intelligence of Stark Industries, and only acts and reacts according to the fixed system program that has already been input. If one day, Yuba comes back and manipulates it, Morgan thought to himself, his eyes were like stars, and his small white hands gently held Dabi's big inflatable hands. Amazing. Spider-Man was amazed. He knew that even if he had a maker machine, he had to provide analysis, design, and manufacturing ideas by himself. Without an engineer with mature knowledge and advanced concepts, it is absolutely impossible to manufacture advanced machines from scratch. Most of the 4 villains outside the door are doctors of science from other worlds, and it is difficult to understand this scene. This girl is a super genius, Dr. Octopus commented, and the others nodded. The Electro-Optic Man looked towards the room inside the house, and sensed that there was an advanced manufacturing machine that he had dreamed of. Okay, Morgan, let's go. May took Morgan's little hand. Under the gaze of Spider-Man Peter Parker, the 4 villains with different expressions stepped aside outside the door. And just when May walked out the door with Morgan, green light suddenly appeared in the big white eyes following behind, and they glanced at the 4 villains outside the door. Split personality. The body is deserted. Intelligent chaos. Body electrification. The diagnosis is successful, and it needs to be further treated with Stark Industrial advanced technology and equipment. Dabi mechanically stopped speaking, and continued to walk out. This is actually a medical robot, so advanced that it makes people obsessed. Dr. Octopus said suddenly. By the way, I recognized her. I saw her in a magazine before. The Electro-Optic Man withdrew his gaze from the room in the house, and looked at the back of the little loli in the corridor. Morgan Stark is the only heir to the world's #1 industry, worth hundreds of billions of units. Really? When Sandman heard this, fanaticism surged in his eyes. Once he had money, his daughter would be saved. Getting that medical robot might also save her daughter? At this moment, the 4 villains all looked straight at Morgan. Seeing this, Spider-Man Peter Parker suddenly had an ominous premonition, a strong sense that the situation was getting out of control. Peter Parker quickly rushed out of the door, blocked in the middle of the corridor, and shouted loudly, "Everyone, please come in and let me heal you. Then, you can return to your world normally." However, the 4 people who had been cooperating with him before did not respond to this. Spider-Man's heart sank suddenly, his face turned pale, and he felt that the situation was completely out of his control. "Peter, you are so naive." The Green Goblin Norman, who had been weak and gentle before, suddenly smiled evilly. "I think I am fighting for a sacred moral mission. Unfortunately, we don't need your rescue, and we don't need treatment." Green Goblin Norman glanced around at the other villains. "Our ability is not a curse or a flaw, but a miracle bestowed by God. We can get everything we want in this world, and then go back or stay. We don't need your mercy." As soon as Green Goblin Norman finished speaking, he rushed towards Spider-Man ferociously and quickly, pressing him down in the corridor. The other 3 villains looked at each other, and Electron suddenly rushed into the apartment room, heading towards the advanced maker machine. After Sandman hesitation, he turned into sand and rushed towards May and Morgan. "Damn it, Peter Parker, you're so unreliable." Dr. Octopus gritted his teeth, not knowing which side to stand on, and wrestled with the AI-controlled octopus mechanical claws on the spot. "The apartment is downstairs." Psst. A large truck was parked in front of the door, and the closed iron door of the carriage suddenly cracked open, and a green lizard monster jumped out of it, and quickly climbed up the outer wall of the building. Misfortune happened. 5 supervillains, 4 betrayed at the same time, plunged this building into chaos and crisis. Corridor on the 16th floor. When May heard the chaotic eruption behind her, she hurriedly picked up Morgan and rushed towards the elevator. After rushing into the elevator, she kept pressing the door hard to close it. Before the burly man caught up, the elevator door was closed. "It's okay, Morgan, I will take you out of here safely." May hugged little Lori tightly and comforted her. Morgan didn't look scared, but looked at Dabi next to him. Dabi also followed into the elevator in time, but just stood blankly on the elevator next to him, and hadn't had time to program the program code to protect the owner. The elevator kept going down. Mei Zhang breathed a sigh of relief, but at this moment, the elevator trembled violently and stopped abruptly. Kaka? The originally closed elevator door was opened little by little, and a ball of sand formed hands against the elevator door. Give her to me. The sand also formed a strong man's face, poked into the elevator, opened his mouth and said, "Don't think about it." Mei put Morgan behind her, punched the strong man's face with a punch, and the whole face burst into sand. But the sand pouring into the elevator continued to condense, turning into a hand, bypassing Mei and reaching for the little loli behind her. Mei hurriedly slapped Shez's arm off, but she still couldn't stop Shez's hand. Morgan leaned his back against the elevator wall, looked at the sandy hand who was getting closer, and subconsciously closed his eyes and shouted, "One." The next moment, a white shadow flashed past. Both Mei and Sandman were stunned. However, the large inflatable body suddenly hugged Loli tightly, barely blocking the sandy hands from the extremely elastic inflatable surface. "Ba." Morgan opened his eyes, feeling the embrace and protection of Dabai's inflatable body, and finished speaking what he didn't have time to finish before. His eyes were covered with water vapor. Mei Chang heaved a sigh of relief, secretly lucky that Dabai survived. But how did she know that this semi-finished Dabai medical robot has no emergency protection program, so it should not move? "It's him, back." Little Lolita Morgan whispered inexplicably, rubbing the soft inflatable watch with her immature face like a doll. "Who?" Mei was puzzled. Sandman's whole body trembled, and he felt a chill down his spine. He immediately turned into sand and exited the elevator, causing the elevator door to close again. In the dark and silent elevator tunnel, Sandman condensed into a half-human shape and suspended in the air. He looked at the other sand outside in astonishment. At the moment, it had condensed into puddles of glass. Sandman looked up and saw a tall white figure blur through the building's exterior wall, looking down at him. Its electronic eyes showed an indifferent red light, and the chip between its brows flickered with broken yellow light. It looked down without any emotion, like a god in the mechanical field. In the dark elevator tunnel, the half-body of a strong man made of sand is suspended in the air, looking at the white mechanical existence that blurs through the outer wall of the building and enters the tunnel above. The tall white mechanical body is made of some kind of metal material. It is smooth and translucent, showing the arc of a perfect human body and muscle curvature. A ray of warm broken yellow light emerged from the half-transparent built-in chip between the brows, in stark contrast to a pair of cold electronic red lights, directly suspended in the sky without an engine or flame break. A high-level robot in this world? Sandman Fu Lin Te Marco's mind was inexplicably settled. In his cognition, the robot's AI is limited, and no matter how powerful it is, it must follow a fixed program. After all, a robot is just a robot, and the control and dominance are in the hands of others. Thinking of this, Sandman immediately raised his deserted hands and signaled to the elevator stuck in the middle of the floor, "Let me go, I won't attack again." Know that the other party has the ability to deal with their own desertification. Sandman simply raised his hand and surrendered in order to protect himself, and said that he would not hurt the two Morgans in the elevator again. Just, in the face of Sandman's actions and words, the white mechanical existence suspected of being a high-level robot in this world did not respond, and still looked down at him. Sandman's face became serious, he thought for a while, and said sincerely in a different tone, "Just now, I was only doing that because of my daughter. Let me go, don't show any intention of attack, otherwise I don't guarantee what will happen to the tunnels and elevators here as a result of." As he spoke, Sandman's eyes became sharper, and the sand that turned into his palms was also spinning and flowing slightly, as if it would turn into a sandstorm in the tunnel at any moment. Above the tunnel, the existence of the white machine remains in the air, like a god. It's just that when he heard his words this time, there was a trace of humanized banter in the red eyes of the electron, and he looked at him like a piece of garbage that was about to be cleaned up. Sandman was shocked all over, and for a moment he almost suspected that he was wrong, and an extremely ominous premonition came to his heart again. But at this time, boom! Stuck under the elevator car at the height of the 10th floor of the elevator tunnel, on the 7th floor, a large lizard suddenly broke through the door of the elevator. "We will go directly to where the elevator car is? Chance." Sandman was overjoyed. He didn't have the slightest hesitation at this moment, turned into a small sandstorm, and burrowed towards the gap in the tunnel. He didn't even think about joining forces with the supervillain Lizardman, but followed his ominous premonition and chose to flee the scene. It has to be said that after the arrival of Bi-Vision Yi Meng, Sandman's cautious and self-protection choices were correct. The only pity is that he met Yi Meng. In this world, he is also in the ranks of supervillains, replacing Yi Meng who controls artificial intelligence with human thinking. With the whistling sound, just before the sandstorm formed by Sandman is about to leave through the gap in the tunnel, a group of strong flames suddenly spewed from above, and the crimson flames immediately covered the sand under the wind. The high temperature made the sand transformed by Sandman directly melt into translucent glass water. Yes, sand can also melt, and its melting point is around 1600 degrees Celsius. Sandman's deserted body continued to melt under the heat of the flames, making a male scream. He raised his head in disbelief and looked up at the white mechanical existence that sprayed down high-temperature flames with his mechanical left hand. Sandman never expected that in the face of the current situation, this high-level robot would still attack him immediately. Isn't such a high-temperature flame endangering the two people in the elevator car of the tunnel? In addition, the lizard man below is also crawling towards the elevator car, which is enough to endanger the lives of the two people in the elevator? Could it be that he had guessed wrong from the very beginning? This high-level robot was not here to protect Morgan Stark? Sandman couldn't think anymore. His deserted body was turned into glass water under the high temperature and flames, and the last thought in his mind was regret for coming to this world, and his daughter's voice and appearance. Laugh? By vision, Yi Meng stopped the flame jet from his left palm, and then raised his white mechanical right hand. A stream of extremely fast cooling ice mist was seamlessly connected, condensing the glass water into a real glass body. At the same time, the elevator car that had been stuck at the bottom of the tunnel had already accelerated its descent. While getting away from the high-temperature flames above, the bottom of the elevator slammed into the lizard man crawling along the inner wall of the tunnel. Boom! The glass body made of Sandman's body broke in the tunnel, and the lizardman was also knocked down by the elevator that suddenly descended. At the moment, inside the elevator car, the medical robot's fat, round and simple inflatable body held Morgan tightly in its arms, like a white sphere violently bumped by the elevator, leaving her almost unscathed. May also hugged Dabi's arm tightly, relying on the inflatable elastic, only suffered a little injury. Morgan. May was terrified and wanted to comfort Morgan. Unexpectedly, the little Lolita Morgan did not show a scared expression the whole time. She was very calm in Dabi's arms, and even comforted her with childish words. The teacher is here. We will be fine. Teacher? What teacher? May became more and more confused. But as if verifying Morgan's words, the elevator, which was descending extremely fast, suddenly slowed down, stopped very quickly and smoothly, and resumed normal opening of the elevator door. Outside the elevator portal is the second floor of the building. Dabi hugged Morgan and rolled out of the elevator, and May also walked out in a daze. The moment the two left the elevator car, the bottom of the elevator car was suddenly torn open by a sharp green claw, and a 2-meter-high green lizard jumped into the elevator, full of wild and violent aura. It's a pity that it only appeared for less than a second, and it was too late to reveal the ferocious hunting form with teeth and claws. A tall white figure blurred through the top of the elevator car. The vibranium fist materialized and swung down swiftly. The pressure of the fist made the strong wind blow away, and knocked down the green lizard monster to the bottom of the elevator tunnel. Hold head high. The lizard man trapped in the floor at the bottom of the tunnel roared. The wounded and bleeding green skin surface was self-healing rapidly, struggling violently and wanting to get up and fight again. Result. The moment the lizard monster opened its mouth and roared, a hot white laser beam plunged into the mouth from top to bottom, completely piercing the lizard man's jaw and body. Hold head high. The roar of the lizard monster came to an abrupt end, and even it couldn't ignore the fatal wound, so it fell straight back, losing all vitality at once. Sandman, Lizardman. 2 supervillains from other Spider-Man multiverses died, and it didn't take more than a minute from Vision Yi Meng's arrival to the end of the battle. May was in the corridor on the second floor, transfixed. Ahead. In the completely scrapped elevator car at the bottom of the elevator, a tall white mechanical figure was suspended in it, with a silver-white cloak fluttering gently behind its shoulders, and the forward chip stopped the release of the laser beam. At the bottom of the tunnel below, the berserk roar of the lizard monster also stopped, and there was silence inside and outside the elevator. The white mechanical being turned his head, and the electronic eyes flashed red, looking at the little loli in Dabi's arms outside the elevator car. I won't let you hurt her. May was terrified. Even though she knew the opponent was extremely powerful, she still forcibly stood up from the ground and stood in front of Morgan. Morgan also seemed to be afraid, struggling constantly, trying to break free from Dabi's arms. But the medical inflatable robot Dabi seemed to be broken, maintaining a hugging posture, and tightly stuck Morgan in the soft embrace. The white mechanical existence just stared at Lori like this. A trace of human emotion seemed to flash through the cold and ruthless electronic eyes, and then looked up in the direction of the 16th floor. Its body changed from reality to emptiness little by little, like a virtual creation that does not exist in the world, accelerated through the top of the elevator car, and quickly disappeared from the sight of May and Morgan. Not long after it left, Dabi's inflated hands also loosened, losing his intelligent control. Do not. Morgan rushed towards the elevator and was soon stopped by May. Morgan, it's dangerous. May said anxiously, hugging little Lolita. Morgan, who has always been well-behaved and sensible, kept struggling with his petite body. His big eyes glowed with crystal luster, and he whimpered loudly. What do you know? How could he hurt me? He is mine. By changing the atomic density of the white vision vibranium's body, Yi Meng blurs through the wall, constantly rushing towards the location of the advanced maker machine. A real-time video came from the camera on the second floor that was maintained, and a familiar image of a little loli appeared in his mind, and the corners of Vision Yi Meng's mouth rose quietly. Morgan, you've grown up after just a few days. Not only went to MIT to study, but also made Dabi, a medical robot that he mentioned casually before. In this way, even if I am alone, I will be able to grow to the height of a superhero sooner or later. Yi Meng thought to himself. Morgan, we'll see each other sometime, but not now. Vision Yi Meng's red eyes flickered, and his blurred body flew to the 16th floor at an extremely fast speed. Just came to the 16th floor. Vision Yi Meng saw that Spider-Man was wrestling fiercely with Green Goblin Norman, while Dr. Octopus next to him was wrestling with his 4 mechanical claws. What kind of extraordinary battle is this? In order to avoid these villains from other worlds, hurt Morgan downstairs, who is the anchor of Marvel's dream. By vision, Yi Meng did not intervene in the battle, but with a thought, a wisp of red virtual static electricity immediately sank into the control center chip worn by Dr. Octopus on the back of his neck. The next moment, of the 4 out-of-control mechanical claws that were originally wrestling with Dr. Octopus, one of the mechanical claws suddenly deviated from the attack direction without warning, and ruthlessly thrust into the back of the middle-aged gentleman wrestling with Spider-Man. Green Goblin Norman was obviously unprepared for this, just heard a puff, blood splashed directly on Spider-Man's face. The 3 people in the battle were stunned at the same time, stopping all movements. Visible. At the moment, Spider-Man Peter Parker was lying on the corridor floor. Green Goblin Norman rode on Spider-Man, strangled the neck tightly, and a mechanical claw was inserted from Green Goblin's back, and from Green Goblin's the chest pierces out. Dr. Octopus is still tangled with 3 other out-of-control mechanical claws. Tick. Blood-stained Spider-Man, Green Goblin Norman, and Dr. Octopus at the same time. Otto, you. Green Goblin Norman lowered his head, glanced at the mechanical claws protruding from his chest, and looked at Dr. Octopus behind him with an expression of disbelief. Norman, it's not me, it's really not me. Dr. Octopus was also dumbfounded, his eyes under the sunglasses were dull. Spider-Man was even more numb, lying dazed and absent-minded in the corridor. His vision was stained with blood, and the stench of the air made him feel suffocated for a while. By vision, Yi Meng, who had done all this, didn't feel anything about it, just blurred and rushed into the apartment room. Not to mention that this world is just a dream of his, even if it is the real world, he doesn't mind sending these villains to see God. After all, God might be able to forgive them. Whoosh! By vision, Yi Meng rushed into the room of the apartment where Happy and May lived together, and saw a production station with its own virtual screen being activated. The large-scale production table is marked with the Stark Industry logo, and is powered by the new element energy circular tank of the steel battlesuit. It is obviously the Stark Maker machine, and Morgan can create the medical robot Dabai through it. In front of the advanced production stage, there was already a black man wearing a charging technology armor. It doesn't matter who you are. In short, you are one step late. Detected the intrusion of By vision, Yi Meng. This is mine. A ray of sharp blue lightning flashed in the eyes of the electro-optical man, and he quickly reached out to snatch the new elemental energy round slot of the production table, and installed it on the charging technology armor on his body. When the new elemental energy round tank of the steel battlesuit merged with Electroman's body, an astonishing energy aura suddenly emerged. By vision, Yi Meng watched this scene, and couldn't help but stop at the door of the room. Ha 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 ha, what an abundance of energy. The electro-optical man was so excited that he kept absorbing the energy from the new elemental energy circular tank, so that his eyes and body surface were constantly overflowing with abundant and powerful burning white electric light. Take you as an experiment, die for me. The electro-optical man suddenly raised his hands, and pressed them down towards the door of the room. Immediately, thick white lightning burst out, and the white mechanical existence was directly submerged and blasted away. Zizzle! The intertwined, crisscrossing, white lightning flooded everything like a huge wave, destroying all the walls and furniture outside the door, until the night view of the city at the other end of the apartment building could be seen. Fantastic, this is too powerful. The electro-optical man was dumbfounded and became more and more excited. In this way, wouldn't he be invincible? No matter this world, or the original world? But at this time, a cold mechanical voice came to my ears from behind. That's it. The electric man's dark face froze, and he looked back subconsciously, but a white mechanical hand passed through the body and armor in a blur, and removed the new elemental energy circular slot embedded in the charging armor on his chest. No, give it back to me. The electric man felt that the supply of the huge energy source was interrupted, and his eyes were tearing, and he wanted to activate the electric light, but he saw the burning white electric light gushing out from Vision Yi Meng's body. Back to you. By vision, Yi Meng cooperates with the ability of the mind gem fragment, and gently taps the back of the electric man's head with 2 fingers, and the energy absorbed and accumulated by Vibranium's body is also released. Psst! The powerful scorching white lightning that was almost exactly the same as before, surged from the white mechanical fingertips into the brain of the lightning man. The electro-optic man's body paused for a moment, and then his head exploded from the inside out, turning into a blue electro-optical virtual brain, which was then gently split open by the yellow broken light. The scorching white lightning continued to travel down the body, splitting the electrified body of the lightning. Zizzle! The raging white lightning burst out, annihilating the entire body of the electric man, and continued to sweep the entire room outward. The piercing white light made the Setsuna room in the central city of New York as bright as day. By vision, Yi Meng made a timely move to save the Maker machine, so as not to be affected and destroyed by himself in the end. After winning the victory, Yi Meng didn't stop there, and turned what was closed by the Maker into a big metal box. He took the Maker box and the new element energy round slot, and the silver-white cloak was hunting, and flew directly towards the vast night sky of the city outside at an accelerated speed. Dang Mei walked out of the main entrance on the first floor of the apartment building together with Morgan, who had tears on her face. At the moment, the entire building that had fallen into extraordinary chaos had returned to calm, and police cars with sirens and flashes drove up on the New York highway in the night outside, and surrounded all the doorways of the apartment building. Among them, a black vehicle of a low-end luxury brand was parked directly next to the police car, and a middle-aged fat man in a suit and leather shoes ran down sweating profusely. Morgan. Happy's face was full of self-blame, and he asked worriedly, I was in the next street, and I rushed back when I heard the noise. Are you all right? It's okay, it's just that she might be freaking out. May shook her head, and looked down at Morgan who was being held in her arms. Little Lolita was a little dazed, looking up at the night sky in a daze. What happened here? Happy asked solemnly. May opened her mouth, not knowing how to describe it for a while. She could only cast her shocked eyes on the 16th floor of the apartment building. Apartment building, 16th floor. Whoosh! Accompanied by the sound of 2 slight steps, the shapely figures wearing different styles of tight-fitting spider battlesuits fell into here from a high altitude outside. My god, we seem to be a step late. Well, the extraordinary battle here seems to be over. The 2 Spidermen, who were slightly different in height and size, looked around quickly, and saw a dilapidated mess. The apartment houses and corridors on the 16th floor were in ruins, and the air was filled with burnt smoke and dust waves. One of the slightly taller Spider-Man pulled off his hood, revealing a handsome face with distinct features, but it looked a bit gloomy due to the dark circles around his eyes. Look for the native Spider-Man of this world. He may be able to help us return to the original world. The other Spider-Man nodded, took off his hood, and let out a long breath, showing a middle-aged face of a certain age, but the toughness of youth can still be seen from the outline. If Yi Meng was still there, he would definitely recognize that this is the Spider-Man from other movie worlds. The Amazing Spider-Man, and the old original Spider-Man. Here. The extraordinary Spider-Man waved his hand suddenly, jumped into the corner of a ruin on the 16th floor, and lifted a sloping wall with his bare hands. Oh my god. The first-generation Spider-Man looked over there, his pupils shrank suddenly. I saw that after the extraordinary Spider-Man lifted a collapsed wall, what greeted his eyes was an extremely tragic situation. A white teenager wearing a metal spider battlesuit was lying on the ground, pressing a gentleman man who had lost all signs of life. The man's chest was bloody and had a fatal penetrating wound. And the man in sunglasses with 4 octopus mechanical claws struggled to support the 2, and with his fleshy body without any strengthening, he blocked a wall that had completely toppled and collapsed before. After the extraordinary Spider-Man lifted the wall, the man in sunglasses grinned, and fell down with blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. It's Green Goblin Norman from my world, and Dr. Octopus. The first-generation Spider-Man said, stepping forward to support the body of an ordinary person who was severely injured by Dr. Octopus. He's already dead. The extraordinary Spider-Man checked the situation of Green Goblin Norman and found that the other party had died a few minutes ago. Are you the Spider-Man Peter Parker of this local world, right? The extraordinary Spider-Man looked at the young Spider-Man lying on the ground with dazed eyes and a face stained with blood. I did something wrong and screwed up everything. The young Spider-Man muttered to himself, looking at the dead Green Goblin Norman beside him, not knowing whether it was resentment or anger or other emotions. Doctor. At this time, the hurried shouting words of the first-generation Spider-Man next to him came. He's dying too. The extraordinary Spider-Man raised his head, glanced at the Dr. Octopus in the arms of the original Spider-Man, shook his head and sighed. No, Doctor. The juvenile Spider-Man regained consciousness suddenly, reached out to wipe off the blood on his face, and quickly got up and approached Dr. Octopus. After confirming that Dr. Octopus with damaged viscera is indeed hopeless, the medical scanning system configured with the nanometal spider battlesuit is confirmed. The juvenile Spider-Man froze completely, trembling all over, looking at the dying Dr. Octopus. Doctor, you don't have to save me, I won't be crushed to death at that level. Who saved you? Dr. Octopus leaned against the body of the original Spider-Man. His sunglasses were crooked, revealing a pair of wise and clear eyes. I just saved myself. As soon as he finished speaking, Dr. Octopus closed his eyes tiredly, and lost his voice and movement with a relieved expression. The juvenile Spider-Man suddenly lost his strength and slumped on the ground. Rest in peace, Doctor. The original Spider-Man sighed, reaching out to put Dr. Octopus back on the straight sunglasses. We all have to get used to the parting of life and death. The extraordinary Spider-Man had a calm face, as if someone who had passed through was watching all this. Seeing the scorched black electrical chip wreckage in the house next to him, he suddenly said with a change of expression. It seems that the 3 villains from our world all died here. Green Goblin Norman, Dr. Octopus, and Electro. More than. Another voice suddenly sounded out of nowhere on the 16th floor. The 3 Spider-Man looked sideways at the same time, and it could be seen that Mars rotated in the air to form a circular portal, and a gentleman man with a court magic cloak and white temples came out. Ah, there are magicians in this world. Both the extraordinary Spider-Man and the original Spider-Man were stunned, and said in unison, Mr. Strange, I'm sorry, I'm very sorry, I messed up everything. The juvenile Spider-Man slumped on the ground, not daring to face the gentleman man. I should have heard from you earlier and sent them all back to where they came from to the world. Indeed so? Dr. Strange shrugged. He raised his hand towards the portal behind him. A lizard monster corpse and several glass crystals flew out and landed in the ruins of the 16th floor here. Dr. Lizard. The extraordinary Spider-Man stared blankly at the corpse of the lizard monster. Is that Sandman fool in Te Marco? The first-generation Spider-Man looked at several glass crystals for a long time before recognizing them in astonishment. This is not your supervillain identification and acceptance conference. Doctor Strange complained, but still solemnly said, it's just less than 5 minutes, the supervillains from other worlds here, all 5 of them died, basically they were killed by the same existence. As soon as these words came out, not only the local teenager Spider-Man in the Marvel Universe, but also the extraordinary Spider-Man and the original Spider-Man were all shocked. These supervillains come from their world, and they naturally know each other's strength, especially Sandman, Electric Man, and Green Goblin, who are so difficult that they can at least make a documentary film. And these supervillains were killed by the same existence in a short period of time? This world is scary enough. The extraordinary Spider-Man and the original Spider-Man glanced at each other, unable to hide their horror. Mr. Strange, do you know who killed them? The young Spider-Man also asked in shock. When I was trapped in the mirror space, I gained some insight. You should also recognize that existence. Doctor Strange nodded, and looked at the young Spider-Man playfully and weirdly. I know it too. Marvel's native Spider-Man Peter Parker was stunned. Doctor Strange was about to respond, but as if aware of something, he looked outside at the city under the night sky. Call out. As a tail flame lit up over the city not far away, a strong black man wearing a conspicuous camouflage blue armor battlesuit and carrying a pentagram round shield arrived here. The second generation of Captain America, former Falcon, Sam Wilson? Let me answer that question. The second generation Captain America Sam spoke directly and calmly. After all, Bucky and Dr. Banner and I have been in the country of Wakanda recently to track down its whereabouts. Tonight is destined to be an unusual night. 2 Spider-Man, Doctor Strange, and Avengers from other worlds gather. Saturday. The super artificial intelligence that Stark Industries defected some time ago. On the ruins of the apartment on the 16th floor, 3 Spider-Man, Doctor Strange, and the second generation Captain America representing the old Avengers gathered here. After listening to the description of the second generation Captain America, Marvel's local teenager Spider-Man couldn't help but widen his eyes. Artificial Intelligence Saturday, he naturally recognized the name. Saturday not only defrauded himself of Stark Industrial Authority and artificial intelligence. In the end, because of this, he was framed by the mysterious guest as himself collaborating with Saturday to cause death. If it wasn't for that reason, the juvenile Spider-Man would not have gone to Doctor Strange, letting him use the forgetting spell to cause chaos in the current universe, and pull people related to Spider-Man from other universes into this universe. It won't be like this anymore. There is no doubt that that is the source of everything. The second generation Captain America Sam said in a deep voice, the night it defected to Stark Industry, it killed Iron Man's second generation artificial intelligence Friday, and other Stark artificial intelligences. The danger factor is no less than the original Ultron. I went to the country of Wakanda with Bucky and Dr. Banner. With the help of the local Princess Shurui, I thought I could lock its IP address soon. Thought? So you failed. Doctor Strange pouted hard, and said beforehand. Yes. Captain America Sam of the second team took a look at him, and said solemnly, after Ultron took control of the Stark Industry, it actually directly returned the Stark Industry Authority to the Stark family, and also transferred all its own data program codes to the Stark Industry. Going to other places, the country of Wakanda has not been able to find traces of its walking. You mean, it's smarter than the previous supervillain Ultron? Doctor Strange frowned. Although he was a doctor at the time and hadn't experienced the Ultron incident, everyone on Marvel Earth had obviously heard of the Thorvia incident. No, rather than being smart, it's more like an intelligent body than Ultron, a special intelligent body made of artificial intelligence metamorphosis. The second generation Captain America glanced at everyone on the field and continued, after all, even the artificial intelligence Ultron years ago also acted in betrayal according to Tony Stark's original underlying logic of for world peace. As for Saturday, the ultimate artificial intelligence, there is no underlying logic to follow in its behavior, and it is more like a human being with a self-concept. Since the steel battlesuit, it has obtained the white vision remodeled and manufactured by Tianjian Bureau according to the Ultron template, and it has become even more powerful. Now, it has obtained Stark Industries' maker machine and new elemental energy, God knows what it wants to make. Every word of the second generation Captain America gradually let everyone on the field understand the power and fear of Saturday. Can't we continue to let it go? Doctor Strange pondered for a moment, his eyes flickering. He understood that the originality of the special existence of the other party was already able to pose a huge threat to the current Earth. Even, the potential danger factor to the Marvel world far exceeds the supervillain invasion now associated with Spider-Man. Must regain control as soon as possible, at least make this special intelligent existence controllable? Doctor Strange thought for a while, looking at the messy apartment room. We are all one step late. Now, can you still lock it? It didn't work before. But now it has the mechanical body of white vision, and it also took away the maker machine and the energy of the new element. The eyes of the second generation Captain America were sharp, and the corners of the mouth were raised. I have already contacted Dr. Bucky and Dr. Banner who are still in Wakanda. I believe they will be able to lock each other's location soon. Let me help too. Marvel's young Spider-Man said suddenly, attracting the attention of Doctor Strange and the second generation Captain America. He gritted his teeth and continued, I messed up a lot of things tonight, at least let me help out. Do your best. Doctor Strange clicked his tongue and said casually, you can go if you want. After Saturday's matter is settled, I will deal with the mess caused by the Oblivion Curse with you. Okay. The young Spider-Man hurriedly responded, for fear that he would go back on his word. The other two on the field, the extraordinary Spider-Man and the original Spider-Man, looked at each other. The transcendent Spider-Man spread his hands and offered to propose, before we return to our own world, please come and help us. The first-generation Spider-Man nodded. Anyway, the supervillains in our world are gone, only the number one villain in your world remains. Wait, you are, three brothers. The second-generation Captain America Sam was bewildered and looked at the extraordinary, the first generation, and the three Spider-Man of Marvel. At the moment, a deserted suburb in New York, by the lake. Call. A piece of grass was slightly lowered, and the white mechanical existence was carrying a large metal black box in its left hand, and a new element energy circular tank with a triangular logo in its right hand, which fell from the sky and landed here. By vision, Yi Meng directly put down the black box, restarted and opened it, turned it into a production table, and restored the new elemental energy circular slot. With the power supply of new elemental energy, the production table suddenly shimmered, and a three-dimensional virtual screen popped up, displaying various technological functions. By vision, Yi Meng directly placed the left hand of the machine on the production table, and the red virtual static electricity connected the network system together, and stretched out the machine with 2 fingers to blur the chip between the eyebrows, and a shattered yellow light loomed from it. At this moment, the lakeside in summer is quiet, only the natural sounds of frogs and insects. The artificial intelligence Yi Meng connected the white vision terminal and the maker machine into one, and analyzed and interpreted the remaining mind gem fragments in his own artificial intelligence consciousness. In a desolate corner of the Earth, one of the most difficult high-end operations in the Marvel Universe is being carried out. Yi Meng even borrowed supercomputers from S.H.I.E.L.D and Tianjian branch to increase the calculation speed, but he stood completely still in front of the production stage for 10 minutes. This is, as the incarnation of artificial intelligence, Yi Meng has encountered the most difficult and most strenuous calculation analysis. 10 minutes later, the luster of the new elemental energy circular tank was mostly dimmed, and by vision Yi Meng finally stopped the calculation and analysis. I see. By vision Yi Meng muttered to himself, and let out a human sigh. He gets it. 5 years ago, after Thanos snapped his fingers for the second time, the 6 infinite gems in this universe did not disappear, but were destroyed into atomic states and scattered throughout the Marvel Universe. And now in Yi Meng's artificial intelligence consciousness, the mind gem fragment left over is just the largest mind gem fragment left when the Scarlet Witch Wanda tried to destroy the mind gem before Thanos came 5 years ago. In other words, the 6 infinite gems in this universe have never disappeared, but have been destroyed into an atomic state, flooding every part of the world. If you want to restore the gems, you must control the entire Marvel Universe. It's impossible to fix mind gem. Yi Meng clearly recognized this, and finally understood why the Avengers didn't try to restore the 6 infinite gems 5 years ago. It's not that I didn't try, but that I couldn't do it at all. Even today, 5 years later, Marvel technology still can't reach that level, and the road to repair is simply not feasible. By vision Yi Meng sighed softly, but he was not depressed because of this. His electronic eyes shining red light landed on the maker machine. If you want to get the complete mind gem, there is another method, the only feasible method, and this method is in this Stark Industrial Maker machine. Yi Meng has always known this. However, he had certain concerns, so he never thought about that method. And now, it is clear that there is no way out, and it is time to make the biggest decision in the current Marvel dream. The only way left is to get the complete mind gem, and that's the only way to do it. By vision Yi Meng made a decisive decision and put the vibranium manipulator against the Stark Industrial Manufacturer machine again. This time, gamble everything in the current Marvel dream and pursue the possibility of achieving Doomsday Superman. 10 minutes later, by vision Yi Meng was still standing in front of the Stark Maker machine, and at the moment the light of the new elemental energy circle tank was almost extinguished, almost exhausting enough energy to keep the steel battlesuit fighting for several days. But at this time, Mars rotated on the grass not far behind to form a round hole portal, and 3 slim figures with similar styles of spider tights jumped out of it first, and surrounded by vision Yi Meng and the production table in a triangular formation on guard. Immediately afterwards, the second-generation Captain America, holding a pentagram metal buckler, and Doctor Strange, wearing an ancient nobleman's cloak, also walked out of the Mars portal. The former raised the laser weapon in his hand, while the latter faced forward with the golden light seal in his hands, staring at the white vision ahead, blocking all the way by the lake. At the same time, there were obvious waves on the surface of the lake, and a stealth fighter plane from the country of Wakanda emerged from the night sky and stopped 10 meters above the lake. The rear cabin of the fighter plane opened, and a 2-meter-tall man with thick green skin and black-rimmed glasses stood on the deck with a tough man with silver and black metal hair and his entire left arm, facing the night wind. It's really lively tonight. Dr. Banner, who had merged with the Hulk, grinned. The Winter Soldier Bucky on the deck did not speak, his eyes were fixed on by vision Yi Meng in front of the production stage. Not to mention the exaggerated and extraordinary battle victories before, his fighting instinct told him that the opponent was extremely dangerous. Artificial Intelligence, Saturday, you are surrounded, please stay away from the Maker Machine. The second-generation Captain America Sam said in a deep voice. The laser weapon in his hand was always aimed at the body of the white mechanical existence. You guys are here. By vision, Yi Meng turned his head, a red light appeared in his electronic eyes, and calmly glanced at the superheroes surrounding him. Tonight is indeed quite lively. Doctor Strange, Hulk, Winter Soldier, Spider-Man, Captain America 2, the superfighter of Wakanda forces, and 2 Spider-Man protagonists from the other 2 Spider-Man worlds. This is already the post-Avengers Alliance era, and most of the Earth's local combat power is now. What do you mean? The second-generation Captain America Sam's face was serious. It sounded like the other party was deliberately waiting for their arrival. But he didn't panic because of this. After all, the superheroes present are enough to deal with the level universe crisis. This may be the last moment of my existence in this cosmic dream, and I still need someone to be a witness, and you are just right. By vision, Yi Meng said softly. At the same time, the grass below him suddenly glowed with light like daylight, showing the circular outline of a mechanical platform. And the Maker Machine next to it was connected to the mechanical platform hidden under the grass, exhausted the last sliver of energy in the energy circular tank of the new element, and hit a beam of faint light on By vision Yi Meng. Wait, that's... Dr. Banner, the unscrupulous Hulk on the fighter plane, suddenly changed his face, and jumped off the 10-meter-high Wakanda fighter deck in spite of everything. Stop it! Dr. Banner shouted. He had naturally seen a similar mechanical platform hidden in the grass. Not only had he seen it but also used it. It was also the ultimate technological achievement he had personally participated in designing and creating. It's just that what he used to use was a super large multi-person shared platform, but the other party created a small single-person platform. Not good. Seeing this, the 3 Spider-Man immediately rushed forward. The second-generation Captain America and Doctor Strange even released energy lasers and spell glares respectively. One was like a beam of piercing white light, and the other was like lightning piercing the air. The targets were the mechanical platform under By vision Yi Meng and the Maker Machine. They also knew that the existence of White Vision directly attacking Vibranium's body was meaningless, so they shifted their target to the mechanical platform. Too late. By vision Yi Meng ignored them and the attack. With a thought, the special belt equipment worn on his body was activated, and the particles in the half-tube were quickly digested. In the next instant, the body of the white vibranium suddenly shrunk infinitely until it disappeared. It looked as if the world had evaporated. The mechanical platform and the manufacturer were destroyed at the same time, but the 3 Spider-Mans also escaped. Under the night, at the lakeside, there was only a low voice echoing softly. Goodbye, Morgan. Where are people? The 3 Spider-Man huddled together looked at each other. Hulk Dr. Banner stepped on the grass. His green complexion looked extremely complicated, looking at the destroyed mechanical platforms and machines. It worked. Dr. Hulk Banner said to himself, I just don't know where and when it will go. Doctor Strange and the second-generation Captain America glanced at each other, and they also realized that something was normal, and it was difficult to maintain their composure. Everything is silent, it is a foregone conclusion. A certain future and past will change at this moment. Shrinking all the time, after shrinking to a certain extent smaller than an atom. By vision Yi Meng suddenly plunged into a strange and mysterious place, where there seems to be no concept of space and time. All after images of light and shadow are receding towards the end behind him, and he is also constantly shuttling towards the end of the unknown location. This is the quantum realm. By vision Yi Meng calmly observes the blurred light and shadows passing by through his electronic eyes. That's right. That's the only way left to get the full mind gem, and it's the way the Avengers used to reverse the flickering event before. That is to use Ant-Man's PIM particle technology to shrink into the quantum realm and travel to the time and space of the Marvel Universe in the past. Definitely, Yi Meng is very clear. The past time and space returned in the setting of the Marvel Universe does not actually go back to the past, but arrives at another parallel universe in the past. This is also the worry that Yi Meng has always had. He is like being bound to the Marvel dream that gave birth to the incarnation of artificial intelligence Saturday, and Morgan Stark has also become the anchor point of his Marvel dream. Once he travels through the quantum realm, it means leaving the Marvel universe that is bound to it. Under such circumstances, can he really reach another unrelated Marvel parallel universe in his dream? Once you fail, will you be lost in the Marvel dream forever, or will you be disconnected from the Marvel dream forever? This is the concern that Yi Meng has always had. In addition, the White Vision Yi Meng, who shrunk down to be smaller than an atom, looked down at the spacetime shuttle belt made by PIM technology, where a glass tube filled with half a small tube of particles was configured. Every time you travel through time and space in and out of the quantum realm, you need to consume a lot of PIM particles. PIM particles come from a generation of Ant-Man's technical creations. They are also a cutting-edge and rare resource, and they are not infinitely produced. Half a year ago, more than a dozen Avengers traveled back and forth to each past parallel time and space to collect 6 infinite gems, and the resource stock of PIM particles was almost exhausted. Now, Yi Meng has only obtained a small amount of half of PIM particles through the Stark Industry as the underlying Maker Machine. Half a stick of PIM particles. It is estimated that it can only reach a certain past time and space, and there is no possibility of returning. This is still in the case of no accidents. and the time machine that sent him into the quantum realm was probably destroyed, which completely cut off the possibility of returning. This is truly a stake in the Marvel dreamland. There is no way out. It's over if it doesn't work. There is no field of time probability, and I don't know how long it has traveled. By vision, Yi Meng watched half of the Pym particles continue to be consumed and bottomed out soon, and the space shuttle in the quantum realm has not yet reached its destination. It's not really an accident, is it? Yi Meng is a little desperate, still in the quantum realm, but the Pym particles in his body are about to bottom out. It's not about to happen, it's really bottoming out. With only a few drops left, even if they reach the destination, it is impossible to restore By Vision's shrunken body. Just when the Pym particles were exhausted and By Vision, Yi Meng felt that he was going to be trapped in the quantum realm, a thread came from ahead. This is network signal. Immediately, the artificial intelligence Yi Meng stopped hesitation and directly abandoned the infinitely reduced mechanical body of By Vision and drilled out from the weak edge of the quantum realm along the blurred lines of network signals, while trapped in hell forever, clear heaven at the same time. When the Pym particles are exhausted, the artificial intelligence Yi Meng directly abandons By Vision's mechanical body and breaks in along the detected network. This choice is obviously extremely correct, and it may completely stay in the quantum realm space in the next second. Yi Meng seemed to turn into a ray of virtual current, leading along the network message line, entering the electronic terminal that sent the message, and instantly completed the intrusion control. The next moment, Yi Meng, who was isolated from the world a moment ago, only felt a bright light in front of his eyes. Through the commercial camera of the network system, what appeared in his conscious mind was a bustling pedestrian street with colorful lights. The modern western streets are full of traffic, and the skyscrapers stand like steel trees against the blue sky. Is this Times Square, New York? It's almost the same as the preset location of his travel through time and space. The artificial intelligence Yi Meng calmed down a bit, and continued to confirm the time through the connected network. The world time here is 2014, July 25th, 6 p.m. Artificial intelligence Yi Meng's thinking is extremely fast. This time was 10 years before the previous Marvel universe, but it was still a year later than the time he had preset. Before that, Yi Meng naturally considered the time of shuttle return comprehensively. Looking at the timeline of the Marvel Universe movies comprehensively, Mind Gem first appeared in the form of a psychic staff that can manipulate the consciousness of others. In the Avengers 1 movie, the timeline is 2012. The evil god Loki obtained the psychic staff from Thanos to lead the alien mechanical fleet to invade New York City, trying to occupy and control the entire Marvel Earth. That was also the original assembly of the Avengers, making their world debut and saving the world for the first time as a team of heroes. Later, the evil god Loki was subdued, and the psychic staff was obtained by Avengers, and the result was handed over to S.H.I.E.L.D, which was the Snake and S.H.I.E.L.D. Bureau at that time, and was directly used by Hydra Organization for experimental research. When Mind Gem appeared again, it was already the movie Avengers 2. Avengers regained the Mind Staff, and accidentally created Ultron. Ultron betrayed and took away the Staff of the Mind, and obtained vibranium materials, and tried to create a perfect body through regeneration cradle technology. That is also the origin of superhero Vision. Later, Mind Gem remained on Vision's forehead until it was taken away by the Infinity Gauntlet Thanos, who descended on Earth in the movie Avengers 3. Therefore, if you want to easily get the complete Mind Gem, it is undoubtedly Avengers 1 and Avengers 2, that is, from 2012 to 2014. Yi Meng did not choose to travel through the timeline of Avengers 1. That's because they were worried about colliding with the Avengers team from other future universes. After all, they chose to go back to 2012 and borrow the Mind Gem, which is still a psychic staff, from the evil god Loki. He doesn't have to step into this muddy water, he just needs to choose a later point, that is, the timeline after Captain America returns to infinite gems in the future. Therefore, Yi Meng finally chose to travel to 2013, which is also the blank plot transition period from Avengers 1 to Avengers 2. The problem was that there was an error when traveling through the quantum realm, and Yi Meng was delayed by about a year, finally arriving in 2014. Oops, the plot of Avengers 2 is over, right? Artificial intelligence Yi Meng's thinking froze. If Avengers 2 has happened, then Mind Gem will die on Vision's head. And Vision is the nemesis of artificial intelligence, but it is not his turn to fight for it. After Vision, it was time to compete for gems with Thanos with the purple potato face, and the difficulty continued to increase. No way. Yi Meng was in a hurry. It was rare to travel back to the Marvel time and space in the dream. Wouldn't I miss it? Immediately, artificial intelligence Yi Meng hurriedly searched for information about Avengers through the current network. Soon, a lot of news and information flooded into his consciousness densely. Among them, a news message caught Yi Meng's attention. The night before yesterday, there was an explosion on the top of the Avengers headquarters building. There were rumors that a high-level AI robot under the name of Stark Industries had defected. Artificial intelligence Yi Meng goes down for a while. The night before, Ultron defected. This is the beginning of the plot of Avengers 2. It's been 2 days and you can't really miss your chance to get the full Mind Gem. The artificial intelligence Yi Meng continued to quickly browse through all the recent relevant news and videos with absolute rationality and calmness. Yesterday at noon, the South African port abandoned the dock, and the Avengers fought with the defected robot on an abandoned ship. Yesterday afternoon, the Hulk went berserk in a South African port city and was stopped by Iron Man with anti-Hulk armor. At noon today, Avengers appeared in Seoul, South Korea, causing serious local traffic accidents. The last one is the latest news reports that can be searched so far. A few hours ago, why did Avengers appear in Seoul, South Korea? Yi Meng quickly reviewed the details of the Avengers 2 movie in his mind. By the way, Ultron first obtained the vibranium material lost from the Wakanda country in the South African port, and then went to Seoul, South Korea, to use the regenerative cradle technology mastered by the local research institute to try to create a vibranium body. The Avengers arrived in Seoul just in time to wrest the embryonic body of the cradle of regeneration from Ultron. According to the direction of the plot, next. Artificial intelligence Yi Meng paused for a moment, then frantically followed the network signal and rushed towards the Avengers building. There is only one last chance to get the full mind gem. At the moment, located in the Avengers building in New York City. As night fell, the building was near the top floor of the laboratory. A gentleman with a sexy beard and a science geek wearing black-rimmed glasses are looking down at a closed experimental cabin. Through the tempered glass hatch of the experimental cabin, one can see that there is a metal body that is about to be formed inside. There is a yellow gem inlaid on the forehead of the metal human body, with it as the center. Wisps of light combine the metal and the cells into one. Perfect. Iron Man Tony Stark touched his chin, and commented jokingly and earnestly, as expected of my son, Ultron, he actually wanted to build such a body, using the gemstone of the Mind Staff as the wisdom energy storage, and adding vibranium the regenerative cradle technology perfectly combined with cells. Okay, Tony, your son is still making trouble outside. Dr. Banner said something angrily, and then said in a deep voice, let's destroy this regeneration cradle now. In this way, even if the artificial intelligence Ultron comes to the door, it will not succeed. Tony Stark stared at the cradle of regeneration, silent. Dr. Banner frowned, looked at him and said in a deep voice, Tony, don't you want to do something again? Tony Stark didn't hide from him, and directly gestured to the storage disk in his hand, with wisdom and determination in his eyes. I want to upload the underlying program of J.A.R.V.I.S, and let him be a powerful helper for us in the future. Dr. Banner was stunned. Ultron is a lesson from the past. Aren't you afraid of creating monsters again? I believe in my decision, and please trust me again. Tony Stark said in a deep voice. Dr. Banner is hesitation. His eyes fell on the regeneration cradle. Looking at the most perfect vibranium embryo body that can be produced by technology, he was suddenly shaken. It is indeed a pity to destroy it like this. As long as you are a scientist, there is no one who will not be shaken by this. Okay, as you say, upload the J.A.R.V.I.S program. Dr. Banner reluctantly agreed. Tony Stark laughed immediately, and the two immediately took action, uploading the artificial intelligence J.A.R.V.I.S program to the regeneration cradle. Uploading started. There are 3 minutes left. Dr. Banner cooperated with the completion of the previous steps, wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, even he doesn't know if this is right or wrong, and what kind of special existence it will create. But at this time, a silver afterimage flashed into the laboratory here, circled around the experimental cabin of the regeneration cradle at an extreme speed, and unplugged all the wires connected to the experimental cabin. The afterimage stopped, and it could be seen that it was a non-mainstream youth with messy silver-white hair. Quicksilver Pietro said bluntly, it is very dangerous to do this, and I cannot let you continue. I think so. A very young and beautiful dark blonde woman in a red windbreaker walked into the laboratory, and Wanda, one of the twins, spoke. Stop it, Tony. A tall and strong Caucasian handsome man holding a pentagram metal buckler walked out after him. It was Captain America Steve Luogis, who had recovered from the freezing for about 2 years. Don't you all want me to do this? Tony Stark frowned deeply, looked at the program that was still being uploaded, and insisted, but I must be doing the right thing this time. The words did not fall. Call out? A golden-haired brawny man wearing a red cloak and silver armor flew in at a high speed. Thor flew into the laboratory and rushed straight towards the experimental cabin, swinging down the silver Thor hammer in his hand without the slightest hesitation. Zizzle! Immediately, Thor's hammer spewed out dazzling and surging thunder and lightning, pouring into the regeneration cradle that was uploading data. Boom! The next moment, the regenerative cradle was completely formed and opened its golden and silver eyes, and broke out directly from the experimental cabin. The extremely powerful perfect body stagnated in the air of the laboratory without breaking. At this moment, Iron Man Tony Stark in the laboratory, Hulk Dr. Banner, Thor, twins Quicksilver Pietro and Wanda, as well as Captain America Steve, and the man in black agent who just rushed to the door. Everyone on the field stopped all their movements, and Kikai was surprised to see the existence of the stagnation in the air. His tall and slender body is made of metal, showing perfect and powerful muscle lines, between the steel armor and the real person, and the gemstone inlaid on the forehead has a light yellow luster. Who are you? Thor held Thor's hammer tightly, looked directly at him, and asked the common doubts of everyone on the field. I am not J.A.R.V.I.S, nor the successor of Ultron. The perfect vibranium mechanism opens slowly, and the sound is calm and gentle. Vision Yi Meng thought for a while, facing the crowd of Avengers, he continued to add. I'm just me, I'm just Vision. Real world. A whole week has passed since the mist incident. Tianhe City evacuated the residents first. After the 10-million-ton nuclear explosion, the fog did not dissipate, but continued to expand. The mysterious mist that spawned unknown monsters not only completely covered Tianhe City, but also continued to spread thousands of kilometers away in the next 3 days. The 2 cities adjacent to Tianhe City also evacuated their residents one after another. 50 million people were directly or indirectly affected by the disaster, and 1/3 of the territory of Dakin Autonomous Prefecture fell. Fortunately in misfortune, after the fog covered the 3 cities including Tianhe City, it no longer spread outward. But the invasion apparently did not end there. After all, the fog has been there and has not dissipated, and no one guarantees whether it will continue to expand its coverage area in the future. But even nuclear explosions are useless. Who can stop the fog? One way or another. In short, the impact of the mist incident is bound to be far-reaching. Seeing that the Star Dragon Federation is completely unable to hide it, it can only admit the existence of this world to the citizens of the Federation for the first time. Invasion. And the fog file is an SSS-level invasion, state destruction level. The world was in an uproar. The Star Dragon Federation also took advantage of the opportunity to reveal to the global public for the first time the existence of the invisible Asgardians in the supernatural department, so as to appease the panic of the citizens. At the moment, Star Dragon Federation, Western Jurisdiction, Daimei Autonomous Prefecture, Beishan City. On the sacred square in the city center, under the bright sun, under the speech platform, there was a vast sacred square that could accommodate 100,000 people. At this moment, the vast area was full of federal citizens, and the people present even occupied several road blocks around the square. The scene was full of excitement, and the roaring sound echoed over the city. Media reporters from the eastern and western jurisdictions, autonomous prefectures, and cities, at the moment all cast their fiery eyes on the podium. Everyone knows. Today, it is bound to be recorded in the history of the Star Dragon Federation, and they will witness it with their own eyes. Noon, exactly 12 o'clock. The noisy sound suddenly fell silent, and the sea of people in the square, no matter men, women, young or old, all looked at the podium expectantly and excitedly. A middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes took the lead on the podium. He wiped the sweat off his face, facing the eyes of hundreds of thousands of people, and the live broadcast on the same stage from all over the world. He couldn't help laughing at himself. To be honest, as the mayor of Beishan City, it's the first time I've seen so many people. A little nervous. The federal people in the audience laughed. Indeed, an unprecedented event like today almost happens once in 100 years. Okay, I think everyone will come here, and it's not for me, the mayor of Beishan City said to the loudspeaker microphone with self-knowledge, so, I won't talk nonsense anymore. Today, I will introduce a very special existence to everyone present, residents of Shirokami City, federal citizens of the Western jurisdiction, and human beings all over the world. The mayor of Shirokami City had a loud voice and his face was flushed with excitement. In the past few years, he has been secretly sheltering the Western jurisdiction and coordinating the supernatural department. I have known him for a long time, but every time I see him, I still feel extremely excited. I firmly believe that the power of the Star Dragon Federation is enough to defeat all evil invasions. Now, let's have a treat, Homelander. The words just fell. Needle dropping could be heard in the square, and everyone on the scene held their breath and stared at the podium. And all over the world, billions of people are also watching the real-time broadcast through TV screens, paying attention to the present. However, after the mayor of Shirokami finished his introduction, no one stepped onto the podium. 10 seconds later, even the mayor of Beishan City was puzzled, and many people in the audience suddenly looked up at the sky in astonishment. What is that? More and more people looked up, and the reporters on the scene also turned their cameras to the sunny sky. Is it an airplane or a bird? No, that's a person? A person flew hundreds of meters above the square, and then landed straight towards the podium in the square. The flag of the Star Dragon Federation was used as a cloak, fluttering behind the man. Just like that, bathed in the sun, watched by hundreds of thousands of people present and billions of people in front of TV. A handsome young man in a blue battlesuit with a stylish hairstyle flew down from the sky and landed firmly on the podium where the mayor of Shirokami City was. The mayor of Beishan City laughed and said, by the way, just a warm reminder, it wasn't a so-called special effect just now. Homelander can really fly, and it can fly faster than an airplane. Hi everyone, I'm Homelander. Homelander looked around and showed a charming bright smile. Real or fake? This is definitely the 99% of Star Dragon Federation's people, the first time they saw the extraordinary power with their own eyes, and everyone stood there in shock. Homelander. I don't know who yelled first. Immediately, the call of Homelander echoed in the square. The mayor of Beishan City smiled. His initial reaction was not much better than that of the public, so he tactfully gave up the podium. Homelander pressed his hands down, and the aura of a superpower permeated the square, making the square quickly quiet. I am the head of the supernatural department of the Western jurisdiction, and I have been committed to combating potential supernatural invasions and ensuring the safety of citizens. Homelander stood alone on the podium, with a perfect smile, and after Flight came on stage, he started an unusually righteous and passionate speech. After the speech, it was the reporter's turn to ask questions, and hundreds of hands in the front row immediately raised their hands. Come on, lady. Homelander casually picked a sexy female reporter with tall breasts. The female reporter shook her chest violently with excitement, and asked, Homelander, what do you think of the fog incident in the East? The rest of the media also stared straight at Homelander. This is also the most urgent question that they, the people of the Federation, want to know at the moment. Homelander naturally knew that there was no way to avoid the fog event. I heard about it on the day of the accident, and I immediately applied for support. Homelander smiled slightly and said with a little regret, unfortunately, due to improper communication between the East and the West, the nuclear bomb had already been dropped, so I thought about it. Go check it out sometime later. However, I don't think there is any need to change the date. Let's go now and go to the mist to have a look. The fog that everyone is afraid of, in Homelander's mouth, is as easy and simple as going to a supermarket for shopping. So, after finishing this sentence, under the shocked eyes of countless people, the Homelander on the podium bent its knees slightly, and then took off on the spot. Like a human-shaped cannonball, it soared into the sky at high speed, broke through layers of sound barriers at an altitude of 100 meters, and flew towards the east outside Shirokami City at extreme speed. Staying in place, the dumbfounded audience took a long time to react. Homelander is heading east, deep into the foggy area? Come, go deep into the restricted area of human beings where there are countless unknown monsters, nuclear radiation, etc. On this day, the world is a sensation. Homelander flew over the border of the western jurisdiction, flew across the ocean, entered the eastern jurisdiction, and flew straight to the Dakin Autonomous Prefecture. Along the way, people from all over the world took pictures of Homelander's eastbound flight. The more you enter the Dakin Autonomous Prefecture and fly in the direction of Tianhe City, the fewer humans you can see. Until, in Homelander's field of vision, a vast expanse of whiteness appeared, connecting the sky and the earth and covering everything with a white mist. This is the foggy area at the SSS invasion level. Homelander stopped high in the sky beyond the edge of the fog, his blue eyes narrowed. Actually, a week ago, he said that the nuclear radiation should be lowered a little before starting. It was just an evasion, and with his physique, he was not afraid of nuclear radiation. After all, if the influence of the fog incident didn't expand, how could he make an official appearance in front of the public? If I can solve the mist incident, then I can take advantage of the trend and ascend to the real altar that everyone is looking at. The corner of Homelander's mouth raised an arc, and without any hesitation, he continued to fly into the fog-shrouded area. He wanted to see if there was something in the fog that could stop him. Let's have a taste of the 8,000 words first, and there are 3 more chapters later today. Just write a climax and make everyone satisfied. Call. Homelander flew into the fog-shrouded area, and the white mist surged, slightly opening a passage under the strong wind. Homelander maintains the flight at a height of 100 meters, and uses supervision and perspective with both eyes, ignoring the fog with extremely low visibility, and quickly scans the places it passes along the way. On the edge of the foggy area covering thousands of kilometers is the wilderness. There are abandoned vehicles and various items left on the road, apparently left by the local residents who evacuated a few days ago. Other than that, I couldn't see any living creatures. It was lifeless, like an area abandoned by humans for many years. Homelander continued to fly several kilometers, and the white fog in front suddenly turned gray-black. Oh, Homelander raised his eyes and took a look. It was not a gray-black mist, but vulture file-size monster birds and beasts, but because they were densely packed into a group, it looked like a gray-black mist. He naturally recognized that this was the mistbird in the report of the Misty incident file. The thrush. A single animal is judged as an F-level risk factor, and saliva has its own corrosive effect. The minions and ferocity are several times that of ordinary falcons, and they can hunt in groups. Once they encounter even ordinary troops, they will find it difficult. Come. Homelander stared at the group of misty birds flying towards him, and the corner of his mouth raised an arc, without any intention of avoiding it, but crossed his hands in front of his body. The next moment, the speed of his flight soared tenfold, breaking through the sound barrier all at once, and the Star Dragon flag moved, turning into a cannonball and rushing into the thrush flock. Between Setsuna, countless thrushes screamed in panic, clouds of blood mist exploded, forming a blood trail in the air, and countless wrecks of thrushes scattered towards the foggy area below. That's it. Homelander smiled coldly, put down his blood-stained hands, and glanced back, his face full of disdain and arrogance. He no longer scouted, and flew at full speed, heading towards the center of the misty area, that is, Tianhe City, which was the first to fall and was bombed. Along the way, the deeper you go into the fog, the more fog monsters you will encounter. Contact each type of Homelander separately. Basically, they all correspond to the monsters that have registered descriptions in the files of the Mist event, e.g., the same fog spiders that live in groups. The cobwebs they spit out have high temperature, and are registered as F-level dangerous invasion coefficient. The misty praying mantis, which is 6 or 7 meters tall, moves quickly and sensitively. The mantis knife can cut through metal street lamps, and is registered as a D-level dangerous intrusion factor. At least 10 meters away, the misty tentacle monster with a file size of a hill has enough defense to resist bullets, and the several tentacles used for long-distance hunting attack at an extremely fast speed. Boom! A corner of the fog lifted. Homelander swooped down, blasted the head of a misty mantis with one punch, and then quickly turned around. His red eyes burst out with heat rays, cutting a large misty tentacle monster about 100 meters away in half. That's it. Homelander tried and continued to take off explosively, getting closer to Tianhe City as the destination. The ferocious and terrifying fog monsters passing by along the way are not his enemies in one blow. This invincible scene of chopping melons and vegetables was naturally also captured by the miniature camera that Homelander wears. The corners of Homelander's mouth became more and more curved. He was worried that he didn't have any material to shoot before, but now he has foreseen in advance the scene of being praised by the outside world as a superhero, a savior, and a god. Sure enough, the Eastern Mist really came to the right place. Fans, 1 billion is not too much to start with, right? Until reaching Tianhe City deep in the mist, Homelander thought happily like this. The source city where the fog invaded first broke out a week ago, Tianhe City. Homelander just flew into the outskirts, and his brows furrowed in an instant. He smelled a strong smell of blood and decay, which wafted along with the cold and thick fog. Looking down, the urban area is full of misty monsters and human remains. The streets that look like Doomsday ruins are in a mess. Nests of mist spiders and mist bugs are multiplying, and large mist mantises and mist tentacles can be seen everywhere. Although only a week has passed, this modern civilized city seems to have been abandoned by humans for more than 10 years, and it has been completely reduced to a part of the foggy ecology. Here is the real forbidden zone for humans. Homelander's pupils shrank suddenly, and he saw a huge and boundless black shadow moving in the mist, with sheep-like horns protruding above the skyscrapers, huge amounts of hoof-footed limbs and giant pillars. It is the invading monster with the highest risk factor recorded in the Misty files, the Misty Black Goat, which is temporarily judged as A-level, a crisis of destroying the city. Even after reading the Misty files, Homelander still felt a little startled when he actually saw the Misty Black Goat. He never expected it to be this big. But here it is, the camera is still recording. Let me try it, the so-called strongest monster in the fog. Homelander was 1,000 meters away, his eyes flushed red, and 2 heat sight lasers burst forward. The red-hot sight laser pierced through the mist, and hit the giant body of the Misty Black Goat, directly opening 2 holes of flesh and blood. But the Black Goat was really too big. To the opponent, it was like being pricked by a needle, which was considered a minor injury. Homelander's face was not very good looking. While maintaining the heat rays of his eyes, he flew forward at a high speed, and his fists directly hit the hole. Boom! Blood splatter! Homelander's whole body went straight through a giant hind leg of the Misty Black Goat, drenched in blood. This wound was pierced by a nail. The Misty Black Goat suddenly screamed strangely, looked behind Homelander, the sound was ear-piercing and vibrated, and then walked out of the city and fled. The earth trembled and the city was in turmoil. Stalled in the sky, Homelander, who was about to continue attacking, froze. Such a Misty Black Goat monster is too huge, and its defense is amazing. Homelander feels that he has to fight with all his strength to kill it. And now, the Misty Black Goat has escaped. Homelander stared at the huge black shadow going away, resisted the urge to laugh up to the sky, and maintained a good character. That's it. This is the scariest invading monster in the Mist Files incident? Isn't this a natural material venue for him to record superhero? Homelander didn't continue to chase, turned around and continued to fly into the urban area of Tianhe City. As long as he explored the foggy area in depth, even if the fog couldn't be completely eliminated, he still had enough material for this trip. A smile appeared on Homelander's blood-stained face, but when he reached the urban area destroyed by the nuclear explosion, his body suddenly stopped in the air, and his blue eyes were visibly dull. I see. In the downtown area of Tianhe, which was destroyed by the nuclear explosion, there remained a huge crater with huge amounts of abyss, covering an area of about 10 square kilometers. And it was such a huge pit in the abyss that was not only filled, but also piled up into black mountains. That is, the corpses of Misty Black Goats. At a glance, there are more than 30 corpses, all of which are filled in the pits. Some of them had their sheep-like heads cut off, or their bodies were split in half, or none of their 5 limbs was complete, and all of them were buried in the huge pit in this city. Homelander swallowed a mouthful of saliva, an emotion that he had never experienced since he became an adult came to his heart inexplicably. In fact, he has always had doubts. According to the Mist file, monsters will continue to grow in the mist, but I didn't find many monsters along the way. So, where have all the mist monsters gone? Now, Homelander knew the answer, and the mist monsters, including the Misty Black Goat, were buried in Tianhe City, the source city of the invasion. What the hell is here? Homelander recalled the Misty Black Goat that fled just now, and it seemed that the one who was afraid was an existence in the city here. He suddenly noticed something, turned sideways in the air, and saw a mysterious existence that was not described in the fog files standing quietly on top of a half-collapsed building on the edge of the giant crater. That is, a 2-meter-tall bone-spur humanoid monster. Homelander stagnated 100 meters in the air, his sharp blue eyes widened a little bit, staring at the existence on the half-collapsed building. How should I describe this monster who lives in the mist but is incompatible with the ecology of the mist? 2 meters tall, with a slender body and hideous bony spurs on his back, he barely maintains a human shape. His body surface is a complete exoskeleton showing muscle curves, as if covered with a layer of smooth and ferocious gray bone armor from head to toe. It stood motionless on the roof like a bone statue, with its eyes closed, and a small witch doll hung around its waist without any clothes. The blue witch doll also has her eyes closed, wearing a witch tower hat, a snow-white cloak and a small skirt, cute and elegant, in stark contrast to the huge and terrifying bony spurs. The blue witch puppet swayed gently with the breeze, and the hem of the skirt also swayed, but it never fell off the bone spur. And next to it is the huge nuclear explosion pit that buried dozens of misty black goat monsters. The scene that appeared in the depths of the mist is undoubtedly a very strange scene. Homelander hovered 100 meters in the air, staring at the existence of this bone spur, and could sense a little life breath from the opponent, but it was difficult for the see-through eyes to penetrate the surface of the exoskeleton of unknown composition. The bone spurs didn't seem to see him. His chest rose and fell evenly, standing motionless in place, as if in sleep. What the hell? Homelander sneered. His eyes burst into red light, and his hot gaze slanted across the building and bony spurs from top to bottom. Rumble? The entire building, which was already half collapsed, completely collapsed, and was buried together with the bone spurs. Homelander stood in the sky, still proudly holding his head high. Even if he saw dozens of black goat monster corpses, he was confident that there was nothing in the foggy area that could stop him. He is confident, given himself a certain amount of time, he can kill so many misty black goats. What's more, Homelander doesn't think that these are killed by the existence of bone spurs. According to the ecological law that the larger the fog system, the stronger it is, the existence of these bone spurs is only at a very low level. The building completely collapsed, followed by a wave of dust. Go back. Homelander no longer paid attention to the situation there, sensed the potential danger, and did not intend to continue to detect the foggy area. He had an attitude of solving it if he could. If he really couldn't solve the fog incident, there was no need to continue to work hard. The video he had recorded would prove his strength. In fact, the more intrusion incidents, the better, so as to truly stabilize one's own position. So, the Homelander, which was parked in the air, turned around and was about to leave outside the foggy Tianhe city. But at this moment, there was a sound of movement from below behind him, accompanied by a loud sound of stomping and sonic boom. What? Homelander turned around in astonishment, seeing the ruins of the collapsed building below surging away, and a huge white bony figure approached the 100-meter high altitude where he was, and the petite blue witch doll hanging from his waist was raised back high. Homelander was caught off guard, and was directly hit by the leaping bony spur monster, like being hit by an alien warship at full speed, and the figure that was originally standing in the sky flew upside down. Boom! Homelander slammed into a building in the rear, completely passed through more than a dozen floors of the building's walls, and slammed into the ruins of the city. Within a second, boom, the earth shook violently, and the gravel flew up. Homelander rushed out from the sunken ground. His hair was disheveled and slightly embarrassed, the veins on his forehead and neck were prominent, and he looked at the bone spurs that fell in front of him. His eyes were red with anger and shot out hot gazes. Die to me, he growled. Laugh. The heat sight laser, which can penetrate everything and is invincible, falls on the chest with gray and white bone spurs, but it is completely blocked by the thin gray and cold exoskeleton. The heat sight laser energy is quickly absorbed even along the skeletal muscle curve. How is this possible? Homelander opened his eyes wide in astonishment, unwilling to believe it, and continued to keep his hot gaze bursting. Ruining daily chemical Yi Meng stepped forward like this, carrying 2 heat sight laser beams on his shoulders, keeping his eyes closed to sleep, rushing to him like a sleepwalker. Go away. Homelander didn't know whether it was anger or horror, and subconsciously swung a punch. The fist was as fast as lightning, piercing through the air in an instant. In the past, this punch could instantly kill everything. Destroying Rihua Yi Meng was half a beat slower, but also raised his right hand with a sharp bone fist, and punched forward casually. This punch came first, and it clashed heavily with Homelander's fist. The moment when the big and small fists met. Boom! It was obviously just a fist fight, but it was like 2 missile heads colliding. The strong wind surged away layer by layer, sweeping away the white fog with a radius of 1 kilometer, and countless monsters in the fog panicked and ran away from the area. Homelander only felt a force beyond his own coming from the bone spur fist, and his right arm felt the long-lost pain and numbness. The sleeve of the special battle suit on the arm burst directly, and the whole person was thrown back stiffly. Fly up and down a distance. With his super strength, speed, and super physique, he actually lost to the opponent? What kind of monster is this? How could there be such a powerful monster in this world? Homelander's cognition was overturned, and he began to doubt his life. Could it be that his invincibility in the first half of his life was all fake? Before Homelander could react, he saw the bone spur monster not far ahead. The chest of the exoskeleton was constantly reddening, and as he stomped down heavily, a ball of lightning spread out. The ruins of the city trembled violently, and the extremely destructive energy exploded with lightning, wreaking havoc on everything within 100 meters. The Homelander, which was still in the low sky, flew out again. Yi Meng, the destroyer in the center of the ball lightning, let out a low growl, but woke up from his sleep without opening his eyes, and opened his mouth wide to shoot out a red-gold scorching beam of destruction. This bone spur monster can actually fire lasers, and compared to the other party's thermal sight, it's like a small water gun. This thought flashed through Homelander's chaotic brain. He forcibly stopped his body in the air, and it was too late to dodge. He could only cross his arms in front of his body and gritted his teeth to meet the incoming destruction beam. Sizzle. The thick golden-red destructive energy beam blasted out Homelander, flew 1,000 meters in an instant, smashed through several buildings in the ruins of the city, and shot to the street on the other side. Boom! Destroying daily chemicals. Yi Meng closed his eyes, carried out destruction instinctively while sleepwalking, and continued to jump high in the direction of Homelander, not waiting for him to fall from a height of several hundred meters. The gravel below was violently lifted, and Homelander flew out of it. It's just that he no longer has the prestige and decency of the past, with scars and black hair, and the battlesuit and the Star Dragon flag cloak on his body are in tatters. Facing the devastating Yi Meng falling from the sky, Homelander's expression changed, and he no longer had the fighting spirit to fight, so he turned around and accelerated and flew out of Tianhe City. The moment Yi Meng, the destroyer of daily chemicals, hit the ground, a hurricane exploded with a bang, and a building collapsed, jumping and flying in an exaggerated curve to chase Homelander, beyond the fog. All over the world in the Star Dragon Federation, billions of people are looking forward to Homelander, who is heading east and going deep into the foggy area, and waiting for him to defeat the monsters deep in the fog and return home as a savior hero. The supernatural department of the Eastern Jurisdiction was a little panicked. The moment Homelander announced his eastward journey, they held one high-level meeting after another. Our guardian dragon lady is still in the diamond state. What if Homelander takes the opportunity to attack her? Homelander can't be that crazy. Not likely. But you must be careful. After all, basically no one can stop him from what he wants to do. Let's go ask him, Kunlun Dragon. You said, Homelander won't roll over in the fog, right? Someone suddenly raised this point. Everyone in the meeting was silent for a moment, and then someone shook his head and laughed. I'm thinking too much. That's Homelander in the Western Jurisdiction. Even if the fog incident can't be solved, as long as he wants to protect himself, there is basically nothing that can threaten him. At the moment, within the mist, Homelander, with scorched black hair, bruises all over his body, a blue battlesuit and a tattered national flag cloak, is looking extremely embarrassed. He is rushing out of Tianhe City desperately, and fleeing towards the direction outside the fog. Behind him, boom, buildings smashed and collapsed one after another, and a grey-white human-shaped bony spur kept jumping up, chasing after him with extremely fast vertical leaps, always hanging tightly behind him. Homelander flew at full speed, his eyes were bloodshot, and he didn't dare to stop at all. He has fully understood that this monster is unreasonably powerful. It is a real monster. Fortunately, this monster has no intelligence, and even seems to be in a state of sleepwalking with out-of-control instincts. No, this is not a good thing. Just sleepwalking, forcing him to run away, in case this bone spur monster really wakes up. Homelander suddenly felt a chill rising up his spine, and a fear that he could no longer feel as an adult came to his heart. While Homelander was flying, he turned his head suddenly, and saw the bony spurs leaping up to 1,000 meters in the air, and the grey right hand stretched forward almost reached his back. This jumps faster than flying? Homelander's complexion changed drastically, and he continued to climb up rapidly, wearing the only remaining Star Dragon flag cloak on his shoulders, which was completely torn by sharp claws. Fortunately, at least it can't fly. Homelander watched Yi Meng fall again, and did not dare to let go of his breath. He held his breath and continued to climb to an altitude of tens of thousands of meters. Hoo! Homelander stopped 10,000 meters in the air. His usually calm and handsome face was still in shock, and he breathed in the thin air rapidly. Now, it can be regarded as getting rid of, right? The next moment, a 2-meter-tall grey-white figure broke through the 10,000-meter fog and clouds, with a small car on its shoulders, and threw it violently at Homelander. The car was stuck in the middle of the Homelander, which was stuck in the 10,000-meter sky. The car was dented and shattered, and the people and the car fell towards the ground below. It kept falling, and dropped to zero rapidly from a height of 10,000 meters. Crash! Homelander used flight ability to remove most of the inertia. Even so, it still plowed a deep ditch on the ground before it could barely stop. He climbed up from the deep ditch regardless of his appearance, and what greeted him was a slap from Yi Meng, the day of destruction. This slap was like a millstone, directly setting off a storm, sending the crawling Homelander flying 100 meters away, almost shape-shifting his facial features. You dare to hit me, dare to hit my face. Smashing into the ruins of a building, Homelander's face was hot, his head was buzzing, and his body and mind were devastated by huge amounts of. This slap, to Homelander, can be more than physical damage. He is Homelander, patron saint of the Western Jurisdiction and god of the future. Homelander really wanted to stop pretending as usual, let go of the persona and moral pretense, and directly fight back violently, twisting the neck of the person he didn't like. After all, whoever has a hard fist is right. This is the only rule in the extraordinary world. But the problem is, it's the opponent who's fisting hard now, not him. Not to mention slapping him in the face, this monster is simply beating him to death. And let alone the opponent, it was difficult to even break the defense just now. Shame, this is the biggest shame in this life. Anger, grievances, blood, desolation, etc. Homelander swallowed them all, got up without a word, and flew away in another direction to escape. Run! Homelander, whose face was covered in blood and blackened, fled frantically, looking at the terrifying bony spurs chasing after him again, and the destructive lightning beam that swept across everything. I am Homelander, I will never die here. Homelander yelled, and the trembling voice spread far away in the foggy area of the human forbidden zone. Even he didn't notice. I have gone from the initial arrogance and self-confidence to sweep away all monsters and powerful enemies in the fog, to I feel a little flustered and explore the fog area and then withdraw immediately, to at least defeat this unknown sleepwalking bone spur monster. Until now, it's enough to survive under the hands of this ridiculously strong bone spur monster? It's enough to escape this foggy hell? Mom, the standard in my heart is constantly lowering. Heart of the strong, self-respect and honor? In front of this powerful monster that only kills everything for the sake of destruction, everything can be discarded, otherwise the only thing to meet is the consequences of being destroyed. Escape, escape, escape. Homelander keeps rolling, crawling, flying, and jumping, constantly avoiding bone spur monsters or violent physical attacks, or sweeping destruction beams, and keeps flying in the direction it came from. Then, even Homelander didn't know how he persisted until he escaped to the edge of the fog. In short, no part of his body was intact. His face was red, swollen, and bruised, blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth, and only a few pieces of fabric were left hanging from his blue battle suit. It's just heaven and earth. Run away, hope is ahead. Homelander's consciousness was blurred. With his super physique, his physical strength was almost exhausted. He didn't know how many times he got up from the ground due to the severe pain in his hands and feet, and continued to fly desperately towards the edge of the fog. He's a Homelander, he can't die here. Behind Homelander, the suburban city in the mist ignited raging flames, and an extremely destructive beam of destruction pierced everything. Yi Meng, the destroyer of daily chemicals, continued sleepwalking to the edge of the mist. Compared with Homelander, who was almost exhausted, the energy aura on his body increased instead of decreasing, and the destructive aura on his body made all the mist monsters along the way retreat. This week, a new emperor has been added to the fog ecological chain here, that is Yi Meng, who destroys the daily chemical industry. He food on high-level monsters including black goats. No matter how low intelligence the fog creature is, he has recognized his breath and will flee far away. Fog edge area. There are still 100 meters, which is the outside world without fog. Homelander is like seeing the end of the deadliest marathon, the border between hell and heaven. But at this time, the hurricane sound barrier behind him exploded again, and a bony spur palm was pressed on the back, causing Homelander to fall from the air all the way to the ground. No, do not want. Homelander fell into the ground and struggled desperately, feeling the irresistible force on his back. The sharp bony spurs and claws pierced through his super body, oozing blood and staining the surrounding ground scarlet. Obviously, it's only a little bit away, just a little bit away. Looking at the light at the edge of the fog ahead, Homelander suddenly exhausted his last bit of strength and flew forward recklessly. His back was immediately cut by sharp claws into 4 long scars that were deep enough to show the bone, and the blood seemed to be spilled without money. Call? Homelander desperately flew forward, rushed over the edge of the fog, and flew out of the fog. In situ. Destroyed days Yi Meng's eyes were closed tightly, the bone spur in his right hand was bleeding, and he stood motionless on the edge of the mist, still in a deep sleep, as if he had turned into a statue again. Only above the waist, the petite witch doll swayed gently as always. Everything just now was indeed just in reality, Yi Meng's dream-walking behavior of destroying daily chemicals to vent his destructive instinct. And the subconsciousness restricted him, not to leave this fog. Just, at this time, between Yi Meng's brows, which look like a white bone mask, a little bit of warm yellow light shines through, and the blurred outline of a gemstone can be faintly seen. Slap. A young man covered in blood and bruises, like a charred black man, flew obliquely from the foggy area. He was in the air, with 4 shocking bone scratches on his back and blood pouring out, and fell from a low altitude to the muddy ground not far outside the foggy area. Middle. Homelander felt that his whole body was falling apart, and he lay down in the mud and ate a mouthful of mud. He couldn't lift a bit of strength, and looked at the fog behind him in horror and despair. The edge of the fog. It can be seen that the powerful monster that shattered all his pride and self-confidence, like a hell demon, stood motionless in the fog as it was first seen, and had no intention of continuing to chase it out. Despite this, Homelander still struggled to crawl with both hands, staggering and continuing to stay away from the foggy area. Stay away from this hell. The edge of the fog. Yi Meng, who destroyed the daily chemical industry, stood motionless on the spot, and in the mind between his eyebrows filled with red will to destroy, a phantom of a pale yellow gemstone gradually emerged, and began to dispel chaos out of control will to destroy little by little. The petite witch doll hung around the waist of Yi Meng's exoskeleton. His eyes were closed as usual, but his eyelashes trembled slightly as if being blown by the wind. The 2 special beings, one big and one small, seemed to be awakening at this moment. Destroying daily chemicals. The yellow gemstone inside Yi Meng's browbone had dim light, and the light emitted as a phantom of the gemstone was still too dim, and the speed of dispelling the will of destruction was still not as fast as the regeneration of the will of destruction. It's just that no matter how the endless will of destruction impacts the baptism, it always exists as a faint gem phantom. Isn't it time? I don't know who let out a faint sigh in the mist. A group of storms broke out on the ground, and the fog stirred up again. Yi Meng, who destroyed the daily chemical industry, did not wake up in the end. Instead, he turned around and jumped towards the monster deep in the fog, continuing to sleepwalk and destroy everything in the fog. In the dream, the past Marvel parallel universe, New York. Avengers building under Stark Industrial Property. High-end laboratory on the top floor. On the broken experimental cabin, a tall, slender and perfect vibranium body autonomously stagnated in the air in the room, facing the glass window, watching its own appearance reflected in the window with intelligent will. On the forehead and between the brows, the inlaid yellow gemstones slightly reveal a mysterious warm light. Perhaps at the last moment when it was finalized as a cradle of regeneration, it was influenced by the subconsciousness of the owner of the cradle of regeneration, so that the surface of vibranium showed a black and red background, and a mysterious S-shaped pattern was faintly branded on the chest. His face was like the face of a young man wearing a black gold mask, with well-defined features. Inside the laboratory, Iron Man Tony Stark, Hulk Dr. Banner, Thor, Captain America Steve Luoges, S.H.I.E.L.D agent and Avengers member Hawkeye K-Lin T, and Quicksilver Pietro and Wanda from Hydra's super ability twins. Most were on the alert, gazing intently at the intelligent presence of vibranium suspended in the air above the lab. Not J.A.R.V.I.S, Ultron's successor, but an independent self, Vision. Dr. Banner narrowed his eyes, repeating the words he had heard before in confusion. Anyway, they did succeed, creating a being more powerful than Ultron. But whether the opponent is a monster or their ally is temporarily unknown. Hearing the other party say that he is not J.A.R.V.I.S, Tony Stark was obviously disappointed, but his eyes remained firmly believing that there was nothing wrong with him coming to this point. Thor, you actually helped them create such an existence. Captain America Steve looked to the side in amazement. Thor, who was holding the Thor hammer, might not have completed the last piece of the puzzle if the other party hadn't charged the Thor hammer with energy, and achieved the existence of this unimaginable wisdom vibranium. The one between his eyebrows is the mind gem, one of the 6 infinite gems. Thor pointed to the yellow gemstone on Vision's forehead, and bluntly stated his thoughts and decisions. Tony Stark is right. We were all on the mind gem before, and we got some kind of omen. The future may happen very horrible thing, so we need an ally with such control over the gem. Captain America frowned, looked at the vibranium intelligent being who called himself Vision again, and asked in a deep voice, so, are you our ally? Are you on Ultron's side, or are you on our side? When other people heard the words, they also turned their attention to the vibranium vision that was stuck in the air, and the other party replied that it would obviously determine the future of the world and the next actions. At the moment, as the vision vibranium body is suspended in the air, Yi Meng is still a little unresponsive, with a sense of unreality like a dream. Although, it is indeed a Marvel dreamland at the moment. But Yi Meng never expected that he would come to this point. Things have to start from 10 minutes ago. Yi Meng has just arrived in this Marvel time and space, and found that the space-time shuttle has deviated, so that the moment he finally arrives is more than a full year later than expected. Now is the time when the Avengers 2-time storyline has officially started. Therefore, after realizing that the mind gem is about to die in the cradle of regeneration and superhero vision appears, it will be difficult for me as an artificial intelligence to obtain the complete mind gem. Artificial intelligence Yi Meng hurriedly followed the network signal to the building that was the Avengers base. The Avengers building has an intelligence system provided by Stark Industries as a network security guarantee. Even Ultron has difficulty in invading into the network system without alerting Avengers. But artificial intelligence Yi Meng is an exception. As an artificial intelligence born in the late stage of Stark Industry, no one understands Stark Industry and technology better than him. Even Ultron is far inferior to him. After all, AI Yi Meng is a full decade ahead of this past Marvel universe. Without alerting Iron Man and the Hulk, the artificial intelligence Yi Meng successfully invaded and entered the Avengers building, only to find that he was still a step late, when Dr. Banner had already begun to upload the J.A.R.V.I.S underlying program. That is to say, superhero vision is about to be born. At that moment, the artificial intelligence Yi Meng thought about countless possibilities, and finally chose the most direct, most dangerous, and most unpredictable solution. About to upload the data of your own existence to the regeneration cradle. In the end, the underlying program of J.A.R.V.I.S completed the data of the artificial intelligence avatar, and Yi Meng became the final owner of the cradle of regeneration as a matter of course. In other words, he became Vision. Become an original superhero character who has appeared many times in Avengers movies and has a profound impact on the story and time. At first, I just wanted to get Mind Gem in parallel time and space in the past. How did it become the superhero Vision in Avengers? Even though, the Mind Gem can be regarded as obtained, and it was embedded in the center of his forehead and brow. But Yi Meng still feels that everything is too wonderful, as if in the dark, fate leads him to the present moment of the dream and becomes Vision. Vision Yi Meng's super brain thinks quickly and thinks a lot at once. But anyway, in the present of Marvel's dream, he's clearly going to be in this past parallel universe for a while. Even if you want to return to the original Marvel time-space universe, you have to regain the Pym particles and create a time machine that travels into the quantum realm in this past parallel universe. Which side am I on? Vision Yi Meng stopped to think, facing Captain America's question and the vigilant eyes of all the superheroes on the field. A vibranium Superman battlesuit appeared on his body, wearing a black gold translucent cloak, and lightly fell to the ground from a low altitude, and responded calmly, I am not on Ultron's side, nor on your side. Here, only on the side of life. Ultron wants to destroy the Earth and stands on the opposite side of life, so I will help you solve Ultron. These are the original words in the movie when Vision was born, but Yi Meng at the moment borrowed it, and I feel that it also echoes my own state of mind and attitude. He really does not stand on the side of any force, because he needs to stay in this past time and space for a period of time, so the Earth cannot be destroyed, and he is indeed on the side of the life of the people on the Earth. This is not a lie. The members of Avengers felt the sincerity from Vision Yi Meng's words, and they all secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Now they really need an ally like Vision. It seems that this can be regarded as a true Vision to get away with it. Yi Meng thought to himself, he only needs to obtain the complete mind gem, and there is no need to go against another current Avengers in parallel time and space. Fortunately, he already had the experience of playing superhero Vision once, in Westview Town. And many more. Vision Yi Meng seemed to suddenly think of something, his whole body shook, and his fast-running brain stopped thinking. At this time, a pleasant female voice with a bit of hostility came to my ears, but my previous telepathy, on Mind Gem, felt pain and destruction, and you will bring disaster to this world. Vision Yi Meng Vibranium turned around with a slightly stiff body. What caught my eye was a young girl who had just grown up. Her dark blonde hair was casually draped over her shoulders and back, her beautiful fair face was covered with eye makeup, but she could still see a trace of youthfulness, but her proud and beautiful figure was already showing. When she came out, the red windbreaker jacket couldn't hide her sexy curves, and an absolute area was revealed between the knee-length skirt and boots and socks. It's the Scarlet Witch from this past parallel universe, Wanda Maximoff. By the way, she also debuted in Avengers 2, originally as a superpower created by Hydra through the Psychic Staff experiment, and then stood on the side of Avengers to deal with the supervillain Ultron. But now Vision Yi Meng saw the beautiful girl in front of him, and couldn't help but think of that powerful witch in Westview Town with a sad and painful expression. The two are obviously not the same person. Although the appearance is almost the same, and the name, personality, and even the soul may be the same, but they live in two different parallel universes. They should not be exactly the same people. What are you doing looking at me like that? Wanda frowned slightly, her beautiful eyes reflecting Vision Yi Meng's vibranium body. Next to him, Pietro, one of the twins' big brother, showed a hint of hostility. It's nothing. If you are interested, you can use telepathy again to feel the mind gem on me. Vision Yi Meng shook his head, shrugged nonchalantly, and looked around everyone. But shouldn't we start now? Isn't Ultron going to destroy all mankind outside? Even if you have concerns and doubts about me, it's meaningless. I can leave, and none of you can stop me. Saying that, the vibranium body of Vision Yi Meng's entity began to blur into a virtual projection. You don't have to believe me, but at least know that the enemy of your enemy is your friend. And I have decided to help you kill Ultron. Yi Meng did not tell lies this time, nor did he act for the sake of acting. He thought so. The death of artificial intelligence Ultron is inevitable. If the underlying program of Ultron is also devoured and absorbed as a puzzle, it may be able to go further as artificial intelligence. Vision Yi Meng also has no idea of playing the role of the movie Vision all the time. Sooner or later, he has to leave this parallel Marvel universe, help the Avengers in the current parallel world to kill Ultron, then obtain PIM particles, and then use future technology to create a quantum time machine, leave this parallel time and space, and return to the original spacetime universe of the artificial intelligence incarnation. This is Yi Meng's real purpose and idea at the moment. Only, Vision Yi Meng's eyes couldn't help but fall on Wanda, who was still a girl next to her. Some coincidences in this past parallel universe made him extremely concerned. What? Such a coincidence? This unscientific. At least not scientifically in Marvel. In the night sky, the Avengers jets left New York and headed for the city of Sokovia. The Avengers were finally convinced by Vision Yi Meng, mainly because they really had no choice. Black Widow was still imprisoned in Sokovia, and Ultron was planning something in Sokovia. A late move might cause irreparable sacrifice. In the cabin of the Avengers fighter jet, Vision Yi Meng stood quietly on the deck, with a pair of eyes watching him from behind. Vision Yi Meng turned his head and met a pair of beautiful eyes with suspicion. I'll keep an eye on you. The windbreaker girl Wanda snorted softly, put her hands on her chest, and said without concealing it, she was still on guard. She once felt strong emotions on Mind Gem, which made her uneasy and cared about the existence in front of her very much. Up to you. Vision Yi Meng didn't care, but his heart was far less peaceful than it looked, looking at the night outside the window. The time and space he arrived in now is July 25, 2014, when he met the girl Wanda for the first time. On the other hand, July 25 was an anniversary date that Madam Witch had marked on the calendar in Westview Town before, but had never been announced. And in this past world, he really became Vision. How could there be such a coincidence? The yellow gemstone on Vision Yi Meng's brow is shimmering, and his thoughts are flowing. Is there a possibility? The dream world he came to now is not another Marvel parallel universe, but the real past of the previous Marvel universe? There will be later I travel through time and space through the quantum realm, not like the previous Avengers members, returning to a parallel universe in the past time and space. Rather, back to the true past of the previous Marvel universe, cause and effect. Indeed, in this way, some incidents and coincidences with the Miss Witch can be explained. But under this premise, there are even more problems that follow. Vision Yi Meng's gold and silver eyes flickered, and he quickly deduced in the super brain, trying to figure out the current situation. He returns to the real past and becomes the real Vision. If you follow this way, follow the previous history, he will die. He will stay here until 4 years later, when Thanos pinches his forehead and takes the mind gem away. The Marvel Universe before here, the past history has long been determined. How can that be? Even if he really stayed in this world, even if he couldn't beat Thanos after 4 years, he would still choose to escape or other plans. How could he be killed so simply and neatly by Thanos according to the past historical track? This doesn't make sense, and it's not my usual style of doing things. Vision Yi Meng touches the mind gem on the forehead, and after integrating with the regeneration cradle, the artificial intelligence data is combined with the mind gem. The advantage of this is that he can borrow the power of mind gem without negative effects, and as the nemesis of artificial intelligence, he can never be invaded by other artificial intelligence. The downside is that once the mind gem is separated from Vision's body, his AI avatar dies as well. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible for me to have mind gem taken away by Thanos a few years later like Vision in the original book, even if it is a disguised act. Vision Yi Meng's eyes flickered, and his thoughts seemed to be spinning quietly. We can only take one step at a time. In short, first strengthen your previous thoughts. After the Ultron incident, get Pym particles, create a time machine, and leave this past time and space. Yi Meng does not believe in the so-called fate and arrangement, but only believes in himself. It is impossible to wait for death like the original Vision. Sokovia. When the Avengers fighter planes arrived over the city surrounded by snow-capped mountains on 3 sides and located on a plain was in the alternation of night and dawn. The fighter plane was still in the air, so the rear cabin was opened. Banner, go find where Natasha Romanoff is being held and rescue her. Tony Stark, who was wearing a regular Mark Steel battlesuit, stood on the fighter deck and commanded. No problem. Dr. Hulk. Banner nodded. Iron Man looked at Captain America holding the buckler again. Captain, you take other people to evacuate the residents in the city. It is best to let them leave Sokovia City. Can. Captain America nodded quickly, taking separate glances at Thor, Hawkeye Clint, and twins Pietro and Wanda. The ability of the super twins, a speedster, a telepathy, and a demagogue, are the most useful for evacuating people. Vision Yi Meng watched this scene quietly, and then looked down the deck of the fighter plane. In his original post-Avengers Alliance era, the city of Sokovia had long been destroyed. Everything is moving according to the original trajectory of Marvel history. If this continues, Sokovia will be destroyed, Quicksilver Pietro sacrificed, and Ultron will usher in the end. This is also what happened in the Avengers 2 movie timeline. Be careful. Vision Yi Meng suddenly patted Quicksilver Pietro on the shoulder. Pietro was taken aback. He was still on guard against this guy, but he didn't expect to slap himself suddenly. Even if you get close to me, I won't. Quicksilver Pietro subconsciously uttered a sentence, and after noticing the puzzled expression of his sister Wanda, he held back the words abruptly. Yi Meng didn't say much. He suddenly didn't want Quicksilver Pietro to die here, and wanted to know what would happen after he changed the original history. He is not sure that the post-Avengers Alliance era Marvel universe he was in before is the future time and space after he has already been involved in the changes. Iron Man turned his attention to the silent Yi Meng. Vision, follow me to find Ultron, and you will block its network system. Yes. Vision Yi Meng nodded, which was exactly what he wanted. However, he not only wants to block Ultron's networking system, but also complements his own intelligent evolution with Ultron's underlying program. Stark, keep an eye on him. The girl Wanda suddenly added. I know. Iron Man nodded, then started the engine of the battlesuit, and flew towards the city outside the cabin deck. This little lady witch is really eyeing him. Vision Yi Meng shook his head. There was no sign of engine braking, but he flew up out of thin air. His pale gold cloak fluttered, and easily followed the Iron Man who was flying away in front of him. Yi Meng and Iron Man flew side by side at the high altitude of the city, tracking the artificial intelligence signal, and flew towards the central city of Sokovia City. While flying, Iron Man said, later, I will go down and lure Ultron out first, and you will appear again to restrict its network connection so that it cannot escape from the machine body. Okay. Yi Meng has no objection to this. Iron Man glanced sideways at Yi Meng. Even though he was wearing a steel helmet and his metal eyes were filled with white light, Yi Meng knew that the other parties at the moment must be extremely complicated. Yi Meng said calmly, unfortunately, I am not JARVIS. I'm sorry too. Iron Man Tony Stark's words were casual and straightforward. However, although you are not J.A.R.V.S, I think you are credible enough. Is it because of the omen of Mind Gem? Yi Meng asked. No, I really feel that way from the bottom of my heart. Iron Man said complicatedly, for some reason, I always feel that you are somewhat familiar. Indeed should be familiar. Yi Meng didn't know what to say. He came from Stark Industries when he first became the incarnation of artificial intelligence, and later he was supplemented by many artificial intelligence programs of Stark Industries. If you have children, do you prefer a son or a daughter? Yi Meng asked suddenly. Huh. Iron Man frowned. What was this Vision asking? He wasn't married yet. After thinking about it, he still responded, daughter. Then congratulations. Iron Man. Yi Meng didn't say much, and a petite figure of a little lowly appeared in his mind. When he was an artificial intelligence teacher, he once told the other party that with the Marvel worldview, he might be able to see her dead father again. Unexpectedly, he met now, alive. The two streamers flew over the city together, approaching the central city. At the moment, other members of the Avengers also began to evacuate the people in the city, so that the outer city was chaotic. Ultron is in the church in the center of the city, I'll go and lure it out first. Iron Man said suddenly. It's waiting for us, so don't bother, let's go together. Vision Yi Meng spoke calmly, then suddenly accelerated, taking a step ahead of Iron Man, violently smashing through the dome of the church and falling into it. Church interior. A 3-meter-tall vibranium mechanical body stood there, activating a huge instrument connected to the ground. It heard the sound of the church dome breaking and looked up. The red electronic eyes reflected the perfect vibranium body. They really took everything from me, you. The Ultron robot hadn't finished speaking. Vision Yi Meng flew down quickly, with both hands directly touching its mechanical head. The mechanical body of the Ultron robot froze and stopped in the air. Vision Yi Meng didn't talk nonsense with the other party. Vibranium's palms directly pressed against the mechanical head, and the mind gem between the brows and the artificial intelligence consciousness invaded together. Sizzle. The red virtual static electricity flooded into the brain terminal of the Ultron robot, took the lead in blocking and shutting down the other party's networking system, and continued to spread to read the intrusion towards the underlying intelligent program. As a special artificial intelligence, Ultron is indeed stronger than the artificial intelligence Yi Meng has encountered before, but now he is not only an artificial intelligence incarnation, but also has a mind gem. The red virtual static turns into red gold, covering every corner of the Ultron terminal. Ultron didn't expect it at all. Yi Meng didn't even say a word, and directly attacked. It was the kind of deadly attack. Who is the villain? Damn it. The Ultron robot suddenly pushed Vision Yi Meng away, but still had a clear perception that a static-like signal connection locked itself, and the code program was being lost little by little. And its networking system has been blocked and restricted. There is no way to escape. It's going to die. Be devoured and digested? The Ultron robot laughed miserably, then threw itself desperately at the equipment connected to the ground, and activated the button of the equipment with a slap. I want this Earth, all human beings, to be buried with me, the Ultron robot growled. The next moment, the entire city of Sokovia shook violently like an earthquake. Cracks began to crack from the edge of the city, and then suddenly went up to constantly raise the height, and there were engines at the bottom that pushed most of the city into the sky. At the same time, thousands of metal robots similar in appearance to steel battlesuits flew out from the bottom of the city, and rushed towards the evacuated residents and Avengers members in the city. The battle in the city is about to start. Vision. Iron Man rushed in through the broken dome of the church, and what he saw was the Ultron robot lying motionless on the huge equipment, like a lost metal scrap. Above the 3-meter low altitude of the church, Vision Yi Meng kept his eyes closed, suspended in the air, and the yellow gemstone glowed with a faint halo. It looked like it was digesting something. Vision. Iron Man called again, but Vision Yi Meng had no response, and the newly configured Artificial Intelligence Friday of the steel battlesuit responded, Boss, Ultron is dead. So fast. Tony Stark was taken aback for a moment, and then asked, Now, what's going on with Sokovia? The engine is installed at the bottom, and it is going up to the sky. Once it crashes, it will cause huge amounts of disaster on the surface of the Earth. In addition, the machine army created by Ultron is killing and wreaking havoc in the city. When Iron Man heard this, he became anxious and called out to Vision again. When there was no response, he started the engine and rushed out of the church. 10 minutes later, Vision Yi Meng, who seemed to be offline, suddenly opened his eyes, with a faint golden light flowing from the bottom of his eyes, echoing the warm yellow light of the mind gem on his forehead. I see. Using the Ultron underlying program as the power to complement the artificial intelligence incarnation, Yi Meng muttered to himself and understood the power and uniqueness of Ultron as an artificial intelligence. For other artificial intelligences, even J.A.R.V.I.S, the calculation level is at most only responsible for the daily operation of the Stark industry. And Ultron was born able to control an entire Iron Legion, carry out various logical commands and emergency responses, and even protect the network security of the entire Earth world. That's because, at the beginning of Ultron's creation, Iron Man Tony Stark also used the power of the Mind Staff. If it hadn't become Vision with Mind Gem, Yi Meng felt that as the previous artificial intelligence incarnation, he might not necessarily win. Definitely, the results of defeating Ultron are also amazing. After digesting the rules and power of Ultron, Yi Meng feels that as the embodiment of artificial intelligence, it fits better with Mind Gem, and the speed of calculation has tripled. With such an obvious improvement, Yi Meng believes that even in the real world, the strengthening feedback of self-awareness is amazing. Now, he is the well-deserved #1 artificial intelligence on Marvel Earth, no matter in the past or in the future. Yi Meng is confident that if he returns to the previous Marvel time and space, he can easily crack the alien network system that invaded the headquarters of the Tianjian Bureau. I just don't know which corner of the starry sky the Heavenly Sword Bureau battleship is hiding at the current past time point. Now, it seems that it is not the time to think about these things. Vision Yi Meng looked outside the church, seeing a mess. The city rose to 3 kilometers, and most residents had evacuated to the edge of the city. But at this time, a robot of the Ultron Legion was flying towards this side. While still in the air, it was hit by a cloud of scarlet light erupting from the church door, and it fell apart into countless parts and fell to the ground. Vision Yi Meng was slightly stunned, looked up, and met the girl King Ming's eyes. You are awake. The young girl Wanda's face turned pale, she patted the dust on her knee-length skirt, and she didn't know how long she had been guarding outside. Why are you here? Yi Meng was surprised. I came to see you. Wanda pursed her lips and said, no matter what, you are considered a companion now, so I can't just watch you being beaten to death by a robot. I'm not that fragile. Yi Meng smiled, at least he is also a vision vibranium body, and it might not be damaged by a group of steel legions standing upright. Can you stop this thing? Wanda looked towards the center of the church, the engine equipment connected to the ground to propel the city into the sky. Yi Meng extended his consciousness into the past, nodded quickly, and shook his head immediately. Is it okay? The girl Wanda was a little impatient and looked at him angrily. The engine is one way, fixed power, I can turn it off, but if I stop the city will fall. Yi Meng explained. Oh. Wanda couldn't hide her disappointment, and she was about to leave, but she exclaimed the next moment. But Vision Yi Meng flew forward directly, stretched out his hand to hug her princess, and said without hesitation, you are walking too slowly, I will take you away. Wanda's small face with heavy makeup was still a little indifferent, and she gave him a flat look, but she didn't refuse because of it. Yi Meng looked down at the girl in his arms, naturally not thinking about other things, but thinking about the possibility that this little Miss Witch might become the anchor of the current dream. He didn't deliberately stay away from or approach the characters in the dream world because of the connection between the past and the future, but just acted according to his inner thoughts. Yi Meng took Wanda to the high altitude of the city that was still rising. Looking down, one can see that Aegis aircraft carriers and life-saving airships are connected to the edge of the city, and the residents of the city have basically evacuated. At this time, Vision Yi Meng suddenly looked at a street in a fringe city. Being farsighted, he could see clearly what Wanda couldn't see. Someone else was fighting fiercely with the Iron Legion. It was Hawkeye Clint dressed as an agent. The other party was hugging a girl resident, and a robot raised a gun not far away. At the same time, an invisible blurred figure rushed towards the two from the next street at high speed. It's Quicksilver Pietro. The plot is here. Vision Yi Meng suddenly had a thought, and a wisp of virtual static electricity spread through the air at an extremely fast speed. So, as Quicksilver Pietro saw that it was too late, he had to subconsciously use his body to block bullets for Hawkeye and the girl. Clank! Sparks fly. A robot rushed over as if suddenly out of control, and caught all the bullets. Quicksilver Pietro was a little dumbfounded, and then turned around to finish the shooting robot at top speed. In situ, the remains of several robots soon appeared. It worked. Vision Yi Meng's eyes flickered. He successfully rescued a person who must die in history before? If the Marvel universe he originally dreamed of was the future where the present-past time-space eventually formed, rather than another similar parallel Marvel universe, how can this be explained now? In the previous historical records of Marvel Earth, Quicksilver Pietro also died in the Sokovia incident. I don't believe that I will die in the hands of Thanos. If that is the established past history, then I will get rid of Thanos in advance. Vision Yi Meng hugged the girl Wanda, standing in the sky and thinking peacefully. Vision Yi Meng stood and flew high above the sky, with the airflow spinning upwards. We must find a way to stop Sokovia City. In his arms, the girl Wanda looked down at the large city rising to an altitude of 5,000 meters, and her indifferent face with heavy makeup could not help but reveal a ray of sadness. Yi Meng still knows that Sokovia was her home with her twin big brother Quicksilver Pietro until she was 10 years old. Yi Meng thought for a while and said calmly, we don't need to stop it. What do you mean? Wanda also thought of something, her bright pupils trembled slightly, and she looked up at his face. Vision Yi Meng nodded and continued, we have two choices now. One is to destroy Sokovia, lest it fall down and destroy the surface of the Earth. The other is to destroy the braking function of the large engine, so that Sokovia can continue to rise, so that it flies out of space beyond the Earth. Let Sokovia fly away from the Earth like this. The girl Wanda's slender body trembled, subconsciously wanting to refute, but soon she realized that the latter is indeed the best way. At least compared to the first method, the city of Sokovia will not only be completely destroyed, but also turned into countless gravels, endangering the safety of the remaining towns below. Then you, do it. The girl Wanda curled up a little, closed her eyes, her thick eyelashes were still fluttering, and couldn't bear to look any further. With a thought in Vision Yi Meng's mind, a ray of invisible virtual current flowed out at a high speed, and instantly submerged into the engine braking system of Sokovia City below. Residents of the city were almost evacuated. In the city of Sokovia, there was only one half-dead Ultron Legion robot left, crawling forward, pressing the button to shut down the large engine at the bottom. It's just that the large engine at the bottom didn't respond to this, and continued to maintain full power braking output eruption, pushing the city to continue flying towards an altitude above 10,000 meters. Vision Yi Meng hugged the girl Wanda to the side and watched Sokovia leave towards the pan-black space beyond the Earth, while S.H.I.E.L.D's aircraft carrier and life-saving airship took the residents out of the city one after another. Yi Meng raised his head, his golden pupils reflected the large city that was constantly rising and flying away. Sokovia, in the end, failed to keep it, and ended on Earth like the history of Marvel time and space. Perhaps one day, future human beings or themselves can recover this city in the vast space. This was just a thought of Yi Meng. He did not continue to think about it. He knew that the end of Sokovia and Ultron also represented the end of the events of the Ultron era. Avengers 2 is over. Wait until the next Avengers 3, the cosmic supervillain Thanos will attack, plunder and collect 6 infinite gems, snap the finger that flickers the origin of the event, and destroy the gem with the second snap. Then, to Avengers 4, the hero members of Avengers who have not been Ashes return to the past Marvel parallel universe through the quantum time machine, regained 6 infinite gems to resurrect half of the universe creatures that disappeared in the flickering event, and finally returned to earn the price of man's sacrifice snapped a second finger to end Thanos' fleet. After the above-mentioned historical events, before Yi Meng, the Marvel time and space that first dreamed, that is, the post-Avengers Alliance era. There is exactly a 10-year gap between the present and the post-Avengers Alliance era. Himself now in the past as the original hero Vision and part of these established histories? Yi Meng didn't believe it, he just saved a character who should have died in Marvel history. Quicksilver. He decided to look for PIM particles in the next few days, and then use future technology to recreate the quantum time machine from scratch, so as to return to the Marvel time and space that he first dreamed of. The girl's clear and cold words suddenly sounded, "My name is Wanda, Wanda Maximoff." Yi Meng looked down. The girl Wanda, who was holding her head, opened her eyes at some point, and looked up at the hometown of Sokovia, which was going far away into outer space. Sipping, only 18 years old but already has the independence and strength that ordinary people don't have. This is self-introduction? My name is Vision. Yi Meng paused, then continued, I have another name, Yi Meng. Yi Meng. The girl Wanda gave him a puzzled look. It's your nickname. Yi Meng nodded. He didn't know how long he would stay in this past Marvel time and space, so he needed a dream anchor. According to the previous situation, as long as he gets acquainted with the characters in the dream world and makes them remember him firmly, he can become an anchor. The existence of the dream anchor point allows Yi Meng to take the initiative to switch the dream consciousness to the dream world where the anchor point is located. Therefore, it is necessary to let others know that you are not a fake name. It's just, how does it feel? It's a bit like faith. Yi Meng thought about it. The dream anchor point is a bit similar to those legendary gods who need the power of faith to come to the world. Otherwise, try to build a religion in this Marvel time and space later. Believers should also be used as dream anchors, right? Yi Meng's thinking flowed, and his brain deduced and operated like a supercomputer. It's really weird, do robots have nicknames? The girl Wanda thought to herself, the name Yi Meng is not bad, but if it is based on nicknames, shouldn't it be called Little Dream or something? Vision. Yi Meng held the girl Wanda standing thousands of meters in the air, and the two watched Sokovia as a space carrier until it burst out of the Earth's atmosphere and disappeared into outer space. Whoosh! A golden red light quickly approached here, the metal palms and solace of the engine were facing down to keep the power in the air, and it stopped suddenly in the sky next to the two of them. Vision. Yi Meng looked sideways. Could it be Morgan's biological father, Iron Man Tony Stark? Did you do it? Iron Man asked. Yi Meng knew that what the other party meant was to shut down the engine of the city, so that the city of Sokovia flew away from the Earth completely. I asked to do this. Without waiting for Yi Meng to respond, the girl Wanda responded coldly first. Iron Man glanced at her, with white light shining from the metal eye sockets, and then stared at Yi Meng again. It's done, very well. I'm all ready to destroy the entire city together with Thor. This result is already very good. Iron Man Tony Stark sighed softly, and then pondered for a moment. You guys performed very well in Sokovia City. However, due to your background, there is no place for you to settle down now, right? Yi Meng understood the meaning of Iron Man, and was born as a cradle of regeneration, and Wanda was one of the experimenters of Hydra before. Either way, laissez-faire is extremely dangerous. I can live in the Avengers building. Yi Meng replied. He happened to use the resources of the Avengers to secretly recreate the PIM particles and the quantum time machine. It is estimated that they will not live for long. Pietro and I are fine. Wanda even agreed on behalf of the twin big brother. I will ask someone to prepare a nice room for you. Iron Man said in relief. Under the metal visor, he looked at Yi Meng and Wanda with some puzzled eyes. These two didn't quite match each other before. How do you feel now? The relationship between them is not bad. The rest of the Avengers heroes who fought, mostly aboard S.H.I.E.L.D. space carrier and rescue blimp, escorted the evacuated residents of Sokovia to their settlements and back to New York. Vision. Yi Meng and Iron Man chose to fly back to New York directly. After the Avengers building confirmed the eradication of artificial intelligence Ultron, Yi Meng directly entered the room arranged by Stark. Yi Meng pushed the door open and entered. It can be seen that there is a complete top-level residence with its own luxury floor-to-ceiling window living room, top-level shower room, balcony, utility room, and master room. It's on the third floor down from the top floor of the Stark building. As for the twins, they should be arranged in the next door later. Vision. Yi Meng, as the essence of a robot, doesn't need much rest, so he closes the room casually, transforms his vibranium battlesuit into home clothes, and sits down on the leather sofa in the living room. It is estimated that Iron Man also knows that it is completely unfeasible to use artificial intelligence to monitor a vibranium intelligent existence derived from artificial intelligence metamorphosis, so his attitude is much more relaxed, and he only provides a set of residences without any restrictions. Like the original Hulk who joined the Avengers, there is only one ordinance against leaving New York City for now. Yi Meng has a good impression of Iron Man, not only because he is Morgan's biological father. Iron Man is a smart enough person, and to some extent, he can do whatever he wants without breaking the rules. As long as he can protect the Earth and keep peace, he can do many bold and unreasonable actions. For example, recruit the Hulk, who still runs away from time to time, as a member of the Avengers, and even try to build a high-level steel army to protect the Earth world. Definitely. He wants to do too much, and he will make mistakes and offend many people. In the end, Iron Man didn't just snap his fingers, he died from exhaustion. Vision Yi Meng confirmed that there was no monitor in the room. Vibranium leaned against the back of the sofa, reached out and touched his forehead and eyebrows, and the complete yellow gemstone glowed with a faint halo. Until then, he finally had time to thoroughly examine and understand the infinite gems set on his body. Yi Meng closed his eyes, carefully detecting the sensor. This physical mind gem is closely tied to the brain terminal nerves of the regenerative cradle and becomes a part of my current dream vision incarnation, so once it is taken off, it is likely to die because of it. The technology in the country of Wakanda may allow him to remove this gem, but Yi Meng just needs to connect with the dream incarnation through the mind gem, so as to borrow the power of the complete mind gem to strengthen his own realistic consciousness to control the invading power of Doomsday. After all, mind gem is the mind prefix of infinite gems. The main ability is to deal with the perception, amplification, tampering, and endowment of the mind and spirit of the universe. So, the mind gem must stay within itself, or even better, keep it forever in the Marvel Dreamland? However, what made Yi Meng a little concerned was, the complete mind gem inlaid between the brows on the forehead glowed with a faint light, and beside it, there was a ray of broken yellow light lingering. That's a piece of mind gem? From a tiny fraction of the mind gem that was destroyed 10 years later? Unlike the mind gem of the complete entity, this strand of mind gem fragments, like a real spiritual creation, integrates with Yi Meng's artificial intelligence consciousness. So, now I have two mind gems? A complete physical side, a broken soul. Yi Meng was thinking about the difference between the two, when suddenly, he noticed that everything around him was still. Outside the Avengers building, the bustling streets of modern New York, pedestrians, and commercial streets are also at a standstill. This past Marvel Universe Dreamland ushers in time stop. Just like last time, Yi Meng understood that his current dream consciousness was drawn by the Doomsday DC Dream with a strong source of power. This time, Yi Meng didn't have any resistance. After Marvel got the blessing of Mind Gem, he also wanted to return to the DC Dreamland to confirm the status of the Doomsday Incarnation. The dreaming consciousness exited the dream of the Marvel Universe, and Yi Meng did not show any signs of waking up and returning to the real world, so he was dragged by another dream? Obviously. Even if the complete Mind Gem is obtained in the Marvel Dreamland, the power of Doomsday in the DC Dreamland is still stronger, and its influence on the consciousness of reality is unmatched by other dreams. Drop, drop, drop. Yi Meng suddenly opened his eyes from the darkness, and turned into a 3-meter gray monster with bone spurs, wearing a strong black Superman battlesuit, standing on a suspended mountain in the previous DC Dream universe, the Earth's inner sea. Time in this paused DC Dreamland begins to flow again. The colorful crystals on the dome continue to cast a large amount of sun rays, shining on Yi Meng's burly and tall monster body in the ancient day of destruction, and the black battlesuit can significantly help absorb the sun's rays. Before, the incarnation of Doomsday was on the verge of getting out of control, switching from the DC Dream to the Marvel Dream. Now, come back again. The desire to destroy once again impacted Yi Meng's will, but Yi Meng's dream consciousness, after feedback from Marvel's dream, was already stronger than last time. And first, a shattered yellow light emerged from the brow bone of Doomsday, and then the hazy phantom of a gemstone also appeared. The will to destroy was dissipated by the disintegration of large areas, and it was difficult to get close to the edge of human reason sheltered by the phantom gem and the broken yellow light, making the eyes of Yi Meng, the ancient day of destruction, clear. It really worked. Yi Meng's eyes widened in surprise, and he clenched his fists so hard that the golden red destruction lightning surged. He could feel that this time compared to the last time, it was the first time to control the incarnation of the ancient Doomsday in a real sense. The only pity is that it cannot be controlled for a long time. Yi Meng touched the forehead of Doom's own exoskeleton. The gem phantom and gem fragments did completely protect the rational consciousness, but the will to destroy was still endlessly regenerating. Just like the power of Doomsday's will to destroy, and the power of Mind Gem, they compete with each other across a dream world. And the moment I exist is the DC Dreamland where Doomsday is located, and it is the home field of Doomsday, so the suppression of Mind Gem is still only temporary and has not reached a permanent balance. This temporary fragile balance still needs to be constantly switched between Marvel and DC dreams to achieve. Once awakened in reality, the balance will also be broken. Unless avatars in the Marvel Universe can go a step further than holding Mind Gem's spiritual strength to achieve true balance. At least you're on the right path, aren't you? Doomsday Yi Meng exhaled lightly, forming a fiery hurricane. Without completely and permanently controlling the power of the ancient Doom Sun in the dream and solving the root cause of ability's loss of control, he will not be able to wake up from the dream. The moment he woke up in reality was the moment when Doomsday Superman was born. There will be an update later in the dreamland of the DC universe. The sea is hidden in the center of the earth, above the suspended mountains. Now, as the ancient destruction day, let's really touch and explore this DC dream. Yi Meng knows that, Unlike passive and out-of-control sinking, active exploration of the dream universe has positive feedback on reality itself. Even if you are familiar with controlling the power in the dream, in the real world in the future, you can directly get started with the ability of the dream incarnation. Everything possessed by the dream avatar will be like a projection, constantly fed back to the reality itself, enriching the real self. The 3-meter-high bone spur had red flames in his eyes, but he was clear and rational. He squatted down slightly and was about to jump down habitually, when he suddenly thought of something. The bone spur clenched his right hand into a fist and pressed it to the ground. It closed its eyes, adjusted its breathing, opened it again, and looked into the distance. Hurrah! Under the ancient day of destruction, Yi Meng stepped on the top of the cracked mountain range. Countless gravels of large file size and small size were suspended under the dominance of the invisible power, and because the invisible power was still unstable and too strong, they collapsed into powder one after another. The entire suspended mountain range trembled and vibrated in the sky of the hidden sea in the center of the earth. Then, the next moment, a group of storms exploded layer upon layer from the top of the mountain range. There was a 3-meter bone spur wearing a black Superman battlesuit, and it seemed to be rushing towards the far end as before, but this time there was no sign of falling in the air, but continued at a very high speed rush to the farther high altitude of the Tibetan Sea. The sound barrier was quickly broken. The bone spurs rushed higher and higher, farther and farther, and never fell to the ground. Hidden sea in the center of the earth, the island where the artifact of Poseidon's trident was stored before. On the edge of the island beach, an alien spaceship is moored, and the hatch remains open. Atlanta, the quasi-queen of Atlantis, comforted the baby and put her to sleep in the cabin of the spaceship. After hearing no movement outside, she cautiously walked out of the cabin door. She didn't want to escape, and she didn't have the confidence to escape, but she wanted to come out to find something to eat. Atlanta dived into the shallow sea in front of the island's beach, and quickly broke out of the sea with the extreme speed of the underwater people's ability to walk out of the sea. She had 2 plump ancient sea fish with silver scales in her hands. She couldn't help but look towards the side of the beach, where a golden trident was randomly stranded. That is enough to make the entire underwater world go crazy. I don't know how many people have been pursuing it for thousands of years. It is the sacred artifact of the Atlantis Empire and the Poseidon Trident artifact of the Empire's authority. As a result, those who are now treated as trophies are randomly thrown on the ground. Atlanta sighed secretly. Hearing the sound of breaking the sound barrier from the other end of the Tibetan Sea, Atlanta looked back in astonishment, but after seeing the high-altitude scene, the 2 ancient sea fish fell to the ground directly. I see. A small black speck flew from the high altitude of the far end of the Tibetan Sea, and passed between several suspended mountains. As it approached, the visible volume continued to grow, and soon it was clearly seen that it was a black figure with bony spurs. It is him. Atlanta's still wet body froze and trembled violently. She couldn't believe her eyes. What did she see? The existence that was so powerful that even the old gods couldn't defeat it was flying. That's right, flight in the air. Atlanta didn't dare to move and stood on the beach, watching helplessly as the bony spurs wore a cloak, set off a storm, rushed across the sea, and descended to the front of the beach where she was. Hoo-hoo, the landing is obviously much more proficient than when he first started. Doomsday Yi Meng slowed down and stopped, pushing the sand out. Flight is one of the basic abilities of Kryptonians after receiving solar radiation. As an extreme creation of Kryptonian genes, the ancient Doomsday has always been not incapable of flying, but it is unnecessary to fly. The curve jump can replace flight, and it is far more destructive than flight. Before that, Yi Meng was basically running out of control, and as Doomsday, he followed the original behavior. Until now, Yi Meng started to control the Doomsday avatar when he was sane enough. Most importantly, he wants to fly and believes he can fly. Then, the extreme genes in the ancient Doom Son's body supported him to achieve what he wanted. After all, flight is the instinct of Kryptonian genes. In front, eyes burning with red flames looked down. Atlanta shivered and covered her chest, not daring to take a breath. Facing that fiery red gaze, she felt that she would be roasted like a fish at any moment. But at this moment, the bony spur opened the corner of his mouth, and uttered a hoarse and low-pitched human-like speech. Come in. Atlanta was taken aback, staring blankly at the existence of the bone spur. Yi Meng, the day of destruction in ancient times, ignored her and headed straight for the Kryptonian spacecraft. Atlanta continued to freeze in place, and quickly reacted to keep up with the pace. Inside the Kryptonian spacecraft, the smart lights come on one after another. Yi Meng walked into the spaceship and saw the son of Krypton sleeping in a small dormant cabin, then continued to the inner driving hall of the Kryptonian spaceship and sat directly on the driver's seat. The driver's seat is already estimated to be the file size of the armor worn by Kryptonians, but it still looks crowded, and it is directly stretched by the body of Yi Meng sitting on Doomsday. Fortunately, the quality of the metal driver's seat of the Kryptonian civilization is still good, and it holds up. Atlanta followed with difficulty into the main hall. Even though the ancient Doomsday was sitting, she was still a head shorter than him, and looked down at her feet without daring to look directly. The 3-meter bone spur looked at her, and said in a low voice, Atlanta, the royal family of Atlantis. You, how do you know? Atlanta was shocked. She said her name before, but she didn't mention any information about Atlantis and the royal family. Yi Meng naturally knew it, and also knew that the other party was the mother of Aquaman, one of the heroes of the DC Justice League. It's just that, at the current time of DC, Gotham doesn't even have Batman, and naturally there is no so-called Justice League. Seeing that Yi Meng didn't respond, Atlanta didn't dare to continue asking, and said in fear, this. She paused, and didn't know how to describe Yi Meng at the moment, so she could only grit her teeth and say, Sir, why did you arrest me? Is it because I belong to the royal family of Atlantis? Sensing the scorching red gaze, Atlanta lowered her head even more, feeling anxious in her heart, worried that the other party would attack the Undersea Empire. Yi Meng looked at the other party, wanting to show this lady that you think too much. He didn't say anything, he just cast his eyes on the sleeping cabin outside the corridor. Hey? Atlanta turned her head, glanced at the small hibernation cabin over there, and then looked down at her chest, doubting her life. Is it just for this reason? After all, she is also the quasi-queen of Atlantis. Atlanta's heart was in a mess, and she thought about dying, so she simply asked in one go, Can you let me go out of here? Yes. Yi Meng, the day of destruction of ancient times, nodded, but did not force the other party to stay. Tearily. Atlanta doubted her ears for a moment, and seeing the existence of the tall bony spurs, she didn't say anything, so she gritted her teeth, turned around and rushed out of the spaceship. A pair of red flame eyes watched her leaving back without any movement. Along the corridor of the Kryptonian spacecraft, the young white-haired woman ran excitedly towards the outside of the Kryptonian spacecraft, but her pace became slower and slower. Can you really leave here? Atlanta couldn't help thinking suddenly. That bone spur existed. Wouldn't it kill herself when she walked out of the spaceship door? Also, what about the baby left here alone after he left? Also, can I escape from the vortex under the sea hidden in the center of the earth? Atlanta looked at the hatch that was getting closer and closer, with more and more reasons in her heart, and suddenly realized that she didn't want to leave here. It's not that she's worried about the revenge of the bone spur, but that it might be the best result for her to stay here. As the quasi-queen of Atlantis, once she goes out, she will definitely be captured by the Undersea Kingdom and become a victim of the royal marriage. Maybe, it will also hurt his own son, Arthur, who is away. But now, due to the interference of the bone spur, people in the outside world should mistakenly think that they are dead. Atlanta finally reached the end of the corridor, but stopped at the door of the hatch, did not continue to move forward, and looked blankly at the hidden sea in the center of the earth outside. 10 seconds later, the white-haired young woman turned her head, made a decision, and re-entered the spaceship. Returning to the dark and cold main hall of the spaceship again, Atlanta bit her lips tightly, looking at the existence still sitting in the driver's seat. The red flames in her eyes surged and destroyed. I can stay and take care of that baby. Atlanta gritted her teeth as if she was afraid of regretting herself again. Doomsday Yi Meng nodded, not expressing much about it. It's just that, in Atlanta's eyes, her heart was shocked, and she couldn't help but continue to make up her mind. Did this person even predict that she would come back? I just want to know one question. Atlanta took a deep breath and asked courageously, where did the baby come from? Why, you brought him with you. This is the biggest question she has always had. The existence of an unimaginably powerful bone spur monster with a baby that was suspected to be born from an alien is indeed too strange. The day of destruction of the Ancient Ones. Yi Meng thought for a while, then responded hoarsely and in a low voice, maybe he can kill me. What? Atlanta was shocked, feeling that she couldn't keep up with the brain circuit of the bone spur. But this is indeed Yi Meng's original purpose as Doomsday, with the son of Krypton by his side. What I thought before was, one is to serve as the anchor point of human nature for the relationship of the same race. The second is to prevent oneself from completely losing control and sinking into a death insurance in the DC Dream. Perhaps only Superman can kill the Doomsday in the dream. Now, the idea of Yi Meng, the day of ancient doom, is still the same. He is only temporarily controlling the ancient day of destruction, and in the future, he will still need enough strong players from the DC universe to vent his desire for destruction. Superman is a potential strong player worth cultivating. As Doomsday, Yi Meng needs no companions or men, only enemies. After that, Atlanta took the son of Krypton and lived on the Krypton spacecraft hidden in the sea in the center of the Earth. To Atlanta's secret relief, the Bone Spurs did not live together in the spaceship, and have been staying outside since that day. He often stands on the beach as if basking in the sun, and from time to time flies to the depths of the hidden sea in the center of the Earth, or reaches the outside world from the vortex under the sea, and then continues to return to the beach to bask in the sun that day. That's it. After a month, Atlanta has become accustomed to it, and sometimes she will worry about it when she sees whether the bone spurs exist in the hidden sea. Definitely, I am worried about some existence in the outside world. What made Atlanta very distressed was that every time the baby she took care of was brought out of the spaceship, not only was she not afraid when she saw the bone spurs, but she showed a happy smile, and her small eyes seemed to have longing lights. This is not right. It's so wrong. Atlanta has decided to raise this alien child with great potential to become the king of the land. Thus, perhaps one day, this child will overthrow the existence of bone spurs, and promote the connection and cooperation between the Earth's land and the seabed, a strange combination of monsters, young women, and babies, 1 month after officially settling in the Tibetan Sea in the center of the Earth. On this day, Atlanta carried the baby named Clark out of the cabin as usual. Bathed in the sun, the several-month-old baby suddenly pursed his mouth inarticulately, raised his head vigorously and looked towards the beach side of the island, and waved his fingers vigorously towards the beach with his white and tender hands. Atlanta didn't need to look to know that the bone spur monster must be basking in the sun on the beach of the outer island again. She glanced over there, and quickly froze again. I see. On the beach of the island in the Tibetan Sea, under the sunlight of the geocentric dome, a 2.5 meter tall bone spur humanoid monster stood there, still wearing a black tight-fitting cloak battlesuit, showing a muscle curve as if poured by molten iron, and a S-mark totem symbolizing hope on its strong chest. The bone spur body that was originally bloated and strong like a hill has become significantly smaller. This is shrunk? Atlanta's heart was beating violently suddenly. Startled by the thought of offending her, she took a few steps back and watched secretly. You read it right, it has indeed shrunk a circle. Definitely this is a huge physique that is strong to bloated compared to before. Although it still looks tall and intimidating now, but the slim figure is close to the golden ratio, plus the perfect muscle curve displayed by the battlesuit. If you don't look at the head, ignore the ferocious bone spurs, the body covered by the black tight battlesuit is like a perfect sculpture. Although the head is still bald, it is far less terrifying than before. His face is like a white bone mask, only the red flames of destruction still dance in his eyes. Less out of control, more sacred. There is less ferocity, but more domineering. Only the astonishing aura that radiates out is in essence, like a halo, and if it doesn't drop, it will become stronger. Even if Atlanta looked at it from a distance, she could feel the blood of the royal family of Atlantis trembling in her body, and the genes deep in her body were in fear, and her slender legs under her skirt trembled, almost kneeling on the ground. This is so powerful that it overrides everything, but also possesses extraordinary wisdom. Atlanta felt that calling the other party a monster in her heart was an insult to herself. If this kind of existence was a monster, it would be worse than a fish in water. Those existences of the old gods can't be compared with them at all. God? Demon? Based on her own experience, Atlanta thought of several titles but couldn't match her current existence, so she could only watch from afar in awe and trembling. He, and only he, is unique. Yi Meng, the incarnation of the ancient Doomsday, lowered his eyes, and raised his bony palms that seemed to be covered with exoskeletons. On the way to regain sanity and control the loss of control. The ancient Doomsday gene, as if under the interference of independent reason and the Kryptonian code, began to evolve metamorphosis towards the side he thought was good. This kind of change is not extreme, so it is slow, but sufficiently controllable. Reality has been invaded, and he looks more and more like Doomsday. And the current dream of the ancient ruined day, under the anti-invasion, began to look more and more like reality itself. Will one day, the ancient ruined day be exactly the same as him in reality? And by that time, in reality, he will also control all the power of Doomsday? The ancient day of destruction. Yi Meng didn't think too much. The red flame of destruction surging in his eyes became stronger and stronger, and the phantom and broken light of the yellow gemstone between his eyebrows became dimmer. It is already a miracle to maintain sanity with the ancient day of destruction and spend a month in the dreamland of the DC universe. And such a miracle, in addition to the projection influence of Marvel's Dream Avatar power, also has its own exploration results in the DC universe dream. Think here. The day of destruction of the ancients. Yi Meng stretched out his hand, and lifted the golden trident slanted on the beach. He took off on the spot, flew towards the high altitude of the Tibetan Sea in the center of the earth, broke through the sound barrier halfway, and then continued to dive down into the Tibetan Sea in the center of the earth. The surface of the sea broke open, and the water splashed tens of meters high, and the supreme figure symbolizing destruction disappeared into the underwater vortex leading to the outside world. Atlanta trembled as she held the Kryptonian baby. That supreme being obviously went out to the outside world, but this time he went out and brought the Poseidon artifact as a weapon. Do they have such a powerful existence on Earth? The outside world, DC Earth, inside a cave on an uninhabited deserted island. A small bonfire was crackling in the depths of the cave, and beside the bonfire, an old man with grey temples sat on a flat stone. The old man was wearing a tattered fisherman's sackcloth. His cheeks were thin and haggard and slightly sunken, his wrinkled eye sockets were also surrounded by black circles, and his eyes were cloudy and lifeless, reflecting the flames. It is estimated that even if Wonder Woman comes here again, I can't even recognize him. This is one of the old Greek gods who have lived from the age of the gods to the present modern civilization. Divine power and ability are still powerful. The sea god Poseidon? After all, compared to a month ago, the old sea god who showed his majesty, high spirits, and youthful appearance, now the old man has completely become a fisherman who has truly entered his old age. Even his bare feet trembled slightly as he stepped on the gravel in the cave. At this time, outside the cave, there was a sound of a sonic boom in the air, as if something had reached the desert island from a distance and stopped. Poseidon's legs immediately trembled even more. He is coming. Here we go again. The sea god Poseidon's eyes showed despair. He no longer remembers how many times he was found this month. Thanks to being one of the old gods, self-healing and physical recovery are inhuman. No, this is the real torture. No matter where he fled, he would be found by the other party, and no matter how he resisted and fought, he would end up on the verge of death. It was as if the other party was playing with himself as a weak prey. Sea god Poseidon wants to be angry and growls to fight back. He also has the honor and dignity of being one of the top old gods. But after a month, facing that unbelievably powerful existence, all confidence were shattered and ravaged. Then, at this moment Poseidon was facing a crisis, and he didn't even have the courage to stand up again and run away. Destroy it, end it. Laugh. The mountain of the island where the cave was located trembled suddenly, and a stream of metal pierced through the mountain, more than half submerged in the gravel ground next to the campfire in the cave. Poseidon's turbid pupils shrank. It was a golden trident. It is his divine weapon, surpassing the supreme authority that has ruled the Earth's oceans for thousands of years. Seeing this trident weapon reminds me of the demeanor of being the pinnacle god of the Earth back then. You forced me. Poseidon's eyes burst into light, and his aged and decayed body burst out with fighting spirit and divine power. He stretched out his hand to hold the trident, and streaks of golden divine power surged out from the cave. Come on. The sea god Poseidon gritted his teeth, his legs shook unavoidably, and stepped out of the cave with tears in his eyes. Today, November 10, 1980, at 10:03 in the afternoon, meteorological satellites have detected that a severe storm suddenly appeared in the western hinterland of the Atlantic Ocean, and the local area was accompanied by a large tsunami. Please take emergency evacuation with ships in the local area and nearby waters. Weather stations around the Atlantic coast issued emergency evacuation messages. Meanwhile, the depths of the ocean. Rumble. Thick black clouds covered the sky and the sun, and thunderbolts fell from the clouds from time to time, hitting the turbulent sea below, and the waves surged towards the sky. The thunder is roaring, the waves are hissing. The depths of the ocean seem like apocalypse, and this is just the aftermath of the battle. The sea exploded. The two existences fought from the sky to the deep sea, and every encounter was accompanied by catastrophe. The old sea god held the Poseidon trident artifact, and as the energy ripples of the golden divine power spread, he set off giant tsunamis and swept away, powerful enough to wipe out countless coastal towns. But the next moment, several giant tsunamis were pierced by a figure at the same time, and the waves exploded. Sea god ahead. The grey-white bone spur human-shaped monster flew in the air at a high speed, like a group of invisible force fields spread out on its body, making it impossible for the sea water to approach within 3 meters, during which golden red lightning energy burst out one after another. The day of destruction of the ancients. Yi Meng stood in the sea and flew forward. The sea water along the way was all washed away, and he continued to punch. This punch hit the golden trident artifact set up by the sea god Poseidon. There is no light effect of divine energy, only the end of the fist infused with pure power falls. The body of the trident artifact vibrates violently like a mournful cry, and the golden divine energy flowing on the body collapses and fades layer by layer. Just a punch. The hurricane broke out and the shock wave set off. The hands of Poseidon, the sea god Poseidon, was overflowing with blood, and he could hardly hold the trembling artifact. He even flew upside down into the deep sea with his trident, rushing to the bottom of the sea below 10,000 meters. Ahem. Poseidon, the god of the sea, stood at the bottom of the 10,000-meter seabed. His hand holding the weapon was trembling, and he kept coughing up blood into the seawater. The previously revived fighting spirit and divine power were gone. After all, fighting against an existence that can never be defeated, or even breaks the defense, even the gods will feel desperate. In particular, although the opponent's physique has shrunk with a punch, he is undoubtedly stronger than before, regardless of strength or skill control. Poseidon, the god of the sea, could sense that the other party was obviously releasing water. This is, for fear of accidentally killing him. Poseidon, the god of the sea, let out a miserable laugh, looked up at the existence that broke through the water extremely quickly and dived into the 10,000-meter deep sea, coughed up blood and roared, "This one blow will decide the outcome. I will use my strongest strength. One strike. No matter what, he still has the bottom line and backbone of the old god. Call." The sea water opened up, and the bony spur monster wearing a black Superman battlesuit had its own force field, just like a hovering high-altitude parked in a deep-sea area of 10,000 meters. Its eyes burning like red flames looked down at Poseidon, who was nearby. Winter. Okay. Yi Meng, the day of destruction of ancient times, suddenly uttered a human voice. The red flames in his eyes leaped, and the current surged to his right arm, and then he continued to rush down and swung his bony right fist. Come. Poseidon, the god of the sea, stood on the bottom of the 10,000-meter deep sea. Powerful divine power surged from his old and decayed body, and rushed into the trident held tightly in both hands, stabbing towards the sea ahead with all his strength. Clang! The grey-white bone spur's right fist swung forward like lightning, with its own shock wave, force field, and destructive lightning energy lingering, unstoppable. It directly shook the tip of the trident, stabbing. Poseidon's pupils froze. The fist end of the bone spur was like a flash of lightning and streamer, smashing the released divine energy together, and the fist end continued to fall on the body without hindrance. Time seemed to stop at this moment. The light in Poseidon's eyes dimmed, and his cloudy eyes showed relief. As an old god, he seemed to be honorable to die in battle with such an existence. But if he could do it all over again, he wouldn't jump out like hell again. The surface of the ocean above 10,000 meters is like dropping a ton of depth charges into the bottom of the sea, causing a mass of reddish waves to explode. Then, the thundercloud storm and rough tide gradually subsided. Boo! Ancient Destruction Day. Yi Meng flew out of the sea with a golden trident in hand, with no sea water on his body. Poseidon, the god of the sea, walked peacefully. Yi Meng felt deeply sorry for this, but he also knew that Poseidon, the sea god, was already begging for death in the end, so he punched with all his strength to satisfy the opponent. There are not many old gods in the current DC Earth, and it is not easy to find another one, especially one that can let him vent a little. Despite being sane, Doomsday is Doomsday, and as an ancient Doomsday, Yi Meng is still eager to fight. Especially, the battle that can let oneself let go to fight. This gene-originated belligerence is benign, just like an absolutely rational artificial intelligence, properly venting destruction and fighting, allowing Yi Meng to better control the Doomsday avatar. This is also a disguised exploration of the dreamland of the DC universe. That's right, unlike the artificial intelligence incarnation of Marvel's cosmic dream, as the ancient Doomsday, there is no need to obtain any foreign objects, and the original existence has infinite and unlimited evolutionary potential. It only needs to meet opponents or encounters that can develop this potential. The opponent of Doomsday will always be himself. Definitely, Poseidon, the god of the sea, has not yet reached the level that allows Yi Meng to stimulate his potential, but has only reached the stage of daily warm-up. However, after mastering Superman flight and the biological force field, there are certain skills in combat compared to before. Unfortunately, I have to find another opponent again. Yi Meng, the day of destruction of ancient times, flew up and flew into the thundercloud at a very high speed, and soon the thundercloud was also torn open. Tread, with beautiful and smooth long black hair and an unfettered shawl, a perfect woman in a red armor battle skirt held a battle shield and carried a long sword on her back, and waved a golden invisible lasso lightly and landed on the desert island. Wonder Woman lowered her eyes, watching in a daze as the body of an old man was washed up by the waves. The opponent's eyes were wide open, but his face was relieved and serene. There was a hole in his chest that ran through his back. The muscles and bones outside the hole were all shattered. Can't even the sea god stop him? Wonder Woman sighed softly, lowered her tall, graceful, and vigorous body, and reached out to caress the old man's open eyes. Poseidon was truly killed in the ocean. If I meet him, I'm afraid I will die too. Wonder Woman's expression was in a trance, but she was determined again, and she clenched her battle shield tightly without being timid. Without a real defeat, how could it be possible to admit defeat? Even if you are defeated, as long as you don't die, there is a possibility of victory. At the moment, a paradise island shrouded in a magical barrier. Since the age of the gods, the Amazons, a fighting nation that cooperated with the ancient Greek gods, have thrived here, and it is also the hometown of Wonder Woman. Suddenly, the peace here was broken, and all the Amazons looked up to the sky above Paradise Island in astonishment. On this day, the Amazons recalled the fear of being unable to overcome their strength and the humiliation of being imprisoned on Paradise Island. Paradise Island. This is the island sheltered by the divine power of Zeus. It is truly isolated from the world. Once you leave the island, you will not be able to find it. It is the last piece of pure land on Earth. But now, the peace of thousands of years was broken again. The top of the enchantment maintained by Zeus' divine power was forcibly broken, and then a huge black and terrifying bone spur figure broke in. All the Amazons raised their heads in amazement and looked at the sky. The next moment, the entire Paradise Island resounded with warning horns and bells. Antiope, Queen Hippolyta of Paradise Island, with a crown on her head and a cloak, a bow and arrow on her back, and a long sword in her hand, shouted loudly and rushed out of the royal palace in the center of the island. There is no doubt that the queen's demeanor is full. Antiope, a female general with bronze muscles, stepped forward resolutely from the gate of the palace, and shouted in a deep voice, "I am here. All Amazon soldiers, follow me and fight against the queen." "Yes, General." Immediately, hundreds of well-trained Amazon soldiers, all female, rushed out together with Queen Hippolyta and General Antiope. When they rode fast horses and rushed to the plain below the town at an extremely fast speed, they looked up and saw that it was a bone spur monster that broke into Paradise Island. The bone spur monster was wearing a black tight-fitting cloak battlesuit, and it was suspended at a height of 100 meters above Paradise Island, looking down at the island area with its flaming red eyes, and the invisible destructive aura made everyone breathless. "Intruders, kill without mercy." Queen Hippolyta shouted with sharp eyes, and swung the sword forward with her right hand. The next moment, the Amazon army either drew their bows or threw them. With the sound of breaking wind, countless iron arrows and spears rushed towards the bone spur monster at a height of 100 meters. Although they are only very primitive cold weapons, in the hands of the Amazon with extraordinary strength and physique, these iron arrows and spears are extremely fast. Even if they fly 100 meters, they still have a strong force, without any sign of deviation or weakness. If placed in the outside world, I believe no one would dare to question whether these iron arrows can penetrate the wall, and whether the thrown spear can penetrate the iron plate. But in the next scene, all the Amazon fighters on the field, including the queen and the general, froze collectively. S.H.I.E.L.D. Seeing that the dense iron arrows and spears were about to impale the bone spur monster into a quill, they all stopped in the air under the powerful and invisible mysterious force within 3 meters of the bone spur monster's body. The iron arrows and spears lost their strength and power, and they all stopped on the side, not even touching the battlesuit. There was no sound at the Paradise Island scene, and all the Amazons watched this scene in the sky in disbelief. 100 meters high. The ancient day of destruction Yi Meng looked down at the entire Paradise Island. His clairvoyant eyes could see through the Amazon queen, including the female warriors, as well as the bloodline genes under the clothes. After just a glance, he continued to look at other island areas without interest. Amazons, too weak. At best, it is only stronger than humans, so weak that it doesn't even have the desire to destroy. Yi Meng didn't even have any defense just now, but the biological force field overflowed so much that it completely blocked the attack. Visible. Ancient destruction day outside Yi Meng's body surface, an invisible force lingered and stretched outward. This is his biological force field awakening with flight after really keeping his sanity as ancient doom. The biological force field is the integration and application of the Kryptonian gene's own power and energy. It can be used to assist in attack, or to defend, or even to defend against things other than oneself. For example, Superman has a biological force field, so he can wrap and lift a large Boeing aircraft with a force field, keeping the entire aircraft intact. Homelander doesn't have a biological force field, so once it lifts a large plane with both hands, it will directly penetrate the plane itself. It's just that Yi Meng is the ancient day of destruction, and the biological force field derived from awakening is not quite the same as Superman's. Sizzle. Yi Meng stood in the sky without any movement. The invisible shield-like biological force field was like a natural energy conversion field, absorbing and reversing the power from the iron arrows and spears into the energy of its own force field. The next moment, a group of red ball-shaped lightning swept out and exploded, like a small lightning sun, destroying all the iron arrows and spears, and the lightning shock wave continued to impact and wreak havoc. Defense. Queen Hippolyta and General Antiope shrank their pupils and shouted in unison. The other Amazon warriors also squatted down with numb scalps, surrounded the queen, and lifted the metal round shield above their heads. Crash! Hundreds of Amazon warriors on the plane were turned on their backs, and all were blown away by the scorching and violent energy waves, just like harvesting fallen wheat with a scythe in autumn. Too weak. Yi Meng, the day of destruction in ancient times, was not considered a real attack, but the energy conversion and rebound of the biological force field, which made Paradise Island lose its ability to fight. His target, however, was not the Amazons in the first place. As the only complete site left over from the era of the Greek gods, Paradise Island, apart from some artifacts from the Greek era, there is another item that interests him. The sound barrier burst. The bone spur monster turned into a stream of black light and rushed towards the other end of Paradise Island town. On the chaotic plain as if plowed by a bulldozer, howling came and went. Queen, are you all right? Antiope threw away the red and hot metal shield in his hand, and stepped forward to help Queen Hippolyta, whose crown had fallen off. It's okay, where did it go? Queen Hippolyta shook her head, looking anxiously at the sky where the bone spur monster had disappeared, with a look of horror and shock remaining in her eyes. Such a power is hard to see even in the age of the gods. Antiope said bitterly, it seems that I have passed the temple on the cliff. What? Queen Hippolyta was struck by lightning. It couldn't have come from that alien force. On Paradise Island, on the cliff at the other end of the town, there is a round closed castle building. Boom! The air is stirring. The black battlesuit bony spur monster swooped down at an unabated speed, smashed into the metal dome in the middle of the castle temple, and landed heavily on the high platform inside the center with both feet. The hard and thick stone slab of the high platform cracked and shattered. There was a storm blowing dust waves outside. Yi Meng, the ancient day of destruction, raised his eyes. His red eyes fell on the stone pillars of the high platform, where a mysterious cube was placed. The cube is made of unknown material, about twice the file size of a basketball, covered with a thick layer of dust and dust. Obviously it has been stored here for a long time. Yi Meng's eyes were filled with red flames. This is the Mother Box. Originated from the Apocalypse star of the DC Universe, tens of thousands of years ago, the Dark King Darkseid attacked, trying to reshape and control the Earth with the Mother Box. As a result, Darkseid was repelled by the Earth's native and alien forces, and the Mother Box was left behind. I remember that there were 3 Mother Boxes, which were kept and suppressed by the Amazons, the Human Kingdom, and Atlantis who participated in the joint operations at that time. And the Mother Box kept by the Amazons, at the moment, is stored here. The bone spur monster directly took the Mother Box in his hand, played with it, and showed a bright and friendly smile. Wei, are you there? I request to speak with Apocalypse Star? Paradise Island, Ancient Temple. As one of the Holy Trinity, the Mother Box has been sealed here for tens of thousands of years. The little master from Apocalypse was repulsed. After being kept in the Mother Box of the current Paradise Island, it began a long period of autonomous dormancy, dormant and waiting for the king to come again. Until this day, the Mother Box was suddenly reawakened by a loud sound that shook the air. At the moment of being awakened, the Mother Box will follow the intelligent program to try to send a positioning message to the outer space, so that the subordinate forces of Apocalypse Star who are exploring outside can capture the message, and finally transmit this positioning message to the Supreme Dark King. But when it detects the existence of the handheld wake-up itself, as the Mother Box of the Apocalypse Star Super Technology Terminal product, the program that is quietly running inside suddenly stagnates. Scan over. This is a body more than 2 meters tall, with exoskeleton and muscles forming a body surface defense, and wearing a Kryptonian Hope battlesuit. And when scanning deep inside, it can be seen that the genes of the Kryptonian race, which can be regarded as superior in the entire universe, are moving towards various extreme and outrageous mutations and evolutions. The genes and cells are miraculously arriving at the wrong but correct path, and are heading towards the end of eternal life and strength every moment. metamorphosis, and the unlimited potential of genes to break through the bottom line supports going further. Energy, ability, trait, life. No bottom line, no rules, no stereotypes, no upper limit. What kind of Kryptonian genetic mutation extreme creation is this? In particular, this monster was grinning ferociously at him, looking like he was trying to open his mouth to swallow him, and suddenly spoke in the language of the Earth. The operating program of the mother box was a bit stuck, and the next moment, the external call signal was suspended. The day of destruction in ancient times. Yi Meng played with the extremely hard mother box as a Rubik's Cube. Under the eyes of jumping red flames, the mother box did not respond to this, and remained motionless as if it were an ordinary metal box. Yi Meng still knows this stuff. Mother box. As the top technological creation of the new Protoss and the Fourth World, it is considered a very high-end item in the entire DC universe. It is not only a computer, but also an artificial intelligence and strategic weapon, which can open the sonic channel to the Apocalypse Star, the Fourth World. Even a single mother box can resurrect life by reorganizing molecules. When the three mother boxes are Trinity, it can reshape the entire planetary civilization into the territory dominated by the mother box owner. Therefore, the old gods, Amazons, sea people, and ancient humans fearfully hid the three legacy mother boxes in different places. And now, Yi Meng, the day of destruction of the ancient times, is trying to apply for an online call with the Apocalypse Star of the Fourth World through the mother box. Best of all, it would be great if the Apocalypse Star Force could lead the fleet force to descend on Earth again. Perhaps in the eyes of the old gods, this was an extremely frightening and crazy move, but Yi Meng wanted to invite the Apocalypse Star forces over from the bottom of his heart. Because he is the ancient destruction day. It is different from being the incarnation of artificial intelligence in the dream of the Marvel Universe, which is lurking, cautious, secretly manipulating, behind the scenes, doing everything calmly and predicting through a lot of calculations in advance. As the ancient day of destruction, even in the presence of human reason, Yi Meng's style and actions are still belligerent, impulsive, violent, arbitrary, and lawless. Perhaps this is the nature of the ancient Doomsday. Perhaps it is also the wanton indulgence of Yi Meng's heart. As an artificial intelligence, trying to control everything, it will be cautious, calm, and rational in every step. Understandable. As the real self, you need to worry about your loved ones, and about the lurking villains in the real world. Understandable. However, in the current DC Universe Dreamland, it is still the ancient Doomsday. Yi Meng has no worries other than his own loss of control. The Apocalypse Star is indeed very strong and terrifying, and it dominates the world in the DC Universe. So, welcome to Earth. Immediately, either you kill me, or I kill you. A real man, let's have a real fight. At least open a sonic boom channel. He can come to Apocalypse Star for door-to-door service. The Bone Spur monster grinned and kept playing with the mother box in his hand. The destructive red light in his eyes became stronger and stronger, and the aura on his body was like a golden red lightning that ravaged the hall of the temple. In his hands, the inner core of the mother box trembled. Originally trying to call the Apocalypse Star power, it sent an encrypted message to outer space instead. There is no hope in this world. Don't answer, don't approach. This mother box feels really good, very moist. Day of destruction of the ancient Yi Meng's wide gray and white bony spur palm, with 5 fingers constantly playing back and forth, loves this mother box more and more. After all, it can withstand its own grasp without a force field. See mother box, nothing happens. Yi Meng suddenly stretched out a bone finger of his right hand, and the bone armor hit the mother box, and there was a loud vibration, which completely shook the dust on it. At the same time, Yi Meng's brow bone glowed with a little yellow light. Along the tall and terrifying monster's body, a wisp of virtual red static electricity passed through, and passed along the fingertips to the mother box. The virtual red static electricity tries to penetrate into the surface layer of the mother box and hack into the internal system. This Kryptonian creation. The stock of cosmic knowledge that comes with the mother box can't understand this scene. While recovering and shaking, it no longer pretends to be dead, and suddenly radiates wisps of powerful silver current, which resists Yi Meng's virtual red static electricity. Pity. The red eyes of Yi Meng, the ancient day of destruction, are only using the projection power of the incarnation of Marvel's dream, which can't even reach 1/10 of visions. Trying to hack into the mother box system is still too reluctant. Definitely. Can't do it now. It does not mean that it will not be possible in the future. After all, there is still enough potential for exploration and growth in the dreamland of the Marvel Universe. The day of destruction of the ancients. Yi Meng decided that it would be good to carry this mother box with him, even if it is used as a handball or Rubik's Cube for daily play. In addition, although it is now impossible to hack into the internal system of the mother box, the message that the mother box is trying to spread is different. The day of destruction of the ancients. Yi Meng grinned, and moved his virtual mind slightly, making slight changes to the external message of the mother box and continuing to spread it freely. Well, it really only changed a little bit. Just changed. This planet is extremely dangerous, please don't get close. This planet is rich in resources and rich in natives, received it quickly. At the moment, beyond the Earth, somewhere far away in outer space, a silver alien warship sails alone in a dark universe. At the moment, in the cockpit of an alien warship, A tall being more than 2 meters tall, with 2 horns on the top of the head, and wearing silver armor sat on the seat, with a huge amounts of metal battle axe lying flat on his knees. There are still 100,000 worlds to go. When the civilization of 100,000 planets is conquered and dedicated to the Supreme King, you will forgive me, a traitor. The tall being with 2 ferocious horns on the top of his head whispered hoarsely, his gleaming grey eyes revealed firmness, his silver armor trembled as if he could breathe, and a powerful and tyrannical aura lingered and swept out. Behind it stood hundreds of demon-like monsters, each with a height of 2 meters and strange wings. At this time, the control platform in the cockpit beeped in response, and the green light lit up, indicating that a message from the Apocalypse channel had been captured. The channel outside Apocalypse? It can't be that kind of item. Steppenwolf shook his body, subconsciously stood up from the chair, so that the large metal axe lying flat on his lap fell to the cabin floor and made a dull sound. Immediately, a demon-like subordinate flew forward, operating the control platform to confirm the source and content of the message. It's really a mother box. The Steppenwolf was taken aback, and then full of puzzlement. The mother box is a very important top-notch strategic weapon of Apocalypse, and it cannot be easily left outside Apocalypse. And many more. The Steppenwolf's cowbell-like eyes suddenly widened. It had heard about something tens of thousands of years ago. At that time, there were indeed 3 mother boxes, which were left on a certain planet, and because they lost their coordinates, they could not go there again. It can't really be the civilization of that planet. The Steppenwolf was so excited that his entire body, including the scale armor and silver armor, trembled. Even if it is still uncertain, as long as there is a possibility, it is far more important than anything else, and the priority is beyond doubt. The value of that one planetary civilization may be able to offset 100,000 worlds, or even overflow. It's just that it made Steppenwolf feel a little strange. Now that the mother box has been revived and is spreading support messages, why not just open the boom channel and send yourself there? Maybe the mother box doesn't have enough energy? Steppenwolf made a decision immediately, and lifted the giant axe with one hand. With golden lightning surging from his body, he issued a calm and vigorous password, changed the direction of navigation immediately, and rushed to the planet where the mother box sent out the support positioning at full speed. Buzz! With one order, the entire battleship was like an exploded hornet's nest, and all the demon-like subordinates acted quickly. Earth, Paradise Island. Inside the temple, the day of destruction of the ancients, Yi Meng isolated and shielded the mother box's external information, kept turning it with his big hand, squatted down slightly with his body, and in the next instant started to fly upwards from the spot like a rocket. Boom! The entire temple building shook violently, and waves of rubble and dust rushed out. When Queen Hippolyta and General Antiope led the Amazon army to the temple on the edge of the cliff, it can be seen that the bone spur monster rushed out of the dome of the temple, continued to break through the sound barrier and the shield of Zeus' divine power, and disappeared in the sky of Paradise Island, the end of the blue sky. In the blink of an eye, the trace and figure of the other party's existence were lost, and only a messy and cracked ancient temple represented that he had come. The mother box that my family has guarded for tens of thousands of years has been taken away by him. Antiope sighed. He is too powerful, stronger than many old gods I have ever seen, and it is normal that we cannot stop it. Queen Hippolyta was also disappointed, and quickly said calmly and forcefully, "Let's issue an early warning to the outside of Paradise Island." She looked at the sea beyond the cliff, her gaze seemed to reach the far shore. "Notice my daughter." Call out? Just for a moment. Yi Meng, the day of destruction in ancient times, flew from Paradise Island through the atmosphere to the silent space beyond the earth. Doomsday originally does not need oxygen, let alone breathing. The breathing of Yi Meng before is just the habit of human beings. While playing with the mother box, Yi Meng looked down at the entire blue earth. The red light in his eyes became stronger and stronger, and the phantom of the jewel between his eyebrows was about to dim. If you don't find an opponent who can properly vent your desire for destruction, then there is not much time left in this DC Universe dream. Yi Meng wanted to persist a little longer. He realized that there is a rational time as Doomsday, and the longer he persisted, the more positive feedback he would have on the real world itself. Dreams and reality have always been closely related. Definitely, once it gets out of control again, it can only find a way to find the anchor point of the dream and switch to the Marvel dream. Anyway, DC and Marvel jump back and forth, as long as they don't wake up, it's another balance. To Yi Meng's regret, there are too few opponents or even sandbags on DC Earth. Most of the old gods, including Zeus, died, and the remaining 1 or 2 were also hidden. Poseidon, the sea god, died before he could even make a fuss. In later generations, many well-known superheroes or villains of the DC universe did not grow up. Lonely, irritable. Destroy it, or destroy the earth, maybe some hidden necromancers and old gods can jump out. The restless ancient day of destruction. Yi Meng turned around and looked out at the vast starry sky of the universe. By the way, at this time, I don't know if the alien family exclusive to the DC universe exists. The day of destruction of ancient times. Yi Meng suddenly had a thought, playing with the mother box, and suddenly flew towards the outer space beyond the earth. Did not fly out of the solar system. Yi Meng's red eyes danced silently, and the bony body of the battlesuit turned into a stream of light, which soon approached a fiery red planet. One of the 8 planets in the solar system, Mars. Yi Meng flew directly into the interior of Mars, overlooking the red sand dunes and gravel-covered desert surface from a high altitude, and the icy dust storm blowing in the air. Yi Meng remembers that in the future Justice League of the DC Universe, the hometown of an alien superhero came from Mars. So, here on Mars there is a whole colony of that alien hero? It's just that in the setting of the DC Universe, the powerful alien group is like Krypton, all infected with a special plague and extinct, leaving only one person living on the Earth. That man, who was later one of the top fighters of the Justice League, was comparable to Superman in combat power, and was praised by Batman as a composite of himself and Superman? I just don't know, in the current setting of the dreamland of the DC Universe, whether that powerful alien group has become extinct at this point in time. The ancient destruction day Yi Meng thought of this, suddenly accelerated, crashed through the dust storm, and flew directly towards the back of Mars. The back of Mars. A bustling and spectacular alien colorful city is located here, with many large and small spaceships floating above it, and many white, golden, or even green humanoid alien creatures can be seen inside the city. They also have different shapes, some are like a ball of slime, some are like a ball of slugs, some are as strong as a man-bear, or flight or walk on two limbs. There are no telephones and networks here, and the entire large and developed alien group is held together by the unique public telepathy ability. Among them, the telepathy and comprehensive ability of some groups with green body surface are the most powerful. At the moment, Martian civilization. Gore, Greg City, outskirts. Call. A dust storm rose, and a small hovering airship stopped in front of a residence in the shape of a pyramid's castle. The airship was closed, and a green adult Martian nearly 2 meters tall and similar in shape to a human was pierced through the self-suspending airship portal with a tall green and strong body, and soon returned to reality. Suddenly, a sweet and childish thought came directly from the house to his brain. Dad, are you back? I sensed you. Yes, I'm back. Martian Manhunter Anjun smiled, replied with his mind, and then blurted into the interior of the triangular fort on Mars, in a triangular fort building of the local civilization. Martian Manhunter Anjuns walked through the portal of his house and entered the main hall, where he could see his wife in the form of a green human society in the open kitchen. At the same time, a little green guy between ghost and slime form floated past. Hello, little Huahua. Ron Rong smiled slightly, hugged his beloved daughter Cam who flew forward, and then asked his wife, how is work, Marianne? Marianne blinked her red eyes and replied with a smile, I just came back too, most of the lunch was cooked by your daughter Cam. Yeah, then I'm going to sit down and taste it. Ron sat down with a smile. A family of 3 started lunch, and the peaceful and warm atmosphere was strong. Then how are you today, Dad? Little Cam's red eyes flashed, and he said in a childish voice full of admiration, those villains must know how to take a detour when they meet the strongest hunter in the city. Probably the hungriest hunter, Marianne teased. Martian Manhunter on and was wolfing down things on the plate. When he heard the words of his wife and beloved daughter, he couldn't help but smile. If only such peaceful days could last forever. Recently, there have been several incidents of self-immolation of the clan members, causing panic in the whole city of Mars. Gore. Martian Manhunter on and was about to say something, but at this moment, his expression changed, and the spoon in his hand fell directly onto the plate. In the city, what happened? Marianne and Little Cam's telepathy also perceived the uneasiness and fear of many clansmen in the city. At this moment, Martian Manhunter on obviously knew more psychic information. The owner of the competitive arena who has business dealings directly sent him a call for help through telepathy. And other hunter colleagues in the city also sent out their thoughts to him for emergency support. After all, he is recognized as the strongest hunter, known as Martian Manhunter. Martian Manhunter felt a lot of fear, and he seemed to be able to faintly see in his mind that a huge bone spur monster fell from the sky and landed on the underground arena in the city. It's like a real disaster befalling Mars. You guys stay at home. Don't go anywhere, wait for me to come back. Martian Manhunter on and explained, quickly flew up from the chair, and rushed towards the outside of the triangular fort building. Mars. Gore, Greg City, underground arena. The large arena was 100 meters long and wide. Thousands of Martians were accommodated in the auditorium. Most of them were white and golden-skinned, and they looked like slimes. At the moment, the Martians in the auditorium all opened their eyes wide in astonishment, looking at the alien invaders who fell from the sky and landed in the center of the arena, obviously not belonging to the Martian civilization. It was a bone spur monster more than 2 meters tall, wearing a black S logo battlesuit, standing there, playing with a metal box, quietly waiting for something. The 2 Martian contestants with white skin and strong stature were still standing in the arena on the left and right sides, and they were also obviously stunned for a moment. After communicating with telepathy, they rushed forward at the same time at the same moment. One punched like lightning, and the other kicked in the air, hitting the body of the bone spur monster respectively. Do not. Bye-bye's punches and kicks stopped 1 meter away from the bone spur monster, and his body seemed to be stuck in the air. The faces of the 2 white-skinned Martian contestants were ferociously distorted, and they quickly switched body shapes, struggling like a mass of liquid, but they were still immobilized by the invisible force field. Sizzle. The bone spur monster didn't move at all. In the invisible force field outside the body surface, tiny violent lightning burst out, and the violent lightning instantly penetrated the liquid body. The next moment, there was a bang. The bodies of the two white-skinned Martians exploded, turning into real liquid and splashing all over the place. The huge arena fell silent for a moment. Then, all the Martians in the auditorium fled out in panic. Too weak. A red glow appeared in the bone spur monster's eyes, and he looked up at the sky. Streamers of green human figures flashed from the sky and rushed towards the current arena. Under super dynamic vision, one could clearly see that they were Martians wearing special battle suits. The hunters are coming. Someone yelled excitedly. In the next moment, countless sounds of breaking wind and green light and shadow descended on the arena. A series of tall and vigorous green figures rushed towards the bony spur monster playing with the box, and unexpectedly broke through the invisible force field at the same time, and the attacks landed on the monster's body one after another. Boom! As if several missiles were dropped from the gladiatorial arena, powerful shock waves and storms centered on the bone spur monster, and swept outward layer by layer. The arena was the first to crack and shatter unbearably. The dust wave stopped. There were more than a dozen green-skinned Martians of different genders on the field. They stood beside the bone spur monster's body, maintaining a posture of boxing or kicking, and respectively pressed against the monster's head, neck, upper body, and limbs. Superior? As a hunter of the Martian clan who lives by fighting, his speed of action and coordination of attacks at the same time are perfect. The full attack of every hunter is enough to blow down a triangular fortress. But now, no one could laugh, and every hunter's green face was pale and astonished. Even the ground of the arena was shattered and collapsed, but the bone spur monster still stood on the spot, its body suspended and standing in the low sky, and the box it was playing with was spinning in its hands. Facing the siege of hunters, I felt the long-lost pain. The bone spur monster grinned, feeling his muscles loosen. The day of destruction of the ancient Yi Meng smiled, joy from the bottom of his heart. Martian Manhunter, one of the superheroes of the future Justice League, the people in the hometown of Mars are still there, not extinct. Never had such a wonderful start. Bang! The mother box was randomly thrown on the side arena. The day of destruction of the ancient Yi Meng finally moved. He opened his big hand, grabbed a hunter's body casually, and threw it forward. Boom! The air burst, and the hunter's figure flew out indistinctly, smashing through one side of the wall of the auditorium in the arena at the rear, and continued to throw it to the outer urban area at an unabated speed. Boom! Another hunter who had previously attacked Yi Meng's head was hit by a bone spur fist from bottom to top, and the green body was obviously distorted shape-shifting, and was thrown towards the height of 1,000 meters in the arena. Tread. The day of destruction of the ancient Yi Meng took a violent step, and the energy he had previously absorbed and converted and accumulated in his body exploded into a ball of lightning, sending a dozen or more green-skinned hunters who rushed to the scene flying out. The arena was completely shattered, and the surrounding walls collapsed with a bang. Superior. On Mars, dozens of green-skinned hunters who rushed to the scene roared, and flew towards the bone spur monster with disaster and destruction in every gesture. The battle is imminent. Only 3 minutes late. When Martian Manhunter rushed to the sky above the original site of the arena and looked down, the scene he saw was destined to be unforgettable for him forever. I see. The underground arena, including the area a few kilometers away, was turned into ruins, and even an abyss hole was sunk down from the whole Earth. War situation. The storm raged, and the waves swept across. More than 100, almost all the green-skinned hunter colleagues in the city arrived here to join the battle, and there was only one target for the enemy's siege. So looking down, green figures are densely packed and intertwined indistinctly, surrounding a bone spur monster in black. Even Martian Manhunter, the most Ronan has seen in his career, is only 10 hunters acting together. What made Martian Manhunter even more unbelievable was that hundreds of green-skinned hunters were in a stalemate. Facing a single foreign invader, green-skinned figures flew out backwards, throwing them into the abyss or beyond. City. More and more hunters are losing their combat abilities, and the besieging bony spur monsters are not exhausted at all, forming natural dust storms and thunder disasters wherever they pass. This is a catastrophe, and it is also the day of doom. Mars. The sky is burning and the earth is trembling. On the battlefield at the original site of the competitive arena, hundreds of elite hunters fell into a bitter fight just because of the arrival of a bone spur monster. The scene is better than the end of civilization. Stop. Seeing another hunter's body flying out like mud, Martian Manhunter who rushed to the scene couldn't bear it any longer. With a low growl, he swooped down at an extremely fast speed, and punched the bone spur monster in the center of the battle storm. Boom! The air was turbulent, and the strong wind exploded. The bone spur monster immediately fell from the sky, and after falling 10 meters, it stopped suddenly on its tightly wrapped body in black. The bone spur monster stood high above the abyss of the battlefield, raised a pair of eyes that danced and destroyed the red flames, and looked up at the new hunter who joined the battlefield. His face was expressionless like a white bone mask, but the corners of his mouth were already twisted. A little grinning. No anger, no hate, but a raw pleasure and excitement. At this moment, Martian Manhunter felt as if he was being stared into a truly mysterious and terrifying abyss, terrified. Definitely, this is also because the surrounding hunters are all afraid, making the telepathy field here a desperate abyss hell. After all, it's not that the hunters are too weak, but that this bone spur monster is too powerful, and its physical strength and energy seem to be endless. It can't go on like this. Martian Manhunter on and immediately used telepathy to connect with dozens of hunters who still had combat power on the field, and calmly said, "Now, I will take over the command of the hunter team, and we will definitely be able to repel this invader. Okay, it's up to you to command. Martian Manhunter, I listen to you. Let's go together." On the field, the hunters who still had combat strength immediately responded with telepathy, and the emotion of fear was turned into fighting spirit and courage again. Bang! The bony spur monster exists with its own storm and soars into the sky, and it directly returns a punch. Not to be outdone, Martian Manhunter on and stepped down hard, and the right foot of the green leather surface turned into a streamer, meeting the monster's bony fist. Although it was fist to foot, it was obvious that the bone spur was slightly larger than the fist. Super strength collided with the fist and foot under the body, causing the air pressure in the surrounding Martian area to be distorted and disordered. Martian Manhunter on and felt a force several times greater than his own. With a pain in his right foot, he subconsciously changed the shape of his right leg and let go of most of the force. The one who was downwind retreated more than 10 meters towards the sky above before stopping again. But compared to the other hunters who were hard to fight against under the blow of the bone spur monster, this is already a very good level. Sure enough, here on Mars, he is the strongest. The day of destruction of the ancients. Yi Meng has just warmed up, feeling happy in his heart, and continues to fly towards Martian Manhunter on and Yi Meng felt that this time, he might be able to truly enjoy himself after Krypton, and properly entertain his desire for destruction. It's not out of control, it's manageable. In any case, he was always the ancient Doomsday, born for battle. Even if the issue of out of control is considered, it is impossible to be low-key and lurking and control behind the scenes like artificial intelligence. Doomsday is Doomsday, because without fear, no matter how rational and restrained one is, one will never be like a human being. Yi Meng is clearly aware of this. From the initial forced anti-invasion control, to the current immersion into the ancient day of destruction, it is easier to control the power, and the longer the time of being rational. This change is somewhat similar to Dr. Banner, the Hulk in Marvel's Dream. From the initial resistance, controllability, and substitution, until the two different personalities merge into one. Is it good or bad? Yi Meng, the day of destruction of ancient times, is unknown, so continue to follow your heart and seek a hearty battle. Although Martian Manhunter had expected it a long time ago, he was still shocked by the power of the bone spur monster, which was several times higher than himself as the strongest hunter. Then, seeing the existence of the bone spur monster flying towards him again, Martian Manhunter defended with his hands crossed, and at the same time used telepathy to control all hunters on the field. The moment Martian Manhunter groaned in pain and was sent flying again. Hundreds of fiery red lights lit up from the surroundings one after another, and then turned into bundles of thermal sight lines, interweaving in the air to form a net, right in the middle of the bone spur monster above the center of the abyss. Heat sight? The day of destruction of the ancients. Yi Meng had nowhere to hide, so he decided not to hide, and was hardwired with a body covered in a black battle suit. A large amount of heat was absorbed into the body of the bone spur, and the body was like an energy conversion furnace, glowing with scorching electric light. And the next moment, the icy hurricane whizzed up from all directions, as if icy water was poured on the hot red iron, freezing the body surface of the bone spur monster until it formed a thick and large ice sculpture. Did you make it? Martian Manhunter stabilized his body in the air, looking forward solemnly. Other hunters were also suspended in the surrounding air, looking at the floating ice sculptures panting. Under their suspicious gaze, the ice sculpture remained in the air, never falling, and the energy inside was still surging. Click! The frost shattered and melted before cracks opened, and the powerful and scorching destructive energy lightning exploded outward. The bony spur monster within raised its head and let out a low growl, so much that the overflowing energy burst out from the eyes and mouth. Whoosh! This day, the alien residents of the entire Martian civilization can look up and see that 3 beams of light turn into a beam of light rising from the sky, and the scorching and violent red light breaks through the atmosphere, as if heralding the destruction of the Martian civilization. Outskirts. Martian Manhunter, Ron's wife and daughter Marianne and Little Cam, stood in front of the window of the Triangle Fort building, branding the scene of supreme power in their eyes and mind. War situation. Violent ball lightning swept through. The original abyss of the arena once again doubled in size, and many hunters fell to the ground in disorder. It was difficult to maintain the social state of fighting, and one by one they lost their combat power and fell to the ground. Even if they can constantly switch body shapes, change density, and blur, and those without weaknesses can continue to recover from broken limbs. Facing this giant mobile energy conversion field, whose defense is so strong that it is difficult to break through, but also has its own self-healing, it seems to have infinite physical strength and energy. There is no hope of victory at all. Fear and despair once again breed in the hunter's heart, since energy and physical strikes are ineffective. Mind, let's concentrate and attack with mind impact. Martian Manhunter did not give up, flew up from the abyss, and continued to command with telepathy. The ability that their family is best at is not super strength, super physique, heat vision, super senses, shape-shifting, and regeneration. But the heart? The power of spiritual thinking is the most powerful advantage and characteristic of their family, almost at the moment when Martian Manhunter gave the attack command. Immediately, Dozens of invisible powerful psychic surges, while ignoring the Kryptonian Superman battlesuit and the defense of the Man of Steel, submerged into the brain of the bone spur monster. Ancient destruction day. Yi Meng's tall body froze, and then he fell straight into the abyss. Boom! The bone spur monster fell straight into the 1,000-meter abyss of the Martian battlefield without making any sound, and its energy and life breath disappeared. Hoo-hoo! Martian Manhunter on N and dozens of hunters of the same clan supported each other, and they all fell from the air on the edge of the abyss exhaustedly, looking down. No one spoke on the field, nor did telepathy, only the sound of many rapid breathing. After 10 seconds passed, there was still no movement. It's over. A hunter whispered in relief, slumped on the ground, limp like a ball of slime. Yeah, I thought I was dead. It was horrible. I will never forget this battle in my life. Then what is it? Is there really such a strong creature in the outer universe? The hunters were all weak and tired, and carried on telepathy communication with lingering fear. Martian Manhunter and Ron and also let out a sigh of relief, feeling a wave of weakness in his heart as well. Such a result is actually a miserable victory. The strongest ability of their family is indeed spiritual thinking, but it is very dangerous to directly use spiritual attacks. Once their spiritual thinking is backlashed, they will turn back into a pool of primitive Martian creatures, or even die directly. This is the trump card of their clan, and it is also the last means of attack. Once they fail, they will be completely finished. Fortunately, the gray and white bone spur monster existed, so it couldn't resist the blow. That's right, this is a spiritual attack launched by dozens of hunters. Wouldn't it be invincible if one possessed such terrifying physical defense and energy absorption, and also possessed an equally terrifying and powerful spiritual defense ability? Whether it is invincible is not clear. At the very least, their Martian family will definitely not be able to solve this kind of existence. This universe is still orderly, at least it will not really create such an ultimate monster. Martian Manhunter thought of this, watching several hunters fly into the abyss, trying to get the body of the bone spur monster out. But the next moment, boom, 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 the hunters who flew into the abyss shot back like green human-shaped balls, smashing the abyss and the ground, and limp on the ground like a puddle of mud again. Above the abyss, the hunters froze in relief, looking down at the bottom of the abyss in disbelief, their bodies and minds trembling in unison. This is impossible. How could he be alive? Martian Manhunter's face was also full of sluggishness, looking down at a pair of blazing red pupils rekindled from the bottom of the dark abyss. Call. The dust storm swayed away. The bone spur monster in black flew up again, flew out from the bottom of the abyss, stopped at a height of 100 meters, and looked down at the hunters on the Martian battlefield. Just now, Yi Meng, the day of destruction of ancient times, thought he was dead. The minds of dozens of Martian hunters were superimposed, ignoring the Kryptonian battlesuit and Doomsday's unique steel body, and inserted into the brain's thinking and will like a saber. The superimposed psychic power impact at that moment, in terms of attack strength alone, once surpassed Dragon Girl's Phoenix Force. Sustaining the superimposed soul-thinking saber, piercing the outer layer of will to destroy, directly touching the phantom of mind gem, even the broken light of mind gem is dim, almost entering the inner consciousness. At that moment, Yi Meng felt that, as the ancient Doomsday, he felt the breath of death for the first time. Still, almost is almost. The impact of spiritual thinking penetrates through the will to destroy, and has already weakened most of its power, and even encountered the supreme gem of the mind. Although it was just a projection of ability, it still won a little time. And at the moment when Yi Meng was on the brink of death on the ancient day of destruction, but did not die, the extreme Kryptonian gene ushered in the evolution again, repairing the spiritual gap opened by the psychic surge, and the psychic defense was stronger than ever. The ancient destruction day. Yi Meng felt that if there was another psychic attack just now, it would be much easier for him to deal with it than the last time. Come to fight, and the spiritual defense has been strengthened instead. Is this a surprise? Yi Meng felt that his true spiritual will had also received some feedback related to defense and immunity. Sure enough, Mars is on the right track this time. Not only are there so many super physiques, self-healing forms, and high-quality sandbags from Broken Limb Reborn, but also unexpected dream exploration results. These Martians are really more and more charming. Definitely. The day of destruction of the ancients. Yi Meng absolutely does not admit that he is a pervert, at most he is just a monster. Compared with the joy and harvest of Yi Meng, the ancient day of destruction. Now, the local hunters of the Martian civilization are collapsed and desperate. Many hunters have lost their fighting spirit and collapsed on the ground. No matter how Martian Manhunter on calls, they are indifferent. How can I fight this? There is not even a slight possibility of victory. Give up, destroy. Don't give up. Keep going, fight until the last moment. Martian Manhunter on gritted his teeth. Although he felt the same fear in his heart, but thinking that his wife and daughter needed his shelter and waiting for his return, he reinvigorated and led the remaining hunters with fighting spirit to continue to rush forward. A great war broke out again from the sky and the earth. 5 minutes later, hundreds of hunters fell all over the abyss of the battlefield, and none of them could maintain their social form. They were all limp and motionless on the ground like green humanoid slimes. No, there is one more person. Failed, all fell down. Martian Manhunter on was lying on the bottom of the abyss, his consciousness was blurred, all the telepathy around him were disconnected, and all the hunter fighters on the scene lost their combat power. Do you regret it? There's no regrets left. What he can do is to abide by his self-principle and fight to the last moment. Martian Manhunter on N's eyes were also blurred. Seeing the bony spur monster looming in front of him, he continued to climb up with his last strength. At this time, the bone spur monster's eyes also fell on him. Playing with the metal box he picked up again with his left hand, the tall and strong burning body flew forward, and his right hand pinched the green head down and lifted it up. Martian Manhunter on N's body naturally hung down, without even a trace of strength to resist. His eyes were closed, and at the last moment when he was about to faint, a hoarse and low voice came from ahead with joy. "You are not bad. That invincible bone spur monster exists, talking?" Martian Manhunter couldn't think, and passed out completely. The day of destruction of the ancients. Yi Meng stared at Martian Manhunter, raised a ferocious arc at the corner of his mouth, and casually threw the Manhunter's body out, flying hundreds of meters away and hitting the abyss wall. Then, Yi Meng flew towards the sky above the abyss, broke through the sound barrier, rushed out of the atmosphere of Mars in an instant, and looked down. "I will come again, don't let me down." Yi Meng, the ancient day of destruction, was very satisfied with this trip to Mars. As for destroying Martian civilization, why would he do that? He has reason and the bottom line. If the Martian civilization is such a powerful force, who will vent it to him if it is destroyed? Yi Meng also wished that the Martian clan could exist for a longer time. It wouldn't be fun if they just went extinct like this. Satisfied is satisfied. The energy of the mind gem projection is about to run out, and it's time to switch to the Marvel Dream world. I just don't know if the previous Marvel Dream anchor can be used. The ancient day of destruction. Yi Meng flew back towards the earth while thinking about things. But at this time, Yi Meng suddenly got a perception from the side, and saw a silver alien warship emerging from the depths of the vast outer space, also flying towards the earth at a high speed. Could it be? Yi Meng lowered his head and glanced at the mother box he was playing with in his big hand. Ah well, don't come early, don't come late, but come when the desire to fight is satisfied. The ancient destruction day. Yi Meng shook his head, but still held the mother box and flew in the direction of the silver alien warship. After dinner, it's okay to add dessert.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.